In this world where vitality is as precious as gold, you took just one breath and your vitality automatically increased by one. What takes others a whole day of arduous training is nothing more than a single breath for you. Before you even had time to react, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in your mind. Ding! System activated. Immediately afterward, the pale blue data stream on your retinas began refreshing frantically. Vitality +1, +1, +1. A searing heat flows like endless lava, washing over your parched meridians every second. While others' cultivation is like rowing against the current, yours is like turning on a faucet. In just over 10 minutes, a series of intense explosions ring out within your body, and your 99 block nodes crumble instantly before the vast torrent of vitality. Ding! Acquired a supreme tier breathing skill. Origin breathing skill. In this world where martial arts reign supreme and vitality is as precious as gold, an ordinary person must fast and meditate for an entire day just to accumulate 1 point of vitality. But for you, simply taking a single breath automatically increases your vitality by 1. Before you could even process what was happening, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice exploded in your mind without warning. Ding! System activated. You have obtained the supreme tier breathing skill. Origin breathing skill. This was nothing short of a dimensional strike. While you lay in bed doing nothing, the pale blue data stream on your retinas refreshed frantically. Vitality +1, +1, +1. That scorching heat flowed like endless magma, washing over your once parched meridians every minute and every second. While others cultivate like rowing against the current, your cultivation is like turning on a faucet and letting the water flow. In just over 10 minutes, a series of explosive pops as dense as rain pounding on banana leaves echoed within your body. Your 99 previously blocked nodes crumbled instantly before the vast flood of vitality, and your combat power skyrocketed from rock bottom to the maximum level of perfection. Su was jolted awake by an intense urge to urinate. Still groggy, he reached for his phone to check the time but came up empty-handed. When he opened his eyes, what met his gaze wasn't his familiar college dorm room, but a strange room. What's going on? Wasn't I in my dorm last night, burning the midnight oil on my thesis? Just as he looked around in confusion, a flood of memories that weren't his own suddenly surged into his mind. This was a world where martial arts reigned supreme, where everyone cultivated vitality and opened nodes to boost their combat power. And he had, to his shock, soul transferred into the body of a high school senior in the martial arts track with the exact same name as him, a student whose parents had died young, who came from a poor family, and whose natural talent was mediocre. To make matters worse, the original host was an ultimate suck-up. He spent most of the vitality he painstakingly cultivated on trying to win over the class beauty, Snow, resulting in a chronic vitality deficit that had ultimately killed him during last night's cultivation session. Suck-ups never end well, bro. Su spat, feeling a deep sense of resentment. Su, was also an orphan on Blue Star, but with a fierce determination never to admit defeat, he fought his way into a 985 university and become the king of hard work in the eyes of his classmates. He always believed that poverty shouldn't dampen one's spirit, and that one must take control of one's own destiny. But what the hell was going on right now? Dying suddenly from pulling an all-nighter on a thesis and getting transported to another world. He already had enough bad luck. And now, to end up as a scumbag like this? Just as he was wallowing in his frustration, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in his mind. Ding! System activated. Newbie reward dispersed. Supreme tier breathing skill. Origin breathing skill. Effect, runs automatically at all times, granting the host 1 point of pure vitality per second. No active cultivation required. Breathing itself makes you stronger. Current vitality, 8 points. Su was taken aback for a moment, then burst into wild joy. Sure enough, reincarnation always comes with a cheat code. And what a domineering one at that. According to the original hostess memories, this world was called Tianming Star, and its surface area was more than 100 times larger than his former home, Blue Star. In this world, martial arts reigned supreme, and vitality was the foundation of everything. Warriors can accumulate vitality by cultivating breathing skills, consuming the flesh and blood of monsters, and taking elixirs. They then use this vitality to open nodes, unblock veins, and temper bones, gradually increasing their combat power. Cultivated vitality can even be traded like currency through a marketplace called the Cloud Marketplace. The old vitality monitor on the original hostess wrist displayed the number 8. This was the original hostess' hard-earned savings, accumulated recently and intended to be offered up once again tonight. He instinctively sensed his own vitality as he remembered. Sure enough, with every breath, he could clearly feel a faint yet unceasing stream of heat flowing into every fiber of his being. 1 point per second, that's 86,400 points a day. That efficiency, Su's eyes lit up. As a study king in his previous life, he understood all too well the importance of stable output. This was essentially a never-ending source of passive income. While others toiled to cultivate breathing skills or even risked their lives hunting monsters and refining their flesh and blood just to slowly increase their vitality, he could simply breathe to gain 1 point per second? Information about this world raced through his mind. In the Tianming Star, martial arts reigned supreme. Vitality was the foundation and combat power was the standard by which everything was measured. Everyone had 99 nodes within their bodies that could be unlocked. Unlocking each node required 10 points of vitality, and each node increased combat power by 1 point. In this world, ordinary warriors begin cultivating the breathing skill promoted by the Federation after their bodies fully develop in their sophomore year of high school. Even after a day of rigorous training without food or water, gaining just 1 point of vitality is considered a stroke of luck. A very small number of prodigies might manage to gain 2 points, or even as many as 10. However, for the vast majority of ordinary people, relying solely on cultivation requires accumulating vitality over 10 days just to unlock a single level 1 node. The original owner of this body, however, was in a dire situation. His parents were martyrs who died defending against monsters, leaving behind a meager pension. The original owner, however, was a total sycophant, madly in love with the class beauty, Snow. Over the past year or so, he had lent her most of the vitality he painstakingly cultivated, resulting in him opening only 5 nodes and having a combat power of just 5, placing him at the very bottom of the class for a long time. A complete combat zero. What does Snow even see in you? Is it your pitiful combat power? Or your poverty-stricken home? Su no longer had the energy to mock the original owner's stupidity. Never mind. Since I've taken over this body, you can rest in peace. Everything you've lost, I'll reclaim with my own hands. Su tried to channel the vitality within his body, directing it toward a node in his right hand. Put. With almost no resistance, he spent 10 points of vitality, and the node opened instantly. A faint sense of power washed over him. Is it that easy? Su felt the changes in his body. It seems opening nodes isn't difficult in itself. The real challenge is not having enough vitality to sustain them. Without further hesitation, he lay down on the bed in a comfortable position and began channeling the surging pure vitality within him like a raging tide, launching a fierce assault on each of the blocked nodes in his body. Pop. 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 A series of faint pops, as dense as rain pounding on banana leaves, echoed from within his body. One after another, the nodes which had once been obscure and required the original host to painstakingly accumulate energy for days just to attempt breaking through were now dissolving and opening up at a rate of 1 every 10 seconds in the face of this nearly endless torrent of vitality. Vitality, +1. +1. +1. Number of nodes, 6. 12, 26. 46, 68. 95. Su was completely immersed in the exhilaration of his explosive power surge. He could feel his body undergoing earth-shattering changes. His strength, speed, and perception were all increasing at an astonishing rate. It felt as though he had an endless supply of energy, and his 5 senses had become exceptionally sharp. Just over 10 minutes later. Boom! It felt as if some barrier within him had been shattered. All 99 nodes were fully interconnected, forming a perfect and stable primary cycle. A sense of power more than 10 times greater than before flooded his entire body. He glanced at the system interface. Host, Su. Current nodes, 9999. Current vitality reserve, 23 points plus 1 second. Combat power, 99 points. 99 meridians. The foundation is complete. Su opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance flickered in his gaze, and he felt completely clear-headed and utterly exhilarated. In just over 10 minutes, he had completed a journey that would normally take an average student several years or even longer to finish. Is this what it feels like to be on a cheat code? Su clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, and an excited smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. 99 Meridians Perfect Mastery. Feeling the seamlessly integrated node within him, Su let out a long sigh of relief. According to the original hostess memories, this was already the theoretical limit for an ordinary high school senior. Even at their ordinary high school, he would be among the very best. Yet for him, accomplishing all this had taken less than 20 minutes. This feeling isn't half bad. Suppressing the surging excitement and boundless anticipation for the future churning within him, Su knew that what he needed most at that moment was composure. He forced himself to close his eyes, reining in the surging vitality fluctuations surrounding him, and let the mental exhaustion brought on by the night's dramatic changes engulf him as he drifted into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, it was already broad daylight. Time to go to school. Su stood up and stretched his limbs. The vitality coursing through his body emitted a faint sound like the surging of a river. Snow, it's time to settle some scores. He pushed open the door, walked toward the rising sun, and strode purposefully toward school. Note, humans can trade vitality with one another, but an ordinary warrior can absorb at most about 2 points of purchased vitality per day. Absorbing more than that can easily cause the vitality to reject each other, resulting in the body exploding in death. Therefore, it's not the case that wealthy people can buy large amounts of vitality to absorb at most. They can absorb it slightly faster than ordinary people. Only those with exceptional talent or unique constitutions, the so-called prodigies, can absorb around 10 points of vitality daily. They can use pay-to-win methods to purchase vitality and absorb it to upgrade their node levels. As Su walked into the classroom, the bell for morning study period had just rung. His appearance didn't draw much attention. He had deliberately concealed his aura. He still appeared to be wearing that same school uniform, washed until it was almost white, though his back was straighter than usual, and a previously unseen sharpness lurked deep in his eyes. Snow entered the classroom almost right on the dot. Upon seeing Su, she habitually furrowed her brow, walked straight over to him, and spoke with undisguised resentment. Su, what was up with you last night? You promised to transfer my 8 o'clock vitality to me. I waited until midnight. As far as she was concerned, Su was still the same sycophant. She could manipulate at will. At worst, he'd simply forgotten or was temporarily strapped for cash. Oh, that, Su said flatly. I changed my mind. Snow froze. What did you say? I said, Su's voice echoed clearly through the classroom, I don't plan on giving you any more vitality. Not only that, but I'm going to settle a score with you. Snow was taken aback, then reacted as if she'd heard a joke. Settle a score? Su, what do you mean? It means, Su stood up, looking down at her from above, his tone suddenly turning cold, what you took from me in the past, principal and interest, needs to be paid back. Boom! The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. Everyone stared at Su in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. How dare he speak to Snow like that? And demand she repay her debt? Snow's face flushed instantly, a mix of shame and indignation. Su! What nonsense are you spouting? Those were clearly given to me of your own free will. Voluntarily? Su sneered. Over the past year and 3 months, you've used all sorts of excuses to swindle a total of 170 vitality points and cultivation resources worth 20,000 from me. These resources are the compensation my parents earned with their lives, their resources the city hall provided for me, the orphan of a martyr, to cultivate. The phrases orphan of a martyr and swindled resources hit the classroom like a bombshell. All the students were stunned, staring at Snow in disbelief. No wonder Su has only opened 5 nodes so far. So that's where Snow got those new clothes and her sudden surge in cultivation speed. Preying on the blood of a martyress orphan, that's truly despicable. Snow was left speechless, tears welling up in her eyes as she looked as though she'd suffered the greatest injustice. However, several boys who usually admired her immediately saw her pitiful state and stepped forward to accuse Su. Su, are you even a man? Bullying a girl. Exactly. Schwer only used a bit of your vitality because she is close to you, and you're being so petty about it. Sua's gaze swept over the boys, his eyes icy. Since you're all so generous, why don't you supply her with vitality from now on? Or maybe you can help her pay back what she owes me? The boys were instantly at a loss for words and slunk back to their seats. 170 points of vitality was no small sum for them. Sue, you've changed, Snow said, biting her lip, her expression complex. Yeah, Sue admitted calmly, if I didn't change, would I just wait to be drained dry by you and then tossed aside like trash? You swindled a massive amount of my vitality, causing my cultivation to fall behind and leaving me at the bottom of the class for so long. Snow, what do you think would happen if this got back to the principal or to the City Hall's Orphans Welfare Office? You wouldn't dare. Snow's voice trembled. Dare? Sue laughed. I'm giving you two options right now. First, repay 200 points of vitality, with interest, within 3 days. Second, I'll take all the transaction records and chat logs to the Orphans Welfare Office at City Hall and ask them to rule on whether this constitutes malicious fraud, misappropriation of a martyress orphaness cultivation foundation, and the squandering of my martial arts future. Go to City Hall? An official ruling? Snow went limp with fear and nearly collapsed to the ground. She knew better than anyone what the consequences would be if this ever became public. It would mean social death, her future completely ruined. She might even end up behind bars. No. You can't, she stammered incoherently, tears and snot streaming down her face this time. She was truly terrified to the extreme. Sue, for the sake of our past friendship. Friendship? Sue snorted derisively, his voice brimming with undisguised disgust. From the moment you treated me like an ATM, there was no friendship between us, only debt. He scanned the circle of stunned classmates and said, enunciating each word clearly, everyone, listen up, and please bear witness. 3 days, 200 vitality points. If she can't pay it back, don't blame me for following the rules. With that, he turned his back on the woman lying on the floor in a pitiful state and walked back to his seat. The classroom fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Sue's ruthless and resolute counterattack. This was no longer the timid Sue they once knew. This was clearly a lion that had awakened. Some who had once mocked Sue now felt a chill run down their spines, secretly grateful they hadn't gone out of their way to offend him. As for the rest, they cast looks of contempt and disgust at Snow. Sue felt the immense power generated by the natural circulation of his 99 energy channels, as well as the vast vitality still steadily growing within the system. He felt incredibly refreshed. After morning reading class ended, the martial arts theory class began immediately. In class, after finishing the regular theoretical lecture, Instructor Lee looked out at the students and spoke slowly. Classmates, the results of the combat power test from a few days ago are in. Chin Yun from our class has opened 95 nodes, ranking first in our class and 7th in the grade. A faint murmur of admiration rippled through the room. And as you may have heard, Lee paused slightly, Zhang Xin, who ranked first in the entire school this time, has a combat power as high as 137 points. This figure caused a wave of suppressed gasps to sweep through the classroom. Many students looked puzzled, and some muttered under their breath, the cap is 99 nodes. How could someone have 137 combat power? Could he have already started refining level 2 nodes? Lee took in everyone's reactions, then tapped his finger lightly on the lectern, drawing everyone's attention. It seems many of you have already figured out the key. His voice was steady, carrying the solemnity of revealing a mystery. That's right, unlocking 99 orifices is merely the starting point. It's like building a skyscraper. You've just laid the foundation and erected the load-bearing beams and columns. The classroom fell instantly silent, and most students pricked up their ears. What comes next is the true key to determining how far you can go on this path: node tempering. Sue's eyes narrowed. He knew the crux of the matter was coming. What we call node tempering involves pouring even greater amounts of vitality into the level 1 nodes you've already opened, repeatedly refining and nourishing them to achieve a qualitative leap, just as ordinary iron, after being forged 1,000 times, ultimately becomes refined steel. As Lee spoke, he wrote on the blackboard. Level 1 node, level 2 node, consumes 20 points of vitality, grants an additional +2 combat power. Level 2 node, level 3 node, consumes 40 points of vitality, grants an additional +3 combat power. And so on. The further you go, the greater the cost, but the gains become increasingly staggering. My god! It takes 20 points of vitality just to upgrade a single node to level 2? That would take over a month to accumulate using only the breathing skill? The audience immediately erupted into an uproar, with gasps and exclamations rising in waves. This staggering resource consumption left most students who relied on the breathing skill feeling a wave of despair. I know for most of you, this is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Lee looked at the shocked expressions on the students' faces below the stage. But this is the cold, hard reality. Every step on the path of martial arts requires vast amounts of resources to build upon. This is why family background, natural talent, and serendipity are so crucial. His gaze swept across every young face in the class. Tempering a node is incredibly difficult, but with every successful level up, your strength will take a quantum leap. You'll be one step closer to the threshold of the top martial arts universities. It will even have a significant impact on your future vein refinement. So, don't slack off. Your daily rigorous practice of the breathing skill must be unwavering. If your family has finances allow, seek out more efficient breathing skills, buy monster meat, and purchase vitality from others on the cloud market. Utilize every possible means to accelerate your accumulation of vitality elixirs, medicinal cuisine, and even support from your family. Before the martial arts exam, this narrow bridge to success, give it your all and temper yourselves, only then can you stand out from the crowd. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Lee said no more. He picked up his lesson plan and left the classroom. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos. Oh my god! It takes 20 vitality points just to level up a single node to level 2? And 40 to reach level 3? Who can afford that? We're doomed. I feel like I'll be drowning in martial arts debt just trying to open all 99 nodes before the martial arts exam. I never expected we'd have to temper and upgrade them too. This is a real money guzzler. Almost everyone was feeling despair at this terrifying cost. Only Sue, with his head bowed, couldn't help but let a faint curve form at the corners of his mouth, which eventually turned into a silent smile. Node tempering a money guzzler? He looked at the terrifying vitality reserve on the system panel. In his mind, it had already broken through the 30,000 mark and was still growing steadily at a rate of 1 point per second. Sorry about that. I may not have much of anything else, but when it comes to vitality, I've got plenty. He had even begun multitasking, quietly diverting 20 points of vitality to start tempering one of the nodes. As the king of grinding, he could keep a low profile, but he couldn't afford to stand still. Consuming 20 points of vitality, node tempering in progress. The vitality on the system panel dropped by 20 points, but it was quickly replenished by the origin breathing skill, which restored 1 point per second. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 2. Combat power +2. Ha! It takes 1 minute to temper a node, and my vitality regenerates at a rate of 1 point per second. Is my regeneration rate actually faster than my consumption rate? Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 2. Combat power +2. A surge of power far purer and more potent than what he felt when opening a node last night flowed like a gentle stream into every fiber of his being, strengthening his physique. The thrill of seeing his strength increase before his very eyes filled Sue, who had been a bookworm in his previous life, with immense satisfaction. Consuming 20 vitality points. Refining node. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 2. Combat power +2. Just as he was savoring the thrill of this subtle increase in power, a system notification boomed deep within his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has identified this world's core cultivation path, node tempering. Main storyline growth quest now issued, Supreme Tao Foundation. Quest objective: before the start of this year's martial arts examination, temper all 99 nodes within your body to level 10 perfection. Quest rewards: 1. Unlock the system's core feature, System Arsenal. 2. Obtain the exclusive title, Extreme Realm Foundation Builder. 3. One mysterious grand prize. Failure penalty. True masters must drive themselves forward. Failure to complete this task indicates that the hostess' potential is limited, and the system will reduce the allocation of future resources. Seeing this sudden quest notification, especially the requirement to temper all 99 nodes to level 10, even Sue, who possessed the system, couldn't help but gasp in shock. This difficulty is downright insane. Based on the information Mentorly had just revealed and some of the original hostess memories, for an ordinary person, opening all nodes before the martial arts exam was considered passing. Level 2 was excellent. Levels 3 and 4 were reserved for well-off geniuses, and as for levels 5 and 6, only prodigies cultivated by major factions could achieve them. Level 10? Never even heard of it. This path isn't meant for ordinary people at all. However, this shock lasted less than 3 seconds before being replaced by an even stronger surge of excitement and fighting spirit. What does the top scorer fear? It's the lack of goals and challenges. Supreme Tao Foundation System Arsenal, a mysterious grand prize far beyond imagination. Sue licked his slightly parched lips, flames seemingly burning in his eyes. Now this is interesting. This is what my system deserves. So what if it's a gold-devouring beast? I'll drown you in vitality. Before the martial arts exam, reach level 10 perfection in the 99 orifices. This goal, which sounded like a fairy tale to anyone else, had now become an absolute must for Sue. He shook his head, pushed aside all other thoughts, and threw himself back into the frenetic tempering process. Time flew by amid the ding-ding-dong-dong of Sue's system notifications. The morning classes ended quickly. As the crisp bell rang, signaling the end of the school day, the atmosphere in the entire classroom instantly lightened. School is finally out. I can go home this afternoon and practice my breathing skill in peace. Most importantly, it's Friday. No school for the whole weekend. As the students cheerfully packed up their books, they enthusiastically discussed their weekend plans. Every young face beamed with the joy of being free from the constraints of schoolwork, and the classroom was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Sue felt the renewed power surging through his body, and his heart swelled with pride. In just one morning, he found time to refine and upgrade over 80 level 1 nodes to level 2. His combat power had increased by more than 160 points. Now, his base combat power had broken through the 260-point mark. This far surpassed that so-called top student in the grade, Zheng Xian. At this rate, in just a few days, I'll be able to refine all my nodes to level 4, or even level 5. Sue's heart was racing with excitement. He packed up his things and prepared to leave the classroom. Just as he stepped out of the academic building and turned onto a tree-lined path leading to the school gate, 3 rowdy students wearing uniforms from other schools blocked his path. The leader, a tall, burly guy with a smug grin, eyed Sue up and down with a hostile glare. "Kid, you're Sue?" Sue stopped in his tracks, his expression impassive. "That's me. What's up?" "Ha, you're pretty cocky," the guy with the smirk sneered. "I hear you're a real show-off, daring to pick on little Snow? Do you know that little Snow is under my protection, Wang?" So these were the reinforcements Snow had called in. Sue sneered inwardly, but his movements were swift. His gaze swept over the 3 of them. Based on the original hostess' vague memories, this Wang seemed to be the leader of a small gang at the neighboring school. Relying on his family's modest wealth, they opened 80 nodes. He enjoyed bullying ordinary students. The other 2 henchmen each had combat power of around 40 points. "Wang, is it?" Sue said flatly. "Snow owes me something, and I'm making her pay it back. That's only fair." "What, you want to pay it for her?" Wang was enraged by Sue's attitude. He took a step forward, almost pressing his face against Sue's, and snarled, "Kid, looks like you're pushing your luck. Right now, this very moment, come with me to apologize to little Snow, and that 200-point vitality debt will be wiped clean. Otherwise..." He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking with a crack, the threat unmistakable. "Otherwise what?" Sue raised an eyebrow, asking with interest. "Otherwise, I'll make sure you leave here on your back today." Wang sneered. "Don't think I won't lay a hand on you just because we're at your school. To take down a weakling like you, I only need one hand." The two henchmen behind him joined in with mocking laughter, clearly not taking Su seriously. Su sighed and shook his head. I'm in a hurry to get home and train. Wang froze. What? I said. Su raised his head, his gaze instantly becoming as sharp as a knife. I'm in a hurry. Before the words had even finished, Su moved. Fast. As fast as humanly possible. Wang saw only a blur before his eyes, followed by a fierce gust of wind slamming into his face. He didn't even have time to react before a seemingly ordinary palm had already slammed into his chest. Boom! A deep, thunderous crash. Wang's body, weighing nearly 180 kg, was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away as if struck by a speeding truck, before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. His chest felt tight, and his vitality churned violently. For a moment, he couldn't even get back up. He could only clutch his chest and gasp for air like a fish out of water, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. The smiles on the faces of the other two henchmen froze instantly, as if they'd been struck by a spell, leaving them standing there motionless. Without even glancing at Wang, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, Su turned his gaze to the two henchmen, his tone still flat. What about you guys? Are you going to stop me from eating, too? No, we wouldn't dare. Big brother, we were wrong. The two henchmen were scared out of their wits, shaking their heads like rattles and backing up rapidly, nearly plopping down on their butts. Are you kidding me? Wang was considered a top fighter at their school, and he'd actually been taken out in one move by this so-called total loser? Those rumors are deadly. Su couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to these clowns. He smoothed out the collar of his shirt, which wasn't even rumpled, and strode past Wang, as if he'd just casually swatted away a fly. After taking a few steps, he seemed to remember something. He stopped, and without looking back, said to Wang, who was gasping for breath on the ground. Tell Snow that bringing in scum like you only makes her look even more ridiculous. 200 vitality points, one less, and you'll face the consequences. With that, he didn't linger, and his figure quickly vanished at the end of the tree-lined path. All that remained was a mess on the ground and 3 thugs still reeling from the shock. Wang struggled to sit up, staring in the direction Su had disappeared. His face burned not just from physical pain, but from the humiliation of having his dignity utterly crushed. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fear, but more than that, with deep, seething hatred. Su, just you wait. Elsewhere, Su was walking home, his mood completely unaffected by the minor incident. Over 260 combat power. Dealing with this kind of small fry isn't even a warm-up. Feeling the surging power within him, he gained a more intuitive understanding of the power of the origin breathing skill and the system. Still, I can't let my guard down. If Snow could bring Wang, he might be able to bring someone even more troublesome. And now that I've taken out the little guy, might the big boss show up next? I have to get faster. Stronger. With that in mind, he walked while channeling his vitality to temper the remaining dozen or so nodes. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current martial skill level upgraded to level 2. Combat power +2. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 2. Combat power +2. The pleasant notification sounds rang out in rapid succession once more. A hint of anticipation curled at the corners of Su's mouth. Snow, Wang, these are just appetizers. My goal is the vast expanse of the stars and the sea. Top scorer on the martial arts exam? A top-tier martial arts university? These are just small goals. Su returned to his humble rented room, closed the door, and shut out the outside commotion. He didn't immediately begin refining frantically, but instead forced himself to calm down and plan carefully. System, display my detailed status. A light screen unfolded before his eyes. Host, Su. Current nodes, 9999 level 1, 5, level 2, 94. Current vitality reserve, 40,330 points, continuously increasing. Combat power, 287 points. Cultivation technique, origin breathing skill supreme tier. Looking at his still enormous vitality reserve and the steadily rising numbers, Su felt at ease. But he also knew that sitting back and letting his resources run out wasn't a solution even with the system. He needed to use his resources more efficiently. As Mentorly said, aside from the basic breathing skill, there are more advanced breathing skills, monster flesh, elixirs, and other methods to accelerate vitality accumulation. My origin breathing skill is undoubtedly the highest grade, but I wonder how effective this world's elixirs and monster meat are. Can the system convert or stack them? A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps I could check the school library or the public archives at City Hall to see if there are any legal ways to quickly accumulate vitality, or maybe I should head to the edge of the wilderness outside the city? According to the original hostess memories, beyond the city lay a dangerous area known as the wilderness, where all manner of powerful monsters lurked, but which also held rare treasures and opportunities. Many warriors would form parties to go hunting there, both to hone their combat skills and to gather resources. However, given my current strength, venturing into the wilderness zone recklessly would be too risky. The top priority is to improve my strength as quickly as possible to prepare for the martial arts exam and any potential trouble snow might cause later. Having decided on a course of action, Sue hesitated no longer and sat down cross-legged once more. First, I'll refine the remaining 5 level 1 nodes into level 2. Consuming 20 vitality, refining node. Consuming 20 vitality, refining node. 5 minutes later. Ding! Node refinement successful. Current node level upgraded to level 2. Combat power +2. It worked! A surge of even greater power coursed through his body. Sue exhaled a long breath of stale air, his eyes blazing with intensity. All 99 nodes have been refined to level 2. My combat power is now 297 points. Sue looked at the over 40,000 vitality still remaining in his reserve on the panel, his confidence growing even stronger. Next, I'll refine the nodes to level 3. Consuming 40 vitality. Refining node. 5 minutes later. Ding! Node refinement successful. Current node level, level 3. Combat power +3. The cost of advancing from level 2 to level 3 had doubled, but the boost NT. For every successful refinement, combat power only increased by 3 points. Plus, the time required for each refinement had risen to 5 minutes. Sue was secretly troubled. When would he ever use up all this vitality? Oh well, he de-refine for now and worry about the rest later. Sue was completely immersed in the thrill of his rapidly increasing power, forgetting both time and hunger. It wasn't until night fell and the city lights began to glow that Sue slowly opened his eyes, a hint of unmistakable delight spreading across his face. After an afternoon of near frenetic tempering, the state of his nodes had undergone a dramatic transformation. Current nodes, 9999 level 2, 15, level 3, 84. Current vitality reserve, 62,070 points. Combat power, 549 points. 549 points of combat power. In just one day, he had gone from being a bottom-of-the-barrel loser with combat power 5 to a terrifying force boasting a staggering 549 points. This figure let alone high school seniors, even many college freshmen and sophomores might not be able to reach. Power, this is the power that truly belongs to me. Sue clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking sharply. It felt as if the air itself were being crushed in the palms of his hands. Vitality surged and swelled all around him, sharpening his senses to an extraordinary degree. He could even clearly hear the whispered conversations coming from his neighbors' homes. This feeling of mastering himself and constantly pushing past his limits left him utterly intoxicated. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, his stomach growled in protest. The high-intensity refinement of the node had taken a massive toll on his energy reserves. Sue rubbed his stomach and gave a wry smile. I was so focused on leveling up that I forgot I still needed to eat. I don't have a single penny on me. The original host really was penniless. Sue searched every pocket and found only a few coins. This isn't even enough for a bowl of noodles. Looks like I'll have to figure out a way to make some money. Vitality could serve as currency, so selling it was a viable option for now. However, selling too much vitality might attract unnecessary trouble. He needed a more reliable source of income. Maybe I should check out the cloud marketplace to see if there are any opportunities that suit my current stage and can help me make money quickly. The so-called cloud marketplace is a global online platform built by the official authorities of Tianming Star, where warriors can trade vitality, elixirs, weapons, and combat skills, and even post and accept quests. Su focused his mind and connected to the cloud marketplace via the old bracelet on his wrist, which served both as a communication device and a trading tool. A light screen popped up, displaying a constant stream of information. Buying black-spotted python gallbladders 15,000 star coins or 15 vitality per piece. Recruiting temporary team members to explore the outskirts of ruins E37. Requires combat power 50 or higher, rewards distributed based on contribution. Urgent sale, wild bull breathing skill fragment only 800 vitality. Long-term purchase of complete hides from level 1 claw cat monsters 5,000 star coins per hide. The dazzling array of information left Su feeling overwhelmed. Star coins are the common currency on Tianming Star. 1 point of vitality is roughly equivalent to 1,000 star coins, but vitality is often hard to cash and few people are willing to exchange it for money. His gaze wandered over the material purchase listings and quests with low combat power requirements. Given my current strength, even without any real combat experience, I should have no trouble taking on quests with a combat power requirement of around 500. Or maybe I should go hunt some level 1 monsters? Su rubbed his chin thoughtfully. With my current combat power of 549, my speed and reflexes far exceed its capabilities, so hunting a clawcat shouldn't be too difficult. But the paperwork to apply for a city exit permit is a bit of a hassle. Just as he was weighing his options, his gaze swept over an official announcement scrolling at the top of the public bulletin board, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Joint notice from the Linjiang City Education Bureau and the Municipal Martial Arts Association. To motivate this year's martial arts track students, we are launching the Linjiang Rising Stars rankings. Next Tuesday morning, all high schools in Linjiang City will conduct a combat power assessment for their students. Upon completion, a ranking will be established based on each student's measured combat power, covering all senior year martial arts track students citywide. The top 1,000 on the list will receive vitality rewards of varying amounts. The top 10 will even earn the right to train in the StarSource Secret Realm for 1 week. And the top spot comes with even more special rewards. StarSource Secret Realm, the city's only natural cave paradise, where the concentration of vitality is more than 5 times that of the outside world. It also offers a chance to grasp special martial intent. Rising Star rankings? Vitality rewards? StarSource Secret Realm? Su's heart began to race uncontrollably. The vitality rewards for the top 1,000 wouldn't be much. He didn't place much value on them anyway. With the system, he had no shortage of vitality. But that StarSource Secret Realm where the vitality concentration was 5 times that of the outside world. What did that mean? It meant that the regeneration rate of his origin breathing skill would also increase 5-fold. 5 points of vitality per second. Although he wasn't short on vitality right now, after tempering his notes came condensing his veins and tempering his bones. He had no idea how much vitality he'd need for those stages. This was practically a treasure trove for rapid leveling, tailor-made just for him. I have to make the list. And I have to take first place. A blazing determination ignited in Su's eyes. And I'd better keep a low profile for the next few days. Once the combat power assessment ends in 3 days, my name will definitely be added to the city's key talent protection list. Then I'll never have to worry about anyone targeting me again. The top priority right now is to sell some vitality to cover my food expenses, then get back to tempering. I never thought that even with my golden finger, I'd end up having to sell my own vitality. It's really pathetic. Fine, I'll sell my vitality. It's better than starving to death. Su rubbed his rumbling stomach and gave a resigned, self-deprecating smile. Who would have thought that he, with over 60,000 points of vitality in reserve, would actually be worrying about how to pay for a meal? He reconnected to the cloud marketplace and went straight to the vitality trading section. It was even busier here, with countless buy and sell listings scrolling by. Urgently buying 30 points of vitality, 1,100 star coins per point, instant confirmation. Long-term vitality buyer volume discounts available, price negotiable, reputation guaranteed. Selling 5 scattered points of vitality to cover the cost of a grilled meat meal. Act fast. Sue quickly scanned the listings. Selling vitality directly was indeed the fastest way, but he had to be cautious. Selling too much at once would easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Although his current strength wasn't weak, it was only average for his age group. He hadn't yet reached the point where he could ignore all the rules. Humans could trade vitality among themselves, but an ordinary warrior could absorb at most about 2 points of purchased vitality per day. Absorbing more would cause the vitality to reject each other, resulting in an explosive death. Therefore, it wasn't possible for wealthy individuals to purchase large amounts of vitality to absorb it best. They could only absorb it slightly faster than ordinary people. Only those prodigies with exceptional talent or unique constitutions can absorb around 10 points of vitality daily, and they can use pay-to-win methods to purchase vitality to absorb and boost their node levels. It is said that the Federation's top-ranked individual awakened a special constitution during his senior year of high school, absorbing as much as hundreds of points of others' vitality every day. It is this unique constitution that has forged his status as the Federation's #1 in combat power. I'll sell 10 points for now, Sue decided. 10 points of vitality isn't a small amount for someone in urgent need of money, but it wouldn't stand out too much in the vast trading market. At market price, that would fetch roughly 10,000 star coins, enough to cover his immediate basic needs and even buy some decent, ordinary food to replenish his energy. He found an anonymous buyer who seemed reliable, one with modest purchase volume but a reasonable offer. The buyer requested a price of 1,050 star credits per point, slightly lower than the highest bid, but the listing description read, "Trustworthy transaction, no delays." After transferring 10 points of vitality to the cloud marketplace, Sue posted a listing to sell 10 points of vitality. Almost the moment he listed it, a transaction request popped up. Anonymous user Blade has requested to purchase the 10 points of vitality you listed, for a total of 10,500 star coins. Do you confirm? That fast? Sue was slightly surprised, but confirmed immediately. Transaction successful. 10 points of vitality have been transferred through official channels. 10,500 star coins have been transferred to your anonymous account, 1% transaction fee deducted. The old bracelet on his wrist vibrated slightly, displaying an updated balance, 10,395 star coins. The money was in his account. Sue let out a sigh of relief, and his hunger seemed to grow even stronger. He immediately logged out of the trading system, stood up, and headed out the door. There was a nice-looking all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant right downstairs. In the original owner's memory, he never dared to go inside. The price per person was 200 star coins, which had been an absolute luxury for him back then. But now... Sue ran his finger over his wristband and strode confidently inside. Half an hour later, Sue leaned back in his chair, thoroughly satisfied, with a stack of 17 or 18 empty plates in front of him. A powerful body needs energy to sustain it. During this meal, he devoured at least 5 people's worth of meat, and he could feel every cell in his body rejoicing. Just as I thought, you need to eat your fill to have the strength to keep leveling up. After settling the bill under the buffet owner's resentful gaze and seeing that his balance was still over 10,000, Sue felt elated. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Sue returned home, feeling brimming with energy. The top priority is to boost my strength as quickly as possible. After all, I'm determined to become the top-scoring exam king in the martial arts exam. Without a moment's delay, he stretched out comfortably on his bed once more and focused his mind inward. He looked at the system panel, which displayed a vitality reserve of 65,030 points, along with 84 level 3 nodes and 15 level 2 nodes. First, I'll upgrade all the remaining level 2 nodes to level 3. No sooner said than done, Sue entered cultivation mode once more. Consuming 40 vitality points, node tempering in progress. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level, level 3. Combat power +3. It took 5 minutes to upgrade each node from level 2 to level 3. In just over an hour, Sue had upgraded all the remaining level 2 nodes to level 3. Current nodes, level 399. Current vitality reserve, 68,930 points. Combat power, 594 points. 99 level 3 nodes. Combat power nearing 600. Feeling the power surging more and more within him, Su didn't stop. How much vitality does it take to upgrade from level 3 to level 4? How long does it take? Curious, he tried channeling vitality into a level 3 node. Consumes 80 vitality points. Node being refined. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The consumption has doubled, and the time has increased sixfold? Su raised an eyebrow slightly. What's the gain? An extra 4 points of combat power? Su could clearly see within himself that, as the vitality permeated it, the node was undergoing subtle changes, its structure becoming denser, and the energy fluctuations it emitted growing stronger. 30 minutes later. Ding! Node refinement successful. Current node level, level 4. Combat power plus 4. A noticeably stronger sense of power surged from that node, flowing into every fiber of his body. Sure enough, advancing from level 3 to level 4 added another 4 points of combat power, so a single level 4 node had just boosted my combat power by 10 points. Su's spirits soared. Continue. Without pausing, he immediately channeled vitality and locked onto the next target. Consuming 80 vitality. Node tempering in progress? Estimated time, 30 minutes. Time slipped away quietly in this monotonous yet rewarding cycle. As soon as one node was fully tempered, he immediately began the next. There was almost no pause between them, like a precise pendulum. Outside the window, the sky shifted from pitch black to a faint dawn glow, then to the rising sun, its rays streaming through the window into the room. Su slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of stale air, a breath that carried a hint of heat, forming a fleeting white trail in the air. Despite having stayed awake all night, he felt no fatigue. On the contrary, he was full of vigor, his eyes shining with an almost frightening intensity. View System Panel. Current nodes, Level 4, 22, Level 3, 77. Current Vitality Reserve, 102,910 points. Combat Power, 682 points. Overnight, he had successfully upgraded 22 Level 3 nodes to Level 4. His combat power had even reached a staggering 682 points. If word of this efficiency got out, it would send shockwaves through the entire martial arts education community in Linjiang City. Progress that others would need years of arduous training to achieve, he had accomplished in just one night. 682 points of combat power. Su clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him far greater than last night's. There are still 77 level 3 nodes left. Each takes half an hour. It won't take me 2 days to push all of them up to level 4. You ask how long I sleep each day? Does a study king need sleep? Guess how I ended up possessing this body in the first place. He stood up and stretched his limbs, his joints cracked and popped like popping beans. The overwhelming sense of power made him itch to find a steel plate right away to test his fists and feet. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach protested once more. High-intensity training took a massive toll on the body. Making money to eat is still a big problem, Su said, frowning as he looked at the just over 10,000 star coins remaining on his wristband. At his current appetite, this amount won't last more than a few days. I can't keep getting by just selling vitality, it's too conspicuous, he mused. Maybe I should consider other ways to make a quick buck? Like taking on some simple missions? He logged back into the cloud trading system, this time focusing on the mission requests section. After filtering out missions with excessive requirements or dangerous locations, his gaze landed on a pinned, long-term mission posted by City Hall. D-level emergency mission, eradicate mutant rat colonies in urban sewers. Description: recently, large numbers of mutant rats have appeared in the sewers of some older districts in Linjiang City. They are larger in size and ferocious in nature, posing a threat to pipeline infrastructure and maintenance workers who occasionally enter the system. Regular eradication is required. Requirements: combat power 50 or higher, basic combat skills required. Rewards: calculated based on the number of kills and Rat King crystal cores. Each ordinary mutated rat yields 500 star coins or 0.5 vitality points. Each Rat King yields 5,000 star coins or 5 vitality points. Materials obtained from mutated rats during the mission belonged to the player who killed them. Note, mutant rats generally have strength equivalent to a warrior with combat power 30-60, while rat kings range from combat power 80-120. Please assess your capabilities carefully. The sewers? Mutant rats? Su's eyes lit up. This mission was practically tailor-made for him. The location was within the relatively safe city center, so the risk level was manageable. The opponents were mutant rats, generally not very powerful, perfect for someone like him, who had high combat power but lacked real-world combat experience, to hone his skills. The reward was star coins paid out immediately, which would solve his immediate financial crisis. Plus, the materials from the mutant rats could be sold for money. This is the one. Su was instantly sold on the idea. With his current combat power of 682, taking out these mutated rats whose combat power is only in the tens would be a walk in the park, making it an extremely safe operation. But I'll need to use an anonymous identity to accept it, right? He studied the mission details and discovered that City Hall, in an effort to encourage civilian warriors to participate in urban maintenance, allowed the use of verified anonymous identities to accept these low-level public missions as long as they could be contacted and the mission completed. Perfect. Su got to work right away, using his wristband to register a temporary, anonymous warrior identity. He casually entered the codename Shadow. Then, as Shadow, he accepted the mission to eradicate the mutated rats. Once the mission was successfully accepted, the system provided the coordinates of several areas that needed to be cleared, as well as the pickup location for the dedicated signal transmitter used to record kills and send distress signals provided by City Hall. No time to waste, I'll pick up the equipment this morning, then head down to check it out. Su acted decisively, determined to get moving right away. Besides, refining nodes could continue and the background multitasking was a must for a top-tier player, after all. This way, he could earn money and level up at the same time. Still, Su couldn't help but think that as a time traveler with a golden finger, having just sold his blood and now having to go hunt rats, life was really tough. Su hurried out the door, first picking up the button-sized signal transmitter and pinning it to his collar. Then, following the navigation, he found the nearest mission entrance, a sewer manhole deep within an old neighborhood. As he unscrewed the heavy cast iron manhole cover, a strange odor, a mixture of mold and a fishy stench, hit him in the face. The passage below was pitch black, with only the faint sound of water echoing from the depths. Su frowned but didn't hesitate. He turned on the flashlight function on his wristband and leaped down. Below the manhole was a spacious circular passageway, wide enough for two people to walk side by side. Ankle-deep sewage pool beneath his feet, with concrete walkways running along both sides. The air was damp and stifling. The beam of light from his wristband carved out a limited patch of brightness in the darkness beyond that lay profound darkness, from which occasional rustling sounds drifted, sending a chill down his spine. Su held his breath and sharpened his senses to the limit. His nearly 700 combat power points granted him not only strength but also vision, hearing, and a sense of smell far surpassing those of ordinary people. That he could clearly hear the faint, rhythmic sounds of gnawing in the distance and smell the distinctive, musty odor of rodents in the air. He cautiously made his way deeper into the passageway. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, around the corner ahead, more than a dozen pairs of crimson glowing eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness. Squeak! A piercing screech rang out, and more than a dozen mutated rats about the size of house cats, with glossy fur and sharp teeth, surged from the corner like a black tide. Their crimson eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty light as they charged straight at Su. They moved with blinding speed, darting across the slippery walls and platforms, leaving a trail of foul, fishy stench in their wake. If an ordinary warrior with combat power in the 50s or 60s were suddenly ambushed by so many mutated rats, they would likely panic immediately and meet a gruesome end on the spot. But Su merely narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt little fear, and instead, a sense of eager anticipation welled up within him. Bring it on! He growled under his breath, neither dodging nor evading, and without resorting to any flashy combat skills, he simply unleashed a single, powerful punch. Boom! The air seemed to shatter under the impact, emitting a muffled sonic boom. A colossal surge of vitality poured forth with his fist, forming an invisible shockwave. The 3 or 4 mutant rats at the very front were struck as if by a speeding car before they could even let out a scream. They were blown to bits, turning into clouds of blood mist. The mutant rats behind them were also hurled backward by the powerful shockwave, slamming into the hard concrete wall. With broken bones and torn ligaments, they were clearly beyond saving. Such was the terrifying might of a single punch. Su himself was momentarily stunned. He stared at his fist, feeling the destructive power that far exceeded his expectations. Is this the raw power of nearly 700 combat power? It's truly terrifying. The signal transmitter on his collar vibrated slightly, and the number displayed on it flickered, updating to reflect the kills he'd just made. But the efficiency is still too low. How many did I kill with just one punch? Su shook his head, dissatisfied with this pace of clearing. His gaze swept over the rat carcasses scattered on the ground. He stepped forward, tore off a few pieces of fur that looked relatively intact with his bare hands, and stuffed them into the bag he carried. I wonder how much these materials will fetch. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. While directing vitality to refine the node, Su continued deeper into the tunnels. The rest of the cleanup became simple and monotonous. He began consciously honing his combat skills, engaging in close-quarters combat. Whether using his fingers, palms, or fists, he would often strike first even though he reacted after the mutated rats had already lunged at him, precisely hitting their vital points. One strike, one kill. His movements, which had been slightly awkward at first, quickly became fluid and efficient. Su advanced steadily through the dimly lit sewers, leaving nothing but a trail of rat carcasses in his wake. Occasionally, he'd encounter 1 or 2 rat kings notably larger in size, with glossy fur and a stronger aura. They were faster, their claws and fangs sharper, and they even knew how to coordinate simple pouncing attacks. But in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, all their efforts were in vain. Without exerting even a fraction of his full power, Su could easily dispatch them and skillfully extract the rice grain-sized crystal nuclei from their foreheads, which contained a faint trace of vitality energy. In just 2 hours, Su had cleared the first area assigned to his anonymous alias, Shadow. The kill count recorded on his signal transmitter reached a staggering 127, including 3 rat kings. That's about it. Time to head up and claim my rewards. Su looked at his bulging bag of materials and nodded with satisfaction. Just 2 days ago, he had been nothing more than a scroll farmer, but now he had mastered both selling health and whack-a-mole skills more than enough to ensure he wouldn't go hungry. As he climbed out of the sewer grate, bag in hand and looking slightly disheveled, the sunlight outside was blinding. He took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling as if a whole lifetime had passed. He headed straight to the mission settlement point designated by City Hall. When the staff members saw the kill log and materials Su submitted, especially those 3 Rat King crystal cores, he visibly paused and gave Su a few extra glances. This young man in front of him, wearing a mask, looked perfectly ordinary, and his vitality fluctuations didn't seem particularly strong, yet he managed to be so efficient. Anonymous codename Shadow, confirmed to have killed 127 ordinary mutated rats and 3 rat kings. Reward calculation: 127,500 plus 35,000 is equal to 78,500 star coins. Materials recycled, valued at 4,200 star coins. Total, 82,700 star coins. Do you confirm the transfer to your anonymous account? The staff member asked, going through the routine. Confirmed, Su replied calmly. The wristband vibrated, and his balance instantly skyrocketed from over 10,000 to over 90,000 star coins. A massive sum had landed in his account. Su felt reassured, at least for the short term. He wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. He left the settlement point and headed first to a high-end restaurant, where he treated himself to a lavish meal of beast meat set worth tens of thousands of star coins and felt his vitality surge throughout his body. By the time he returned to his rented apartment, it was already afternoon. After requesting a sick day from his homeroom teacher for Monday, Su didn't rest. Instead, he lay back on his bed and threw himself once again into the grand task of node tempering. With ample funds and food secured, he could devote the remaining 2 days entirely to improving his strength without distraction. Consuming 80 vitality points, node tempering in progress. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 4. Combat power plus 4. Time flew by. On the second and third days, Su's life became extremely regimented. During the day, he spent a little time taking on sewer cleaning jobs to continue accumulating funds and practical combat experience, while also getting used to his rapidly surging power. At night, he worked through the night tempering his node. His combat skills improved rapidly through repeated encounters with mutated rats, and his control over his power grew increasingly precise. As for his combat power, it skyrocketed. Consuming 200 vitality, node tempering in progress. Estimated time, 2 hours. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 5. Combat power plus 6. At midnight on the third day, the eve of the combat power assessment. Su awoke from deep meditation. His aura was harmonious and subdued, yet even the slightest fluctuation that occasionally escaped carried a heart-stopping sense of oppression. He looked at the system panel, which displayed the final results of 3 days of frenzied training. Host, Su. Current nodes, 9999 level 5, 10, level 4, 89. Current vitality reserve, 307,150 points. Combat power, 1,050 points. 1,050 points of combat power. All nodes had been refined to level 4, and he had already refined 10 level 5 nodes. The vitality required to refine a level 4 node to a level 5 node has increased to 200 points, which is negligible given Su's ever-growing vitality reserve. Although the combat power gain from upgrading from level 4 to level 5 has increased to 6 points, the time required per refinement has jumped to 2 hours. Even working non-stop around the clock, he can only refine 12 nodes a day. The time required was growing longer and longer. Who knew how long it would take to refine one to level 6? Su didn't dwell on it any further. After 3 days without sleep, he was mentally and physically exhausted. He had to go to school tomorrow for his combat power assessment, and all he wanted right now was a good night's sleep. On Tuesday morning, after a deep sleep, Su walked towards school feeling refreshed and invigorated. The sense of power surging through his body made his steps light and springy. Just as he approached the school gate, a familiar yet haggard figure caught his eye. Snow. She had clearly been waiting there for quite some time. Her eyes were swollen red like 2 walnuts, and her face was etched with exhaustion and fear. It was obvious at a glance that she hadn't slept a wink all night. Su, she stepped forward, her voice hoarse from crying, trying her best to look pitiful. I really can't scrape together those 200 vitality points. Could you give me a few more days? Su didn't slow her pace, nearly casting a detached glance at her and asking, what do you think? The icy tone sent a chill down Snow's spine. She hurried to catch up, her voice tinged with pleading, I can pay back 50 points first. I'll definitely get the rest as soon as possible. No, Su cut her off ruthlessly, her tone leaving no room for compromise. Either 200 points the full amount or I'll go to the orphan benefits office at City Hall right after school. You choose. No. Please, don't. Snow turned deathly pale with fear, her voice cracking. I'll think of another way. I'll definitely figure something out. Unable to maintain even that pitiful pretense any longer, as if terrified that Su would change her mind and head straight to City Hall, she turned and ran away in a panic, her retreating figure a sorry sight. Watching her go, Su snorted derisively and muttered under her breath, if you'd known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Walking into the classroom, she found it bustling with activity. Students were gathered in small groups, and the focus of their discussions was entirely on the recently released Linjiang Rising Stars list. Have you heard? That genius from First High, apparently, his combat power has already broken 300. Oh my god, 300 points. Is that even a high school student? Sigh, none of us at number 7 high come from wealthy families. I doubt anyone here will make it into the top 1,000. Su silently walked to her seat and sat down, listening to the chatter around her while smirking to herself, 300 combat power points? Yes, not even worthy of tying my shoes. Just then, their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee, strode into the classroom, looking even more serious than usual. He clapped his hands to quiet the chatter. Class, quiet. Our top priority this morning is the class-wide combat power assessment. These results will directly affect our rankings on the Linjiang Rising Stars list. The importance of this goes without saying. A buzz of murmurs immediately filled the classroom. Everyone knew about this event, but as the test approached, an atmosphere of tension and anticipation still hung in the air. Leah's gaze swept across the room. I know that for us students at number 7 high school, breaking into the top 1,000 is extremely difficult. Students like Zheng Xian, who have already begun refining and upgrading their node levels, are as rare as hen's teeth at our school and even citywide. They're merely qualified to aim for the top 1,000. These words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fervor in many hearts. It was true, number 7 high school was just an ordinary high school. Neither its resources nor its student body could compare to those of the elite martial arts high schools or the children of prominent martial arts families. Zheng Xian was already a figure they looked up to, yet even on a city-wide scale, he was merely qualified to aim for the top 1,000. But Li changed the tone of his speech, raising his voice. This doesn't mean you can give up. Every assessment is an opportunity to compare yourselves with your peers. Only through comparison can you understand the gap between yourselves and others. So don't lose heart. There are still 7 months until the martial arts exam, and as long as you work hard, your efforts will pay off. Now, everyone, line up by student ID number and head to the martial arts hall. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, the students made their way one by one to the school's martial arts hall. The testing procedure was simple: stand on the specialized combat power tester and channel your vitality to the fullest. As the test began, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The first student stepped up. The device flashed, displaying 58. Ugh, he sighed and stepped down, looking dejected. The second student, 63. When it was Zheng Xian's turn, he took a deep breath and stepped onto the tester. The light stabilized, and the number popped up: 141. A chorus of gasps immediately rang out around him. This score was truly top tier at number 7 high school. A hint of smugness flashed across Zheng Xian's face. Over the past 3 days, his parents had pulled out all the stops to help him gain 40 points of vitality, allowing him to temper 2 additional nodes. However, the realization that he likely wouldn't even make it into the top 1,000 instantly wiped away his fleeting sense of superiority, and his expression darkened slightly. Soon, it was Sue's turn. Look, it's Sue's turn. Hey, this should be interesting. I wonder if he can break through the 5-point mark this time. Doubtful. After all, Snow has drained his family's resources. He'll be lucky just to hold his ground. And with that, he still dares to ask Snow to return vitality? Where does he get the nerve? Amid a chorus of undisguised mockery and gossip, Su remained expressionless as he strolled leisurely onto the stage and stood in the center of the testing device. He deliberately suppressed the vast ocean of vitality within him, and the numbers on the instrument climbed slowly and laboriously. 3, 4, 5. Just as I thought. He is a total loser. At that pace, even a snail would be faster than him. Snow, is this your so-called big health pack? The taunts grew increasingly shrill. Snow looked at the pitiful reading, and a mocking smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. The resentment in his heart seemed to ease considerably. However, just as everyone thought the outcome was a foregone conclusion, a sudden, unexpected turn of events occurred. A sharp gleam flashed in Sue's eyes, and the immense vitality he had been suppressing all along erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. Bzzz. The tester emitted an unprecedentedly sharp, piercing buzz. The entire device even began to tremble slightly. The numbers on the display screen, as if frantically manipulated by an invisible hand, began to skyrocket at an unprecedented speed. 100. 200. 300. 400. The numbers flashed wildly, so fast they were dizzying, before finally coming to a sudden halt. 690. The entire martial arts hall instantly fell into a deathly silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to have had their souls sucked out in an instant. Their mouths gaped open, their eyes wide with shock, as if they were witnessing the most incredible sight in the world, collectively frozen in place. 690, a boy muttered as if in a dream, his voice trembling. The machine, yes. The machine must be broken, someone shrieked, as if clinging to a lifeline. Snow's originally mocking smile froze completely on her face. The color drained from her cheeks at a visible pace, leaving her as pale as a sheet of paper. She staggered back a step. Had she not been holding onto a classmate beside her, she would have collapsed to the ground. Her eyes were filled with incomprehensible horror and fear. No, it can't be he clearly. Class teacher Lee's notepad clattered to the floor with a thud, but he didn't even notice. He rubbed his eyes hard, then leaned forward nearly half a meter, almost pressing his face against the tester's screen, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Sue? Could you test again? Yes, test again. It might just be a temporary glitch with the machine. Sue watched the crowd's vivid reactions and was overjoyed inside. 690 was merely the combat power he showed to the outside world. His true combat power was already in the thousands. Outwardly, however, he maintained a calm and nonchalant demeanor. He shrugged indifferently, sure. He stepped onto the tester once more. This time, he released his vitality at the same level he had demonstrated earlier. Bzzz. The tester emitted its familiar hum once more, and the numbers skyrocketed like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, finally settling once again steadily at 690. This time, no one had any doubts. After a brief, deathly silence, the entire martial arts hall erupted with a boom. Holy shit! It's real! It's really 690! Oh my god! We've got a monster at number 7 high. Is this even human? Didn't his test results show he only had 5 combat power before? A hidden powerhouse. He is definitely a hidden powerhouse. And we actually used to make fun of him. Snow actually drained his vitality? We've just pissed off a monster on the level of a powerhouse. Shouts of astonishment, murmurs of discussion, and gasps of shock mingled together, nearly tearing the roof off. Every gaze fixed on Sue was filled with disbelief, awe, and a hint of lingering fear. Those who had once joined in mocking Sue now wished they could hide their heads in their pants. Lee was so excited his face turned bright red. He rushed forward, grabbed Sue by the shoulders, and blurted out incoherently, "Great! Way to go, kid! Sue! You've really given your teacher a huge surprise. No! A shock! Ha ha ha! Our number 7 high school is about to rise to the top." He was grinning from ear to ear, basking in the glory. Sue calmly patted Lee's hand. "Teacher Lee, stay calm. This is just standard procedure." He turned his gaze to Snow, whose face had gone pale, and the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile. "Snow, 200 vitality points. You'll have that before school ends, right?" Snow shuddered all over. Meeting Sue's gaze seemingly calm yet sharp as a blade, she felt a chill run from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. Unable to contain her fear and remorse any longer, she burst into tears with a wail, covered her face, and stumbled out of the martial arts hall, her retreating figure a picture of utter disarray. Sue snorted derisively and paid her no further attention. He basked for a moment in the stunned gazes of the entire crowd before slowly stepping down from the testing platform. Wherever he went, students spontaneously parted to make way for him, their expressions a mix of emotions. The news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the entire 7th high school at an astonishing speed. "Have you heard? That Sue from senior year combat power 690. Which Sue? The total noob who used to hang around Snow all the time? That's him. My god, he was hiding his true strength so well. Snow's going to regret this to the ends of the earth." Overnight, Sue became the undisputed center of attention at number 7 high school. Wherever he went, he drew countless stares and whispered conversations. School administrators who had once ignored him now nodded and smiled at him whenever they saw him. Classmates who had once mocked him now looked at him like mice facing a cat. The bell rang, signaling the end of school. Sue had just finished packing up when Snow appeared at the classroom door, her eyes swollen like walnuts. She kept her head down, unable to look at Sue, and tremblingly held out her hand, which was adorned with a small vitality transfer device. "Sue, this is 200 points of vitality." Her voice was choked with tears and filled with humiliation. Sue took it without hesitation, skillfully transferring the 200 points of vitality into her old, camouflaged vitality transmitter. Watching the numbers flicker on the screen, she nodded in satisfaction. Why didn't you just do this so readily from the start? Sue shot her a glance. I'll just treat those cultivation resources as dog food. From now on, stay away from me. Snow bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes once more, but she didn't dare say a word in protest and slunk away. The classmates who were still there witnessed the scene and all felt an immense sense of satisfaction. She deserves it. She was so arrogant before. Sue is awesome. At 8 p.m., the Linjiang City Education Bureau and the Martial Arts Association jointly released the latest Linjiang Rising Stars list on their official websites. Countless people were glued to their screens, refreshing the page. The moment the list appeared, the entire circle of senior high martial arts students in Linjiang City was once again rocked by a bombshell. At the very top of the list, it clearly read: First place, Sue, School, Number 7 High School, Final Combat Power, 690 points. Sue? Who asked that? 7th Middle School? ISNT that just an ordinary middle school? 690 points? Are you kidding me? Even that genius from first high school in second place only scored 396 points. That gap. His combat power is almost 700 points? He is in a league of his own. He must have cheated. There is no way. It's the official rankings, you're telling me it's cheating? The testing equipment was all uniformly procured by the Provincial Department of Education. 7th Middle School and Sue are about to become famous. Shock, skepticism, disbelief, a whirlwind of emotions swept through the entire city of Linjiang. Overnight, the name Sue echoed throughout the city. Sue himself, however, remained quite calm. He was more concerned with the reward. Soon, a notice from the school arrived, instructing him to go to the Municipal Education Bureau the next day to claim the special reward for topping the Rising Star rankings and to prepare for his entry into the Star Source secret realm. Special reward, Sue rubbed his chin, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I wonder what it'll be. A cultivation technique? A combat skill? Or some rare treasure? He glanced at his combat power, which had already reached 1,050 points in the system, as well as his still massive vitality reserves, and grinned. Whatever it is, it's free awesome. The Star Source secret realm, 5 times the vitality concentration. My vitality reserves reach several million? Early the next morning, filled with excitement, Sue arrived at the Linjiang City Education Bureau right on time. Staff members were already waiting at the entrance of the imposing building. After verifying his identity, they led him directly to a heavily guarded private room. On the alloy platform in the center of the room, 3 items hovered, bathed in a soft glow. A middle-aged man wearing the Martial Arts Association uniform and exuding a profound aura smiled at Sue. Sue, congratulations on taking first place on this year's Rising Star rankings. Here is your special reward, choose one of the 3. His gaze swept over the holographic descriptions next to the 3 items. 1. The Art of 100 Refinements Breathing Skill, Mid-Shen rank. Its cultivation efficiency far exceeds that of standard breathing skills, allowing you to condense approximately 0.5 points of vitality per hour, 5 times that of a standard breathing skill. Priceless, it is considered the treasured heirloom of many small martial arts clans. 2. Cloud Dispelling Palm Breathing Skill, Low Shen rank. Upon full mastery, it increases your base combat power by 1.5 times. 3. Unnamed Black Fragment Unknown, unearthed from an ancient ruin, material unknown, indestructible, suspected to be related to some lost legacy. Effects unknown, use at your own risk. Looking at the first 2 rewards, Sue's heart skipped a beat. A mid-Shen tier breathing skill. A lower Shen tier combat skill. Outside this place, these would be enough to spark a frenzied scramble among countless warriors, treasures that could make an ordinary family rich overnight. But Sue's gaze finally settled on that unremarkable, even somewhat tattered black fragment. The Art of 100 Refinements? 0.5 vitality points per hour? It sounds impressive, but compared to his origin breathing skill S1 point per second, it's practically a snail's pace. What's the point of it? It's even too stiff to use as toilet paper. As for the Xian tier combat skill, pushing Cloud's palm, Su had little interest in it either, even though mastering it to perfection could boost his base combat power by 1.5 times. But mastering a single combat skill to perfection required a massive investment of time, and right now, Su wanted to devote all his time to refining his nodes. It was this unknown fragment, on the other hand, that piqued Su's curiosity immensely. His experience from reading countless novels in his past life told him that the more something looked like junk, the more likely it was to hide a life-changing opportunity. System, can you detect what this fragment is? Su asked silently in his mind. Ding! Detected an unknown high-priority rule item fragment containing faint temporal fluctuations. Host selection recommended. The system can perform preliminary analysis and binding. The system's notification jolted Su to attention. Just as he hoped. Without further hesitation, he pointed at the black fragment. I'll take this one. A hint of surprise flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected Su to pass up those two tangible treasures in favor of an elusive opportunity. But he didn't ask any further questions. He simply nodded. Your choice may take time to prove itself. It's yours now. The halo vanished, and the black fragment fell into Su's hand. It felt ice-cold to the touch, carrying a sense of ancient weathering. Ding! Obtained rule item Breath of Time fragment. Beginning analysis. Analyzing. 1%. A progress bar appeared on the system interface. Su nonchalantly tucked the fragment away, his heart filled with anticipation. Su, the entrance to the Star Source secret realm is on the top floor. It will remain open for 7 days. Please follow me. The middle-aged man gestured for him to lead the way. Following the man, Su took a dedicated elevator straight to the top floor. After passing through an energy barrier, the scene before him suddenly opened up. It was a space enveloped by a massive transparent dome, with a constantly rotating, nebula-like vortex of energy at its center, the entrance to the Star Source secret realm. To Su's even greater delight, the concentration of vitality in the area surrounding the entrance was already nearly twice that of the outside world. A faint, refreshing mist of energy permeated the air. The entrance to the secret realm hasn't opened yet. You can begin cultivating here to acclimate yourself, the middle-aged man said before leaving. Su looked around and noticed that quite a few students were already meditating. They're all geniuses ranked in the top 10 of the Rising Star list. When they saw Su enter, their gazes focused on him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely perceptible hostility. After all, Su, this dark horse who had suddenly shot to first place, was simply too conspicuous. A teenager dressed in designer training gear and exuding an air of arrogance walked over, sizing Su up from head to toe. You're Su? The one from 7th middle school, he asked skeptically. Su shot him a glance. What's up? My name is Zhao Feng. I'm third on the Rising Star rankings, the teenager introduced himself with a sense of superiority. I'm really curious, how did you pull this off? 690 combat power points, as far as I know, a place like 7th middle school couldn't possibly produce a genius like you. The implication in his words couldn't have been clearer. Su smiled, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. What the hell is it to you? Zhao Feng's expression darkened. You what? Su couldn't be bothered to waste words on him. Don't block my training unless you have a reason. The vitality is so dense at the entrance to the secret realm, wasting even a second is a sin. With that, he found an open spot, sat down cross-legged, and paid no further attention to the livid Zhao Feng. Too bad there wasn't a bed here, otherwise, Su would definitely have settled into the most comfortable position to temper his node. Seeing Zhao Feng get put in his place, the other geniuses either smirked or looked even more solemn. This Su, not only was he powerful, but he also had a sharp tongue. He was not someone to mess with. Su couldn't care less what they thought inside, he was already overjoyed. Vitality +2. +2. +2. His recovery speed had indeed increased. Although he hadn't entered the secret realm yet, the concentration here had already boosted his vitality recovery from 1 point per second to nearly 2 points. Awesome! This is so awesome. He forced down the urge to laugh out loud and immediately began channeling his vitality to temper one of the remaining 80 level 4 nodes. Ever since returning home after yesterday's assessment, Su hadn't left the house once. Aside from sleeping, he had managed to temper exactly 9 nodes. Consuming 200 points of vitality, tempering node in progress. Time ticked by, second by second. 2 hours later, accompanied by a faint hum within his body. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 5. Combat power plus 6. With another 6 points of combat power added, Su felt a sense of well-being wash over him. Indeed, this kind of cultivation where effort yields immediate rewards was the most captivating. Just then, the vortex at the entrance to the Star Source secret realm suddenly stabilized, emitting a powerful suction force. The secret realm has opened. The time limit is 7 days. Enter in order, the staff member's voice rang out. The top 10 geniuses on the Rising Star rankings all stood up and walked toward the entrance with fiery determination in their eyes. Su stood up, dusted himself off, and looked at the entrance, which resembled a starry sky, licking his lips. 5 times the concentration, here I come. He stepped into the vortex, and his figure vanished instantly. Light and shadow shifted before his eyes. When they stabilized again, Su found himself in a strange cavern. The ceiling was studded with countless crystals emitting a soft white glow, like stars. Most astonishing of all was the air here. The rich vitality energy had almost condensed into a faint mist. Just one breath made every cell in his body feel as though it were rejoicing. High concentration vitality environment detected. Origin breathing skill effect enhanced. Current vitality gain rate, 5 points per second. The system notification sounded like music to his ears. 5 points per second. That's 432,000 points a day. Over 3 million points of vitality in 7 days. I'm set for life. I'm really set for life this time. Su was so excited he almost jumped for joy. The dense energy inside the Star Source secret realm prompted every student who entered to find a spot and begin cultivating as quickly as possible. Without a moment's hesitation, Su swallowed a satiety pill handed out by the staff, then immediately found a flat stone platform in a secluded cave, sat down, and began refining his node. System, continue analyzing that fragment. Command confirmed. Analyzing rule item breath of time fragment. 5%. Consuming 200 vitality points. Refining the node. With 5 points regenerating per second, it would take 2 hours to consume 200 points. Su couldn't help but marvel at how his vitality reserves were growing ever higher. He was completely immersed in the unprecedented thrill of cultivation. His strength was skyrocketing at an unprecedented rate. Meanwhile, in a dim alleyway somewhere in Linjiang City, Wang, his face wrapped in bandages, was bowing and scraping before a man dressed in black athletic gear, his face marked by a knife scar, and whose aura was noticeably much stronger. Brother Dao, that's the kid Su. His combat power has risen to 690 in just over a year of cultivation. He must have some secret. Once he comes out. The man known as Brother Dao blew a smoke ring, his gaze dark and menacing. Over 600 combat power? That is indeed a bit suspicious. However, I've been training for over a decade longer than him, have mastered a perfect mid-tier yellow-grade combat skill, and my combat power just broke through 800 points yesterday. There is no way he could have surpassed my combat power in just 7 days. As long as his combat power doesn't exceed 900 points, I'll take him down. When he comes out, keep a close eye on him and find a secluded spot. Haha, I'll be damned if I can't pry his secret out of him. Inside the Xingyuan secret realm, Su was completely immersed in the exhilaration of his rapidly rising strength, oblivious to the passage of time. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 5. Combat power plus 6. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 5. Combat power plus 6. The system notification sounded like the most beautiful melody, ringing punctually every 2 hours. He was like a tireless, precision-engineered machine, repeating the process of guiding, flushing, and refining. One after another, level 4 nodes, through his efforts, radiated even more powerful energy fluctuations and ascended to level 5. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation, the system's notification sounded again in his mind. Ding! Analysis of the rule item breath of time fragment complete. Binding initiated, binding successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the special auxiliary status, tempering resonance. Tempering resonance passive, triggered by fragments of breath of time, it creates a subtle resonance with the host's node's effect. When refining a node, double the amount of vitality will be consumed, and refinement efficiency is permanently increased by 100%, i.e., the required time is halved. This effect applies only to the node refinement process. Reading the description of the new status on the system interface, Su was taken aback at first, then it suddenly clicked, followed by immense delight. This directly boosts refinement efficiency? His heart pounded. A permanent doubling of efficiency. This means that from now on, no matter what level of node I refine, it will only take half the time it used to. Although it consumes double the vitality, for someone like me who possesses a supreme breathing skill, this is practically a cultivation treasure tailor-made for me. According to the orthodox martial arts theory of this world, a warrior's 99 nodes cannot simply be refined to a certain level before a vein can be condensed. The condensation of a vein is deeply tied to the refinement level of the nodes, and once the condensation of a vein begins, there is no turning back to refine the nodes. The vast majority of warriors, after spending years of arduous effort to successfully open all 99 nodes within their bodies, can't wait to begin condensing their first vein. This is because once a vein is successfully condensed, their strength will undergo a qualitative leap far beyond what can be achieved by simply raising node levels. Many warriors with limited talent and resources often choose this seemingly shortcut path. However, this is an irreversible process. Once a warrior successfully refines their first vein, the levels of all nodes within their body are permanently locked at the state they were in at the moment the vein was refined. This means that if you refine your first vein when all your nodes are only at level 1, your nodes will forever remain at level 1, with no possibility of improvement for the rest of your life. Your martial arts foundation is set in stone from that point on. And the prerequisite for refining a second vein is that all 99 nodes in the body must reach at least level 2. If you refine your first vein while your nodes are still at level 1, the path to the second vein is completely blocked from the very start. Similarly, to refine a third vein, all nodes must reach at least level 3. A level 4 vein requires all nodes to be at level 4. And so on. Theoretically, if one could refine every node in the body to the mythical level 10 perfection, one could open up an astonishing 10 veins, laying the foundation for supreme martial prowess. Once veins are condensed and foundations set, the process is irreversible. Su felt a chill run through him. Those who condensed their veins too early might gain greater power in the short term, but they also completely squandered their future potential. It was like building a skyscraper. Erecting a single pillar on flat ground might be quick, but the building would never grow any taller. What Su had to do was lay the deepest, most solid foundation so that he could one day construct a skyscraper. 10 veins. That is the true, perfect foundation. With the system and the tempering resonance acceleration now in place, the last things I lack are vitality and time. Most people, limited by resources, rush to open veins before reaching node levels 3 or 4 in hopes of quickly boosting their combat power. But I'm different. I can, and must, pursue perfection. Su Wanwang finally had a clear goal before opening his first vein. He would temper all 99 nodes throughout his body to level 10 perfection. It's a long and arduous journey, Su sighed, but his eyes burned with fierce determination. But that's what makes it interesting. Wanwang's life is all about pushing the limits. A day had passed since he entered the Star Source secret realm, yet Su Wanwang felt not the slightest bit of drowsiness. He once again sat cross-legged and focused his mind inward. Continue refining. The goal is to first upgrade all 72 remaining level 4 nodes to level 5. He had previously thought the path to refining a level 10 node was a long one, but now, with this refining resonance, the time required had been cut in half. The time saved was a value that no resource could match. He couldn't wait to put it to the test. Refining a node from level 4 to level 5 originally took 2 hours. Now, Sue could clearly feel that, under the surge of double vitality, the node's rate of strengthening and transformation had noticeably accelerated. A strange sense of resonance flowed between the node and the slightly warm fragment in his embrace. 1 hour later. Ding! Node refinement successful. Current node level upgraded to level 5. Combat power plus 6. It really only took 1 hour. Efficiency had doubled. Ha ha! This is great. Sue couldn't help but cheer inwardly. With this, I'm even more confident I can break through to a level 10 node. Choosing this breath of time fragment was totally worth it. Without further delay, he immediately channeled his vitality and locked onto the next level 4 node. Of course, accordingly, his vitality consumption also doubled. It went from 200 points to 400 points. Ha ha! Awesome! This is so awesome! Sue couldn't help but laugh inwardly. With this, my node tempering speed is twice as fast as everyone else's. He glanced at his still massive vitality reserve and felt his confidence skyrocket. I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to push myself and keep tempering. Consuming 320 points of vitality, node tempering in progress. As one node after another was elevated to level 5, the power within his body accumulated like a snowball rolling downhill. The sound of vitality surging through his body transformed from the gentle murmur of a stream into the roaring flow of a river, and even began to emit a faint, deep rumble. 3 days later, when the last level 4 node successfully advanced to level 5, all 99 nodes within Sue's body vibrated in unison, as if forming an even more stable and powerful integrated cycle. A sense of immense power, far surpassing anything he felt before, filled his entire body, making him want to let out a loud howl. He immediately checked the system panel. Host, Sue. Current nodes, level 5, 99. Current vitality reserve, 2,135,950 points. Combat power, 1,584 points. 1,584 points of combat power. Sue clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power surging within him, and a smile he couldn't suppress curled at the corners of his mouth. He now had absolute confidence that even without using any combat skills, he could easily tear down a skyscraper with just this brute strength alone. Level 5 node perfected. This feeling. I'm practically invincible. Sue excitedly pumped his fist, sending a gust of wind through the air. Let us try level 6. Consuming 1,000 vitality points. Node tempering in progress? Estimated time, 2 hours. But going from level 5 to level 6 requires 500 vitality points each, that's 1,000 vitality in total. With the tempering time cut in half, it'll take 2 hours. Compared to the previous process, which took twice as long, Sue found this acceptable. The vitality cost had also increased, but he wondered just how much combat power upgrading from level 5 to level 6 would actually boost. 2 hours later, ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level upgraded to level 6. Combat power plus 8. A pleasant notification sound rang out. The first level 6 node was born. A stronger sense of power welled up within him. Awesome! Sue's spirits soared. At this rate, 1 every 2 hours, I'll have plenty of time left to upgrade quite a few more nodes. However, Sue soon drifted off to sleep with a look of satisfaction on his face. After 4 consecutive days without sleep or rest, his stamina had reached its limit. And at this point, the secret realm would end in just 3 days. Inside the secret realm, Sue awoke after 8 hours of rest and resumed his grand endeavor of refining nodes. He channeled his vitality, like a gentle stream, nurturing and cleansing a level 5 node. With double the cultivation speed, the entire process required 2 hours of continuous channeling, consuming a total of 1,000 vitality points. For someone who regenerates 5 points of vitality per second, this was not even a drop in the bucket. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level, level 6. Combat power plus 8. He immediately set to work on the next one without a moment's pause. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level, level 6. Combat power plus 8. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level 6, combat power +8. As the reminder that the secret realm was about to close echoed through the cavern, Su slowly opened his eyes. A beam of light, concentrated and almost tangible, flashed briefly in his gaze, and he swiftly suppressed the terrifying aura surrounding him. View results. Current nodes, level 6, 32, level 5, 67. Current vitality reserve, 3,399,950 points. Combat power, 1,840 points. 1,840 points of combat power. The 32 level 6 node shone brilliantly, like stars within his body. This rate of improvement was nothing short of terrifying. The entrance to the secret realm reappeared, and a powerful repulsive force surged forth. Su and the other 9 prodigies were simultaneously teleported out. Reappearing on the top floor of the Education Bureau, the other 9 all wore expressions of varying degrees of joy. Clearly, they had reaped substantial rewards within the secret realm. Their auras were noticeably stronger than they had been 7 days prior. But when their gazes inadvertently swept over Su, they all froze in unison. Su's aura seemed even more subdued. Standing there, he appeared to blend seamlessly with his surroundings, giving off an air of unfathomable depth. Although they couldn't sense any particularly powerful combat power fluctuations, they instinctively felt a twinge of unease. Just how much has this guy improved in the secret realm? Zhao Feng and the others were inwardly stunned. The hint of arrogance they felt due to their own strength gains vanished instantly, replaced by even greater wariness toward Su. Su paid no heed to their stares. All he wanted now was to find a place to enjoy a hearty meal, take a bath, and, while he was at it, upgrade the remaining nodes to level 6. In high spirits, he walked out of the Education Bureau building, hands in his pockets, already mulling over where to go for a big celebratory meal. However, just as he turned the corner of a deserted street, 3 thugs looking shifty and with menacing glances blocked his path. The leader, with a menacing scar across his face and a fierce glare, emitted a vitality fluctuation that shockingly exceeded 800 points. He was far beyond the caliber of someone like Wang. The scar-faced man, a cigarette hanging from his lips, eyed Su sidelong and exhaled a ring of smoke. "Kid, you're Su?" Su stopped in his tracks and raised an eyebrow. He recognized that aura. It was one of the malevolent gazes he sensed earlier in the underground passage. "That's me," Su said flatly. "What's up?" "Heard you took the top spot on the Rising Star rankings and struck it rich," the scar-faced man snarled, clenching his fist. "We're a little short on cash lately. Can you lend us some to spend? And while you're at it, why don't you spill the beans on whatever secrets you're hiding?" The 2 henchmen behind him played along, flashing malicious grins as they subtly closed in on him. Su looked at these 3 reckless fools. The slight sense of satisfaction he felt from his recent power boost was instantly replaced by a wave of annoyance. Why are there flies everywhere? It's never ending. He sighed, his gaze suddenly turning cold. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Get lost." Scarface and his 2 henchmen visibly froze for a moment, then burst into maniacal laughter as if they heard the funniest joke in the world. "Ha ha ha ha. Kid, did you go and get your head screwed on wrong in that secret realm?" The scar-faced man laughed so hard he doubled over, the scar on his face contorting. "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to Brother Knife like that?" A blonde-haired thug behind him pointed defiantly at Su. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, hand over your money and whatever you got from the secret realm, otherwise, Brother Knife will beat the shit out of you." Another thug took a step forward with a snarl, deliberately releasing a vitality fluctuation of over 300 points in an attempt to intimidate Su. If this had happened 10 days ago, Su might have run away in the face of such a show of force. But now, Su looked at these 3 self-important fools and felt that even getting angry would be a waste of effort. He simply raised his hand casually, as if shooing away a fly, and gave a light flick through the air toward the loudest of the blonde-haired thugs. The motion was so effortless, as if he were merely brushing dust off his sleeve. However, the very next second, boom! A deep, thunderous roar. The blonde thug was sent flying backward as if struck head-on by an invisible heavy-duty truck, his body hurtling out of control at such speed that he left a trail of after-images. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before slamming violently into a wall more than 10 meters away. Boom! The hard concrete wall caved in under his impact, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The blonde-haired thug was pinned to the wall like a torn painting. He hung there for a fraction of a second before sliding limply to the ground, collapsing unconscious, breathing out but not in. The entire alleyway fell deathly silent in an instant. The smiles on Scarface and the other thugs' faces froze completely, their pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinheads, and boundless fear washed over them like ice-cold water poured from head to toe. Attacking, from a distance? They hadn't even sensed much of a vitality fluctuation? What the hell kind of power is this? The other thug's legs gave way, he nearly wet himself right there on the spot. Pointing at Sue, his teeth chattering, he stammered, You. Sue turned his gaze toward him, his expression still impassive. What else with the you? Want to give it a try yourself? The thug let out a howl and spun around, ready to run. Sue casually waved his hand once more. Thud. Another muffled thud. This thug flew through the air in the exact same position, landing squarely on top of the blonde-haired guy from before. The two lay piled on top of each other, completely silent. In the blink of an eye, only the guy with the scarred face was left standing. The ferocity on his face had long since been replaced by fear. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a waterfall, soaking his collar. He stared at Sue as if he were looking at a demon that had crawled out of hell, his body shaking like a sieve. Sue boss, spare my life. Scarface's voice trembled, his words incoherent. How dare he try to rob a student this powerful? He wanted to slap himself across the face a few times. Sue ignored his pleas for mercy and strolled leisurely toward him. Who sent you here? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a suffocating sense of pressure. Scarface shuddered and, not daring to hide a single detail, spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. It was Wang and his cousin. They gave me 50,000 star coins, saying you had secrets on you and that I'd get half of whatever I stole. I was wrong. I didn't know who I was dealing with. Just let me off the hook. Wang, Sue's gaze grew slightly cold. Sure enough, it was that persistent pest. He looked at the scar-faced man, who was shaking like a sieve, but couldn't be bothered to deal with such small fry himself. He didn't want to get his hands dirty. He pulled out his brand new cell phone and dialed the City Hall law enforcement team's public tip line. Hello. I'm reporting that in the alley behind Bluestone Road, there are 3 armed criminals who attempted a robbery. I've already subdued 2 of them, and the ringleader is right here. Yes, that's right. Please come over and handle this. After hanging up, Sue glanced at the scar-faced man. Get ready to go to jail. The scar-faced man's face turned ashen, and he slumped completely to the ground. Sue didn't look at him again. After taking him out, he shoved his hands back into his pockets and strolled leisurely out of the alley as if nothing had happened. It was as if he'd just casually disposed of a bag of trash. A few minutes later, the shrill wail of police sirens grew louder as they approached. Meanwhile, Sue was already seated in a private room at a high-end restaurant, tucking into a table full of rare beast meat. This blazing barbarian bull tenderloin is so flavorful. Next time, I'll try the Thunder Eagle's wings. As he ate, he mused, that kid Wang seems he hasn't learned his lesson yet. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Once I finish my meal, I'll go take care of him and his so-called cousin once and for all. That LL stopped them from constantly bothering me. Sue had lost all patience with this kind of incorrigible nuisance. With his current terrifying combat power of 1,840 points, he could practically walk all over Linjiang City as long as he didn't provoke the true meridian condensation experts or the authorities. Dealing with a small-time player like Wang was no harder than squashing an ant. Meanwhile, in a billiards hall on the other side of the city, Wang was bowing and scraping before a young man in a flashy shirt who looked like a street thug, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Cousin, I really have to thank you this time. If you hadn't pulled some strings, there's no way I could gotten someone like Brother Dao to step in. The young man called cousin, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, blew a smoke ring smugly and patted Wang on the shoulder. Xiao Meng, we're family, there's no need to be so formal. That Sue was just some broke student who got lucky. Daring to mess with my cousin? That's a total lack of respect. Brother Dao is my buddy. Around here, taking care of a hothead like that is a piece of cake. Yes, yes, yes. You're absolutely right, cousin. Wang hurriedly agreed, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. I don't know what secret that kid has got, but he has got some nerve acting so cocky. Once Brother Dao has him in line, you'll definitely get your share of whatever secrets and perks he has got. His cousin smiled with satisfaction. You're a smart kid. Don't worry, Brother Dao's rock solid. He has probably already got him by now, let us just wait for the good news. The two exchanged a knowing smile, as if they could already picture Su kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy and handing over his fortune with both hands. They had no idea that the brother knife they were counting on had already gotten into the law enforcement squad's car, and that disaster was about to strike them as well. Su, having eaten and drunk his fill, wiped his mouth, paid the bill, and stood up. All right, time to stretch my legs and help with digestion. Based on the scan information he gathered from Scarface, Su had no trouble finding this pool hall. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The place was thick with smoke and a stale stench. Wang was playing pool with his cousin, while a few henchmen stood nearby fawning over them. Brother Meng, do you think Brother Dao stands a chance? That Su is number 1 on the rising stars list right now. Number 1 my ass. Wang spat contemptuously. He has just had a stroke of luck. Once Brother Dao steps in, I guarantee he'll be on his knees begging for mercy. Then all the loot he got from that secret realm will be ours. Right, cousin? The young man in the flowery shirt grinned smugly. Don't worry, around here, if you're a dragon, you coil, if you're a tiger, you lie low. Just then, they saw Su walking in through the door. The pool hall fell silent instantly. The smug look on Wang's face froze in an instant, turning to shock and a hint of panic. Su? How did you? Wasn't Brother Dao supposed to be blocking his way? How did he end up here unscathed? Su ignored him, sweeping his gaze around the room before settling on Wang and the young man in the floral shirt. Which one of you is Wang, and which one is his cousin? Step forward. The young man in the floral shirt was enraged by Su's attitude. He tossed aside his pool cue, stepped forward, and said cockily, Kid, I'm his cousin. What's the problem? Looking for a fight? Su nodded. If it's you, that's fine. He moved so quickly that everyone saw only a blur. Smack! Smack! 2 crisp, loud slaps rang out almost simultaneously. Wang and his cousin didn't even have time to react. They were sent flying through the air like 2 broken sacks, spinning as they slammed hard onto the pool table. Crash! The sturdy pool table collapsed under the impact, and the balls scattered across the floor. The two lay amidst the wreckage, one side of their faces swollen, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Their vision went dark, their ears rang, and they were completely dazed. The henchmen around them froze in fear, not daring to move a muscle. Su strolled leisurely over to the 2 men, looking down at them as they lay there like dead dogs. It seems you haven't learned your lesson from last time, Su said in a flat tone laced with bone-chilling coldness. I'm not one for trouble. So, this is the last time. He raised his foot and gently stepped on one of Wang's legs. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of cracking bone rang out clearly. Ah! Wang let out a blood-curdling scream. The excruciating pain snapped him back to his senses instantly, and his eyes were filled with terror as he looked at Su. Su's foot moved to his cousin's leg. No! Don't! Big brother! I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Spare me! The young man in the flowery shirt was so terrified that tears and snot streamed down his face as he begged for mercy. Crack! Another crisp snap rang out, accompanied by yet another scream. Su withdrew his foot and, looking at the 2 men who were nearly fainting from the pain, said coldly, A broken leg will teach you a lesson. If I ever see you again, or hear anything about me from you, it won't just be a leg that gets broken. His gaze swept over the henchmen standing around him, all silent as mice. You guys, too. The henchmen shuddered and nodded repeatedly. Su said no more. After accepting the service fee the group had insisted on shoving into his hands, he turned and left the pool hall. Behind him, only agonized moans and boundless fear remained. Walking home, Sue felt refreshed and invigorated. The flies have been swatted away. Now I can focus on refining the node with peace of mind. Sue found a bathhouse to take a soak, then went to pick up some pre-marinated monster meat. After returning home feeling refreshed, he lay back down on his bed and focused his mind inward. With the 2 level 6 nodes I just refined while multitasking, I now have 34 nodes upgraded to level 6. I've already asked my teacher for time off, so I don't have to go to school for the next few days. That means I can keep refining. My goal, first, upgrade all my level 5 nodes to level 6. Sue immediately threw himself into the tedious yet fulfilling task of grinding levels. Consuming 1,000 vitality points. Node refinement in progress. Estimated time, 2 hours. Ding. Node tempering successful. Current node level, level 6. Combat power +8. While Sue was in seclusion frantically tempering his nodes these past few days, rumors about him in the outside world were growing more and more intense. Top of the rising star rankings, with a measured combat power as high as 690 points, having entered the Starsource secret realm to train for 7 days, these accolades made him the hottest figure among the younger generation in Linjiang City. The entrance to 7th Middle School was nearly trampled by people sent by major martial arts schools and civilian factions to gather information and attempt to recruit him. The principal and teachers hadn't stopped smiling for days. After compensating Sue with 200 vitality points, Snow seemed to have vanished completely. Rumor had it she had already applied for a transfer. As for Wang, whose leg Sue had broken, and his cousin, they now avoided even mentioning Sue's name, shuddering at the mere sound of it and no longer daring to harbor any ill intentions. Meanwhile, this newly crowned prodigy was holed up in his small rented apartment, engaged in the most tedious and basic grind, solidifying and advancing every single node, bit by bit. Yet for Sue, who possessed the system, this monotony was filled with the thrill of achievement. He could clearly feel that with every node level he advanced, his foundation grew stronger, the quality of his vitality seemed to become a touch purer, and his control over his power became increasingly effortless. A towering building rises from the ground, this feeling it's so solid. Time flew by. Whenever Sue got hungry, he ate some monster meat. When his spirit couldn't hold out, he slept for 14 hours. Finally, after exactly 6 days, Sue awoke from his deep cultivation. Even with the breaks in between, the continuous, high-intensity cultivation left him feeling a touch of fatigue, given his current physical and mental constitution. But the results were gratifying. Current nodes, level 6, 99. Current vitality reserve, 3,865,750 points. Combat power, 2,376 points. 2,376 points of combat power. 99 orifices, level 6 perfected. Feeling the 99 level 6 nodes within him stable and powerful, like miniature energy furnaces, Sue nodded with satisfaction. He now felt that he could crush that scar-faced man with a single finger. Level 6 is complete. Next up, level 7. Sue checked the requirements for level 7 refinement. Consumes 3,000 vitality points. Node refining in progress. Estimated time, 5 hours. The cost had jumped from 500 vitality points to 1,500, doubling to 3,000, and even with the refining time cut in half, it would still take 5 hours. Tisk, as expected, the higher the level, the faster the growth. Sue clicked his tongue. But this much consumption is a drop in the bucket for me. He did the math. Upgrading all nodes from level 6 to level 7 would require 99. 3,000 is equal to 297,000 vitality points, with a total tempering time of 495 hours, nearly 21 days. I'll definitely need to eat, sleep, and play whack-a-mole in between. Never mind, I'll probably skip that kind of work that brings shame to a time traveler in the future. The day before yesterday, my mentor messaged me saying that my reward from higher-ups would be distributed in the next few days that should cover my expenses. Sue carefully mulled over his plans for the future. After taking another bite of the fragrant monster meat, Sue decided that once this node was fully refined, he'd get a good night's sleep. He was too exhausted to keep pushing himself, and besides, He didn't believe anyone his age could outwork him right now. Ding! Node refinement successful. Current node level, 7, combat power plus 11. Early the next morning, Su stepped out of his rental apartment, the sunlight bathing him in a warm glow. He stretched, and his bones crackled in a crisp succession of pops, like popping beans, causing an elderly woman passing by to glance at him in surprise. A level 6 node at perfection, over 2,000 combat power points. With this combat power, let alone here in Linjiang City, even across the entire Tiandu province, which includes Linjiang City, there probably isn't a soul who could withstand a single punch from me, Su mused to himself, feeling a touch of the loneliness that comes with being a master. He even found himself looking forward to some fool coming to pick a fight with him, just so he could test his newfound strength. While continuing to divert his vitality to temper the node within his body, he headed to his usual restaurant, ordered a 3-person portion of ferocious beast meat set meal, and devoured it in the blink of an eye amid the astonished stares of the waitstaff and other diners. When he paid the bill and saw his wallet was still as thick as ever, his mood lifted even further. With his stomach full, he decided to check out the public training area at City Hall. There were more professional strength testing stones and reaction testers there, and he might even run into some interesting people. Otherwise, life would be way too boring. The martial arts hall attached to City Hall had always been a gathering place for warriors, especially young ones. As Su walked into the hall, he immediately drew quite a few glances. His reputation as the top-ranked player on the Rising Star list, combined with the rumors of his previous 690 combat power, had made him something of a local celebrity. Look, it's Su. He really came. I heard he spent 7 days in the secret realm. He has definitely come out stronger. I wonder what his combat power is now. Has he broken 1,000 yet? Broken 1,000? Do you think vitality is as cheap as cabbage? I'd say 800 or 900 at most. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. Su paid no heed to the chatter and walked straight toward the row of combat power steels in the corner. These steels could withstand extremely high impacts and accurately display the combat power corresponding to the force of the strike. He casually chose an unoccupied steel and stood his ground. Without any flashy wind-up motions, he simply unleashed a punch, deliberately holding back half his strength, for fear of breaking the expensive instrument. Boom! A deep, drum-like roar echoed throughout the entire hall. The force-measuring steel shook violently. The numbers on the crystal screen at its top fluctuated wildly before finally settling on a figure that left all onlookers speechless. 1,288. 1,288. Silence. Dead silence. Those who had just moments ago been speculating whether he'd break the 1,000-point mark now felt their faces burn as if they'd been slapped hard by an invisible hand. He wouldn't break 1,000? He has got a fucking 1,288 combat power. This wasn't the kind of combat power a high school senior should have. Even the prodigies from the top noble families probably wouldn't be any better than this. Monster, a monster, someone muttered, dazed. Su was fairly satisfied with this number, which he deliberately kept low, and nodded. He could feel the gazes around him shift from curiosity and scrutiny to sheer awe, shock, and even fear. Boring, he muttered, pursing his lips as he prepared to try out the reaction tester. Just then, a slightly haughty voice rang out beside him. Su, that's truly astonishing strength. Su turned his head and saw a slightly older young man in his early 20s, dressed in an elegant training robe, walking toward him, followed by 2 men who appeared to be his attendants. The young man's aura was no slouch. He possessed over 900 combat power points, which was quite impressive for someone his age, but in Su's presence, he was like a firefly next to the full moon. Who are you? Su raised an eyebrow. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Kuan, of the Zhou family of Linjiang, the young man said with a seemingly warm smile. Su, you possess extraordinary talent. Staying at number 7 high school is truly a waste of such a gem. Our Zhou family greatly appreciates your potential. Might you be interested in training at our Zhou Martial Arts Academy? We can provide the finest resources, including Xin-tier cultivation techniques, guidance from renowned masters, and even assistance in refining your vein as quickly as possible. The Zhou family? Su had a vague recollection of them, apparently a fairly prominent martial arts clan in Linjiang City that operated a chain of martial arts academies. Were they here to recruit him? A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The Zhou Martial Arts Academy was quite renowned in Linjiang City. Being actively recruited by them was the dream of many young warriors. However, Su merely smiled, his tone flat, not interested. The smile on Zhou Kuan's face froze. He hadn't expected Su to refuse so bluntly. One of the attendants behind him couldn't help but speak up. "Su, don't be ungrateful, our Zhou family." "Shut up." Zhou Kuan snapped at the attendant, then turned back to Su with a somewhat forced smile. "Su, you may not yet understand the true strength of the Zhou family." "I do," Su interrupted, pointing to the strength testing steel over there. "But I really have no interest in whatever Xian tier cultivation techniques or guidance from renowned masters you're offering. I'm more accustomed to cultivating on my own." Cultivating on his own? How could he have reached over 1,000 combat power? What a load of nonsense. Zhou Kuan didn't believe a word of it. He was convinced Su either had a better opportunity or was simply arrogant. He suppressed his irritation and maintained his composure. "Since Su, you're not interested for the time being, we won't force the issue. However, the Zhou family's doors are always open to you. We won't disturb Su's cultivation any further. We'll take our leave." Watching Zhou Kuan and his companions walk away, Su sensed there was more to it than met the eye. The Zhou family wasn't going to be that easy to deal with. Thinking they could recruit a time traveler with a golden finger just by running a martial arts gym in Tianlin City, they were dreaming. Who cares? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Su stopped dwelling on it. The top priority is to keep refining the node. Strength is what really matters. He walked up to the reaction tester and inserted a few star coins. Instantly, countless tiny beams of energy shot at him from all directions, accelerating rapidly. Relying on his reflexes and speed, Su strolled leisurely through the barrage of energy beams, effortlessly dodging or deflecting them all. The machine's score went off the charts. This sparked another wave of astonishment. With the test complete and another fish on the hook after all, the life of a time traveler with a golden finger should be full of excitement. Su left the martial arts hall with a sense of satisfaction. Little did he know that after he left, in a corner of the martial arts hall, Zhou Kuan watched his retreating figure, his gaze turning somewhat menacing. Over 1,000 combat power, that's an abnormally rapid improvement. He must be hiding a big secret. Zhou Kuan whispered to his attendant standing beside him, "Go investigate. Dig into every detail of his life. Have the Black Snake crew test the waters." "Yes, young master." As soon as Su returned to the building where he rented his apartment, he saw his homeroom teacher, Li, already waiting there, his face radiating uncontrollable joy. "Su! You're finally back." Li hurried to meet him, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. "Good news. Absolutely fantastic news." "Teacher Li, what has got you so excited?" Su asked with a smile. "The school. The city. The province. Your awards have all been approved." Li pulled out a holographic notice and spoke rapidly. "The school is awarding you 500,000 star yuan. The Municipal Education Bureau is awarding you 1 million star yuan. And the biggest news comes from the Provincial Department of Education. They're awarding you 3 million star yuan, plus a chance to enter the Xian tier section of the Provincial Martial Arts Library to choose any cultivation technique you want." Su took the notice and glanced at it. The figures were indeed tempting. A total of 4,500,000 star coins, enough for him to live it up for a while. It was the martial arts techniques in the Xian tier section of the provincial library that piqued his interest a bit. Although he couldn't use them himself, perhaps he could use them as a reference or even sell them? "Thank you, Teacher Li, and thank you to the school for my training," Su replied politely, maintaining a composed and respectful demeanor. Li watched Su's calm reaction, his heart filled with mixed emotions. If any other student had received such a reward, they would likely have jumped for joy long ago. Yet Su remained so composed. With a temperament like that, he was clearly no ordinary student. "There's one more thing," Li said, lowering his voice. "Have people from the Zhou Martial Arts Academy approached you?" Su nodded. Yes, I ran into a man named Zhou Kuan at the martial arts hall. He asked me to join their martial arts school, but I turned him down. Good call. Li breathed a sigh of relief. He was terrified that Su might just pack up and leave number 7 high school. However, he immediately grew concerned again. The Zhou family has considerable influence in Linjiang. Their network is deep and intricate. Since you turned them down, they won't dare do anything openly, but they'll likely resort to underhanded tactics. Be careful lately, and try to avoid places with few people. I understand. Thanks for the warning, teacher. Su agreed verbally, but deep down, he couldn't wait for the Zhou family to come looking for trouble. He was itching to test the power of his level 7 node and had been looking for just the right opportunity. After seeing Li off, Su returned to his room and looked at the notification confirming the 4.5 million star coins had been deposited, feeling quite pleased. The money is in. Since I've already taken leave from Mentorly, I'll head over to the Provincial Martial Arts Library first thing tomorrow morning. Lying on his bed, he pondered this while channeling vitality to refine his next node. Although my current combat power is enough to handle most situations, combat skills are like the tools from my past life. While it feels satisfying to slap someone in the face, having the right technique makes it much less tiring and makes crushing your opponent even more fun, doesn't it? The Xian Tier section of the Provincial Martial Arts Library. I hope I can find something interesting there. Early the next morning, Su boarded a high-speed rail train and arrived in Jinling City, the capital of Tiandu Province. The Provincial Martial Arts Library was a massive, imposing structure, resembling a steel fortress. Everyone entering and exiting exuded a calm aura and had sharp, piercing gazes. After verifying his identity and reward voucher, a staff member escorted him to the entrance of the Xian Tier section. Mr. Su, you have one opportunity to enter the lower Xian Tier section to select a cultivation technique or combat skill. You have 2 hours. The use of vitality and loud talking are prohibited within the area. Once you've made your selection, you must register and have it recorded here. The staff member meticulously explained the rules. Su nodded and stepped inside. The Xian Tier area was far more expansive than he had imagined. Row upon row of towering metal bookshelves stood there, their shelves lined not with books, but with jade slips or special metal plates emitting faint energy fluctuations. A brief textual description accompanied each storage unit. Wave stacking force lower Xian Tier, a technique for stacking vitality, can be stacked up to 3 times, unleashing 1.5 times the instantaneous attack power. Requires extremely high mastery of vitality. Willow Fuzz agility lower Xian Tier, moves as lightly as willow fluff, flowing with the wind, greatly enhancing evasion ability. When cultivated to perfection, one can perceive changes in air currents. Golden Bell Shield lower grade Mystic, an external defense combat skill that condenses vitality into a protective shield, offering exceptional defense but restricting movement. Piercing Fist lower grade Mystic, focuses on a single point to shatter armor and penetrate defenses, exceptionally effective against condensed type defenses, delivering concentrated damage. The dazzling array of combat skills left Su overwhelmed. As he quickly scanned through them, he silently asked in his mind, "System, can you scan these combat skills and provide the best recommendations? Or are there any hidden gems?" Ding! Host S request detected. Scanning energy fluctuations in the area. Scan complete. Most combat skills have energy levels consistent with the lower grade Xian Tier standard. 3 anomalous fluctuation points detected, suspected to have been classified in this area due to antiquity or appraisal errors. Recommendation 1, 7-star step fragment, labeled as lower grade Xian Tier, but actually contains the essence of the Earth Tier body art. Big Dipper Sky Step skill energy fluctuations are subtle. Recommendation 2, Finger of Sky Splitting fragment, labeled as lower grade Xian rank, is actually a fragment of an ancient finger technique. It requires extremely strong vitality to unleash its full power. The rating is suspected to be too low. Recommendation 3, True interpretation of basic swordsmanship unrated, mistakenly regarded as run-of-the-mill, actually contains the fundamental principles of the way of the sword, pointing directly to its essence. It offers hidden benefits for the host's future cultivation of martial will. The system's prompt gave Su a jolt of excitement. Sure enough, snagging a bargain was the quintessential thrill for a transmigrator. Without hesitation, He headed straight for the location of the true explanation of basic sword techniques. It was just a dull, unremarkable iron plate, tucked away in a corner and covered in a thin layer of dust. The description was pitifully simple, a compilation of basic sword technique theory, suitable for beginners to lay a foundation. A young man from a prominent family, who was also browsing the combat skills section, caught sight of Sue picking up the iron plate and couldn't help but snort derisively. "Dude, a chance to visit the provincial library is rare and you're picking this junk? You can get this stuff at convenience stores for 10 you want a copy?" Sue glanced at him and smiled faintly. "What suits you best is the best choice." The young man from the prominent family shook his head, gave Sue a look as if he were an idiot, and walked away. Sue paid it no mind, but secretly had the system assist him in absorbing the true essence of the sword techniques contained within. The system prompt sounded immediately. Knowledge carrier containing foundational rules detected. Analyzing the true essence of basic swordsmanship. Analysis complete. Host has mastered fundamentals of the way of the sword passive. Efficiency in using all sword-type weapons increased by 50%. Comprehension of sword-based combat skills significantly enhanced. Instantly, a flood of information regarding the most fundamental and essential aspects of swordsmanship surged into his mind: grip, power generation, angles, trajectories, rhythm. No flashy moves, only a profound understanding of the sword itself. Not bad. I've laid a solid foundation. Sue set down the iron plate with satisfaction. To him, this item was even more valuable than those complete mystic tier combat skills. Next, he found the jade slips containing the 7-star steps and the sky-splitting finger. The 7-star steps contained only the cultivation methods for the first 3 steps. The description explained that one moves according to the positions of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, an extraordinarily profound technique. However, because it was an incomplete text, it was classified as a lower-grade mystic tier skill. The sky-splitting finger contained only a single technique, requiring the extreme compression of vitality at the fingertip for an instantaneous burst with immense penetrating power. However, it was difficult to master and consumed vitality with every use. It was underestimated for being too impractical. System: learn and optimize the 7-star step fragment and the sky-splitting finger fragment. Command confirmed, beginning optimization simulation. Consumed 10,000 vitality. 7-star step fragment optimized and evolved into Sky Step skill mystic tier, top grade, combining short-range teleportation with explosive linear speed. 1 million vitality consumed. Void splitting finger incomplete optimization complete, evolved into void piercing skill vitality skill. Effect: extremely compressed vitality explodes at a single point, possessing immense penetrating power. Damage equals 10 times the vitality consumed, with a minimum cost of 100 vitality per use. Reading the system interface's description of the void piercing skill, Sue's heart leapt with joy. Even though I lost 1 million vitality in an instant, the system directly optimized it into a vitality skill, and the damage dealt each time is exactly 10 times the vitality consumed? This meant that as long as he had enough vitality, he could unleash terrifying attacks far exceeding his own base combat power. Although the cost was enormous and it placed a strain on his body, combined with the endless vitality generated by his origin breathing skill and his massive reserves, this was the ultimate trump card, perfectly suited to him. According to the rules, Sue could only imprint one skill here to take back and learn, but thanks to the system's optimization, his proficiency in both of these combat skills had instantly reached the perfect realm. Then I'll choose another combat skill to use openly as a cover, Sue thought to himself, his gaze casually sweeping across the bookshelf before finally settling on a lower-grade Xian tier sword technique called Flowing Shadow Sword Technique. The description stated that this sword technique excelled in speed when mastered to perfection. It could increase damage by approximately 1.5 times his base combat power. This is the one, Sue said, casually picking up the jade slip containing Flowing Shadow Sword Technique. A system prompt followed immediately. Low-grade Xian tier combat skill Flowing Shadow Sword Technique detected. Do you wish to consume 500 vitality points to master it directly to the perfect realm? System: you're the best. Consume it. Sue thought to himself with secret delight. Instantly, every move, energy channeling technique, and practical application of the Flowing Shadow Sword Technique was imprinted in his mind, as if he'd spent decades in arduous training, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. He walked over to the registration desk, feigning interest as he held the jade slip containing the flowing shadow sword technique. The staff member saw Su's choice, nodded, and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Flowing shadow sword technique, a solid foundational sword technique. A steady choice." Su smiled but said nothing more. The staff member made a copy of the flowing shadow sword art jade slip for him as required. Stepping out of the library, Su felt the flowing shadow sword art now perfected in his mind and his already mastered secret weapon, the void-piercing skill, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The Sky Step skill boosts evasion speed. On the surface, I'll use sword techniques against enemies, but at the critical moment, a single finger will decide the outcome. Perfect. I'd better hurry back and find a place to test it out. After returning to Linjiang City from Jinling City, Su went to a deserted wasteland on the outskirts. He focused his mind and calmed his breath, recalling the energy cultivation methods the system had taught him. For the first time, he carefully channeled the minimum required 100 points of vitality, concentrating it between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Hum! A faint stinging and burning sensation spread through his fingertips, and a sense of concentrated power welled up within him. He pressed his fingers together and aimed at a half-man-tall green stone in the distance. Whoosh! A barely perceptible blast of energy shot through the air, striking the green stone with pinpoint accuracy. With a soft plop, a hole as thick as a thumb and bottomless deep suddenly appeared on the stone's surface, its edges as smooth as a mirror. The power is truly astonishing. A single finger strike using 100 points of vitality packs the destructive force of 1,000 points of combat power, more than enough to effortlessly pierce ordinary steel. Su nodded in satisfaction. Next, he gradually increased his vitality input. With 200 points of vitality, a single finger strike pierced a much larger rock in the distance, leaving a clear, luminous hole. With 500 points of vitality, the finger's gust tore through a thick piece of scrap metal as if it were made of paper. As he poured more vitality into the skill, the power of the void-piercing skill skyrocketed exponentially, but the backlash grew increasingly intense. A distinct aching sensation began to radiate from his finger bones, and a burning pain, as if his arm's meridians were being stretched to the limit, coursed through his veins. Let us see where my limits lie. Su gritted his teeth and began channeling even more vitality. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, he pushed his vitality to 1,000 points. Hum! The power condensed at his fingertips seemed to transform into a miniature black hole, frantically devouring the surrounding light and emitting heart-stopping waves of destruction. The strain on his arm reached its peak. His bones groaned under the burden, as if they were about to shatter completely at any moment. Go! Su growled softly, pointing his finger at a small, abandoned mound in the distance. An invisible, piercing screech sliced through the air. There was no deafening explosion, only a faint plop. In the next instant, the portion near the top of the small mound seemed to have been gnawed away by an invisible colossus, leaving a hemispherical gash several meters in diameter with an incredibly smooth edge. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror. All the soil, sand, and gravel had been completely obliterated by that single finger strike. The destructive power of that single finger strike had shockingly reached the terrifying level of 10,000 combat power points. Cough, cough. Su withdrew his finger, gasping heavily. His face was pale, his right arm hung limply at his side, temporarily numb, and his meridians throbbed with pain as if scorched by raging flames. So the limit is 1,000 points of vitality output? A single strike of 10,000 combat power, that's more than enough. He endured the pain, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. With this trump card in hand, as long as his body could withstand the strain, he could practically walk all over anyone within the meridian condensation realm. Besides, as long as I keep tempering the node, my body will grow stronger along with it. Otherwise, using this void-piercing skill would truly be a case of hurting the enemy 1,000, but harming myself 800. He thought, grimacing, his thirst for power growing even stronger. With the test complete, he had a clear understanding of his own limits and the power of this trump card. The Zhou family, I hope you don't force me to use that single finger strike worth 10,000 combat power. Over the next 2 days, Su's life returned to its monotonous rhythm. Eating, sleeping, refining nodes. Occasionally, he multitasked, checking the cloud marketplace for anything new and interesting, and gathering information about this world. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level, level 7. Combat power plus 11. Current nodes, level 7, 12, level 6, 87. Current vitality reserve, 3,145,450 points. Combat power, 2,508 points. The boost from level 7 nodes was particularly noticeable. Each one provided 11 more combat power points than a level 6 node. Su could feel his power advancing toward an unimaginable realm. That afternoon, as he was guiding vitality at home, a sudden commotion erupted outside, punctuated by defiant shouts. Su! Get your ass out here! I hear you're pretty cocky? You won't even give the Zhou family any face? Hiding at home like a scaredy cat? Come out so we can see what the top-ranked fighter on the rising star list is really made of. Su raised an eyebrow and walked to the window to look down. Below, he saw 5 burly men standing in matching black training uniforms, each radiating vibrant vitality. The words Zhou's Martial Arts Academy were embroidered on their chests. With sharp gazes and fierce auras, they were clearly not ordinary instructors, most likely the Academy's top enforcers or drill sergeants. Su scrutinized them closely and discovered that 4 of them had combat power ratings above 900. However, the bald, burly man leading the group exuded an intangible aura of intimidation, causing the onlookers gathered around to point and whisper, yet none dared to approach. Su was astonished. It seemed the Zhou school had actually sent a meridian condensing warrior. Sure enough, as soon as the transmigrator stepped outside, trouble followed. From now on, he'd stick to staying at home as much as possible. After all, a warrior's meridian condensation marked a quantum leap in one's life. It was the first watershed moment on the path of martial arts. After opening 99 nodes, a warrior can condense a vein. With each successful vein condensation, not only does combat power undergo a qualitative leap, but the quality of vitality, its recovery speed, and the strengthening of the body all far exceed those of the node stage. Unlike the slow progress of node refinement, advancement in the vein condensation realm is stair-step-like. Condensing the first vein consumes 10,000 points of vitality, but upon success, base combat power increases by 1,000 points. Condensing the second vein consumes 30,000 points of vitality, and upon success, base combat power increases by another 2,000 points. 1 vein, 10,000 vitality, 1,000 combat power. Simple and brutal. But refining 99 nodes from level 4 to level 5, which costs nearly 20,000 vitality, only yields a little over 500 combat power. Going from level 5 to level 6 requires nearly 50,000 vitality, yet adds less than 800 combat power. To anyone, this return on investment would seem insane unless that vitality was just lying around for the taking. As a result, when vitality is hard to come by, the vast majority of warriors will choose to refine their nodes to level 4 or 5 or even just level 3 and then do everything in their power to accumulate 10,000 vitality to condense their first vein, in hopes of quickly gaining formidable strength. As for someone like Su, who has the system's nearly limitless supply of vitality to rely on and is determined to refine every node to the level 10 limit, such individuals are as rare as hen's teeth, or rather, 1 in a million. This burly, bald man was named Zhou Meng. As an instructor at the Zhou Martial Arts Academy, he had with the Zhou family as support barely managed to refine 99 nodes to level 4 10 years ago, but simply lacked the resources to continue with the remaining ones. It took him more than a decade afterward to gather 10,000 points of vitality to condense his first vein, achieving a massive leap of 1,000 points in combat power. Although his base combat power hadn't reached the 2,000-point milestone, those 1,990 points were more than enough to secure his position as an instructor at the Zhou Martial Arts Academy. Today, Su said with a cold smirk, I, Su the Scroll King, will give this vein-condensing warrior a proper challenge. He strolled leisurely down the stairs and pushed open the door. Seeing Su emerge, the burly, bald man leading the group stepped forward, folded his arms, and eyed him haughtily. You're Su? That's me. Su glanced at them. The Zhou family actually sent scum like you? Kid, what did you say? A hot-tempered thug lunged forward at the remark but was held back by the bald man. The bald man's gaze turned icy. You've got a sharp tongue. We've heard your combat power is pretty good, so we've come today to learn a thing or two. We'll spar according to martial arts rules and teach you a lesson about your place in the world. Su laughed. You talk too much. If you want to fight, fight. If not, get lost. Teach me my place? With the lot of you? You're asking for it. The burly men were thoroughly enraged, their vitality surged as they prepared to attack. What? You want to start a fight in a residential area? Su's tone was laced with sarcasm. Aren't you afraid the law enforcement squad will invite you in for a cup of tea? The bald man's expression changed. They certainly didn't dare violate regulations by fighting in public in front of so many people. He forced down his rage and sneered, Kid, all that trash talk is useless. If you're a real man, come with us to the public arena near the martial arts hall. Sign a waiver, and we'll settle this with our fists. A public arena? Sounds good. Su agreed readily. I just finished eating anyway, might as well walk it off. His blunt acceptance caught the bald man and his crew off guard for a moment, but they soon broke into snarls of laughter. This kid was indeed a reckless hothead who didn't know his place. Their brother Joe was a meridian condensing warrior with a combat power of 1990. He was definitely going to teach this kid a lesson today. All right. You've got guts. Come with us. Su shoved his hands in his pockets and strolled leisurely behind them toward the Joe Martial Arts Academy. The onlookers around them buzzed with chatter, some worried, some curious, but most were excited. A showdown between the top-ranked fighter on the Rising Star list and an instructor from the Joe Martial Arts Academy. This was major news. The news spread like wildfire. By the time Su and his group reached the small public arena near the Joe Martial Arts Academy, the area was already packed with layers upon layers of onlookers. Joe Cohen stood at a window on the second floor of the martial arts hall, gazing coldly down at the crowd below, a smirk of triumph playing at the corner of his mouth. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a deep aura and a grim expression, none other than Joe Xiong, the deputy head of the Joe Martial Arts Hall. His combat power was unfathomable. Rumor had it he had already condensed 2 veins, giving him a combat power far exceeding 3,000 points. On the ring, the referee was ready. The bald man was the first to leap onto the ring, fixing Su with a piercing stare. Joe Meng of the Joe Martial Arts Hall. I look forward to your guidance. He immediately channeled his vitality at full strength, unleashing a 1990-point combat power surge without reservation, drawing gasps from the crowd below. Su strolled leisurely onto the ring and casually pressed his palm against the seal. Begin, the referee declared the moment his words fell. Joe Meng let out a low growl, his body surging forward like a tiger bursting from its cage. His fists glowed with an earthy yellow light, carrying a heavy, oppressive force as they slammed straight into Su's chest. He was unleashing none other than the Zhou family's signature combat skill, the lower-grade Shin tier rock-shattering fist. The fist's wind whistled, its momentum powerful and heavy. Clearly, he had cultivated it to an extremely high level. Although it wasn't yet perfected, it was at least enough to boost his base combat power by 1.2 times, reaching around 2,388 points. It's Coach Joe's rock-shattering fist. He's going all out. That punch could shatter a steel plate. Su's in trouble. Facing this ferocious punch, Su merely shook his head, too slow. Before he could finish speaking, Joe Meng's fist, imbued with terrifying power and nearly touching Su's lapel, suddenly struck empty air. What? Joe Meng's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't seen how Su had moved at all. He only felt a flash before his eyes, and his target had already vanished. He's behind you, someone in the audience screamed. Joe Meng spun around in horror, only to see that Su had appeared 3 steps behind him at some point, his hands still in his pockets, looking as relaxed as if he were strolling through his own backyard. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. Joe Meng roared inwardly. Vitality surged through him once more as he unleashed a double punch, fists blurring like a storm, engulfing Su, and pushing the ferocity of the rock-shattering fist to its absolute limit, sealing off all his escape routes. Let us see where you can hide now. Yet, faced with this relentless barrage, Su merely tapped his feet lightly to the left and right with seemingly casual steps. His figure was as elusive as a ghost, yet as light as a willow leaf amidst raging waves, always evading the deadly fists at the very last moment, by the narrowest of margins. The gale force wind, powerful enough to shatter rocks and split steels, failed to even ruffle the hem of his robe. Sky step skill. Stepping upon the 7 stars, like a dragon soaring through the heavens. How is this possible? Zhou Meng grew increasingly alarmed as the fight went on. He felt as though he were striking at an illusory shadow. All his power struck empty air, the frustration so intense it nearly made him spit blood. The original clamor from the audience had turned to dead silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, watching this eerie scene in disbelief. Is that the limit of your speed? Sua's slightly disappointed voice rang in Zhou Meng's ears like a curse. Then it's my turn. Before his words had even faded, Sua's right hand, which had been tucked in his pocket, finally shot out. His fingers formed a sword-like grip, and a faint, imperceptible glimmer flashed from his fingertips. Combining the shadow-flowing sword technique with the power generation techniques he had mastered from the true interpretation of basic swordplay, he thrust out a single finger. That finger strike was fast. Accurate. Ruthless. It surpassed the speed of Zhou Meng's neural reactions. In the split second when his old force had just dissipated and his new force had not yet been generated, it struck with pinpoint precision at the shoulder, while acupoint, the weakest point in his protective vitality barrier. Pop. A soft sound, like a balloon being pricked. Zhou Meng felt an incredibly sharp, intensely concentrated force instantly pierce through the defense he took such pride in. A searing pain shot through his right shoulder, and his entire arm instantly went numb and limp as the vitality he had gathered suddenly dissipated. His forward momentum was brutally halted. He let out a muffled groan and staggered backward several steps before barely regaining his balance. His forehead instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and the look in his eyes as he gazed at Su was filled with shock and fear. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned. The star instructor of the Zhou Martial Arts Academy, a meridian condensing warrior with 2,000 combat power, had actually been pushed back and his defense breached by a high school student using just a single finger? This was completely beyond their comprehension. Su looked at Zhou Meng, his face deathly pale and his right arm hanging limply at his side, and slowly withdrew his finger, as if he'd just done something utterly trivial. It seems the instructors at the Zhou Martial Arts Academy are full of hot air. His tone was flat, yet it felt like a resounding slap not just to Zhou Meng's face, but to the faces of every member of the Zhou Martial Arts Academy. What kind of footwork is that? What kind of finger technique? Zhou Meng's voice was hoarse as he struggled to ask. Su's lips curled slightly into a meaningful smile. Want to learn? Too bad your Zhou family's dojo is far too small. His gaze swept over the 4 burly men from the martial arts school standing below the ring, then lifted to the massive window on the second floor of the dojo. Though separated by glass, he could sense 2 icy stares fixed upon him. Next? Or would you 4 like to come at me all at once? His voice wasn't too loud, but it carried an unparalleled air of dominance, echoing clearly throughout the entire arena. Zhou Xiong, watching from the second floor, had a gaze so icy it seemed it could freeze water. He stared intently at Su on the ring, his mind churning with turmoil. This boy held back during his combat power test. Where on earth did he get so much vitality? Dead silence fell around the ring. The remaining 4 burly men from the martial arts school exchanged glances, each seeing fear in the other's eyes. What? Scared now? Su looked at the 4, his tone laced with sarcasm. Just then, an icy voice swept through the arena like a cold wind, carrying a completely different, soul-chilling sense of oppression. Enough! The voice came from a second-floor window. Zhou Xiong, who had been silently watching the match, took a single step forward, his figure appearing on the ring like a ghost, no more than 10 meters away from Su. The unique aura of the condensed meridian realm spread out like an invisible tide, causing the crowd below to hold their breath. It's Deputy Headmaster Zhou. He is actually stepping into the ring himself. A powerhouse with 2 veins. Su's in big trouble now. Zhou Xiong, standing before them, the deputy head of the Zhou Martial Arts Academy, had already condensed 2 veins. His base combat power had likely already surpassed the 4,000-point threshold. This was far beyond what Su's current combat power of 2,508 points could withstand in a head-on confrontation. Su's pupils contracted slightly. The 99 level 6 and level 7 nodes within his body instinctively accelerated their rotation, as vitality surged through him, fending off the suppressive force emanating from the very level of life itself. He could clearly sense that his opponent's vitality was not only greater in quantity than Zhou Meng's, but more importantly different in quality. It was more condensed, purer, and possessed a certain vitality. Zhou Xiong's gaze was as sharp as an eagle as he instantly detected the extraordinarily robust foundation within Su's body. A hint of unconcealable shock and even deeper greed flashed in his eyes. 99 orifices, such a powerful vitality fluctuation. You've refined at least half of your nodes to level 6, if not more. Zhou Xiong's voice carried a hint of hoarseness he himself hadn't noticed. Where on earth did you get all that vitality? He knew all too well what this implied. Refining a single node from level 4 to level 5 requires 200 points of vitality. 99 of them would require nearly 20,000 points. And advancing from level 5 to level 6 requires 500 points per node, a total of nearly 50,000 points. This was a figure that would drive an ordinary warrior to despair. Zhou Xiong himself had only barely managed to refine 20 nodes to level 5 by the time he was 30. He simply didn't have the resources to support the rest, and his patience couldn't withstand the time required for node refinement. Later, he had obtained significant benefits in his secret realm, successfully condensing 2 veins in one go and achieving a leap of 3,000 combat power. This is his reality and that of 99% of warriors in the world, where resources are limited, and one must weigh the pros and cons. With limited resources, should one gamble on node tempering for a poor value gain of a few hundred combat power points, or directly condense a vein to achieve an immediate, qualitative leap of 1,000 combat power points? The answer is self-evident. That's precisely why he lost his composure when he saw Su's unconventional foundation. The vast reserves of vitality behind it were enough to drive any faction mad. Kid, hand over your secret. Zhou Xiong growled, no longer able to maintain his composure, his eyes burning with greed. Such a vast amount of vitality could cultivate several meridian condensation realm cultivators. Wasting it on you alone to temper a node is nothing short of squandering a precious resource. What? You beat up the kid, so now the old man is here? Su raised an eyebrow, his tone still carrying that infuriating composure. Is Deputy Hall Master Zhou planning to personally instruct me? You've got a sharp tongue. Zhou Xiong snorted coldly, cutting off the small talk. He knew it was pointless to argue with this kid. Only by crushing him with overwhelming power could he restore the Zhou family's honor and seize whatever opportunity might be at stake. He lunged forward, unleashing the full speed granted by his 2 veins. His right hand formed a claw, and with a piercing screech that seemed capable of tearing through anything, he struck directly at Su. What an overwhelming sense of pressure is this, the power of 2 veins. He felt a chill run down his spine. His opponent's base combat power exceeded 4,000 points. Only by experiencing it firsthand could he truly grasp the suffocating nature of such a gap. On top of that, his opponent had the boost of at least a mid-tier Xian grade combat skill, pushing his combat power past 6,000 points. This was far beyond what his current base combat power could withstand. His base combat power was a mere 2,508 points. Even with the exquisite wandering dragon step, it would be difficult to completely evade this furious, locked-on strike given the overwhelming gap in raw power and speed. Going head-to-head was a sure path to death. Zhou Xiong's claws tore through the air, accompanied by a deathly screech, already closing in on him. The fierce gale from the claws stung Su's skin. There was no way to dodge it. I have no choice but to use it. A fierce glint flashed in Su's eyes. His right hand, which had remained hidden, suddenly shot out of his pocket. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, and the vast, ocean-like vitality within him compressed and converged toward his fingertips at an unprecedented speed. 800 points of vitality. This was the maximum amount his body could currently withstand relatively stably and mobilize instantly. With a single thought, 800 points of vitality surged into his blood energy technique, the void-piercing skill. Hum. A heart-stopping ripple radiated from his fingertips. The space around them seemed to warp slightly, the light dimmed, and an intensely concentrated, extremely dangerous aura of destruction spread out. This single finger, imbued with 800 points of vitality, contained such pure destructive power that it reached the terrifying level of 8,000 points of combat power. Break it! Su growled. Facing the claws capable of tearing steel to shreds, he did not retreat but charged forward instead. His fingertip, imbued with terrifying power, struck first despite being the second to move, aiming with pinpoint precision at the center of Zhou Xiong's claw. Idiot! You're asking for death. Seeing that Su dared to block the attack head-on with just his finger, Zhou Xiong sneered even more inwardly. He surged his claw's power further, intent on tearing this arrogant brat finger and all to shreds. However, the moment their finger and claw made contact, pop! A faint yet bone-chilling sound rang out. The scene Zhou Xiong had imagined Su's finger bones shattering and his arm snapping did not materialize. On the contrary, he felt his supposedly unstoppable claw strike the very moment it made contact with that finger get pierced as easily as if it were made of paper. The power contained within that finger was so concentrated and overwhelming that it instantly tore through his claw strike, pierced his protective vitality, shattered his own finger bones, and, without losing any momentum, burst through the palm of his hand, leaving a spray of blood in its wake. Ugh! The excruciating pain caused Zhou Xiong to let out a piercing scream. His charging body froze abruptly as he stared in disbelief at his blood-soaked right palm, which now bore a transparent hole. The lingering, sharp, and overwhelming force of that finger strike continued to rage through the meridians in his arm, causing relentless, tearing pain. His entire right arm instantly went limp, effectively rendered useless for the time being. The mid-Xian tier combat skill that had made him famous, Eagle Claw technique, for which he had condensed combat power into 2 veins, was it really so easily shattered by a single finger from his opponent? The entire arena fell deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, their minds going blank. Su slowly withdrew his finger, his face slightly pale. Consuming 800 points of vitality in one go was no small burden for him, and waves of burning pain radiated from the meridians in his arm. Yet the gaze he directed at Zhou Xiong was as cold as a blade. "It seems," he said, flicking his finger with a hint of sarcasm, "that the quality of your Zhou family's secret art leaves much to be desired. You couldn't even block a single finger of mine." Zhou Xiong clutched his pierced right hand as blood seeped continuously from between his fingers. The intense pain and humiliation made his whole body tremble. He glared at Su with eyes brimming with venom, horror, and a hint of fear he refused to admit even to himself. What rank was this combat skill? It had to be Earth grade or higher, otherwise, how could someone with less than 2000 base combat power unleash such a terrifying attack, instantly shattering his combat skill, which possessed over 6000 combat power, and inflicting such severe injuries on him? Not only did this kid possess the secret to rapidly accumulating vitality, but he also had such a high-tier offensive combat skill. What a stroke of luck! It defies the heavens. After a brief, deathly silence, the crowd below finally erupted into a thunderous uproar. He won? Su won. 1 finger. He used just 1 finger. He crippled Deputy Director Zhou's arm. My God! What kind of monster is he? Earth-tier combat skill. What he just used was definitely an Earth-tier combat skill. How many years has it been since an Earth-tier combat skill appeared in Linjiang City? The shouts, whispers, and gasps were so loud they nearly tore the roof off. Everyone's gaze toward Su had completely changed. This was a world where strength reigned supreme, and Su had earned their awe through sheer power. However, just then, an aura far more terrifying than Zhou Xiong's, like a dormant volcano suddenly awakening, erupted violently from the depths of the Zhou Martial Arts Hall. This aura instantly engulfed the entire arena. Everyone felt as if an invisible giant hand were clamping down on their throats, making it difficult even to breathe. "Young man, you're quite impressive." An aged voice rang out slowly, not loud, yet clear enough to reach everyone's ears. Immediately afterward, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, with snow-white hair and beard, appeared on the stage as silently as a ghost. He looked extremely old, yet his complexion was rosy, and his eyes sparkled with intensity whenever he opened and closed them. The vitality fluctuations emanating from his body were like a vast ocean, fathomless. The true pillar of the Zhou family, the Grand Master Zhou Tianfeng. A warrior who had refined 3 veins. Grand Master. Patriarch. Zhou Xiong, Zhou Kuan, and the others, as if they had seen a savior, cried out excitedly, their faces once again lit with hope. The crowd below turned pale with shock. It's the old Patriarch Zhou. 3 veins. he has actually come out in person. It's over. No matter how prodigious Su is, he can't possibly stand up to a powerhouse with 3 veins. Even an Earth-tier combat skill can't bridge such a massive gap in cultivation. Zhou Tianfang paid no heed to those around him. His eyes, sharp as a falcon's, fixed directly on Su, as if intent on seeing right through him from the inside out. So young, yet so ruthless, you crippled the deputy head of our martial arts hall's arm. Zhou Tianfang's voice was flat, yet carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the spine. Moreover, it seems you possess a combat skill at the Earth realm or higher. Young man, you harbor quite a few secrets. He slowly raised his withered palm, and within it, vitality began to coalesce, emitting terrifying fluctuations several times more powerful than Zhou Xiong's. The vitality bolstered by 3 veins both in quality and quantity was far beyond anything Zhou Xiong could match. Hand over the secrets of your combat skill and that vast amount of vitality, and cripple yourself, then I might spare your life. Zhou Tianfang's words carried an air of absolute authority, as if he had already sealed Su's fate. Faced with this terrifying aura pressing down on him like a mountain, Su felt every bone in his body groaning, and the flow of vitality within him grew sluggish. Faced with such an overwhelming disparity in strength, both the Skystep skill and the void-piercing skill seemed to lose their effectiveness. His expression grew grim to the extreme as his mind raced, searching for a way to escape. Using the void-piercing skill, which consumed over 1,000 points of vitality, might offer a sliver of hope, but his opponent would never give him the chance to calmly gather his finger energy, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Just at this critical moment. Hee, old Zhou, it's been decades since we last met, and you still love to bully the weak. A clear, calm voice, yet one that equally contained immense power, swept across the arena like a gentle spring breeze, quietly dissipating Zhou Tianfang's terrifying aura into thin air. The crowd looked on in astonishment. They saw a middle-aged scholar dressed in a blue robe, with a refined and scholarly demeanor and an extraordinary aura, who had appeared at the edge of the ring at some unknown moment and was now watching the scene with a smile. Upon seeing this man, Zhou Tianfang's pupils suddenly contracted. For the first time, his face, which had always been as still as an ancient well, showed a violent stir, and he cried out in disbelief, "Yang Baichuan? How did you end up here?" Yang Baichuan. That name seemed to possess a magical power, instantly bringing the entire scene to a fever pitch once more. Yang Baichuan? Is that the vice president of our Linjiang City Martial Arts Association? Well, rumor has it he condensed 4 veins years ago. He is one of the top-tier powerhouses in our city. Why would he come to a place like this and step in to defend Su? Yang Baichuan ignored Zhou Tianfang's astonishment and turned his gentle gaze toward Su, his eyes brimming with undisguised admiration. "Young man, not bad. You have a solid foundation, remarkable courage, and most rare of all, exceptional insight." He had clearly recognized the extraordinary nature of Su's node tempering and the exceptional skill in his finger techniques. Su's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow. "This junior, Su, greets Chairman Yang." Though he didn't recognize this man, the other had clearly come to rescue him, and with such unfathomable strength, proper etiquette was essential. Yang Baichuan nodded slightly, then turned to Zhou Tianfang, whose face was dark with anger, and said calmly, "Old Zhou, let the young people handle their own affairs. You, the esteemed hall master and elder with 3 veins, laying hands on a high school student? If word gets out, will the Zhou family's reputation survive?" Zhou Tianfang's face turned ashen, and he gritted his teeth. "Yang Baichuan, this boy injured the Zhou family's deputy hall master and possesses a precious treasure. This matter cannot simply be swept under the rug. Does the Martial Arts Association intend to meddle in the Zhou family's private affairs?" "Private affairs?" Yang Baichuan chuckled lightly. "Su is the top-ranked contender on this year's Linjiang Rising Stars list. He is the future hope of Linjiang City's martial arts community. Besides, in a tournament match, if one's skills fall short, injuries are inevitable. If your Zhou family isn't satisfied, feel free to have the younger generation challenge him again. Using your seniority to force the issue won't help matters at LL, only make you look inferior and invite ridicule." His tone remained calm, but his words carried the weight of 1,000 caddies. Above all, the overwhelming might of the 4 veins left Zhou Tianfang with no choice but to feel apprehensive. Zhou Tianfang's chest heaved violently, clearly seething with rage. Yet, as he looked at Yang Baichuan calm in demeanor yet unwavering in resolve, he knew full well that today's matter was beyond his control. With Yang Baichuan intervening, there was absolutely no way he could lay a finger on Su. Fine. So much for Yang Baichuan. So much for the Martial Arts Association. Zhou Tianfang glared intently at Yang Baichuan, then shot Su a vicious glance, as if trying to etch his face into his memory. The Zhou family will remember what happened today. Let us go. With that, he swept his sleeve, enveloping the injured Zhou Xiong in the dazed Zhou Kuan. In a flash, he vanished with the rest of the Zhou family, their retreating figures radiating a rage so intense it was almost suffocating. As the Zhou family departed, the suffocating sense of oppression finally dissipated. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped disaster. Only then did Yang Baichuan turn his gaze back to Su, a gentle smile spreading across his face. Young man, the waters of Linjiang City may not be deep, but there are plenty of undercurrents. You'll need to be extra careful in your future endeavors. Su bowed deeply. Thank you, Chairman Yang, for coming to my aid today. Yang Baichuan waved his hand and said meaningfully, there is no need to thank me. It's your talent and strength that made it worth my while to intervene. Train hard. I'm very much looking forward to your performance in the martial arts exam and on even grander stages. If you ever face any difficulties, come find me at the Martial Arts Association. Also, take these next few days to prepare. I'll contact you in 7 days, and then I'll take you to a very interesting place. With that, without waiting for Su's response, his figure slowly dissipated like wisps of green smoke, as if he had never been there at all. Gazing in the direction where Yang Baichuan had vanished, Su stood there for a moment, feeling the vitality still surging within him and the 12 nodes that had already advanced to level 7. A faint smile slowly curled at the corners of his mouth. So mysterious, I wonder where this senior is taking me, Su mused. As his thoughts wandered, he thought again of the old ghost from the Zhou family who had just left. Is an old ghost with 3 veins really that impressive? Just wait until I refine all my nodes to level 10 and condense my veins, then I'll blow you to bits with a single punch. A surge of boldness welled up within Su. He turned and walked toward his rented room, ignoring the surrounding gazes, some filled with awe, some with envy, and others with mixed emotions. After eating dinner out and picking up a large amount of dried monster meat to take home, Su returned to his humble yet comforting rental apartment. After locking the door from the inside, he flopped straight onto the bed. System, display detailed status. A light screen unfolded. Host, Su. Current nodes, level 7, 13, level 6, 86. Current vitality reserve, 3,159,650 points. Combat power, 2,519 points. Cultivation technique, origin breathing skill supreme tier. Mastered combat skills, skystep skill top grade Shen tier. Void piercing skill vitality skill, flowing shadow sword technique lower grade Shen tier. Special status, refinement resonance passive skill, double node refinement speed. I still have over 3 million vitality reserves, enough to last a long time. But that old devil from the Zhou family is a threat. I must boost my strength even faster. The top priority is still refining nodes. As long as my foundation is strong enough, no matter how many veins he has, I'll crush them all. He hesitated no longer. His mind sank completely into his body, guiding the vast, ocean-like vitality like a diligent engineer as he began to assault a level 6 node. Consumed 3,000 vitality points. Node tempering in progress? Estimated time, 5 hours. As the tempering began, a pure and gentle sense of power gradually radiated from the node, strengthening his physique. Su was completely immersed in the euphoria of this steady increase in power, forgetting everything around him. Time flew by in silence. When he was hungry, he'd take a few bites of the expensive beast jerky he'd bought in advance. When he was thirsty, he'd drink some plain water. Aside from necessary bodily functions and brief periods of sleep, Su devoted all his time to this monotonous task of tempering. Ding! Node tempering successful. Current node level, 7, combat power plus 11. Ding! Node tempering successful.
Current node level 7, combat power plus 11.
The pleasant system notification sounds became the only background music in his life. 7 days flew by in the blink of an eye. On the evening before his scheduled meeting with Yang Baichuan, Su awoke from his frenzied training. He immediately checked the system panel. Current nodes, level 7, 45, level 6, 54. Current vitality reserve, 3,675,650 points. Combat power, 2,871 points. 2,871 points of combat power. Su clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within him, and glanced once more at his vitality reserve, which had already surpassed 3.6 million, his confidence soaring. Su checked the unread messages on his wristband and found an encrypted message sent by Yang Baichuan earlier that day. It contained only a set of coordinates and a brief note: tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., abandoned mine shaft number 7 in the east of the city. Don't be late. He being so mysterious. Su pursed his lips, but still showed up on time. That night, Su didn't practice. He fell into a deep sleep. He was too exhausted to even think about training. He was simply too tired. The next morning, when he arrived at the abandoned mine shaft, he found Yang Baichuan already standing there with his hands behind his back, next to a sleek, high-tech looking black mini-craft. Chairman Yang, Su stepped forward and bowed. Yang Baichuan turned around, his gaze sweeping over Su, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's been 7 days, and your combat power seems to have grown considerably stronger. It seems the pressure the Zhou family put on you has actually become a source of motivation. Su smiled and didn't deny it. He had spent the past few days refining his note almost non-stop, with remarkable results. Su, you really look just like your father. Yang Baichuan spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible emotion. Su's heart skipped a beat. This was the first time anyone had voluntarily brought up the parents of this body. Based on the original host's vague memories and Yang Baichuan's words, he remained silent, waiting to hear more. Your grandfather and I fought side by side on the northern border back in the day. We shared a bond as comrades in arms. Yang Baichuan took a drag on his cigarette. Your parents were both remarkable people. They died 3 years ago during that sudden, massive beast tide. They were heroes who defended humanity, true martyrs. Su nodded. He felt a renewed sense of respect for those parents he had never met, and he now understood why City Hall had provided him, as the orphan of a martyr, with a pension. You've been out of the spotlight for years, but now you've skyrocketed to fame. I suppose you found your own opportunity, Yang Baichuan said, looking at Su with a sharp yet unselfish gaze. This is your destiny. It's a fitting tribute to your fallen parents. He changed the subject, his tone growing somber. Now that you've made a name for yourself, there are some things you should know. Do you really think we humans on Tianming Star can rest easy? Su sat up straight, knowing the crux of the matter was about to be revealed. In truth, a great deal of information is withheld from the public. Though our human race has grown to a population of 10 billion on this vast, boundless, and peril-ridden Tianming Star, we are merely confined to a remote corner of a supercontinent. Yang Baichuan's voice took on a somber tone. Those monsters that occupy vast swaths of the continent's mountains, swamps, forests, and oceans, their numbers run well into the trillions. Among them are terrifying beings capable of moving mountains, filling seas, and bringing down stars with a single roar. To them, we are merely guests on this land, or rather prey. Yang Baichuan's voice remained low. Our ability to find a safe haven in a corner of this world and build a civilized city-state does not rely on the monster's mercy, but on the great wall of martial arts built with the blood and flesh of countless ancestors and a divine miracle that completely transformed humanity's rise 1,000 years ago. A divine miracle? Su asked, playing along. Yes, a divine miracle that changed the fate of humanity on Tianming Star, Yang Baichuan replied, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. 1,000 years ago, a massive palace appeared out of thin air within our human territory. At first, there was panic, but later, pioneers risked their lives to investigate and discovered that in front of the palace lay a white jade plaza. It wasn't a dead end, but a series of teleportation channels leading to different worlds. We call them dungeon worlds. Dungeons? Su's heart skipped a beat. This concept strangely mirrored the games he played in his past life.
Yes, dungeons, all kinds of dungeon worlds.
They're bizarre and full of danger, but they also hold endless opportunities. Every instance is fraught with danger, bizarre rules, powerful gatekeepers, and hostile environments.
Countless gifted warriors have perished within them.
But, he emphasized forcefully, in the beginning, it was precisely the reward we brought back, barely escaping death from the simplest of these instances, the breathing skill that truly ushered in the era of martial arts and gave the human race the means to stand up to monsters. This light gate was named the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena by our ancestors. Today, it has been taken over by the Federation as Supreme Council and has become the greatest foundation and highest secret of our human race.
Yang Baichuan fixed Su with an intense gaze.
Only warriors whose combat power exceeds 2,000 points, who have passed rigorous vetting, and whose parents and grandparents across 3 generations have remained loyal to the human race are eligible to be informed of its existence and permitted to enter and explore it.
Because Yang Baichuan fixed Su with an intense gaze.
The Federation needs them to enter various dungeons to explore, to battle, and to acquire the resources, martial arts techniques, and even technology within.
This is how we sustain our resistance against the never-ending monster invasions and ensure the survival of the human race.
Su took a deep breath, feeling a surge of passion welling up within him. So the backdrop of this world was this: grand humankind was not living in comfort, but struggling to survive amidst crisis. Fortunately, though the monsters are numerous, they are not a monolithic force. Their internal factions are intricately intertwined, which is what gives us a chance to catch our breath and develop. Yang Baichuan continued, Su, your sudden rise to prominence and the skyrocketing surge in your combat power are bound to attract attention from many quarters. Although the vast majority of the Federation's warriors are either adventuring in dungeon worlds or stationed at the martial arts Great Wall to defend against monsters, troublemakers like the Zhou family with their narrow-mindedness and underhanded tactics will certainly not be the last. His tone grew serious. However, you needn't worry too much. The Federation has an ironclad rule strictly prohibiting the exploitation of warriors, especially prodigy warriors.
This is a red line. Anyone who crosses it will die.
Openly, no one dares touch you. But you must guard against underhanded tactics behind the scenes. If you encounter any trouble you can't handle in the future, feel free to contact me.
Su thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Chairman Yang.
Yang Baichuan waved his hand and asked, now that you know part of the truth about this world, according to convention, warriors typically enter university after the martial arts exam to further solidify their strength before being granted access to the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace.
Unless there's an anomaly like you who can reach the entry threshold early on.
He looked at Su meaningfully. Your combat power must be well over 2,000 points by now, right?
So, are you interested in taking an early peek at the world beyond that light gate? Or would you rather consolidate your strength for a while longer? Su didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, Chairman Yang, regarding no tempering, what is the view of the Federation as high command, or rather, the circle of true powerhouses? Yang Baichuan seemed to have anticipated this and laughed. I knew you'd ask that.
It's a consensus that the deeper 1's foundation in no tempering, the greater 1's future potential.
Do you know what kind of foundation Lord Yu Wuji, the strongest among the Tianming star human race, revered as the first war god, possessed back in his day?
His voice carried immense reverence. Back then, Lord Yu possessed a foundation so extraordinary he had refined all 99 of his nodes to level 9 before he was able to condense his very first vein. Once a warrior condenses a vein, their ability to metabolize the toxic residues of Monsterdan is greatly enhanced. Afterward, the Federation gathered vast amounts of vitality resources to help him condense 9 veins. By now, his combat power has reached the level where he can slay a demon emperor with a single strike. He is invincible. He is a true monument and source of pride for the martial arts of the human race. He shifted the tone of his voice, a hint of resignation in his words. However, you must understand that the further one progresses, the more vitality is consumed. The amount is astronomical. Refining a node from level 8 to level 9 consumes enough vitality to train several warriors at the Meridian Condensation Realm. The human race's resources are limited, and we're surrounded by powerful enemies. We can't afford to waste resources, nor can we afford to wait. Following Lord US era, the most promising disciples cultivated by major factions today generally reach the foundation of level 6 or 7 nodes by the age of 18, and that is only after exhausting all available resources, making them truly top tier. After that, they choose to condense their veins to rapidly build high-level combat power. Moreover, many important dungeons have bone age or combat power restrictions. Delaying too long will actually cause you to miss the optimal exploration window, young Baichuan said earnestly, looking at Su. So, my advice to you is this: from now on, when speaking publicly, claim that you condensed your vein after refining your node to level 6. Since your combat power far exceeds that of your peers, you can explain it by saying you either condensed your vein long ago or possess exceptional insight, allowing you to create a powerful combat skill on your own. This way, you can conceal your true foundation while also reducing a lot of unnecessary covetousness. After all, no one can see through exactly what level your node has been tempered to. Su understood perfectly Yang Baichuan was genuinely looking out for him, helping him find a plausible cover. I understand. Thank you, Chairman Yang, for your guidance, Su said solemnly, his eyes immediately flashing with fighting spirit. As for the 10,000 phenomena Heavenly Palace, I want to go take a look. But not right now. Oh? Yang Baichuan raised an eyebrow. I'd like to consolidate my cultivation a bit more. Su didn't specify exactly how far he intended to go, but the determination in his eyes left no room for doubt. When I'm ready, I'll contact you. He knew that the world instance beyond the light gate would inevitably be fraught with both danger and opportunity. Until he possessed the absolute power to protect himself at the very least, refining all his nodes to level 7 perfection, or even beginning to push toward level 8, he didn't want to rashly enter a completely unknown realm. After all, his system was his greatest trump card. There could be no room for error. Yang Baichuan nodded approvingly, neither arrogant nor impatient, and able to keep your composure very good. In that case, I won't pressure you. Keep this contact code safe. You can reach me anytime. Also, I asked you here today to give you an early glimpse of a real monster tide. Yang Baichuan's words sent a chill down Su's spine. The real monster tide? He'd only ever heard of it through the original host's vague memories and scattered references in textbooks, a brutal battlefield where walls were built from flesh and blood. All right. Far from showing fear, Su's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Working in isolation could never compare to real combat. He wanted to see just how much of his power he could unleash in the face of a real war. The two boarded the sleek, black aircraft. The interior was compact but brimming with high-tech features. Yang Baichuan took the controls himself, and the craft rose silently into the air, instantly transforming into a streak of black light as it raced toward the outskirts of Linjiang City. We're not heading to the Wanshan Celestial Palace instead, we're going to an outpost on the northern border. Yang Baichuan explained as he piloted. The pressure there has been mounting recently, with small groups of monsters infiltrating from time to time. It'll be a good chance for you to get a feel for the atmosphere of the battlefield. The craft moved at breakneck speed. The scenery outside the windows rushed by, and the city was soon left behind. Below lay rolling mountain ranges and dense primeval forests, with the occasional giant bird gliding across the sky. After about 2 hours, the craft began to descend. Through the porthole, Su saw a militarized base below, surrounded by a massive alloy wall. The wall was studded with energy turrets, and soldiers in standard-issue armor could be faintly seen patrolling. The air seemed to be thick with a faint mixture of the smell of blood and gunpowder. The craft landed smoothly on the base's helipad. As soon as he stepped out of the cabin, a biting cold wind carrying the scent of rust and burnt debris hit him in the face, jolting Su awake. A burly man in a junior officer's uniform, his face marked by a scar, strode forward and saluted Yang Baichuan respectfully. General Tier Warrior Yang. You've arrived. Lieutenant Zhang, what's the situation? Yang Baichuan nodded slightly. Not looking good, Lieutenant Zhang said, his expression grave. According to reconnaissance, the number of monsters gathered in the nearby mountains and forests has increased by 30% since yesterday, and several general-tier monsters with combat power exceeding 10,000 points have appeared. Lately, monsters have been gathering to attack Outpost 77 from time to time. We suspect they may be planning a large-scale monster horde assault on Outpost 77 in the near future. He glanced at Su standing behind Yang Baichuan, a hint of puzzlement flashing in his eyes, but he was tactful enough not to ask any further questions.
A young man whom Vice Chairman Yang had personally brought along was certainly no ordinary person. Outpost 77 Yang Baichuan mused for a moment. Let us go take a look.
The three boarded an armored vehicle at the base and drove toward the outermost defensive lines. The closer they got to the border, the more tense the atmosphere became of the wreckage of damaged armored vehicles, the charred earth, and the bloodstains that hadn't yet been fully cleaned up all bore witness to the frequency and brutality of the battles fought here. Soon, a small outpost built in a mountain hollow and nestled against the slopes came into view. The defensive fortifications surrounding the outpost were damaged in several places and were being urgently repaired by engineers. The air was thick with the pungent smell of blood.
Just then, woo woo woo!
A shrill, piercing alarm suddenly tore through the sky.
Enemy attack! It's a monster horde! Medium scale!
Everyone, take up combat positions, the lookout on the sentry tower shouted at the top of his lungs.
Rumble!
The ground began to tremble slightly.
From the distant mountains and forests, clouds of dust billowed as countless monsters of various forms surged forth like a black tide.
Wolves, leopards, snakes. Their eyes glowed crimson as they let out bloodthirsty roars, converging into a destructive torrent that charged headlong toward the outpost.
Prepare for battle!
Lieutenant Zhang roared, drawing his battle knife as vitality surged through his body, bringing his combat power to around 1,800 points. Though the soldiers inside the outpost were pale, their movements were unwavering. They swiftly took up advantageous positions, and their energy weapons began to charge, flickering with a dangerous glow.
Yang Baichuan did not intervene. He simply watched quietly and said to Su, "Go on, be careful, and get a feel for the battlefield. Remember, there's often a powerful commander hiding within the beast horde."
Su took a deep breath, suppressing the slight nervousness he felt at facing a monster horde for the first time, replacing it with a surging battle fervor. His figure flickered, and he appeared like a ghost at the very front of the outpost's wall.
Looking down at the dense swarm of snarling, ferocious monsters below, Su's gaze turned icy. "You lot come and test the power of my level 7 node."
He didn't even resort to the flowing shadow sword technique. He simply unleashed a single, powerful punch.
Boom!
Mighty vitality surged from his body, condensing into a focused fist aura that slammed into the monster horde like a cannonball.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Wherever the fist aura passed, 7 or 8 soldier-class monsters with combat power around 1,000 were instantly blown to bits like crushed watermelons, exploding into a mist of blood that filled the sky.
A small area was completely cleared.
The sheer power of that single punch left the soldiers nearby, who had been nervously preparing for battle, completely dumbfounded.
"Holy shit! Who is that guy? He's that strong? One punch, just one punch blew up 7 or 8 ironback wolves? His combat power must be at least 1,500 points, right?"
Lieutenant Zhang also looked at Yang Baichuan in shock, but Yang Baichuan merely smiled faintly, as if he had expected this all along. Su felt the impact of that punch, and a surge of pride welled up within him. He held nothing back, moving swiftly along the rampart as his fists pounded like drums, unleashing a barrage of concentrated fist auras, each one clearing a small patch of space in the sea of beasts. He was unstoppable, like a war god descended from the heavens, greatly relieving the pressure on the outpost's front lines. The soldiers' morale soared, and their battle cries shook the heavens. Just as the beast horde's offensive was beginning to be contained, a sudden, unexpected turn of events occurred.
Hiss!
A sharp, piercing hiss rang out from behind the beast horde. 3 massive blue wolves, significantly larger than the others and enveloped in swirling winds, leapt forward.
Their eyes were an eerie silvery white, and their auras all exceeded 2,000 points. It's the Wind Wolf leaders. 3 general-level beasts. Lieutenant Zhang's face paled.
2 of the Wind Wolf leaders lunged directly at Su, moving as fast as a gale, their sharp claws tearing through the air with a hissing sound.
"Bring it on!" Far from being alarmed, Su was delighted.
He activated the skystep skill, his body moving like a gliding dragon as he deftly dodged the 2 wolves' attacks. At the same time, he brought his fingers together like a sword, infusing the essence of the flowing shadow sword technique into his fingerwork, and jabbed at the vulnerable spot on one of the Wind Wolves' flanks.
Thud!
The fierce chi energy contained in his fingertip pierced right through the wind wolf's tough fur, sending a spray of blood flying. The wind wolf, in pain, let out an agonizing howl. The other wind wolf seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the side, its gaping maw snapping at Su's neck. Without even looking, Su threw a back fist, striking first despite being the second to move, and slammed it heavily into the wolf's snout. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of cracking bones rang out as the wind wolf's snout was smashed flat. It flew backward, howling in agony. Just as Su was about to press his advantage and finish off these two wounded wind wolf leaders, the third, the strongest of the three, with nearly 2,300 combat power, did not join the attack. Instead, a cunning gleam flashed in its eyes as it lunged toward a defenseless spot on the side of the outpost. Su's gaze turned cold. He shifted his stance, instantly breaking free from the struggle, and intercepted the wind wolf leader at an even faster speed. Get lost! With a cold shout, Su's fist, infused with over 2,800 combat power, smashed into the wind wolf leader's skull without any flourish. Boom! Like a watermelon bursting, the wind wolf leader, whose combat power was nearly 2,000 points, had its head blown apart by the ferocious force. The headless corpse crashed to the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. An instant kill. Seeing this, the other two wounded wind wolf leaders let out terrified whimpers and tried to flee with their tails between their legs. Su Wunti let them escape using the sky step skill to catch up. He employed both his fists and palms to effortlessly finish them off as well. With their leaders slain, the remaining monsters immediately fell into chaos and quickly scattered and retreated under the soldiers' counterattack. As the beast horde retreated, it left behind a scene of utter devastation. The soldiers silently cleared the battlefield and gathered the remains of their fallen comrades, the air thick with grief and exhaustion. Su stood atop the ramparts, feeling the surging power within him, and for the first time truly grasped the cruelty of war and the fragility of life. Just then, a piercing, wailing cry utterly at odds with the somber atmosphere of the battlefield shattered the silence. Ah Chang! Xiao Hui! No! You can't die! You promised to protect me. Wah! Su looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young woman wearing tactical gear that was noticeably too clean, even featuring some fashionable elements, throwing herself onto the bodies of two young men, weeping her heart out. Her meticulously applied makeup was smudged by tears and blood she accidentally brushed against, and she was clutching a damaged special device equipped with a live streaming gimbal. Su recognized her as Adventure Rose, an internet celebrity who had recently gained some fame on the cloud platform by promoting her exploration of the fringes and her experiences of warrior life. Clearly, she and her team, which included her boyfriend and younger brother, had gone to extreme lengths to gain views, venturing all the way to this real frontier, only to pay a terrible price. Adventure Rose jerked her head up. Her eyes, which had once been used to flash charming smiles at the camera, were now bloodshot and filled with frenzied hatred. Her gaze swept frantically through the crowd, finally fixing like a poison-tipped dagger on Su, who had just turned the tide of battle. It was him. The one with such immense power, who had slain the monster leader as if a god had descended from the heavens. If he hadn't gone to kill those wolf kings first, but had come to rescue their team instead, her boyfriend and younger brother wouldn't be dead. The grief of losing her loved ones, mixed with the fear that her streaming career might be cut short, coalesced into a twisted sense of resentment. She struggled to her feet and charged at Su like a madwoman. Amid the stunned gazes of the crowd, she pointed a finger at Su's nose and let out a blood-curdling scream. Why? You're so good at this. Why didn't you come save us first? If you'd come save us first, Ah Chang and Xiao Hui wouldn't be dead. It's you. You're the one who killed them. You cold-blooded executioner. Give me back my Ah Chang. Give me back my Xiao Hui. Her voice was shrill and piercing, filled with unfounded accusations and hysterical despair. The soldiers around her frowned. They had seen with their own eyes how Su had turned the tide of battle at the last possible moment, saving the lives of many more. But risky Rose's wailing still felt like a poisonous thorn, trying to pierce the hero's heart. Su looked at the woman before him, her face contorted with grief and anger, and listened to her illogical accusations, his brow furrowing slightly. He understood her grief, but this behavior, blaming the rescuer for the consequences of her own recklessness, stirred a sense of absurdity and a chill within him.
He could even feel a faint sense of irritation toward this unreasonable outburst beginning to take root. Just as this slight ripple of emotion began to surface. Stubborn and unrepentant. She must be executed. A cold, sharp command, like an Arctic gale, instantly froze all the commotion in the room. A flash of blade like a swan's fleeting glimpse. Yang Baichuan's figure seemed to materialize out of thin air, standing in front of Su. The long sword in his hand, as thin as a cicada's wing, had already been drawn, swung, and sheathed in a single fluid motion, so fast that it was beyond the visual perception of most people. Adventurous Rose's wails and accusations ceased abruptly, like a chicken with its throat slit. On her beautiful yet contorted face, the hatred froze, replaced by a look of incredulous bewilderment. A thin trail of blood emerged from between her eyebrows and trickled downward. In the next instant, her body slowly split in two, collapsing to the left and right, spilling blood and entrails onto the ground, right beside the corpses of her boyfriend and younger brother. The entire front line of the outpost fell into a deathly silence. Only the wind wailed. All the soldiers held their breath, staring in shock at this sudden, ruthless, and decisive scene. Damn monster! How dare you bewitch people, take human form, and attempt to disrupt the mental state of our human warriors? The entire scene was deathly silent. Only Yang Baichuan's voice echoed through the blood-soaked air. Su looked at the decapitated corpse on the ground, then glanced at Yang Baichuan, whose expression was stern as he sheathed his sword. His pupils contracted slightly. His senses were keen. Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed that the female warrior did not possess the brutal aura characteristic of monsters, and her vitality fluctuations were indistinguishable from those of a human. Uncle Yang. Su's heart sank slowly. Yet his face betrayed no sign of distress. Only a hint of confusion about this world appeared in the depths of his eyes. This vice president of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association, who appeared to be a guardian of the human race, seemed even more inscrutable than those ferocious monsters. Yang Baichuan turned around, his face having regained its previous air of refinement, as if that ruthless, decisive slash from moments ago had been nothing more than an illusion. He patted Su on the shoulder, his tone gentle. "Su, are you all right? The battlefield is treacherous and ever-changing monsters are cunning and excel at psychological warfare. Remember, you must always stay alert." Su closed his eyes and said nothing, his mind replaying over and over the female influencer's venomous glare, her sharp accusations, and Yang Baichuan's earth-shattering, merciless strike. That single strike not only severed the female warrior's life force, but also felt as though it had struck Su right in the heart, giving him his first glimpse of this world's brutal, blood-soaked laws. He was indeed shaken, filled with confusion, and even a hint of instinctive unease. Yang Baichuan's voice broke the silence, calm yet carrying an unquestionable authority. "Su, do you think I was too ruthless?" Su opened his eyes. His senses were keen. Just moments ago, he had clearly sensed that the female warrior did not possess the savage aura characteristic of monsters, and her vitality fluctuations were indistinguishable from those of a human. He did not evade the question, but replied honestly, "I'm a bit surprised. She doesn't seem to be a monster." "That's merely a facade," Yang Baichuan said, his gaze deep as he looked out at the sea of clouds beyond the window. "On the border battlefields, monsters are treacherous and unpredictable. There is a type known as the mind-confusing demon, which excels at probing the weaknesses of the human heart, weaving illusions, and possessing those who are dying or have just died, feeding on their resentment. It even uses words as blades to corrupt one's moral compass. How many gifted warriors have not perished in direct combat, yet fallen victim to such insidious tactics, their minds shattered, their cultivation stagnant ever since?" He turned his head, his gaze intense as a torch, and looked at Su. "Let me ask you this, if she is truly possessed and deluded, should I have struck that blow, or not?" Su pondered for a moment, then nodded solemnly. "It was justified. If she wasn't possessed, but merely suffered a mental breakdown and took her anger out on others in that situation, would her presence have shaken the resolve of the other soldiers? Would it have caused you, a future pillar of our forces experiencing battle for the first time, to harbor resentment, or even plant the seeds of inner demons?" Yang Baichuan asked again, his tone growing harsher. Su's heart sank as he carefully recalled the scene. The female warrior's venomous accusations had indeed caused him to feel momentary confusion and self-doubt. If he allowed such emotions to take root, he took a deep breath and nodded again. It would.
In that case, Yang Baichuan said, his tone softening, to hesitate when you should act is to invite chaos. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. The path of martial arts is not merely about accumulating strength, it is also about tempering one's character. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to yourself and your comrades. If I hold back today out of a moment's mercy, that very sliver of compassion might one day cost the lives of more innocent people, or even cause a genius like you, with your boundless potential, to perish here.
Do you understand this principle now?
These words resonated in Su's mind like the tolling of evening drums and morning bells. The slight unease and doubts he had felt earlier vanished instantly in the face of this clear logic and harsh reality. Indeed, he was not on the peaceful Blue Star, but on Tianqing Star, where martial arts reigned supreme and monsters lurked everywhere. On the battlefield, there was no room for sentimental mercy. Yang Baichuan wasn't bloodthirsty, rather, he was using the most direct and brutal method to teach Su a crucial lesson: to stay true to himself, distinguish right from wrong, and act decisively. Once he grasped this, Su felt a sudden sense of clarity, and a wave of sincere gratitude welled up in his heart toward Yang Baichuan. This elder was, in his own way, protecting him and tempering him, so that he could walk more steadily and go further along this thorny path of martial arts.
He stood up, turned to Yang Baichuan, and bowed solemnly. "Thank you, Uncle Yang, for your guidance. I had been thinking along the wrong path before. Thank you for setting me straight in time and clearing away the obstacles in my heart." Seeing Su's clear eyes and sincere demeanor evidence that he had truly grasped the deeper meaning, a look of satisfaction spread across Yang Baichuan's face. He helped Su to his feet and patted him on the shoulder. "It's good that you understand. Remember, with great power comes great responsibility, and your heart must grow ever more resilient. You have a long road ahead of you, and the storms of the future will only grow fiercer." "I will certainly keep that in mind." Su nodded vigorously. On the return flight, Su closed his eyes and focused his mind. The bloodshed at the border, the monstrous roar, the female influencer's frenzied accusations, and Uncle Yang's earth-shattering strike, these images swirled through his mind, eventually crystallizing into an unshakable realization that fused with his spiritual will. This mindset, tempered by trials and now unshakably firm, was like a key that quietly unlocked some invisible shackles within him. He felt his spiritual power coalesce with unprecedented intensity, and his control over his own vitality leaped to a new level. A new force was about to be born within Su. The aircraft landed at a secluded location on the outskirts of Linjiang City. Yang Baichuan handed Su a sealed metal box. Inside is the crystal core of a general tier monster. Its energy is pure. Go back and absorb it. Train diligently, the martial arts exam is approaching. Don't let your talent go to waste. Yang Baichuan's tone was gentle, as if nothing that had happened earlier had ever occurred. "Thank you, Uncle Yang." Su took the box and thanked him calmly. By then, dusk had fallen. After finishing dinner, Su returned to his familiar rented room, locked the door from the inside, and exhaled a long, heavy breath. He opened the metal box. Inside was a crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg, multicolored and radiating surging vitality energy. General tier monster. Only monsters with a combat power of 10,000 points or higher could be called general tier monsters. Just like human warriors, only those with a combat power of 10,000 points or higher would be granted the title of general tier warrior by the Federation, and Yang Baichuan was indeed a Federation general tier warrior. Without the slightest hesitation, he sat cross-legged, clasped the dark gold crystal core in both hands, activated the origin breathing skill, and carefully guided the energy within the crystal core into his body. Boom! Like cold water dropped into a pot of scalding oil, the energy within the crystal core revealed its ferocious nature the moment it entered Su's meridians. It was a searing, unruly torrent, as if imbued with a defiant will that sought to tear apart his meridians and scorch his resolve. If an ordinary warrior with just over 2,000 combat power were to rashly absorb such a high-quality general tier crystal core, they would likely be severely injured in an instant by this violent energy, or even have their mind corrupted by the residual will of the monster within. But Su was different. Not only did he possess a solid foundation of a fully mastered level 6 node and vitality of far superior quality compared to his peers, but more importantly, he had just undergone the baptism of the border battlefield. Having witnessed Yang Baichuan's resolute decision to slay his inner demon with his own eyes,
his state of mind had been honed into a diamond hard rock unbreakable. Faced with the onslaught of this frenzied energy, Su remained utterly unperturbed. His will, like divine iron forged through 1,000 trials, firmly controlled his own vitality, layer by layer enveloping, breaking down, and assimilating the surging frenzied energy. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association, in Yang Baichuan's office, he stood with his hands behind his back before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, looking down upon the city below, its lights fading into the night. Yet his gaze seemed to pierce through space, settling on a humble rented room somewhere in the city. His eyes held a hint of barely perceptible anticipation and gravity. The heart of the martial way, Yang Baichuan murmured to himself, his voice echoing through the empty office. How many have stumbled at this very hurdle, never finding the path to it in their entire lives? Even among the Federation's general tier warriors, not 1 in 100 can clearly define their own heart of the martial way. He recalled his own past. It was only under the guidance of a senior practitioner, amidst a life or death crisis, that he had luckily come to realize the heart of guarding order, allowing it to coalesce. From that moment on, his combat power and mental state had truly entered a phase of rapid advancement. Now, he had refined 6 veins, not the 4 rumored by outsiders, and his combat power had soared to over 60,000 points, making him a level 6 general tier warrior. Su, this young man possesses top-tier talent, perseverance, and character. During our journey to the border, he witnessed life and death firsthand and endured the onslaught of resentment and slander. By slaying that internet celebrity, I cut away the last shred of indecision and hesitation that might have taken root within him, refining his will to its purest form. But that is not enough. Cultivating the martial heart requires not only external trials but, more importantly, inner enlightenment and a pivotal moment. The crystal core of that lava earth dragon, with its ferocious will and the pulse of the earth it contains, is one of the best catalysts. According to statistics from the Federation Academy of Sciences, even when using a suitable general tier monster crystal core as a catalyst to aid in cultivating the martial heart, the success rate is a mere 1 in 10,000. And that's just theoretical data. In reality, those who succeed are as rare as a phoenix's feather or a chilin's horn. Countless geniuses, on whom great hopes were pinned, have faltered at this very step. Either they couldn't withstand the mental shock of the will within the crystal core and suffered psychological trauma, or they failed to find their own way amidst the onslaught, ultimately falling just short of success. He turned around and looked at Su's brief file on the desk, his gaze sharp. Su, can you seize this 0.01% chance? Or will you become one of the 99.99% who fail? I'm betting you'll succeed. If you can use this to forge the martial heart, even if only in its initial form, your path ahead will open up. Only then will you be qualified to reach higher realms and truly shoulder the responsibilities your parents left unfulfilled. If you fail, a flicker of complexity crossed Yang Baichuan's eyes, but it was immediately replaced by resolve. Then it will mean your limits may end here. Though you're still a genius, you won't be able to shoulder great responsibilities. I'll have fulfilled my duty as your guide. This investment in Su's future was also an extremely high-stakes gamble. The stakes were not only that slim 0.01% probability, but also whether Su could truly emerge from the cocoon as a butterfly. Inside the rented apartment, Su's refinement had reached its most critical moment. Right in the midst of this absorption and refinement process, the faint remnant of a general tier monstrous frenzied will within the crystal core, like a final desperate counterattack, transformed into an invisible roar, crashing into Su's mind. That roar was filled with savagery, a thirst for blood, and a desire for destruction, attempting to shake his resolve. Had this happened before, Su might have felt even the slightest ripple of disturbance. But now, a mere remnant? How dare you be so insolent? Su snorted coldly inwardly, and the image of Yang Baichuan's single stroke, the one that severed all obstacles and safeguarded order and conviction on the frontier, spontaneously surfaced in his mind. He recalled the state of mind he had previously forged, one that had become unshakably resolute. My path is ceaseless self-improvement. It is to protect everything I hold dear. It is to cut through every obstacle in my path. How dare you, a wretched remnant of a beast, defile it? A silent bolt of thunder seemed to explode deep within his soul. The spiritual will within him, already condensed to its absolute limit, as if it were just one step away from breaking through, erupted with a thunderous roar as the external pressure collided with his own unwavering conviction. All his insights from the resentment and determination he felt upon first crossing over, to the frenzied cultivation fueled by the system's blessings, to the decisive counterattacks against Snow, Wang, and the Zhou family. And then to his profound understanding of life and death, responsibility, and conviction on the border battlefield, as well as Yang Baichuan's teachings both spoken and demonstrated on slaying the demons of the mind and a Tao heart as firm as iron. All of this, at this very moment, was thoroughly integrated, condensed, and sublimated.
Su's aura suddenly transformed.
It was no longer merely the sheer power of vitality, but it gained an indescribable quality of divinity, a will that was unwavering, indomitable, and supremely self-assertive. He felt as though his consciousness had detached from the sea of qi in his lower dantian. At the ancestral orifice between his eyebrows, a brilliant light flickered to life, then stabilized, transforming into a seed formless and immaterial, yet utterly real and genuine. This seed contained his entire understanding of the martial way, carried his unwavering will, and served as the source and core of his spiritual power.
Ding!
Host has condensed their core will and realized their true nature. The heart of the martial way white has been successfully condensed. Heart of the martial way white.
Effect 1: a heart as steadfast as a rock.
Slightly enhances mental resistance, significantly increases resistance to illusions, mental shocks, and mind-confusing abilities, makes one's convictions less susceptible to being shaken by external influences.
Effect 2: dominion of will.
Increases control over one's own vitality and strength by 50%, increases comprehension when cultivating martial arts techniques by 50%. Note, the heart of the martial way can continue to grow and evolve alongside the hostess' experiences and insights.
It's done!
Su suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze deep and serene. His entire demeanor had undergone a subtle shift, losing some of the youthful exuberance and gaining the composure and confidence of a grandmaster. He opened his palm. The dark gold general class crystal core had already turned to dust, and all the energy and residual essence within had become the nourishment for him to condense the heart of the martial way. Feeling the myriad subtleties brought by that intangible seed at the center of his brow, especially the sense of control over his own power, as effortless as
his own limbs, Su's heart was filled with joy and enlightenment.
So that is how it is Uncle Yang gave me this crystal core, so that I could use the residual will of the monster within it as a final whetstone, helping me fully consolidate this martial heart.
This thoughtful gesture made Su's gratitude toward Yang Baichuan reach an unimaginable height.
This elder had considered his future far more deeply than Su himself ever could have imagined.
The heart of the martial way, is this the starting point for true masters?
Su clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within his body and the unwavering will at the spiritual platform between his eyebrows. An unprecedented sense of confidence welled up within him. Then, next, I must push these foundations to their absolute limit, to the perfection of a level 10 node. Without a moment's hesitation, he lay down on the bed, ready to continue his great endeavor of refinement. However, just as he was channeling his vitality to break through to the next level 7 node, the system's notification sounded once more in his mind.
Ding!
The system has detected that the host possesses 3.5 million points of vitality reserves and has cultivated the heart of the martial way, fulfilling the requirements.
A new system feature has been unlocked, Vitality Forge.
Vitality Forge allows you to invest your vitality reserves into the forge to compress and purify them, converting them into the higher tier energy vitality essence. Conversion ratio 10,000 to 1, i.e., 10,000 points of ordinary vitality can be converted into 1 point of vitality essence. Vitality essence can be used for node tempering, or to bypass the tempering time and directly level up a single node. The amount of essence consumed is 5 times the vitality required to temper that level. For example, upgrading from level 6 to level 7 requires 1,500 vitality, so 0.75 points of vitality essence are needed. Used for temporary bursts to drastically increase combat power in a short period of time. The specific effect depends on the host's strength and the amount of essence consumed.
Warning: Vitality Essence contains an immense amount of energy. Hosts should use it with caution and within their limits.
Su sat up abruptly in bed, his eyes wide with shock.
Holy shit! Bypass the refinement time? Level up instantly? This feature is absolutely game-breaking.
Previously, he could consume double the vitality to cut the refinement time in half, but as the node level increased, the required time grew longer and longer. Now, even though the consumption was terrifyingly high 5 times what it used to be, vitality reserves were the last thing he lacked. What he lacked most was time. Let us give it a try. Without hesitation, Sue immediately poured 100,000 points of vitality into the Vitality Forge. Vitality inputted, 100,000 points. Conversion started. Conversion successful. Vitality Essence obtained, 10 points. Seeing the words Vitality Essence, 10 appear on the system panel, Sue's heart began pounding. He immediately targeted a level 6 node. System, use Vitality Essence to upgrade this node to level 7. 0.75 Vitality Essence consumed. Node is being refined. Refinement complete. Current node level, level 7. Combat power plus 11. Almost the instant the command was issued, the level 6 node seemed to be instantly filled, washed over, and transformed by a vast and pure energy. The entire process took less than a second. A powerful surge of strength instantly coursed through his entire body. Awesome! This is so awesome! Sue couldn't help but exclaim with wild joy. This efficiency, it's absolutely exhilarating. He looked at the 9.25 points of Vitality Essence remaining on the system panel, then glanced at his massive Vitality Reserve, his eyes flashing with the distinctive gleam of a spending king. Grind? Not a chance. From now on, I'm going to spend Vitality. Without a moment's hesitation, he began spending like crazy. Consumed 0.75 points of Vitality Essence. Node level upgraded to level 7. Combat power plus 11. Consumed 0.75 points of Vitality Essence. Node level upgraded to level 7. Combat power plus 11. Consumed 0.75 points of Vitality Essence. The pleasant notification sounds rang out in his mind like machine gun fire, as one level 6 node after another was upgraded to level 7 at a visible pace. The power within him skyrocketed like a rocket. In just 1 minute, having consumed 40.5 points of Vitality Essence equivalent to 405,000 points of ordinary vitality, he had upgraded all 54 of his remaining level 6 nodes to level 7. Current nodes, level 7, 99. Current Vitality Reserve, 3.35 million points. Vitality Essence, 0.5. Combat Power, 3,465 points. 99 Meridians, level 7 perfected. Combat Power has surpassed 3,400 points. Feeling the 99 level 7 nodes within him each radiating immense power like burning stars, Sue felt his entire body brimming with earth-shattering, world-destroying strength. He now had absolute confidence that even without using the void-piercing skill, relying solely on this baseline combat power, he could go head-to-head with that old fox Zhou Tianfeng, the one with 3 veins. Of course, that was just a test of strength, and actual battle was out of the question. It's not enough. Level 7 perfection is just the beginning. Level 8, here I come. He poured another 1,000,000 points of vitality into the Vitality Forge, exchanging them for 100 points of Vitality Essence. System, how much Vitality Essence does it take to upgrade a level 7 node to level 8? Level 7 node, level 8 node, requires 5,000 points of regular Vitality. Instant upgrade requires 2.5 points of Vitality Essence. 2.5 points each? 99 nodes would be 247.5 points. It's finally time to put my millions of Vitality reserves to use. Sue waved his hand and began upgrading in bulk. 2.5 points of Vitality Essence consumed. Node level upgraded to level 8. Combat power plus 15. 2.5 points of Vitality Essence consumed. After another series of pleasant notification sounds, Sue looked at the brand new data on the system panel. Current nodes, level 8, 99. Current Vitality Reserve, 880,000 points. Vitality Essence, 0. Combat Power, 4,950 points. 4,950 points of combat power. Level 8 nodes perfect. Sue stood up and stretched his limbs slightly. The sound of vitality surging through his body was like a mighty river, roaring and surging. He even felt that with a single casual punch, he could flatten that outpost along with the small hill behind it. This power, now that's more like it, Su nodded with satisfaction. Looking at his remaining 880,000 vitality reserves, his gaze turned toward an even higher tier, the level 9 node. System, how much does it take to upgrade from level 8 to level 9? Level 8 node. Level 9 node requires 20,000 points of ordinary vitality. Instant upgrade requires 10 points of vitality essence.
10 points each?
99 of them would be 990 points, equivalent to 9.9 million vitality. That consumption is insane. Su stared at the cold numbers on the system panel. Even as the system's master, he couldn't help but gasp. His remaining 880,000 vitality points would only yield 88 points of vitality essence when converted, barely enough to upgrade 8 nodes from level 8 to level 9.
Better than nothing. I'll upgrade a few to get a taste of it.
Su wasn't one to hesitate. He immediately invested 800,000 vitality to exchange for 80 points of vitality essence. Consumed 10 points of vitality essence.
Node level upgraded to level 9. Combat power plus 20.
Consumed 10 points of vitality essence.
Node level upgraded to level 9. Combat power plus 20.
8 consecutive, melodious beeps rang out, like the most beautiful musical composition. With each beep, a sense of power far more potent and pure than when he had upgraded from level 8 surged through his entire body, as if 8 miniature stars had been ignited within him, radiating infinite light and heat.
Current nodes, level 9, 8, level 8, 91.
Current vitality reserve, 80,000 points, continuously increasing.
Vitality essence, 0 points. Combat power, 5,110 points. 5,110 points of combat power.
Just 8 level 9 nodes had once again sent his total combat power soaring. Su could clearly sense a qualitative difference between level 9 nodes and level 8 ones, not just in the increase in combat power, but also in the extent to which they nourished his body, which had taken a quantum leap.
So powerful. Is this what power approaching perfection feels like?
Su was intoxicated by the wonderful sensation of this power surge. However, looking at his vitality reserve now down to 80,000 points and the 91 level 8 nodes clamoring for nourishment, it was like having a bucket of cold water dumped in his face.
Pay to win was out of the question for now. The rest of the journey would have to be grinded out. He locked onto a level 8 node, channeled his vitality, and activated tempering resonance mode, consuming 40,000 vitality points. Node being tempered.
Estimated time, 24 hours.
Ugh.
Seeing that estimated time, Su couldn't help but wince, even though he mentally prepared himself.
With vitality consumption doubled and the time cut in half, it's still going to take a whole day and night?
In a few more hours, it would be exactly 1 month since his soul had been transported to Tianming Star, and there were still about 6 months left until the martial exam, which would determine the fate of countless people. At this rate, even if I worked non-stop without sleep to level up all 91 nodes to level 9, it would take 91 days over 3 months. And that doesn't even account for breaks, meals, or dealing with unexpected situations.
Su quickly ran the numbers. What about going from level 9 to level 10? Won't the consumption and time required be even more outrageous?
I'm afraid each node could take several days. A strong sense of urgency welled up inside him.
No way.
At this pace, there is simply not enough time to achieve the Supreme Tao Foundation 99 orifices at level 10 perfection before the martial arts exam.
I have to find a way to speed things up.
He thought of the Star Source secret realm. For others, this realm offered a low baseline, so even a 5-fold increase in breathing skill cultivation efficiency wouldn't amount to much.
But for him, possessing the supreme breathing skill, the 5-fold concentration of vitality there would skyrocket his recovery speed, drastically shortening the time needed to accumulate vitality.
If he could find a similar place, or discover ways to obtain large amounts of vitality. I used to think that the origin breathing skill's rate of 1 point of vitality per second was already fast, but now I see that efficiency is still too low. Su stroked his chin, his eyes flickering. It seems it's time to consider the 10,000 phenomena heavenly palace that Uncle Yang mentioned. Those dungeon worlds must hold resources and opportunities beyond the imagination of the outside world.
Or find a way to take on higher level, more lucrative quests? Hunt general tier monsters?
He turned his attention to the cloud marketplace, sifting through high difficulty quests that offered vitality as a reward or could be quickly converted into cash to purchase resources. At the same time, his longing for the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena grew ever stronger.
I'm going to win first place in the martial arts exam, no doubt about it. And I'm determined to forge that supreme Tao foundation. Anyone who dares to stand in my way, I'll use these 5,000 combat power to punch them to smithereens.
Su lay back down on the bed, multitasking as he guided his vitality to continue slowly but steadily tempering that level 8 node, while simultaneously beginning to carefully plan how to make money vitality faster, stockpiling ammunition for his upcoming frenzied leveling spree.
The path of the top-tier player has never been smooth sailing, but any difficulty only makes him more excited. While refining the node, Su frantically searched the cloud marketplace. He set his quest filters to rewards containing vitality or high value, quickly liquidatable items. For difficulty he hesitated for a moment, then pulled the filter all the way to the general tier warrior quest area. The screen instantly cleared up, but every quest description exuded a sense of danger. Grade A quest, hunt the shadow leopard. Description: traces of the shadow leopard have been confirmed deep within Mist Canyon. Its combat power is at 11,000-13,000 points. Extremely dangerous, it excels at stealth and one-hit kills. Must obtain its intact crystal core and leopard hide. Reward: 500 points of pure vitality or 500,000 star coins. Note: all other materials from the shadow leopard belong to the quest taker. Estimated market value exceeds 800,000 star coins. Prerequisites: must verify combat power of 8,000 or higher, or have a successful record of hunting a general tier monster. Grade A quest, explore the third level of the Black Wind Caverns. Description: abnormal energy fluctuations have been detected deep within the Black Wind Caverns, suggesting the presence of high energy minerals or the lair of an unknown creature. The first two levels have been cleared, but the situation on the third level is unknown. The presence of a general tier monster is highly likely. You must create a detailed map and retrieve a sample of the energy source. Reward: depends on exploration results. Minimum reward is 200 vitality points, with a maximum of 1,000 vitality points or equivalent. Prerequisites: it is recommended that teams consisting of Vein Condensation Realm General Tier Warrior players undertake this mission, or that Peak Node Realm players with exceptional survival skills participate. Grade A mission: eradicate the Scarlet Flame Ant Nest main nest. Description: a massive swarm of scarlet flame ants has been discovered in the Scarlet Flame Mountains. The presence of a queen ant, estimated combat power 9,000-10,000 points, has been confirmed, posing a threat to the safety of nearby mines. The main nest must be completely destroyed, and the queen ant must be eliminated. Reward: 400 vitality points or 400,000 star coins. 30% of the queen's crystal core and special materials must be turned in. The remainder goes to the acceptor. Acceptance requirements: a party of 5 or more is recommended. Total combat power must exceed 30,000 points. Looking at these missions, Su's eye twitched. The rewards were indeed generous for the average person, but those few hundred points of vitality were merely pocket change to him. Moreover, the danger level was extremely high. General tier monsters with combat power exceeding 10,000, that was already the realm of full-fledged general tier warriors. His current base combat power was close to 5,000, and with the void-piercing skill, he could certainly unleash over 10,000 combat power in a single strike. However, his stamina, defense, and combat experience all lagged far behind those of a true general tier warrior. The slightest misstep, and he'd be a sitting duck. For me, this is high risk, low reward, Su sighed. Besides, with my current strength, taking on these rank missions alone is still too much of a stretch. If I team up, I'll easily expose my true strength and secrets. It seems unrealistic to quickly accumulate a large amount of vitality by doing missions in the short term. I'll still have to find a way to go to a place like the Star Source Secret Realm. Su rubbed the bridge of his nose. The 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace. Uncle Yang said there are countless dungeons and plenty of opportunities there, but the dangers are unknown. Just as he was weighing the pros and cons, a ding sounded in his mind. After 24 hours, his first level 8 node had finally completed its refinement and advanced to level 9. Ding! Node refinement successful. Current node level 9, combat power plus 20. Current nodes level 9, 9, level 8, 90. Current vitality reserve 126,400 plus 1 second. Combat power 5,130 points. Feeling the newly gained power, Sue perked up. I can't just sit around waiting. Sue's personality meant he couldn't tolerate such slow progress. Without further hesitation, he used the encrypted communication code left by Yang Baichuan to send a contact request. Once the connection was established, Yang Baichuan's refined features appeared on the light screen. Sue? Are you in trouble? Yang Baichuan asked calmly. Uncle Yang, I apologize for disturbing you, Sue said respectfully, bowing before getting straight to the point. I've reached a critical stage in my cultivation and require vast amounts of vitality to sustain it. I wonder if you know of any other secret realms or sacred sites in or near Linjiang City besides the Star Source secret realm that can accelerate the accumulation of vitality? Upon hearing this, a flash of understanding crossed Yang Baichuan's eyes. He did not seem surprised by Sue's request. He pondered for a moment, then said slowly, places that accelerate the accumulation of vitality are indeed rare. The Star Source secret realm in our Linjiang City opens only once a year. It's already no small feat to gather the spiritual energy from the surrounding heavens and earth. Do you know that for an ordinary warrior who only practices the breathing skill, an hour of arduous cultivation within the Star Source secret realm yields no more than 0.5 points of vitality? Even without eating, drinking, or sleeping, one can only gain 12 points of vitality in a day. Therefore, this secret realm holds little appeal for warriors from major factions who can refine vitality pills. Sue's mind stirred. Only then did he understand why, despite its preciousness, the Star Source secret realm did not seem to spark a frenzied scramble. At 0.5 points per hour, for someone like him who gained 1 point per second, it was indeed as slow as a snail's crawl. Yang Baichuan continued, however, in Jinling City, the capital of Tiandu Province, there is a higher-level Star Source secret realm where the vitality concentration is 10 times that of the outside world. This secret realm was obtained by a powerful warrior from a dungeon world within the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. It opens once every 3 years and remains accessible for 10 days each time. If I do the math, it opens in exactly 4 days. 10 times the concentration? Sue's eyes lit up instantly. That meant his origin breathing skill would recover at a rate of 10 points per second. Over 10 days, that would amount to over 8 million points of vitality. That would be more than enough to solve his immediate crisis. Please advise me, Uncle Yang, on how to qualify for entry, Sue asked eagerly. Yang Baichuan, however, shook his head. Spots in the Star Source secret realm are extremely limited. There are only 50. They were finalized and reported to the Federation half a year ago. Now that all spots are filled, it cannot be changed. Sue's heart sank instantly. But Yang Baichuan changed the subject, looking at Sue with a hint of all-knowing insight in his eyes. However, Sue, since you've achieved such combat power at such a young age, you must have opportunities beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Perhaps you've obtained some cultivation technique that greatly enhances vitality and increases efficiency? Sue's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his composure. Yang Baichuan waved his hand, signaling that Sue need not be nervous or offer an explanation. There's no need to tell me. Opportunities vary from person to person, and federal law protects what individuals have obtained. I just want to suggest that, given your foundation, you might want to consider a different approach, purchasing entry qualifications from those who have already secured spots. Purchase qualifications? Sue was taken aback. Exactly. Yang Baichuan's lips curled slightly into a seasoned smile. You must understand that for the vast majority of warriors who rely on breathing skills, even if they undergo 10 days of arduous training in the Star Source realm at 10 times the concentration without eating or drinking, they could theoretically gain a maximum of 240 points of vitality. In reality, however, no one can go completely without sleep or rest. Factoring in the energy expenditure and plateaus encountered during cultivation, it's already extremely difficult to consistently gain 150 points of vitality. Even among the warriors who secure a spot, and some may be practicing more advanced breathing skills, the absolute maximum they could gain is 1,000 points of vitality.
If you could directly offer 1,000 points or even 1,200 points of pure vitality in exchange, Yang Baichuan looked at Su meaningfully. I believe no one could refuse such tangible, immediately usable resources. After all, what you put in your own pocket is truly yours. How could that elusive, arduous ascetic practice in a secret realm possibly compare to directly receiving over 1,000 points of vitality? Upon hearing this, it suddenly clicked for Su. A spark of delight lit up his eyes. That's right. How could he not have thought of that? For others, entering the secret realm is a way to earn vitality and it's not even very efficient. But for Su, what he lacks isn't efficiency in earning vitality, it's time. He needs to quickly acquire a large amount of vitality to pay to level up. Using the vitality he has seemingly toiled to save up to exchange for the opportunity others have toiled to gain by entering the secret realm, this plan is practically tailor-made for him.
Thank you so much, Uncle Yang, for clearing things up. Su said with sincere gratitude. This line of thinking had suddenly opened up a whole new perspective. Go ahead.
The waters in Jinling City run deeper than those in Linjiang. Be extra careful in your dealings. If you run into any trouble, feel free to contact me again.
Yang Baichuan smiled as he ended the call.
After hanging up, Su clenched his fist in excitement. The Star Source secret realm 10 times the concentration eligibility to purchase.
He immediately checked his current vitality reserves. 126,500 plus 1 second.
Exchanging a few thousand points of vitality for a spot and in return, the chance to gain nearly 10 million points of vitality over the next 10 days.
That's an absolute steal.
It was as if he could already see countless vitality essences beckoning to him, and the Supreme Tao Foundation with all 99 acupoints at level 10 perfection smiling at him from just ahead.
Jinling City looks like I'll have to make a trip there.
With the pay-to-win path laid out by Yang Baichuan, Su suddenly felt that the road ahead was bright and promising. Early the next morning, after making some quick preparations, Su boarded the high-speed rail once more, heading for the provincial capital of Tiandu Province, Jinling City. Unlike the layout of Linjiang City, Jinling City, as the provincial capital, was on a much grander scale, and its martial arts atmosphere was far more intense. Skyscrapers soaring into the clouds intertwined with ancient martial arts venues. The auras of passers-by on the streets were noticeably stronger, and occasionally, one could sense the aura of a general-tier warrior with combat power exceeding 10,000, inadvertently emanating from them.
Following Yang Baichuan's directions, Su arrived at the official office responsible for matters related to the Star Source secret realm.
He had originally planned to seek out individuals interested in selling their spots directly, but a staff member informed him of some news. Just yesterday, a warrior who had secured a spot was tragically killed while defending the border against a small-scale beast horde. Overcome with grief, his family decided to put his precious secret realm spot up for public auction. The proceeds and vitality would serve as a death benefit to secure their future livelihood.
The news quickly spread within a small circle, attracting considerable attention.
On one hand, there was respect and sympathy for the fallen warrior. On the other, a vacant spot was indeed a rare opportunity. The auction took place in a small hall within the Martial Arts Association. A dozen or so people were in attendance, mostly warriors with some welfare connections, along with a few outsiders like Su who had come upon hearing the news. The atmosphere was somewhat somber, yet tinged with a hint of competitive tension. The auction was presided over by an association staff member, who briefly explained the origin of the spot and outlined the rules. The highest bidder wins, and only pure vitality is accepted as payment. The starting bid was set at 120 vitality points, roughly the secret realm's projected minimum return for an average warrior.
135 points. 155 points.
I'll bid 175 points.
190 points. The price rose steadily and soon surpassed 500 points.
At this level, the number of bidders began to dwindle. Those remaining were mostly warriors with exceptional aptitude or higher-level breathing skills.
680 points, a voice rang out. 700 points, came a bid from another private box. It looked as though the price was about to plateau around 700 vitality points.
Just then, Su, who had remained silent the entire time, calmly raised his hand and said clearly,
2,000 points. The entire conference room fell silent instantly.
You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gaze turned simultaneously to this boy who looked far too young and whose face was unfamiliar to them all. Disbelief, confusion, a myriad of emotions intertwined on their faces.
2,000 vitality points? To buy a spot in the Star Source realm? Is this guy out of his mind?
After all, for most people in the room, 2,000 vitality points was a colossal sum that would take years to save up or require taking risks to complete extremely difficult quests. Spending that kind of fortune on a 10-day cultivation spot to anyone, that was a deal so bad it would make your great-grandmother roll over in her grave.
Even the auctioneer paused for a moment before confirming, "Sir, are you bidding 2,000 points of pure vitality?"
Yes.
Su's tone was calm, as if he were simply bidding 50 points.
Whoa! A wave of uncontrollable murmurs immediately swept through the conference room.
2,000 points? Does he even know what 2,000 points of vitality means? What kind of spendthrift has wandered out here? Is he here just to cause trouble on purpose?
Doesn't he seem like it? Look how calm he is.
Could it be that his elders bestowed upon him an advanced breathing skill? Others looked thoughtfully at the family representative of the fallen warrior on stage, a middle-aged woman with red-rimmed eyes, struggling to contain her grief.
I see this young man probably has an ulterior motive.
You mean, he wants to use this method to secure more compensation for the martyress orphan child? 2,000 vitality points, what a generous gesture.
He must be a scion of a reclusive family, one with a kind heart and immense wealth. In an instant, the way people looked at Su shifted from initial shock and the gaze one might reserve for a fool to admiration, curiosity, and even a hint of flattery. Someone who could casually offer 2,000 vitality points for charity. Their background and power were undoubtedly unfathomable. The few who had been bidding earlier exchanged glances and finally shook their heads with wry smiles.
Competing against a big spender who played by no rules whatsoever and who might have a staggering background? It was pointless.
Moreover, since the other party's gesture was cloaked in the guise of righteousness, continuing to bid against them would only make them look bad.
2,000 vitality points once. 2,000 vitality points twice. 2,000 vitality points 3 times. Sold. The gavel fell, sealing the deal.
Under the complex stares of the crowd, Su calmly stepped forward to complete the handover procedures with the association staff and the family of the fallen warrior. He transferred 2,000 vitality points to the designated official account, confirming the transfer of the quota. The middle-aged woman, seeing the enormous amount of vitality in her account far exceeding her expectations, was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes.
She bowed repeatedly to Su. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Sir, you are truly a good person. You will surely be rewarded for this."
Su supported her, simply said, "Please take care," and said no more.
He didn't need anyone's gratitude. He did this partly because he genuinely needed the spot, and partly because, as the orphan of a martyr himself, he empathized deeply with her situation and didn't mind lending a hand within his means. Exchanging a few thousand points of vitality, which was merely pocket change to him, for a desperately needed spot, while also helping someone else, why not? Amid the crowd's speculations and whispers about him being mysterious, generous, and having astonishing connections, Su obtained that heavy, Star Source Realm access pass, which held a special significance for him. His mind was at peace. He even felt a bit like laughing.
Silly?
Maybe.
But what can I say? I've got plenty of vitality.
After securing the spot, Su checked into a quiet hotel in Jinling City.
There were exactly 4 days left until the Star Source realm opened. He wanted to keep grinding nodes using tempering resonance, but when he considered that each node took 24 hours to temper and that he still had 90 level 8 nodes inside him, all clamoring for attention, a deep sense of helplessness washed over him.
One a day, 90 days, I just can't keep up.
Su rubbed the bridge of his nose.
It's way too inefficient.
Suddenly, an idea struck him. That's it. Unlike others who need to circulate their energy through the microcosmic orbit when cultivating a breathing skill, my origin breathing skill runs automatically. It keeps working even while I sleep. I've been under constant mental strain lately, especially from condensing the martial heart and the border expedition, which drained a huge amount of my mental energy. Rather than inefficiently pushing myself to the limit, I should use these last few days to completely relax and restore my mental state to peak condition. Inside the secret realm, if we encounter any unexpected situations, the loss of vitality would be astronomical. I must ensure I can remain absolutely alert for 10 days and 10 nights once we're inside. With that in mind, Sue immediately made a decision that would seem extremely extravagant, even decadent to other warriors: sleep. Sleep until the sky turns dark and the earth grows dim. First, he went to the most upscale grocery store in Jinling City, where he splurged a massive amount of star coins to buy enough top-grade monster meat and nourishing herbal dishes rich in vitality energy to last 10 days, filling the hotel's refrigerator to the brim. Then, he returned to his room, locked the door from the inside, drew the curtains, and lay back comfortably on the large bed. The next moment, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him. Sue let his mind relax, stopped resisting, and instantly sank into a deep sleep unlike anything he'd ever experienced. He slept for a full 4 days. During those 4 days, his body functioned like the most precise instrument, with the origin breathing skill continuously drawing vitality from the outside world, while his spirit and will found the most complete relaxation and nourishment in that deep sleep. The bloodshed on the border battlefield, the shock of slaying the celebrity, the clamor of the auction, all this pent-up fatigue and distracting thoughts were washed away by this long sleep. When his alarm clock roused him early on the morning the secret realm opened, he felt refreshed and invigorated, his eyes sparkling with vitality, his mind clearer and sharper than ever before, and his body brimming with vibrant vitality. He couldn't have been in better shape. Awesome! Sue stretched, his joints cracking like thunder. Current nodes, level 9, level 8, 90. Current vitality reserve, 514,700 points, continuously increasing. Combat power, 5,130 points. His stats were fully restored, and his strength had even improved slightly. Sue nodded in satisfaction. With 500,000 vitality points to spare, he wasn't in a rush to instantly level up his nodes. After a hearty meal, he set off, full of energy, toward the entrance of the Starsource secret realm. The entrance to the secret realm was located in a heavily guarded valley on the outskirts of Jinling City. By this time, most of the other qualified warriors had already arrived, many of them showing signs of exhaustion from staying up all night to train, mixed with a forced sense of excitement. When they saw Sue, who looked radiant and whose eyes shone as brightly as 2 stars, they all paused in surprise. How is this kid in such great shape? I heard he spent 2,000 vitality points to buy his spot. Could it be that he has given up and just slept through the whole thing? It's possible. 2,000 vitality points, just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Who'd have the heart to train under those circumstances? Many shook their heads silently, thinking Sue was either a fool or had lost his mind. Sue paid no heed to the surrounding whispers and quietly waited in line. The secret realm is now open. Enter in order. Time limit, 10 days. The guard officer's booming voice rang out. A massive energy vortex more dense than the Xingyuan secret realm in Linjiang City and swirling with a rainbow-colored halo appeared in the center of the valley. Sue followed the crowd and stepped inside. A familiar sensation of space-time shifting washed over him, and in the next moment, he found himself in a vast, secluded paradise where vitality energy was so dense it was almost liquid. Detected an environment with ultra-high vitality concentration. The effects of the origin breathing skill are greatly enhanced. Current vitality gain rate, 10 points per second. It worked. Sue's heart leapt with joy. 10 points per second, that's 864,000 points a day. 10 days would be 8.64 million points. This staggering number made his heart race. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed to a secluded corner rich in energy and sat down cross-legged. Rather than impatiently assuming a posture to practice the breathing skill like the others, he first did something that left the other warriors speechless. Sue reached into his backpack, which served as a cover for his system space, pulled out a soft air mattress, skillfully inflated it, then lay down comfortably on it and even took out an eye mask to put on. What is he doing? A warrior named Zhao Ming's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He has come in here to sleep? This is a 10-fold concentration Starsource realm. Every second is worth its weight in gold. And he is actually sleeping? It wasn't just Zhao Ming, everyone else who noticed Su's actions looked as if they'd seen a ghost. This wasn't just being wasteful, he had to be out of his mind. However, what they didn't know was that the moment Su lay down, he had already issued a command in his mind. System, first convert 400,000 vitality and all vitality gain from now on, feed it in real time into the vitality forge to transform it into vitality essence. At the same time, use the vitality essence to temper the remaining 90 level 8 nodes, upgrading them to level 9. Command confirmed. Execution begins. Lying on the air mattress, Su appeared to be sleeping, but in reality, earth-shattering changes were taking place within his body. Vitality plus 10, plus 10, plus 10. Vitality essence plus 40, plus 0.001. After 400,000 vitality was converted into vitality essence. 10 points of vitality essence consumed. Node level upgraded to level 9. Combat power plus 20, consumed 10 points of vitality essence. Node level upgraded to level 9. Combat power plus 20. The pleasant system notification sound began to ring in his mind at a steady and astonishing frequency. The formation of each level 9 node brought a surge of immense power and an even deeper transformation of his body. Su lay comfortably on the bed, seemingly fast asleep, but in reality, he was undergoing accelerated tempering in a state of resonance while savoring the supreme thrill of his power skyrocketing like a rocket. This sensation of growing stronger simply by lying there and at such an unimaginable speed was so exhilarating it made his very soul tremble. Zhao Ming and the others were still struggling to practice their breathing skills, barely gaining 1 or 2 points, or 3 points of vitality, in an hour. Seeing Su asleep, their hearts were filled with contempt and disdain. They couldn't even begin to imagine that the fool and prodigal son in their eyes was engaging in such frantically cultivation in a way they couldn't comprehend. A true cheater, even his cultivation posture was different from theirs. After Su initially consumed 40 points of vitality essence to instantly upgrade 4 level 9 nodes, every 3 hours thereafter, an 8th level node would undergo a qualitative leap under the infusion of vast, pure energy, ascending to a perfect level 9 node. The formation of each level 9 node not only brought a massive 20-point boost to combat power but also felt as if an eternal, indestructible star had been ignited within his body, its structure perfect and stable, radiating immense yet restrained waves of power. Su could clearly sense a profound transformation taking place within his body. The quality of his vitality, his mastery of power, and even the very source of his life were all slowly improving. This sensation of lying still while his strength skyrocketed at a visible pace was so exhilarating it defied description. He didn't even need to worry about mental fatigue like others did, because he was already in the most relaxed resting state possible. His mind was alert and his spirit clear, allowing him to enjoy the thrill of this power surge in the most direct and pleasurable way. Day after day passed. Among the other warriors in the secret realm, after the frenzied cultivation of the first few days, many began to show signs of fatigue and mental exhaustion, causing their cultivation efficiency to plummet. Some were even forced to stop and meditate to regulate their breath, or take a brief nap, their hearts filled with regret over the wasted time. Meanwhile, Su continued to lie peacefully on his air mattress, breathing steadily, a faint, almost imperceptible smile of contentment playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet the energy surrounding him was growing ever richer and more profound at a breathtaking pace, like a bottomless ancient well harboring terrifying energy. On the 7th day, Zhao Ming was forced to stop and regulate his breath because his vitality had become slightly disrupted due to pushing his cultivation too hard. He glared at Su, who was still asleep in the distance, seething with frustration yet powerless to do anything about it. That lucky bastard sleeping so soundly, isn't he afraid of disrupting his chi? He could only speculate maliciously. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already the 10th day since the secret realm had opened. Over the past 9 days, Su had steadily progressed through refining resonance and had successfully refined 9 level 9 nodes. Yet the bulk of his achievements stemmed from that endless supply of vitality essence. Consumed 10 points of vitality essence. Node level upgraded to level 9. Combat power plus 20. As this final notification echoed in his mind, the 81st and final level 8 node within Su's body, which had been instantly upgraded using vitality essence, transformed in response. Radiating an inner glow, it successfully ascended to level 9. The final acupoint perfectly ascended. Boom! It was as if the universe were being born anew, or as if some ancient shackle had been violently shattered. Within Su's body, 99 level 9 nodes vibrated in unison, emitting a mysterious resonance. Interconnected and radiating light, they instantly formed a flawless, self-sustaining, vast internal circulation system. A boundless, immense sense of power as weighty as if it were bearing the heavens and earth erupted like a dormant volcano, sweeping through every limb and every inch of his flesh with unstoppable force. All 99 nodes all at level 9. His foundation was nearly perfect. Most of a day later, the signal indicating the secret realm's closure arrived as expected. Su awoke just in time, slowly sat up, and casually removed his eye mask. He didn't even need to consciously channel his energy merely by casually clenching his fist. The air around him emitted a low hum and began to vibrate faintly. As his eyes opened and closed, a brilliant divine light shone from them, as deep and vast as if they contained an entire starry sky. The aura surrounding him was harmonious and unified, as heavy as mountains, exuding an unshakable, unfathomable, and terrifying sense of pressure. With a slight flicker of his thoughts, the system panel naturally appeared. Current nodes, level 9, 99. Current vitality reserve, 694,700 points plus 10 seconds, temporary status. Combat power, 6,930 points. Not a bad haul, Su said with a satisfied smile. Once I get back, I can start trying to break through to level 10. He stretched lazily, then began to leisurely pack up the air mattress that had accompanied him for the past 10 days. His gaze casually swept across the area, taking in the faces of the others weary yet unable to hide their excitement. These warriors had trained rigorously for 10 days. Most had gained over 100 vitality points and already felt the journey had been well worth it, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. However, when their eyes happened to fall on Su, they all froze in unison, their faces immediately contorting with disbelief and astonishment. This guy who'd been sleeping for 10 days not only showed no signs of weariness, but looked radiant, his eyes as bright as morning stars. The harmonious, reserved aura surrounding him was far stronger than it had been 10 days ago, giving off an unfathomable, awe-inspiring presence. What is going on with his aura? Could sleeping really make someone stronger? This defies all logic. What a freak! Zhao Ming stared intently at Su, trying to find even the slightest trace of a shaky foundation or a forced breakthrough, but the result sent a chill down his spine. The other man's aura was solid, heavy, and flawlessly complete. The power concealed beneath those calm eyes made even his soul tremble. The immense shock and the stark contrast left him momentarily flustered. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward, clasping his hands in a bow as he asked, "Brother, do you perhaps possess some unique cultivation secrets? Might you offer us a few pointers?" Upon hearing this, Su merely cast a faint glance his way, his hands never stopping as he deftly rolled up and put away the air mattress. "No need for guidance," he said in a flat tone, as if discussing the most ordinary of matters. "Perhaps I just sleep more deeply." With that, he hoisted his cultivation artifact onto his shoulder and, under the skeptical stares of the many warriors questioning the meaning of life, strode out of the Xingyuan secret realm first, as leisurely as if taking a stroll. After eating, drinking, and taking a bath outside, he returned to his familiar rental apartment in Linjiang City. Su locked the door from the inside and immediately brought up the system panel. Host, Su. Current nodes, level 9, 99. Current vitality reserve, 709,100 points plus 1 second. Combat power, 6,930 points. Cultivation technique, origin breathing skill supreme tier. Mastered combat skills, sky step skill top grade Shen tier, void piercing skill vitality skill, flowing shadow sword technique lower grade Shen tier. Special status, tempering resonance passive skill, double node tempering speed. Special item, breath of time fragment. System function, vitality forge. Looking at the 99 gleaming level 9 nodes, Su's heart surged with excitement. The sense of power brought by reaching the perfect level 9 far surpassed anything he felt before. He felt that, as he was now, a single punch would be enough to knock that old devil Zhou Tianfang of the Zhou family to his knees, begging for mercy. But I can't get cocky just yet. Above level 9 lies level 10. The main quest released by the system, Supreme Tao Foundation, requires all 99 acupoints to reach level 10 perfection before the martial arts exam.
He couldn't wait to lock onto a level 9 node and try channeling vitality. Level 9 node. Level 10 node requires 50,000 points of ordinary vitality. Instant upgrade requires 25 points of vitality essence. Estimated refinement time with refinement resonance activated, 72 hours. Holy shit? Sue nearly jumped out of bed. 50,000 points of vitality per node? 25 points of vitality essence for an instant upgrade? And even after having the time, the refinement still takes 3 days and 3 nights? Even though he mentally prepared himself, this terrifying cost still made him gasp in shock. One node costs 50,000 points, 99 of them would be 4.95 million points of vitality. An instant upgrade requires a whopping 2,475 points of vitality essence, equivalent to 24.75 million points of regular vitality. Is this even a node? It's clearly a star-devouring beast. No wonder Yu Tianji, the Federation's strongest warrior, only managed to refine a level 9 node before condensing his vein back then. On one hand, the vitality requirement was simply outrageous. Even if the Federation could supply it by refining the essence blood of hunted monsters into vitality pills for him to consume, the problem was that these pills contained impurities. Consuming too many would trigger a pill poisoning reaction, and he'd be done for in a matter of minutes. On top of that, the tempering process takes far too long. Even with his current time-halved status, it still takes 3 days and 3 nights, and without it, it would be a full 6 days. Spending 6 days without eating or sleeping, focusing solely on tempering a single node, is simply absurd. Even though Su can multitask, he can't sustain it for too long. Forcing him to maintain a continuous tempering state for 6 days would definitely be too much for him to handle. No wonder even the human war god Yu Wuji only managed to refine up to level 9. Level 10 isn't even meant for humans to train. Su couldn't help but complain. Only a cheater like me would even dare to think about it. I can't grind my way through this, so I'll just have to keep spending. He glanced at his 709,100 vitality reserve, barely enough to instantly upgrade 2 level 10 nodes. Without further hesitation, he immediately poured 500,000 vitality into the Vitality Forge. Vitality inputted, 500,000 points, conversion successful. Vitality essence obtained, 50 points. System, instantly upgrade 2 level 10 nodes for me. Consumed 25 points of vitality essence, node level upgraded to 10. Combat power plus 30. 25 vitality essence consumed. Node level upgraded to 10. Combat power plus 30. 2 consecutive notifications sounded like celestial music. Boom. 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 Inside Su's body, the 2 level 9 nodes seemed to transform into 2 miniature cosmic black holes, frantically devouring the supremely pure vitality essence as their structures underwent a revolutionary metamorphosis. A sense of power far more potent and primal than during his level 9 advancement erupted like a volcanic explosion. The aura surrounding him surged abruptly. The air in the room seemed to thicken, and the invisible pressure caused the water glass on the table to emit a faint clack-clack sound. Current nodes, level 10, 2, level 9, 97. Current vitality reserve, 209,100 points plus 1 second. Combat power, 6,990 points. 2 level 10 nodes that a direct increase of 60 combat power points. Su was utterly awestruck as he sensed the 2 level 10 nodes within him, shining as brilliantly as stars and radiating boundless power in mysterious fluctuations. He could sense that there was a qualitative leap between level 10 nodes and level 9 ones. It wasn't just an increase in combat power, it was a step closer to a higher plane of existence, and his perception of the energy of heaven and earth had become several times more acute. This is incredible. This is the true embryo of a perfect foundation. Su clenched his fists in excitement. At this rate, if all 99 acupoints reach level 10 perfection, my base combat power might approach 10,000 points? Base combat power nearing 10,000 just from nodes? Who would believe that if he told them? I must acquire more vitality as soon as possible. Su's eyes blazed with fierce determination. Su recalled the 10,000 phenomena heavenly palace that Yang Baichuan had mentioned. Perhaps he could find a place there that provided vast amounts of vitality. It seems it's time to contact Uncle Yang and check out the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace. The 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace. Connected to countless dungeon worlds, it surely held resources and opportunities beyond the imagination of the outside world, perhaps even a treasure trove capable of providing massive amounts of vitality. Without further hesitation, he immediately sent a communication request. Once, twice, 3 times. The call still wouldn't go through. Is Uncle Yang busy? Or is he in some dungeon with no signal? Su set down his wristband, feeling a bit disappointed. It seemed the trip to the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena would have to be put on hold for now. But as the bookworm, Su wasn't about to just sit around waiting. He decided to head to the public quest board at City Hall to try his luck, seeing if there were any well-paying quests that could quickly net him a large amount of vitality. Every little bit helps save whatever he could. Just as he reached the bustling commercial district in the city center, a familiar yet annoying voice rang out from behind him. Hey, isn't this Su, the genius of Linjiang City? Su turned around to see Zhou Kuan, accompanied by a few henchmen, looking at him with an air of arrogance. Compared to their last encounter at the martial arts hall, Zhou Kuan's aura had grown significantly stronger. It seemed the Zhou family had poured a lot of resources into him recently, and his combat power had likely surpassed 1,000 points. Standing beside him was a lavishly dressed young woman with a cold, haughty expression. The look she gave Su carried a hint of scrutiny and disdain. Zhou Kuan, what's up? Su's tone was flat. He couldn't be bothered to show any extra emotion. Zhou Kuan seethed at Su's attitude, but remembering his family's recent warnings, he forced himself to suppress his anger and sneered, nothing. I just saw that the genius Su seems to be taking it easy. Let me remind you, the martial arts exam is approaching. Don't let a moment of arrogance make you slack off in your training. No need to worry about me. Su turned to leave. Stop right there. The cold and haughty young woman standing beside Zhou Kuan suddenly spoke, her voice crisp yet brimming with arrogance. I heard you turned down the Zhou family's offer? And that you even injured Deputy Hall Master Zhou Xiong? Su stopped in his tracks and raised an eyebrow at her. So what if I did? Oomph, you're so arrogant you don't know your place. The girl snorted coldly. My name is Zhao Bingyun, and I'm from the Zhao family of Jiling. The Zhou family is a vassal clan of the Zhao family. By injuring someone from the Zhou family, you've disrespected the Zhao family. The Zhao family of Jiling? Su had a vague recollection of them, a prominent martial arts clan in Tiandu province, rumored to have a general tier warrior level powerhouse as its guardian. So what? Su remained as nonchalant as ever. Zhao Bingyun was enraged by Su's attitude. So what? I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down, apologize to Zhou Kuan, and hand over that earth rank finger technique combat skill as compensation. Then I might consider asking my family to go easy on you. Su seemed to have heard something hilarious and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ta! What are you laughing at? Zhao Bingyun's pretty face turned icy. I'm laughing at you scions of these prominent families. Are you all missing a screw? Su stopped laughing, his gaze turning sharp. Ordering people to kneel at the drop of a hat, demanding they hand over combat skills? Do you think you're God Almighty? You're asking for trouble. Zhao Bingyun had never endured such humiliation before. A chill radiated from her, causing the temperature around her to drop noticeably. She raised her delicate hand, ready to strike. Sister Bingyun, don't be impulsive. Zhou Kuan hurriedly stopped her, whispering, we're in the city center. If we fight, the law enforcement squad will arrest us. Besides, this kid is really strange. What's there to be afraid of? Does the Zhao family really fear a measly Linjiang law enforcement squad? Zhao Bingyun said haughtily, but ultimately withdrew her hand. She glared coldly at Su. You're all talk. Do you dare step into the ring? Let me see just how much you're really worth as the top-ranked fighter on the Rising Star list. Su picked his ear, looking completely unconcerned. No time. I'm in a hurry to go play whack-a-mole. Oh, wait, to do a quest. Whack-a-mole? Zhao Bingyun and Zhou Kuan both froze for a moment. Su couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to these two self-important jerks. He waved his hand dismissively. Alright, I've got nothing else to do here, so I'm out. If you're really that bored, you can go help clear out the mutated rats in the sewers and do something useful for the city instead of spending all day thinking about bullying innocent people. With that, he didn't linger, turning to blend into the crowd and leaving Zhao Bingyun and Zhou Kuan standing there, their faces ashen. Bastard! I'll make him pay. Zhao Bingyun stomped her foot in anger. A flash of malice crossed Zhou Kuan's eyes as well. Don't worry, Bingyun. During the martial arts exam, he'll find out just how ignorant he really is. Su didn't give Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun a second thought in his eyes. The two were no different from buzzing flies. His mind was now completely focused on how to take down Vitality. Arriving at the City Hall mission hall, he immediately filtered out the low-level missions that offered only a few star coins as rewards, scanning the high rewards section with his eyes. Soon, a special mission caught his attention. S-rank emergency recruitment mission, reinforce Outpost 77. Description: Outpost 77 on the northern border is under attack by a massive beast horde. The situation is critical. We are urgently recruiting warriors with a combat power of 3,000 or higher from Linjiang City and surrounding areas to rush to the aid of Outpost 77. Reward: contribution points calculated based on the level and number of monsters killed. Killing the leader of the monster horde will result in a separate reward. Acceptance requirements: combat power of 3,000 or higher, proven combat experience, and must pass a temporary combat power review. Contribution points. And they're calculated based on kills. Su's eyes lit up instantly, and his breathing quickened. A monster horde. That meant countless monsters and countless contribution points. With his current base combat power of nearly 7,000 points, and his physical form now capable of unleashing the void-piercing skill, he was sure to deal well over 10,000 points of burst damage. In the midst of a monster horde, he'd be nothing short of a reaper. I'll take it. Without a moment's hesitation, Su immediately walked over to the mission window. The staff member paused for a moment upon seeing Su's youthful face. Sir, you wish to accept an S-rank support mission? We'll need to verify your combat power. Sure. Su walked over to the testing device nearby and casually threw a punch. Boom! 3,688. He had deliberately held back his power, showing only a level of just over 3,000 points, enough to meet the acceptance requirements without causing too much of a stir. Seeing this number, the staff member looked at him with deep respect. Combat power verification passed. Please sign the liability waiver. The aircraft is ready. You can depart at any time. Su quickly signed the agreement and, under the staff's admiring gaze, strode toward the rooftop helipad. Watching the scenery rush by outside the window, Su rubbed his hands together, a hint of excitement curving his lips. Monster Brothers, Su Humanitarian Vitality Reaper Jia, am here. The craft came to a stop at a makeshift landing zone set up on the outskirts of Outpost 77. The outpost was now a far cry from what it had been on his last visit. The walls were damaged in many places, and the air was thick with gunpowder smoke. The deafening din of battle cries, beastly roars, and the roar of energy weapons all intertwined from a distance. The dark, surging tide of beasts resembled an endless wave, relentlessly crashing against the teetering defensive line. All warrior reinforcements, follow Lieutenant Zhang's unified command and plug the gaps in the defensive line, an officer shouted at the top of his lungs. Su glanced at the chaotic battlefield, then at his pitiful 45,000 vitality reserve and the seemingly endless level 10 node refinement bar in the system. A flash of resolve crossed his eyes. Follow orders? Plug the gaps? How many monsters would that let him kill? How many contribution points would he earn? What he wanted was a massive amount of vitality. It was the vitality essence that could instantly level up his node to level 10. Sorry, sir, Su murmured to himself. With a sudden movement, he pushed the skystep skill to its limit, his entire body transforming into a blurry streak of light. Instead of rushing toward the front lines under the heaviest pressure, he moved like a ghost, silently skirting the edge of the battlefield to circle around to the rear of the monster horde. Hey! You there, where are you going? Lieutenant Zhang noticed Su's movements and shouted anxiously,
but Sua's figure vanished in a few flashes amid the billowing gun smoke and the chaotic horde of beasts.
Damn it!
Another reckless hothead who won't follow orders.
Is he looking to die?
Lieutenant Zhang stomped his foot in anger, but he had no time to spare. The pressure on the front line was too great. Su didn't care what others thought. Like a slippery fish, he weaved through the gaps between the relatively smaller soldier-tier monsters. Sua's target was clear: those general-tier monsters that radiated a powerful aura, acting as command nodes. Soon, he locked onto a general-tier monster over 5 meters tall, resembling a giant ape and covered head to toe in rock-like scales, the rock-armored rampaging ape.
Its aura measured approximately 11,000 combat power points.
You're the first to go. Sua's eyes flashed with intensity. He no longer concealed his aura and surged forward. The Skystep skill propelled him to extreme speeds, allowing him to instantly cover 100 meters and appear at the rock-armored rampaging ape's side.
The rock-armored rampaging ape reacted with lightning speed.
Sensing the threat, it roared furiously and swung a fist as large as a millstone, accompanied by a vicious gale, toward Su.
Void-piercing skill.
Su neither dodged nor retreated. He pressed his right index and middle fingers together as vitality surged toward his fingertips at an unprecedented speed. This time, he directly channeled 1,300 points of vitality. Space around his fingertips warped slightly as a heart-stopping wave of destruction coalesced.
Put.
With a soft pop, the finger strike refined to its absolute limit struck first despite being released later. Like a hot knife through butter, it effortlessly pierced the rock-armored rampaging ape's rocky scales, which were strong enough to withstand energy cannon blasts, and passed right through its temple. The rock-armored rampaging ape's massive body stiffened abruptly. The ferocious glint in its eyes dimmed instantly as it crashed to the ground with a thud, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Kill General Tier Monster Rock-Armored Rampaging Ape, earned 180 Federation contribution points. As the system notification sounded, a flash of inspiration struck Su. System, can the vitality furnace directly refine this monster-esque corpse?
Ding!
A refinable energy source General Tier Monster Corpse has been detected.
Do you wish to place it in the vitality furnace to refine it into vitality essence?
It works!
Su was overjoyed. Refine.
With a thought, the massive rock-armored rampaging ape carcass on the ground vanished instantly, absorbed into the system's special space and fed into the mysterious vitality furnace.
Refinement successful. Obtained 5.5 points of vitality essence. Note, amount varies based on the monster's strength and total vitality.
Ha ha ha.
I've struck it rich. I've really struck it rich.
Su looked at the 5.5 points of vitality essence that had appeared on the system panel and was so excited he almost let out a roar to the heavens. A general tier monster with 11,000 combat power could provide 5.5 points of vitality essence. Kill general tier monster Wind Shadow Leopard, earn 95 contribution points, and refined it to obtain 4.8 vitality essence. Kill general tier monster Scarlet Flame Python, earned 150 contribution points, and refined it to obtain 7 vitality essence. Kill general tier monster Ironwing Eagle, earned 110 contribution points, and refined it to obtain 5.2 vitality essence. Su was on a killing spree, and his vitality essence count soared rapidly. He even began testing the limits of the void-piercing skill. When he encountered a thunder giant rhinoceros with an exceptionally powerful aura estimated to have a combat power of nearly 15,000 points, Su gritted his teeth and channeled 1,600 points of vitality directly into the void-piercing skill. Whoosh! His finger strike tore through the air, accompanied by a faint rumble of thunder, and instantly pierced the thunder giant rhinoceros's thick skull, which was covered in lightning patterns. Defeated General Tier Monster Thunder Giant Rhinoceros, earned 280 contribution points, and refined to obtain 13 points of vitality essence. 1,600 vitality, equating to 16,000 combat power. The ratio of consumption to power is roughly 10 to 1. Su realized, and since my fingers and meridians have been tempered by a level 9 node, though the strain is immense, I can still withstand it. His confidence grew, and he began actively seeking out even more powerful targets. Finally, He set his sights on a lava earth dragon located toward the rear of the beast horde. A creature as massive as a small mountain, radiating a terrifying, scorching aura. Its combat power fluctuation shockingly reached around 20,000 points. This was already on par with a level 2 general tier warrior.
Damn it, I'm going all out.
Let us see just how powerful a 2000 vitality void piercing skill can be. Su took a deep breath, adjusted his condition to peak performance, and crept closer. The sky step skill allowed him to blend seamlessly into his surroundings. It wasn't until he was less than 50 meters from the lava earth dragon that it raised its head in alarm, its crimson pupils locking onto Su. Roar! The lava earth dragon opened its massive jaws, and a torrent of scorching magma breath surged forth, warping the air and melting the ground in its wake.
Now! Su's gaze was as sharp as a knife.
Instead of retreating, he charged forward, sidestepping the core of the magma breath at the very last moment. Simultaneously, he pressed two fingers of his right hand together, and a full 2,000 points of vitality surged from within him like a burst dam, rushing madly toward his fingertips. This time, his fingertips seemed to form a miniature black hole, frantically devouring the surrounding light and energy, emanating an aura of destruction so terrifying it even struck fear into the lava earth dragon.
Void-piercing skill. Shatter it!
Su let out a low growl and thrust his finger forward. An invisible finger strike seemingly capable of tearing space itself traveled at a speed faster than sound, instantly covering a distance of dozens of meters, and struck with pinpoint precision a dark red crystal core right in the center of the lava earth dragon's forehead. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a dull, strange sound, as if something had been disintegrated from within.
The lava earth dragon's massive body shook violently. Its spewing magma came to an abrupt halt.
Its crimson pupils filled with utter disbelief and horror, then quickly dimmed. A thumb-sized hole, with edges as smooth as a mirror, appeared in the crystal core on its forehead. In the next instant, this colossus whose combat power had reached 20,000 crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, its life force completely extinguished. Killed General Tier Monster Lava Earth Dragon, earned 500 Federation contribution points.
Refinement successful.
Obtained Vitality Essence, 22 points.
Huff Su withdrew his finger. His entire right arm was trembling violently, a searing, tearing pain radiating through his meridians, and his face had turned somewhat pale. Consuming 2,000 points of vitality in a single go was a far greater strain than before. But looking at the skyrocketing contribution points on the system panel and those full 22 points of vitality essence, all his fatigue and pain melted away into sheer exhilaration. It's worth it. Totally worth it.
In just a short while, he had penetrated deep behind enemy lines and, single-handedly, slain more than 10 general-tier monsters, earning a total of nearly 2,000 contribution points. The vitality essence he refined from them reached a staggering 89 points. That was equivalent to 890,000 units of ordinary vitality, enough to instantly level up 3 level 10 nodes. As they say, a horse doesn't get fat without night grass, and a man doesn't get rich without a windfall. Su licked his slightly chapped lips and scanned the depths of the monster horde with an even more intense gaze.
This is just the beginning.
Monster brothers, your grandpa Su was having the time of his life. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately issued a command to the system, instantly upgrade 3 of my nodes to level 10.
Consumed 25 points of vitality essence. Node level upgraded to 10. Combat power plus 30. Consumed 25 points of vitality essence. Node level upgraded to 10. Combat power plus 30.
25 vitality essence consumed.
Node level upgraded to 10. Combat power plus 30. Boom. Boom. Boom.
It felt as if 3 nuclear bombs had been detonated one after another inside his body. The 3 newly upgraded level 10 nodes were like 3 newly born stars, radiating a power far more immense and purer than the previous 3.
An indescribable sense of euphoria coursed through his entire body.
The numbness and soreness in his arms, as well as the burning pain in his meridians caused by overusing the void-piercing skill, were rapidly alleviated and healed by this surge of newfound power.
Current nodes, level 10, 5, level 9, 94. Current vitality reserve, 200,000 points plus 1 second. Vitality Essence, 14 points. Combat Power, 7,080 points. Awesome! This is so awesome!
Feeling the surging power within him, along with his meridians which had clearly become more resilient and wider, Su couldn't help but pump his fist, causing the air to emit a piercing crack.
Level 10 nodes actually have the effect of strengthening the body and healing hidden injuries? This foundation is absolutely incredible.
He glanced at his remaining 14 points of Vitality Essence. Although it wasn't enough to instantly level up to the next tier, the thrill of leveling up had already completely hooked him.
Not enough? Then I'll go earn more.
His gaze flashed like lightning as he instantly locked onto another two-headed demon wolf not far away, which was roaring at the sky and urging its pack to attack, with a combat power of around 13,000 points.
You're it! Sua's figure vanished once more, like the Grim Reaper wielding a scythe, precise and efficient.
The skystep skill made him as elusive as a ghost, effortlessly dodging the harassment of soldier-tier monsters along the way. The void-piercing skill became his deadliest weapon. This time, he used only 1,000 points of vitality. His finger strike was concentrated with a sharp thud. It pierced right through the junction of the two-headed demon wolf's two heads. Killed General Tier Monster Two-Headed Demon Wolf, earned 180 contribution points.
Refinement successful. Obtained 8 points of Vitality Essence.
Total Vitality Essence reached 22 points.
Just 3 points short of another level up. Sua's killing intent intensified.
His gaze swept the area, and he quickly spotted a steel-maned boar king with a combat power of approximately 10,000 points.
Sorry, buddy, I just need these few points from you. With another clean, decisive flick of his finger, he expended 800 points of vitality and pierced through its skull.
Killed General Tier Monster Steel-maned Boar King, earned 100 contribution points.
Refinement successful. Gained Vitality Essence, 5 points.
Total Vitality Essence, 27 points.
That's enough. System, level me up one more time.
Consumed 25 points of Vitality Essence, node level upgraded to level 10.
Combat Power plus 30. Combat Power, 7,110 points. His power surged once again.
Su felt his body grow light, as if he could break free from gravity with the slightest effort. His perception of his surroundings became sharper. He could even hear the heavy breathing and tense heartbeats of the soldiers on the walls of the distant outpost.
Ha ha ha. Keep going. Don't stop.
Su was completely caught up in the frenzy, unleashing a one-sided slaughter at the rear of the monster horde. He specifically targeted the easy prey General Tier monsters with combat power between 10,000 and 15,000 points and was extremely efficient. Vitality Essence plus 6 points.
Total, 8 points. Vitality Essence plus 7 points. Total, 15 points.
Consumed 25 points of Vitality Essence, node level upgraded to level 10.
Combat Power plus 30. Current level 10 nodes, 7, Combat Power, 7,140 points. Vitality Essence plus 9 points. Total, 4.5 points. Not enough, keep killing. Vitality Essence plus 8 points. Total, 12.5 points. Vitality Essence plus 6.5 points. Total, 19 points.
Still 6 points short.
Got you.
Vitality Essence plus 6.2 points.
Total, 25.2 points. Level up.
Consumed 25 points of Vitality Essence, node level upgraded to level 10.
Combat Power plus 30. Current level 10, 8, Combat Power, 7,170 points.
Su was completely immersed in the ultimate cycle of kill, refine, level up. His figure flickered through the vast sea of monsters. Every time he appeared, a General Tier monster would inevitably die and vanish. He was like a tireless reaping machine. Wherever he passed, the officers among the monsters were swiftly eliminated. Gradually, the monster tide, which had been surging in an orderly fashion, began to show signs of chaos. Many soldier tier monsters, having lost their superior's command, became blind and restless. Their offensive rhythm was disrupted, and they even began trampling one another.
The pressure on the front lines actually eased somewhat, visibly so. What's going on? Has the beast horde's offensive weakened? Lieutenant Zhang, having just hacked down an ironback wolf that had charged up onto the ramparts, looked down in bewilderment. Sir! Look over there! A sharp-eyed soldier pointed toward the rear of the beast horde, his voice trembling with disbelief. It looks like there's a person in the middle of the horde, killing those huge beasts. Lieutenant Zhang looked in the direction the soldier was pointing. Amid the billowing gun smoke and the chaotic horde of beasts, he could faintly make out a blurry human figure moving at an incredible speed. Every time the figure paused briefly, a massive general tier monster would crash to the ground and then, the corpse would simply vanish into thin air? Is that the kid? Lieutenant Zhang recognized the ghostly figure. It was Su, the one who had disobeyed orders and left the squad on his own earlier. He had assumed Su had long since perished in the monster horde, but to his surprise, not only was the guy still alive, he was actually carrying out targeted eliminations from the rear of the horde? And he was even making the monster's corpses vanish? What kind of monster is this kid? Lieutenant Zhang's mouth dropped open as he felt the worldview he'd spent decades building crumble before his eyes. Meanwhile, Su had no idea just how much of a shock his actions had sent through the front lines. He had just used a single 1500 vitality void-piercing skill to instantly kill a venom spider queen with 14,000 combat power, earning another 12 points of vitality essence. Looking at the stats on his panel, level 10, 15, level 9, 84, and combat power, 7,380, on his stats panel, Su felt his body brimming with boundless energy. 15 level 10 nodes. Base combat power of 7,380. Feeling the 15 level 10 nodes inside him burning as hot as the sun and providing endless energy, he felt a surge of confidence. If I run into that lava earth dragon again now and unleash the 2000 vitality void piercing skill, I'll definitely be able to take it down with ease. His gaze swept toward the deeper reaches of the beast horde, where several even more powerful and elusive auras seemed to lurk, likely the true masterminds behind this horde. The big fish are still ahead. Su licked his lips. His eyes showed no trace of fear, but were instead filled with the excitement of the hunt. But before that, I've got to clear out these little shrimp first and stock up on some ammo. He sprang into action once more, throwing himself back into the epic monster farming endeavor. To him, this wasn't a life or death battlefield at all. It was his very own, Su Cheater JS exclusive Super XP dungeon packed with treasure chests. Don't rush, monster buddies. Line up nicely and take turns. There's enough for everyone. Su weaved through the horde, still finding time to quip to himself, "Today, Boss Su is treating you all. I'll kill you and bury you too." Su was cutting a swath through the beast horde from the rear, vitality essence pouring in non-stop as level 10 nodes lit up one after another. When the 30th level 10 node successfully upgraded, he felt a qualitative shift in the power within him. Vitality surged like mighty rivers, roaring as he felt an inexhaustible supply of strength coursing through his body, and his perception range more than doubled. Current nodes, level 10, 30, level 9, 69. Combat power, 7,830 points. 7,830 points of base combat power. Su felt the surging power within him, his confidence soaring. Just as he was about to continue searching for the next experience pack, deep within the beast horde, those powerful auras that had been lurking and circling in the shadows finally stirred. Squeak! A shrill, piercing screech with a metallic, grinding quality rang out, and a massive black shadow sliced through the beast horde at astonishing speed, instantly appearing in midair not far ahead of Su. It was a slender giant eagle, covered in dark golden feathers, with the edges of its wings glinting coldly as if forged from metal. Its gaze was as sharp as a knife, locked firmly on Su. The aura it emitted far surpassed that of the previous general tier monster, carrying a fierce, murderous intent. Warning! High energy reaction detected. Target, Golden Thunder Eagle Elite Tier Level 2 General Beast, estimated combat power, 25,000 points. 25,000. Elite Tier Bloodline. Su's heart sank, and his earlier sense of ease vanished instantly. An opponent of this caliber was no longer someone he could handle at will. The gap in base combat power was more than threefold, and this was a flying monster that excelled in speed and attack. The golden splitting Thunder Eagle had clearly spotted Su, an intruder rampaging through its territory.
Without a moment's hesitation, it flapped its wings, sending dozens of golden feathers as solid as matter and wrapped in fine arcs of lightning raining down on Sue like a sudden storm. Their speed was staggering. Sky step skill. Sue pushed his footwork to the absolute limit, leaving a trail of afterimages in the air as he darted and dodged like a ghost. However, the feathers covered too wide an area and moved too fast. Two of them still grazed his shoulder and ribs. Whoosh! His protective vitality shield was torn apart as if made of paper. A searing pain shot through his shoulder, and a gash deep enough to expose bone was slashed across his ribs. Blood instantly stained his clothes red, and the residual lightning energy left half his body tingling. What incredible speed! What incredible penetrating power! Sue gasped, daring not to let his guard down for even a moment. The golden splitting Thunder Eagle's attacks were undoubtedly a lethal threat to him. While frantically channeling vitality to heal his wounds and suppress the numbing effects of the lightning, Sue used the Sky Step skill to maneuver around the golden splitting Thunder Eagle. The golden splitting Thunder Eagle kept launching attacks from the air. Its sharp talons, feathers, and even the occasional ball of lightning it spat from its beak put Sue in constant peril. He could only dodge passively, unable to mount an effective counterattack. This won't do. I'm at a huge disadvantage fighting it in the air. I have to lure it to the ground, or find a place with plenty of obstacles. Sue's mind raced as he fought his way back, retreating toward a chaotic area not far away, a zone littered with massive boulders and monster remains from a previous battle. The golden splitting Thunder Eagle clearly saw through Sue's plan and intensified its attacks, attempting to intercept him along the way. Sue gritted his teeth, weathering several non-lethal attacks from its feathers, which left him with a few more wounds before finally charging, battered and bruised, into the rocky chaos. With the boulders providing cover, the golden Thunder Eagle's long-range attacks were severely limited. It screeched furiously, forced to descend and weave through the stone forest, attempting to tear Sue out with its talons and beak. For a moment, figures darted through the stone forest, golden light flashed, and the roar of the battle filled the air. Relying on the subtleties of the Sky Step skill and the complex terrain of the stone forest, Sue barely managed to hold his own against the golden splitting Thunder Eagle, but he remained at a distinct disadvantage. His injuries continued to pile up, and his vitality was rapidly depleting. Damn it, at this rate, I'll be worn down to death. Hiding behind a boulder, Sue gasped for breath. Feeling that he had less than 30,000 vitality left and with wounds covering his entire body, his gaze turned fierce. I'll have to take a risk. He closely observed the golden splitting Thunder Eagle's flight path and noticed that after each dive attack, due to the obstacles in the stone forest, it would have an extremely brief moment to adjust its posture. That's my chance. Sue took a deep breath, frantically channeling every last bit of his remaining vitality, silently calculating the landing point of the golden splitting Thunder Eagle's next attack. Here it comes. The golden splitting Thunder Eagle plunged downward like a bolt of golden lightning, its sharp talons lunging straight for the boulder where Sue was hiding. Now! A fierce gleam flashed in Sue's eyes. Far from dodging, he burst out from behind the boulder and charged straight toward the golden Thunder Eagle. He abandoned all defense, channeling all his vitality and willpower into the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Void-piercing skill. 2,500 points of vitality. Hit it, damn it! He roared this out as if burning his very life, pouring the absolute limit of vitality his physical body could withstand. 2,500 points into that single finger without reservation. This was his most powerful attack to date. Buzz! The black hole effect at his fingertip was more pronounced than ever before, as if space itself were about to be torn apart, a deadly sense of danger, enough to send chills down even the golden splitting Thunder Eagle's spine, descended in an instant. It tried to flap its wings and soar away, tried to twist its body, but the momentum of its dive and the confines of the stone forest held it back. It could only watch helplessly as the finger strike, imbued with the power of destruction, rapidly grew larger in its pupils. Thwack! The finger strike struck with pinpoint accuracy at the relatively vulnerable junction between the golden splitting Thunder Eagle's neck and chest. Power refined to its absolute limit erupted instantly, tearing through its tough dark gold feathers and piercing its muscles and bones. Squeak! The golden splitting Thunder Eagle let out an excruciatingly piercing cry, filled with pain and resentment. Its massive body plummeted from the sky like a kite whose string had snapped, crashing heavily into the jumble of boulders and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. It struggled to get back up, but blood gushed wildly from the massive wound on its neck, and its life force receded like an ebbing tide. Successfully defeated the elite-level beast commander Golden Splitting Thunder Eagle. Earned 1,500 Federation contribution points. Refinement successful. Obtained Vitality Essence, 85 points. Cough, cough. Su knelt on one knee, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. His right arm hung limply at his side, excruciating, tearing pain shooting through his meridians. His entire body was nearly drained of vitality, and every wound burned with searing pain. But as he looked at the system notification and those 85 points of vitality essence, a smile of relief at having survived a near-death experience spread across his face. It was worth it. Not daring to linger, he forced himself to take a deep breath, activated the skystep skill, staggered to a relatively secluded crevice in the rocks, immediately crawled inside, and moved a few rocks to roughly block the entrance. After refining the gold-shattering Thunder Eagle, Su's total vitality essence reached 103 points. That's enough to level up 4. System, level up 4 level 10 nodes for me at once. Su didn't hesitate for a moment. 25 points of vitality essence consumed. Node level upgraded to level 10. Combat power plus 30. 25 points of vitality essence consumed. 4 consecutive waves of warmth surged through his body. Nourished by this newfound power, his injuries began to heal at a visible pace, and his depleted vitality was rapidly replenishing. Phew, Su let out a long sigh, leaning against the cold rock. Feeling the solid foundation and rapid recovery provided by the 34 level 10 nodes within him, his mind settled somewhat. I'll rest here for a bit. Once I'm fully recovered, that beast horde out there, humph. He closed his eyes. Although he'd been through a grueling battle, the rewards were immense. Not only had his strength risen once again, but more importantly, he had tested the limits of his combat ability under extreme pressure. Elite-level beast generals are nothing special. Once I'm fully recovered, I'll push my level 10 nodes to over 40, then go take on those real big fish. Su's fighting spirit soared. To him, this beast tide was nothing short of a tailor-made super training ground. About an hour later, thanks to the combined effects of his natural recovery and the origin breathing skill, his vitality reserves had rebounded to over 80,000 points, and his wounds had mostly healed, leaving only a few shallow scars. I'm almost fully recovered. Su opened his eyes, a flash of determination flickering in his gaze. He quietly pushed aside the rocks blocking his view and peered out to survey the surroundings. Due to the death of the Golden Crack Thunder Eagle and Su's earlier theft of a large number of general-tier monsters, the monster horde had descended into utter chaos. Deprived of leadership, the soldier-tier monsters were now either blindly charging the outpost's defenses, turning on each other, or scattering in all directions across the wilderness. The pressure on the front lines had eased significantly, and the soldiers had even begun organizing small-scale counterattacks to clear out the monsters that had surged up to the walls. Perfect opportunity. Now is the time to pick off stragglers, to wipe out the remaining enemies. Su chuckled, his figure once again blending into the chaotic horde. This time, his target was even clearer, those general-tier monsters who were still trying to maintain order amid the chaos or those who were powerful enough to rally the fleeing troops. These monsters stood out starkly in the chaos, serving as Su's best guiding lights. Void-piercing skill. 800 vitality. Void-piercing skill. 1000 vitality. Void-piercing skill. 1200 vitality. Like a highly efficient assassin, Su relied on his exceptional mobility and terrifying burst damage to specifically target general-tier monsters with combat power ranging from 10,000 to 18,000 points. To conserve vitality, he often chose the most efficient approach, targeting weak points such as the eyes, throat, and abdomen, aiming for a one-hit kill. Defeated general-tier monster Bloodthirsty Bull, earned 135 contribution points, and refined it to obtain 6.5 vitality essence. Defeated general-tier monster Shadow Panther, earned 115 contribution points, and refined it to obtain 5.8 vitality essence. Defeated general-tier monster Rock Giant, earned 200 contribution points, and refined it to obtain 9 vitality essence. Although this wasn't as efficient as his previous targeted hunts, it was safer and more reliable. Vitality essence accumulated bit by bit. Every time his vitality essence reached 25 points, Su didn't hesitate. System, instantly upgrade 1 level 10 node. 25 vitality essence consumed. Node level upgraded to 10. Combat power plus 30. His power increased once again, if only slightly. Su felt even more at ease. He weaved through the chaotic tide of beasts, like the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe, mercilessly reaping those valuable targets. Contribution points and vitality essence rose steadily. Vitality essence plus 7 points. Total, 7 points. Vitality essence plus 8.5 points. Total, 15.5 points. Vitality essence plus 6 points. Total, 21.5 points. Only 3.5 points left. Got you. Vitality essence plus 4 points. Total, 25.5 points. Level up. Consume 25 points of vitality essence. Node level upgraded to level 10. Combat power plus 30. And so, while clearing out the scattering horde of monsters, Su used the vitality essence he gathered to continuously level up his level 10 nodes in an instant. By the time the horde had shrunk to less than a third of its original size, and most of the monsters had fled into the wilderness, the number of Su's level 10 nodes had reached an astonishing figure. Current nodes, level 10, 60. Level 9, 39. Current vitality reserve, 0 points plus 1 second. Vitality essence, 18 points. Combat power, 8,730 points. Feeling the 60 level 10 nodes within him, each as scorching as a blazing sun and providing nearly limitless power, Su was filled with an unprecedented sense of strength. Vitality surged through him like the mighty Yangtze River, roaring and surging with a deep, thunderous rumble. His body felt like divine iron forged through 1,000 hammers, incredibly resilient. The scars left by the golden splitting thunder eagle had long since vanished, and his skin shimmered with a faint jade-like luster. Su clenched his fist, and the air in his palm burst with a crisp crackling sound. If I were to encounter that gold-shattering thunder eagle again now, there'd be no need for such a messy fight. His gaze swept over the chaotic battlefield below. The routed beast horde was no longer a threat, and the battle near the outpost was drawing to a close, with soldiers mopping up the last remnants. Looks like the big fish won't be coming out again, Su said, smacking his lips with a hint of reluctance. This beast tide had made him a fortune. Not only had his contribution points accumulated to a staggering number, but more importantly, the foundation provided by 60 level 10 nodes had given his strength a qualitative leap. It's time to head back. This haul is more than enough for me to level up. With a thought, Su's figure transformed into a streak of light and shot toward Outpost 77. As he landed atop the outpost's wall, he immediately drew everyone's attention. Though Su's clothes were somewhat tattered, his aura was as deep and still as an abyss, his gaze as profound as the starry sky. The faint sense of oppression radiating from him sent shivers down the spines of even the battle-hardened veterans around him. Lieutenant Zhang hurried forward to meet him, looking at Su with a complex expression, his tone tinged with disbelief and a hint of awe. Su, young brother Su? Are you all right? Just now, after the monster horde, there were those general-tier monsters in the rear, and that strongest one, the gold-shattering Thunder Eagle. Su brushed the dust off his clothes and said nonchalantly, "Oh, you mean those monsters? I thought they were getting in the way, so I just took care of them on the side." "So, Lieutenant Zhang, there shouldn't be any pressure on this defensive line now, right?" Took care of them on the side? Lieutenant Zhang and the surrounding soldiers' lips twitched as they watched Su, who looked as relaxed as if he'd just gone on a picnic in the countryside and picked a few wildflowers. They all fell into silence. A single person, venturing deep behind the monster horde, took down dozens of general-tier monsters, including an elite boss with a combat power of 25,000. And he calls that just clearing them out on the side? This isn't just a monster, it's a walking, human-shaped natural disaster. Lieutenant Zhang took several deep breaths before he could barely suppress the shock in his heart. With a wry smile, he said, "The pressure's been gone for a while now. Young Su, we owe it all to you this time. You've done a tremendous job."
I'll report this to my superiors immediately. No need to report it, just credit the whole team. Su waved his hand dismissively. He didn't care much for such empty honors. Since everything's under control here, I'll be heading back now. All he could think about now was rushing home to use up the remaining vitality essence, and then seeing if he could find another opportunity to go to the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace or some other place to continue his pay-to-win endeavors. As Su once again displayed his ghostly agility, streaking across the sky like a meteor and swiftly vanishing into the distance, a profound silence fell over the outpost's walls. It was a long time before a new recruit muttered, "Lieutenant, who exactly is he?" Lieutenant Zhang gazed in the direction Su had vanished, exhaled a long, heavy breath, and his eyes brimmed with emotion. Him? Perhaps he is the future pillar of our Linjiang city, no, of our Tiandu province, and even the entire human race. Su didn't take a military aircraft relying solely on the astonishing speed of the skystep skill. He moved like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. He returned to his familiar rented apartment in Linjiang City in less than an hour, more than several times faster than his journey there. Closing the door to shut out the outside world, he immediately sat cross-legged and eagerly brought up the system panel. Host, Su. Current nodes, level 10, 60. Level 9, 39. Current vitality reserve, 3,500 points plus 1 second. Vitality essence, 18 points. Combat power, 8,730 points. Federation contribution points, 58,700 points. 58,700 contribution points. Looking at that number, even Su couldn't help but gasp. He made a fortune during this beast tide. Those contribution points were worth a fortune. And it had only been a little over 2 days since he arrived at Outpost 7. He carefully sensed the changes within his body. The 60 level 10 nodes were like 60 eternally burning stars, forming an even more complex and stable energy circulation system within him. The quality of his vitality had become purer and more concentrated than ever before, as if it had transformed from an ordinary stream into mercury. He tried channeling his vitality without even exerting conscious effort. An invisible force field naturally radiated from his body. Dust on the table was gently pushed aside, and the air seemed to grow slightly thicker. This sense of power, it's absolutely wonderful. Su slowly clenched his fist, his knuckles crackling like muffled thunder. Still, it's not quite stable enough. Su quickly regained his composure. After all, the Zhou family has been entrenched here for years. They might have some hidden cards up their sleeves. And the Zhao family of Jinling, backing the Zhao Bingyun, they don't sound like a force to be trifled with either. I must elevate the remaining 39 nodes to level 10 as soon as possible. Only when all 99 orifices reach level 10 perfection will I truly stand at the pinnacle of the node stage. With that in mind, he immediately accessed the Federation's internal network to check the contribution point exchange list. He needed to find a way to acquire vitality essence quickly and in large quantities. The list featured a dazzling array of items, everything from rare natural treasures and divine weapons to high-level cultivation techniques, but the prices were all exorbitant. Pure vitality, 1 contribution point exchanges for 10 points. Century-old blood ginseng, contains rich vitality estimated to yield 5,000 points of vitality, requires 600 contribution points to exchange. General Tier Monster Crystal Core, 0.01% chance to comprehend the heart of martial arts, requires 10,000 contribution points to exchange. Su looked at these options, furrowing his brow slightly. Exchanging for vitality was a no-go, it was too much of a rip-off. The century-old blood ginseng looked promising, but extracting it into ordinary vitality wouldn't be of much use to him. It would only be worthwhile if he could directly refine it into an essence. He hadn't expected a monster crystal core to cost 10,000 contribution points each. It seemed Uncle Yang had shelled out a fortune last time. He'd have to find a way to repay him someday. It's still not efficient enough, Su mused, rubbing his chin. Looks like the best option is to hunt high-level monsters myself, or enter the dungeons of the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace. Just as he was pondering his next move, on the other side of Linjiang City, deep within the Zhou family mansion, family head Zhou Tianfan listened to his subordinate's report, his face so dark it looked as if rain might fall from it. What did you say? The vanguard of the beast horde at Outpost 77 was repelled? And it was because a young man, acting alone behind the horde, killed dozens of general-tier monsters, including a golden-splitting thunder eagle? Zhou Tianfang's voice trembled with disbelief. Master Zhou, it's absolutely true.
The news came from within the military.
Although the specific details have been withheld, the general account is accurate. That young man is Su.
The black-clad man delivering the report kept his head bowed, his voice filled with fear and awe.
Crash!
Zhou Tianfang smashed the solid wood coffee table beside him with a single palm strike, sending wood shavings flying.
Su! Him again! How could he have become this strong? How much time has even passed?
He had originally thought that Su had merely stumbled upon some extraordinary opportunity, causing his combat power to rise rapidly, but his foundations might not be solid. But to venture deep into the beast tide alone and slay dozens of general-level beasts including elite-level ones, this was no longer that of an ordinary genius, this was a prodigy.
A monster.
Father, we must find a solution as soon as possible. Zhou Kuan stood beside him, his face pale, his voice trembling with fear.
He is already this terrifying now.
If we let him grow any further, our Zhou family. Zhou Tianfang took a deep breath, forcing down the terror and murderous intent in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "This boy has become a force to be reckoned with. We can no longer deal with him using ordinary methods. Issue an order immediately. All members of the Zhou family are forbidden from provoking Su for the time being.
Anyone who disobeys this order will be expelled from the family."
"Father!"
Zhou Kuan exclaimed in panic. "Shut up!" Zhou Tianfang snapped. "Do you think I don't want to kill him?"
But the potential and strength he has already demonstrated have caught the attention of the military and the high-ranking officials of the Martial Arts Association. That old fox Yang Baichuan is surely keeping an eye on him as well.
If we act rashly again, we'll be courting our own destruction.
A calculating, cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Lying low for now doesn't mean giving up.
The martial arts exam is a perfect opportunity.
When geniuses from all sides gather there, on the arena, fists and feet have no eyes.
Upon hearing this, Zhou Kuan's eyes lit up. "What do you mean, father?"
"Contact the Zhao family," Zhou Tianfang said coldly. "Accidentally leak information about Su, especially the fact that he may possess a high-level combat skill and the secret behind his rapid advancement to Zhao Bingyun and that true genius in the Zhao family."
"I understand." Zhou Kuan's face broke into a sinister grin. "Let them do our dirty work.
At the martial arts exam, someone will naturally eliminate this major threat for us." Inside his rented apartment, Su was completely unaware of any of this. He had just made a decision. "I'll hold on to the contribution points for now, just in case.
The top priority is to contact Uncle Yang and enter the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace.
That's where the true opportunity one need lies." He tried dialing Yang Baichuan's encrypted communication code again.
This time, the call connected quickly. Yang Baichuan's refined face appeared on the light screen.
He looked at Su, a fleeting hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before giving way to a pleased smile.
"Su, it seems you've made quite a bit of progress lately." Yang Baichuan's tone was full of meaning.
Su felt a slight chill run through him, knowing that his transformation could likely not escape the notice of this inscrutable vice president. He bowed respectfully. "I've been fortunate enough to make some progress.
Uncle Yang, I've made up my mind. I wish to enter the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace."
Yang Baichuan did not seem surprised. He nodded. "Very good, your foundation is far more solid than I imagined. You're certainly qualified to gain early access." He changed the subject. "The 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace has a dungeon world called the Ancient Wasteland Training Ground. Defeating the monsters inside will grant you vitality rewards, which should be of great benefit to you."
Ancient Wasteland Training Ground? Su's eyes lit up instantly.
This was practically tailor-made for him. "I'm in," he said without hesitation.
"Good," Yang Baichuan nodded. "Meet me at the usual spot at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow.
I'll take you to the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace then." The call ended. Su clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anticipation.
Ancient Wasteland Training Ground, wait for me.
By the time I emerge, I'll definitely have opened 99 energy channels and reached level 10 perfection.
Time flew by.
The next morning, Su didn't go anywhere. He stayed in his rented room, getting used to his surging power while refining his mastery of the sky step skill and the flowing shadow sword technique. As for the void piercing skill, it consumed too much energy to be practical for daily training. It was best reserved as a trump card. During this time, the old bracelet on his wrist kept receiving various messages. Some were concerned inquiries from Teacher Lee at school, and there were even a few unfamiliar communication requests, likely olive branches or attempts to gather intelligence from certain factions.
Su ignored them all.
Right now, his focus was solely on Vitality Essence and the level 10 node. Early on the third day, Su arrived punctually at the abandoned mine number 7 in the eastern part of the city.
Yang Baichuan was already waiting there, still dressed in his elegant blue scholar's robe. "Uncle Yang," Su said as he stepped forward to bow.
Yang Baichuan's gaze swept over Su, and the look of approval in his eyes grew even stronger.
"Your foundation is growing ever stronger. Very good. It seems your trip to Outpost 77 yielded tremendous results." Su chuckled and didn't deny it. "Let us go." Yang Baichuan said no more, leading Su onto the black aircraft.
The aircraft took off, heading deep into the mine, and finally came to a stop in front of a seemingly ordinary rock wall.
Yang Baichuan took out a strangely shaped token and waved it toward the rock wall. Buzz! The rock wall rippled like water, revealing a portal that glowed with a faint white light.
"This is one of the teleportation points leading to the outer perimeter of the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena," Yang Baichuan explained.
"Follow me." Su took a deep breath and, filled with curiosity and anticipation, followed Yang Baichuan through the portal of light.
After a brief moment of weightlessness and a sensation of shifting space, Su found himself standing on a white jade plaza so vast it defied imagination. At the far end of the plaza stood a colossal palace, its height locked to the sky, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur. The palace gates were tightly shut, and carved upon them were 4 characters in sweeping, flowing calligraphy imbued with the supreme essence of the Tao 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Palace. In front of the palace, thousands of light gates of varying sizes and colors floated in the air, dotting the sky above the plaza like stars. Each light gate emitted distinct energy fluctuations, some blazing hot, some icy cold, some brimming with vitality, and some deathly still.
Countless warriors, their auras varying in strength, weaved through the plaza.
Some had just emerged from the light gates, covered in blood yet beaming with excitement. Others had formed groups and were stepping resolutely into the gates. Still others were setting up street stalls, hawking the strange and wondrous items they brought back from various dungeons. The atmosphere here was completely different from the outside world, more primal, more raw, and filled with opportunity, danger, and powerful energy.
"This is the outer plaza of the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena," Yang Baichuan's voice snapped Su out of his awe.
He pointed to the floating light gates. "Those are the passages leading to various dungeon worlds. Beside them are stone steels recording the greatest achievements of our Tianming Star Warriors in exploring those respective dungeons." Su followed his gaze and noticed that next to each light gate stood a massive stone steel exuding an ancient aura. Golden characters flowed across the steels, vaguely revealing names and records. "Those are the trial steels," Yang Baichuan explained, noticing Su's gaze. "They record the top 100 players and the progress of clearing the corresponding dungeons. Those who make the list are all the cream of the crop among their peers, a crucial yardstick for measuring a warrior's potential." His gaze swept over the steels, his tone tinged with a touch of emotion. "When major factions select talent, in addition to evaluating cultivation levels, they also pay close attention to the rankings on these trial steels. To have one's name inscribed there is, in itself, an honor and a testament to one's strength." As they spoke, the two approached a massive light gate. The trial steel standing beside the light gate was majestic and awe-inspiring, with 5 characters carved in sweeping, flowing calligraphy at its summit. "Node Heroes Rankings." The list ran from top to bottom. The names of the top 10 were inscribed in noble purple gold, their radiance shimmering like stars. The remaining 90 names were in dazzling gold, gleaming brilliantly. Su's gaze was instantly drawn to the name at the very top of the purple gold list. Ranking first was none other than first place, Yuwuji difficulty, hard rating, S-class time, 1 hour 15 minutes. Yang Baichuan pointed at the light gate and said, this is the Ancient Wasteland Trial Ground, an extreme challenge dungeon designed specifically for node stage warriors. The difficulty ranges from easy to nightmare. Never mind nightmare mode, no one has even cleared nightmare mode yet. If you're interested, you can start with easy mode to get a feel for it. Before he could finish speaking, Su was already staring intently at the top spot on the trial steel, his eyes burning with undisguised ambition and fighting spirit.
No one has completed it in 1,000 years?
Su muttered to himself, a barely perceptible smile curving his lips. Seeing this, Yang Baichuan shook his head slightly, dismissing it as mere youthful arrogance and giving it no further thought. Little did he know that the young man, as he stepped through the portal, the familiar sensation of shifting through time and space washed over him. When his vision cleared once more, Su found himself standing on a vast, ancient land filled with a primal, desolate atmosphere. The sky was an eerie dark red, the air thick with a faint scent of blood and the heavy aura of monsters, while heart-stopping beastly roars echoed from the distance.
Dungeon entered, Ancient Trial Grounds.
Welcome to the Ancient Trial Grounds Node Phase exclusive. Please select a challenge difficulty.
Easy mode, 1 monster per wave, base reward 1 upon completion.
Normal mode, 5 monsters per wave, base reward 5 upon completion. Hard mode, 10 monsters per wave, base reward 10 upon completion. Nightmare mode, 30 monsters per wave, base reward 30 upon completion.
Nightmare mode, 100 monsters per wave, 100x the base reward upon completion. Plus a chance to earn hidden rewards.
In this mode, the monster combat power for waves 1 through 10 is 99, 297, 594, 990, 1584, 2376, 3465, 4950, 6930, and 9900, respectively. For each wave of monsters successfully defeated, you'll receive a vitality reward corresponding to the difficulty level. 100 times the base reward. Not to mention the hidden rewards. Su rubbed his hands together in anticipation, glanced at his vitality which had already recovered to 104,300 and without a moment's hesitation, declared, "I choose Nightmare mode."
Nightmare mode confirmed.
Warning, this mode is extremely dangerous. Please be prepared, trialist. 100 rock monsters with 99 combat power surged toward him. Su didn't even move, he merely let a faint tremor of vitality ripple around him, sending out an invisible shockwave that instantly reduced the 100 rock monsters to dust.
First wave completed. Nightmare mode grants a 100x reward bonus. Vitality gained, 10,000. Continue.
The second wave 297 combat power, the third wave 594 combat power, all the way through the fifth wave 1584 combat power. Su moved as if strolling through a garden, clearing the entire field with a single wave of his hand. He had accumulated 310,000 vitality though, of course, this amount was merely a mere appetizer for him. Starting with the sixth wave, the monster's combat power reached 2,376, yet their number remained at 100. A dark, dense horde of bronze golems enhanced formed a battle formation and advanced with heavy, oppressive strides.
Now this is getting interesting.
Su's gaze sharpened slightly, and he stopped taking things lightly. He activated the Skystep skill, his figure darting like a dragon diving into the sea, vitality surging with every swing of his fists.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
He no longer sought to wipe out the entire group with a single strike, but instead weaved precisely through the golem ranks, landing each punch on their energy cores or joint connections with extreme efficiency. 2 minutes later, all the golems lay scattered across the ground as piles of debris.
Wave 6 complete. Vitality gained, 320,000. Current vitality reserve, 770,000. Keep going.
Wave 7, 100, two-headed chimeras, with 3,465 combat power. They held the air advantage, raining down a barrage of venom and frost breath like a hail of bullets.
Trouble.
Su cursed under his breath as he channeled the Skystep skill to its fullest, changing direction at breakneck speed just above the ground to dodge the barrage of attacks. At the same time, he formed his fingers into a sword-like blade, unleashing the flowing shadow sword technique for the first time in this dungeon. Whoosh! Whoosh! The force of his fingers sliced through the air, delivering precise, targeted strikes. Though he wasn't wielding a sword, Each finger strike was imbued with the techniques of the Shadow Blade style, yielding remarkable results as chimeras continued to fall from the sky, howling in agony.
Adopting a move-dodge strike cycle, he eliminated every single chimera within 5 minutes. Wave 7 complete. Gained vitality, 640,000. Current vitality reserve, 1.41 million.
Supanted's slightly continuous use of combat skills took a heavy toll on both his mind and body.
Keep going. Wave 8, 100 Thunder Eagle Kings with 4,950 combat power. Faster than before, they were surrounded by lightning that disrupted perception. Speed type?
A fierce glint flashed in Su's eyes.
A race?
I've never been afraid of that. He pushed the Skystep skill to its current limit, his figure transforming into a blur invisible to the naked eye as he charged headlong into the flock of eagles. Combining the void-piercing skill with his fists and feet, he launched lethal attacks while moving at high speed. For a moment, lightning, finger strikes, and vitality energy collided wildly in the air, while eagle feathers mixed with blood rained down ceaselessly. This was a battle of speed and precision. Su pushed his combat power to the absolute limit, fighting fiercely for a full 7 or 8 minutes before finally taking down the last Eagle King. His body bore several charred marks, and he had consumed roughly 10,000 vitality.
Wave 8 complete. Vitality gained, 1,280,000. Current vitality reserve, 2.68 million.
2.55 million vitality, that's enough to convert into 268 vitality essences, which is enough to upgrade 10 level 10 nodes.
Su's Spirit's Sword. System, convert and upgrade immediately. Consumed 2.5 million vitality, converted into 250 essences, and upgraded 10 level 10 nodes. Boom! A surge of power coursed through his body 10 times in rapid succession. The transformation of the 10 nodes was complete. Current nodes, level 10, 70. Level 9, 29. Combat power, 9,030 points.
With his strength boosted, Su's confidence soared as he turned his attention to the 9th wave. The 9th wave, 100 Shadow Dragon Lords with 6,930 combat power. These dragons' combat power was already extremely close to Su's. Moreover, they could slip into the shadows, appearing and disappearing at will, and their dragon breath carried a powerful corrosive effect. The real test has arrived.
Su focused his full attention.
As soon as the battle began, he found himself in a grueling fight. The dragon demons didn't simply charge mindlessly. Instead, they moved in groups of 3 or 5, taking turns pouncing from the shadows and breathing fire, coordinating their attacks seamlessly. Su pushed the Skystep skill and void-piercing skill to their limits, frantically dodging and counterattacking within the confined space.
Hiss!
A single finger pierced the eye socket of one demon dragon, but his left shoulder was grazed by the claw strike of another. His protective vitality shield trembled violently, leaving 3 bloody gashes. He used the terrain to fight while retreating, attempting to split them apart. But the demon dragons were extremely cunning. Whenever a strike missed, they would immediately vanish into the shadows. The battle reached a stalemate, and Su's vitality and mental energy were depleting rapidly. He had sustained over a dozen wounds, though none were fatal. They severely impaired his condition.
This can't go on.
Su gritted his teeth and feigned a weakness. As the 3 demon dragons simultaneously lunged from the shadows ahead, he charged forward instead of retreating, his vitality surging wildly within him.
Void-piercing skill.
Triple strike.
Thwack! Thwack! Thwack!
3 concentrated finger strikes shot out almost simultaneously, precisely shattering the heads of the 3-headed demon dragon. But having exhausted his reserves, he was grazed on the back by a stream of dragon breath coming from the side, instantly tearing his skin open and causing excruciating burning pain.
SSSSH. Su sucked in a sharp breath, using the impact to surge forward and create some distance.
He seized this precious moment to catch his breath, continuing to maneuver and pick off his enemies one by one. After a grueling 15-minute battle, his body covered in wounds and having depleted over 20,000 points of vitality, he finally dispatched the last demon dragon.
Wave 9 complete. Vitality gained, 2,560,000. Current vitality reserve, 2.72 million. Su dropped to one knee, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. The continuous high-intensity battles, especially the fierce clash with the 100 Shadow Dragon Lords that had just ended, had nearly drained his physical and mental strength. 2.5 million vitality consumed, converted into 250 essence, upgrading 10 level 10 nodes. Command confirmed. Consuming 500 vitality essence. Upgrading. Boom. 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 Once again, 10 consecutive bursts of colossal power erupted within him. As if 10 dormant volcanoes had been ignited simultaneously, an even more terrifying torrent of power surged forth, washing over and fortifying every fiber of his being. The newly created level 10 node resonated with the existing 70, forming an even more powerful energy cycle. Upgrade complete. Current nodes, level 10, 80. Level 9, 19. Current combat power, 9,330 points. Remaining vitality essence, 0 points. Current vitality reserve, 220,000. 80 energy channels. Though not yet perfect, Su could feel that his strength, speed, perception, and vitality recovery rate had all reached a whole new level. The fatigue and injuries from the previous fierce battle were rapidly healed by this newfound power, and his depleted vitality was swiftly replenished. He clenched his fists, causing a sonic boom to rip through the air in the palms of his hands. 80 acupoints, one more wave. The entire space of the trial arena seemed to freeze for an instant, and then 100 terrifying auras, as if from the primordial chaos, erupted simultaneously. 100 primordial Baimong behemoths, imperial juveniles. They were even more colossal than any previous wave of their kind, their muscles coiling like twisted dragons, their bronze-colored fur shimmering with dark golden patterns, and their crimson pupils brimming with destruction and madness. The combat power fluctuations emanating from each one stood firmly at the limit of 9,900 points. Their combined aura of intimidation was like 100 volcanoes on the verge of eruption, enough to instantly shatter the will of any node-level practitioner. Roar! The 100 beasts roared, their voices transforming into tangible shockwaves that sent Su's vitality reeling. They did not charge immediately, but like a well-drilled army, they spread out, subtly forming an encirclement that sealed off all of Su's possible escape routes. Greater intelligence, and they know how to coordinate. Su's pupils contracted slightly, and his heart sank. This final challenge was far more difficult than he had imagined. There was no time to hesitate. More than a dozen behemoths at the front launched the attack first. Their massive paws stomped the ground, triggering violent tremors as if a dozen heavily armored tanks were rolling over the terrain side by side. Sky Step Skill, Ultimate. Su pushed his speed to its peak, his form transforming into a warped beam of light as he narrowly slipped through the gaps in the behemoth's attack. Rather than confronting them head-on, he used his agility to cut through the herd and disrupt their formation. But the behemoth's reactions were lightning fast. The beasts on either side immediately swung their house-sized claws to block his path, while those behind him unleashed earth-colored energy projectiles imbued with terrifying power, bombarding him from all sides. Void-piercing skill. Su flicked his fingers rapidly, sending a burst of energy slicing through the air and striking one of the behemoth's eyes with pinpoint accuracy. Splatter! Blood spattered everywhere. The behemoth let out a pained roar, and its offensive faltered momentarily. But at that very moment, attacks from the other three behemoths were already upon him. Their claws tore through the air, accompanied by a deathly screech. I can't dodge this. Su gritted his teeth, crossing his arms to block while channeling his protective vitality to the fullest. Boom! He was violently hurled backward by an indescribable force, slamming into a distant rock wall like a cannonball and leaving a human-shaped crater in its wake. The bones in his arms groaned, his vitality trembled violently, and a sweet taste rose in his throat. He nearly coughed up blood. The power gap is just too great. Su burst out from among the rubble, his expression grave. One-on-one, he could even take down his opponent in an instant. But 100 giant beasts that knew how to coordinate their attacks came like a raging storm, leaving him no chance to catch his breath. He changed his strategy, beginning to use the towering stone pillars and complex terrain of the trial ground to wage a guerrilla-style battle. Lure them in. He deliberately slowed down to draw 5 or 6 behemoths in pursuit,
then suddenly accelerated and changed direction, causing them to collide with one another and fall into brief chaos.
Now,
Seizing the opportunity, he launched a flanking attack, unleashing his void-piercing skill at full power toward the relatively vulnerable ear opening of one of the disoriented behemoths.
thud. The force of his finger strike pierced its brain. The first Imperial Beimong fell.
But the price of success was that he was struck by the aftershocks of energy blasts from several other beasts, leaving his back a mangled mess of blood and flesh. The battle entered its most brutal phase of attrition. Su pushed his footwork, the void-piercing skill, and his use of the terrain to their absolute limits. He was like a hummingbird dancing among a herd of giant elephants. Every seemingly perilous maneuver was accompanied by a deadly counterattack.
But every successful counterattack often came at the cost of injury.
His clothes had long since been soaked through with blood and sweat, and his body was covered in crisscrossing wounds, some deep claw marks that exposed bone, others charred black from energy burns. His vitality was being drained at a frantic rate, and his mind was beginning to tire from intense concentration. Half an hour had passed. He had slain over 40 Imperial behemoths, but he himself was now on his last legs. His movements began to falter, his speed slowed, yet the power of the void-piercing skill, which relied on vitality in combat, remained undiminished.
I can't fall now. I'm so close.
Su leaned against a broken stone pillar, gasping for breath, his vision growing blurry.
The remaining 50-plus colossal beasts still loomed like an insurmountable chasm.
Just then, a flash of inspiration struck him.
System, can I consume Vitality Essence for a temporary burst of power?
You may consume Vitality Essence to drastically increase combat power for a short period.
The effect is proportional to the amount consumed. Warning, this places an extreme strain on the body. Confirm consumption.
10 points of Vitality Essence give me that burst.
Command confirmed.
Consuming 10 points of Vitality Essence.
Temporary status Vitality burn activated. Duration, 30 seconds. Boom.
A force far more ferocious and uncontrollable than when he had previously upgraded his node surged from every cell in his body like a volcanic eruption. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, fine beads of blood seeped from his skin, and vitality boiled around him like burning flames.
His combat power skyrocketed temporarily. It approached 13,000 points. Kill.
Su let out a growl that sounded inhuman and charged headlong into the remaining horde of beasts. His speed, strength, and explosive power all skyrocketed. He no longer dodged. Instead, he chose the most brutal, most direct head-on clash. Fists collided with giant claws. Finger strikes clashed with energy blasts.
Boom. 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 Boom.
One after another, the Imperial behemoths had their skulls shattered and bodies torn apart under his frenzied assault. Within 30 seconds, he was like a demon god descended from the heavens, brutally slaughtering over 30 colossal beasts. 30 seconds later, the vitality burning status faded, and an overwhelming sense of exhaustion instantly engulfed him. He dropped to one knee, barely having the strength to stand. On the battlefield, only 5 battered royal behemoths remained. As they looked at the human, nearly spent yet still radiating a terrifying aura of malice, fear flashed in their eyes for the first time.
Ha!
Heh heh, Su raised his head, a savage grin spreading across his blood-stained face.
Are you afraid?
He mustered his last shred of vitality and staggered to his feet.
Void-piercing skill, the final strike.
He channeled all 2,550 points of his remaining vitality, along with his unyielding will, into that single finger. A finger strike, refined to the utmost, as if piercing through life and death itself, tore through the void, instantly piercing the combined heads of the final 5 colossal beasts. Thud, thud. 5 massive corpses fell to the ground one after another.
The entire trial arena finally fell completely silent. 100 corpses, like mountains of flesh, littered the ground.
Su knelt on one knee, panting heavily, as a mixture of sweat and blood dripped from him. He had nearly exhausted all his strength, yet a smile of immense satisfaction and pride spread across his face.
He had won.
Thanks to the formidable vitality skill and the vitality burning state he'd just unleashed, he had defeated an enemy that had seemed impossible to overcome.
Wave 10 complete. Vitality gained, 5,120,000. Perfect clear of the nightmare difficulty primordial trial arena. Just as Sue was waiting for the reward notification, a majestic voice as if originating from the vast river of time and space resounded throughout the entire trial arena, even faintly reaching the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace square outside. Announcement. The Node Period Trial Dungeon Primordial Trial Arena, Nightmare Difficulty, has been cleared. Time to clear, 58 minutes and 28 seconds. Rating, SSS Class. Defying the odds. Pushing beyond limits. This sudden, system-wide announcement instantly plunged the previously bustling outer plaza of the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace into dead silence. Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared in disbelief at the blood-red entrance to the ancient trial arena. The nightmare difficulty has been cleared? Who is it? Which peerless prodigy is this? My God! No one has ever cleared this dungeon-esque nightmare mode. How could anyone possibly clear the nightmare difficulty? Immediately afterward, that majestic voice rang out once more, this time resonating directly within Sua's mind, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Challenger, you have set a new record. Do you wish to inscribe your name on the Node Heroes list of the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace and proclaim it to the world? Su paused for a moment, then a faint smile curved his lips. Inscribe my name. Use my alias Jie. Confirmed. Record updated. As the words faded, on the Node Heroes rankings, displayed on the stone steel beside the massive light gate of the primordial trial ground in the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace Plaza, the name and record that had held the top spot for 800 years were wiped away as if by an invisible hand. New, blood-red characters, radiating resplendent divine might, were imprinted at the very top of the list. Shining brilliantly, they instantly captured everyone's attention. First place, Jie. Achievement, first to perfectly clear the ancient trial ground nightmare difficulty. Rating, SSS Class. Time, 58 minutes and 28 seconds. The entire square was first enveloped in utter silence, then erupted into a roar of astonishment as loud as a tidal wave. Jie? Who is that? What faction-esque prodigy is he? My God! Not only did he clear it, but he also broke the record held by Yu Wuji, the war god, for 800 years? And he did it in less than an hour. No one has ever cleared even nightmare difficulty, and he cleared nightmare directly? How is that possible? How could someone in the node stage possess such combat power? Investigate. Find out immediately who this Jie really is. Jie. That name is going to echo throughout the entire Tiandu province. At the same time, Su received the reward he deserved. Clear reward: first perfect clear of nightmare, Wanxiang Heavenly Palace Main Hall Teleportation Token X1. Hidden achievement: counterattack defeating 100 perfect node enemies while not yet at the perfect stage unlocked. Bonus reward, Immortal Bone, X1. Looking at these two rewards enough to drive any warrior wild, Sua's smile grew even brighter. 2 massive treasures. Could anything be more perfect than this? Yes. Because Su was about to go all out. Sua's mind raced as he realized this dungeon was the perfect place to break through. The turmoil outside was of no concern to him for now. Without hesitation, he sank his consciousness into his mind. System, convert 4.75 million vitality into 475 points of vitality essence. Command confirmed. Consuming 4.75 million vitality, obtaining 475 points of vitality essence. Looking at the 475 points of vitality essence glistening in the system, Sua's weary eyes suddenly burst with astonishing vigor. That's enough. More than enough. System. Use the vitality essence to upgrade all 19 of my remaining level 9 nodes to level 10 perfection. Command confirmed. Upgrading one level 9 node to level 10 requires 25 points of vitality essence. Upgrading 19 nodes will require a total of 475 points. Beginning upgrade. Buzz. This vibration was far deeper and more immense than any before. It was as if a cosmic singularity had erupted, or the primordial chaos had been unleashed.
Within Su's body, those final 19 stagnant, unrefined energy points were flushed, unblocked, and strengthened at an unprecedented speed as they were flooded with vast, pure vitality essence. 19 newly born level 10 nodes blazed to life like 19 eternal, indestructible supreme stars. The moment the final node completed its transformation, all 99 level 10 nodes simultaneously emitted a resonant, perfectly harmonious chorus that echoed throughout the cosmos. A magnificent aura, perfect, flawless, and supreme, erupted with a thunderous roar from the depths of Su's body, as if an ancient divine dragon had awoken from slumber. The bloodstains and grime surrounding him were shattered into nothingness by this aura, while his tattered clothes fluttered and rustled of their own accord, without a breath of wind. The sound of vitality surging within him transformed from the roar of great rivers into the deep, resonant rhythm of a vast starry sea, low and majestic. Power. An endless sense of power filled every corner of his body. It seemed as though his very level of existence had been sublimated and elevated in this moment of perfection. 99 nodes, level 10 perfection. The Supreme Tao Foundation is complete. Base combat power has broken through its limits. Reward, plus 100 base combat power. Current base combat power, 10,000. Breathing skill vitality generation speed 3. Ding. Host has achieved Supreme Tao Foundation. Main quest Supreme Tao Foundation completed. Reward, 1000 achievement points. Rewards dispersed. 1. Unlock the core system feature, System Arsenal. 2. Obtain the exclusive title, Extreme Realm Foundation Builder. 3. Time Realm Entry Ticket 1 use. System Arsenal, a mysterious treasury where you can spend achievement points to exchange for martial arts resources from the myriad realms of the cosmos. Extreme Realm Foundation Builder, base combat power receives an additional 20% boost. Time Realm Entry Ticket allows the host to enter their own time realm once. The ratio of time flow within the realm to the outside world is 100 to 1. Inside the realm, the host can spend 1 day of real-world time equivalent to 100 days within the realm. Martial Heart White has been nourished by a perfect Tao Foundation and upgraded to Martial Heart Green. Martial Heart Green moderately enhances mental resistance, increases control over one's own power by 100% and comprehension by 100% after a vein is condensed. It can be condensed again without needing to be stabilized first. As expected of the system, the rewards for completing the main quest are truly outrageously generous. Has my martial heart just been greened? Su muttered to himself inwardly. But then, overwhelming joy swept through him. He knew full well that the system was his true trump card for the future. In comparison, the immortal bone and access to the 10,000 phenomena heavenly palace seemed almost ordinary. He quickly gathered his composure, preparing to leave this troubled place that was about to unleash a tidal wave of turmoil. However, the storm caused by his clearing of the nightmare difficulty had only just begun to brew, and its impact was far beyond what he could fully anticipate at that moment. The moment Su chose to top the Node Heroes rankings under the pseudonym Jia, the news spread like a virus through various channels, reaching every corner of the Tianming star human race at an astonishing speed. The level of attention this news generated extended far beyond Linjiang City and even beyond Tiandu Province. It had already caught the attention of the central holy city. Several streams of consciousness, as vast as the stars and as unfathomable as the abyss, intertwined in the skies above the holy city. The mere, unconscious aura they emitted was enough to send shivers down the spines of countless general-tier warriors within the city, nearly causing them to fall to their knees. Above the general-tier warrior rank lie even more powerful beings. Those whose combat power surpasses 100,000 are bestowed the title of one-star king-tier warrior by the Federation. Following the vein condensation stage, warriors advance to bone tempering, refining their entire skeletal structure to fuse with their veins, resulting in a qualitative leap in vitality, defense, and strength. For every basic bone successfully tempered, one's base combat power increases by 10,000 points. If one were to temper all 206 basic bones in the body, combat power could increase by 2,060,000 points based on this stage alone. After bone tempering, one can awaken a martial soul, perceive the heavens and earth, and undergo a metamorphosis of mental power, enabling preliminary interference with reality and the execution of mental secret techniques. The higher your combat power and the deeper your cultivation realm, the more you'll appreciate the importance and difficulty of node tempering. It determines the very foundation of your martial path and the upper limit of your future potential. Precisely for this reason, Su's completion of the nightmare difficulty Ancient Wasteland trial dungeon was like dropping a nuclear bomb into a lake that had been calm for hundreds of years. For only a peerless prodigy who has forged a level 10 node can, with a certain probability, clear that nightmare difficulty dungeon. And a level 10 node warrior has never existed on Tianming Star. As the light from the portal of the ancient trial arena flickered, Su's figure reappeared in the outer plaza of the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena. His aura was now completely concealed outwardly, he appeared no different than before he entered. Yet only he knew that the 99 level 10 perfect nodes within his body were like 99 miniature stars, containing terrifying power capable of shaking mountains. His base combat power stood at 10,000 points. Combined with the 20% bonus from the Extreme Realm Foundation Builder title, his actual combat power firmly stood at 12,000 points. And that didn't even include burst skills like the Void Piercing skill. Keep a low profile, Su thought to himself with glee, yet his expression remained calm and unconcerned, as if he hadn't just caused an earth-shattering upheaval inside. He discreetly activated the Origin Breathing skill, concealing his aura even more thoroughly, appearing even more harmless than before he entered the dungeon. No sooner had he steadied himself than he noticed countless gazes in the square, all focused on him like searchlights or, more precisely, on the ancient trial grounds light gate through which he had just emerged. Various types of probing mental fluctuations and energy scans swept over his body, barely perceptible. Look! Someone has emerged from the nightmare difficulty portal. Is that him? That Jia who just broke the record? So young. His aura seems pretty weak. Did they make a mistake? Idiot. Do you really think you can tell just by looking at someone's aura whether they cleared nightmare mode? This is definitely someone who has mastered the art to perfection, returning to a state of pure simplicity. The murmur of discussion surged like a tide, mingled with shock, curiosity, jealousy, and even more cold, greedy stares lurking in the shadows. Su picked his ear. He was used to this kind of attention, but his vigilance was now at its peak. Just as he was about to slip away silently using the Sky Step skill, a familiar voice, trembling with disbelief, rang out behind him. Su. Su turned to see Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun standing not far away, their eyes wide as saucers, as if they'd seen a ghost. Their auras were surging. They had clearly refined their first vein, and their combat power had broken through the 2,000-point mark. They had come to the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace full of confidence, looking for a suitable dungeon world to test their skills, only to witness Su stepping out of the light gate that had triggered a system-wide alert. Hey, what a coincidence! Su greeted them casually. You two here to run a dungeon too? Congrats on successfully condensing your veins. Zhou Kuan's face alternated between pale and crimson as he pointed at Su, his lips trembling. You came out of that gate? Just now that cataclysm the system announced. Su blinked, his face a mix of innocence and relief. What calamity? Don't make things up. I was fighting for my life in there just to make it through the fifth wave. I was almost torn to pieces by that horde of monsters. He patted his chest, still shaken, and said, luckily I got out fast, or you wouldn't be seeing me right now. Nightmare difficulty? That's south no place for humans. Zhao Bingyun shrieked, bullshit. You were the only one who came out of there just now? The timing matches perfectly. And you still dare to say you weren't in the ordeal? Su sighed, looking at them as if they were idiots. Look, you two, don't let your imaginations run wild. Who am I, Su, to even stand a chance against that insane difficulty level? You'd have to be the reincarnation of Yu Wuji, the war god, for that. You're giving me way too much credit. His sincere denial, paired with that perfectly timed weak and helpless expression, actually left Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun somewhat on the fence. Could they really have made a mistake? But the timing was just too coincidental. Just then, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Su, and Yang Baichuan's figure appeared ghost-like beside him, his expression incredibly grave. He first cast a cold glance at Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun. The chill in his gaze made the two feel as if they'd been plunged into an ice cellar, and all their words stuck in their throats. No loud talking or arguing in the square. Su, come with me. With that, without a word of explanation, a gentle force swept Su up, and they vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only Zhou Kuan and Zhao Bingyun standing there, staring at each other with shifting expressions.
Inside the aircraft,
Yang Baichuan stared at Su, then spoke slowly after a long pause, his tone carrying a hint of barely perceptible excitement. "You little rascal, you've been hiding pretty well."
"Heist?
Su knew that a simple denial was pointless in front of such a seasoned veteran. He chuckled and rubbed his nose. "Uncle Yang, your insight is truly sharp. I was just trying to keep a low profile to avoid trouble."
Low key? Yang Baichuan was nearly amused by his anger. "You call that low key?
You nearly blew a hole in the Federation's sky. The first person to perfectly clear the nightmare difficulty with an SSS rating in under an hour.
Do you know what that means?"
"It means as early as tomorrow, no, maybe even tonight. Linjiang City will become the focal point of the entire Tiandu province, and even the Federation's Supreme Council."
Su shrugged, seemingly nonchalant, yet his gaze was clear and composed. "So what if I'm the center of attention?"
"I haven't broken any laws or regulations.
The Federation can't exactly arrest me and dissect me for research just because I'm too awesome, can they?"
"Dissecting you for research is a bit of a stretch. Federal laws are strict, and no one would dare touch you openly." Yang Baichuan took a deep breath, his tone incredibly serious.
"But what about covert tactics? Surveillance, kidnapping, bribery, even assassination."
"You're essentially walking around with a walking super treasure label pinned to your chest. The Zhou and Zhao clans and their ilk are nothing but minor nuisances in comparison." No sooner had he finished speaking than the special communicator from the Martial Arts Association on his person emitted a piercing, crimson light and vibration signaling the highest priority.
Yang Baichuan's expression changed instantly, and he answered the call immediately.
The figure that appeared on the light screen was blurry, but the aura it emitted even through the communicator sent a shiver down Su's spine, as if he were facing a boundless sea of stars, unfathomably deep. This was Ming, the president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Federation, a war god tier powerhouse with a combat power of 1 million, standing above even king tier warriors.
"Yang Baichuan." The voice from the hologram was icy, devoid of any human emotion and carrying an innate aura of authority. "Is the person you took away the one known as Jie?" Yang Baichuan's body instantly stiffened.
He bowed deeply, his tone supremely respectful, reporting to the president, "We are currently verifying his completion status. It will still take." "No need for verification," the Phantom cut him off decisively, his voice unwavering.
"The Wanxiang Heavenly Palace rankings are irrefutable proof.
This youth is of the utmost importance. Your mission is to ensure his absolute safety before I and the Federal Council's special envoy arrive.
Should anything go wrong, you alone will be held accountable.
Lord Yu Wuji has also issued a decree. He will be closely monitoring this matter."
Lord War God?"
Yang Baichuan's pupils contracted sharply, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back.
Even that legendary figure of the human race had been alerted? The communication cut off instantly, as if a single extra second would invite unforeseeable risks. Dead silence fell over the craft. Yang Baichuan exhaled a long, trembling breath.
The look in his eyes as he gazed at Su was no longer merely complex, it now carried a hint of awe that even he hadn't realized he felt. "Kid, this time, you've really gone off the deep end." He massaged his throbbing temples.
"Lord Yu Wuji's personal attention means you've been placed on the human race's highest level chessboard.
Tonight, the Federation Special Envoy and Chairman Chen will arrive. They are the true power brokers who will decide your fate." Su rubbed his nose. The cynicism on his face faded somewhat, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, though it was overshadowed by a newly ignited fighting spirit. He instinctively checked the system within him, and his mind immediately settled by more than half. "War God Yu Wuji, looks like I'll have to work even harder otherwise. I won't even qualify to meet the bigwigs." He muttered to himself, then smiled at Yang Baichuan. "Uncle Yang, every cloud has a silver lining.
If they want to know my secret, they'll have to offer me something in return first, right? Like massive amounts of vitality resources?"
Yang Baichuan suddenly lowered his voice, his tone more serious than ever.
"The Federation has sent a special envoy. Do you know what this means?"
Su lowered his hand, the hint of cynicism vanishing from his face, and nodded.
I know. It means that if I can't provide a reasonable explanation, I might be protected until AVE squeezed every last secret out of me. I'm glad you understand. Yang Baichuan took a deep breath. But don't worry too much.
Lord Yuwuji is an upright man, and Federation law strictly prohibits forced research on geniuses. But there will certainly be no shortage of overt protection and covert surveillance. Moreover, you're about to face a problem that no genius can avoid: resources. He fixed his gaze on Su and said, enunciating each word clearly, you've achieved the Supreme Tao Foundation at the node stage. It's nothing short of defying the heavens. No one knows where you obtained your vitality resources. The Federation envoy will certainly inquire about this in detail when the time comes. One more thing, although your node is now perfected, the resources required for your subsequent cultivation will be astronomical. As you condense veins, the consumption of vitality becomes increasingly terrifying. The first vein requires 10,000 the second, 20,000 the third, 40,000 the fourth, 80,000. By the 7th, 8th, and 9th veins, each one will require millions or even tens of millions of vitality. Why do the major factions of the Federation, including the military, rarely cultivate geniuses with nodes above level 8, even though they know how crucial a solid foundation is? It's not that they don't want to, it's that they can't. Yang Baichuan's tone grew somber. Vitality pills obtained by hunting monsters are currently the fastest source of vitality. But monster vitality is violent. The refined vitality pills contain pill toxins. Taking small amounts is manageable, as your body can metabolize them. However, with prolonged or excessive consumption, the pill toxicity accumulates within the body, the node, and even the veins, making it extremely difficult to eliminate. At best, one's foundational cultivation is damaged, and their future is cut short. At worst, vitality surges backward, causing the body to explode and result in death. Back in the day, Lord Yuwuji relied on his peerless, legendary physique to withstand the corrosion of the pill poison, which allowed him to successfully refine a 9th level node. But the dangers involved are not something to be discussed with outsiders. Although your foundational cultivation is now superior to Lord Yu's back then, you still have to condense your vein, temper your entire body's bone, and awaken your martial soul. If you don't take vitality pills, tell me, where are you going to find that much pure, unblemished vitality? This is precisely the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all the human race's prodigies. It is also the greatest bottleneck limiting the number of top-tier human race warriors. After listening, Su fell silent for a moment, then a smile appeared on his face, one that Yang Baichuan couldn't quite fathom. Pill toxicity, sounds like quite a hassle. His tone was as casual as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. Uncle Yang, I'll figure out the resource issue on my own. Su stood up, his gaze clear and resolute. Now that I've set foot on this path, I have no intention of turning back. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. There's always a way to resolve the alchemical poison. He thought to himself, the multiverse martial arts system, the vitality essence refined in the vitality forge. I wonder just how much better it is than that lousy vitality pill. Alchemical poison? Not a chance. Yang Baichuan looked into his calm and confident eyes and knew that this young man was far from as simple as he appeared. He must surely have some astonishing, hidden trump card up his sleeve. As they spoke, the aircraft had already brought them back to the Martial Arts Association in Linjiang City. Yang Baichuan sighed, well, since things have come to this, we'll just have to take it one step at a time. You're not going anywhere today. Stay in the training room I've arranged for you. I'll personally stand guard outside to protect you. President Bai of Linjiang City is also personally stationed at the Martial Arts Association. We'll wait until the higher-ups arrive before doing anything else. Thanks my ass. Get to training right now. Before the special envoy arrives, every bit of strength you can gain counts. Yang Baichuan waved his hand dismissively. Su said no more and followed Yang Baichuan to a secret chamber deep underground within the Martial Arts Association, a room filled with formations. The stone door slowly closed, sealing off the inside from the outside. Su sat down in the lotus position. The look of relaxation on his face vanished, replaced by a sense of urgency. System, bring up my current status panel. Host, Su. Realm, node stage 99 chi points, level 10 perfection. Base combat power, 10,000 points plus 20% bonus for Extreme Realm Foundation Establishers equals 12,000 points. Vitality Reserve, 376,000 points plus 3 per second. Martial Heart, Green Moderate Mental Resistance, 100% boost to Control Insight Meridian Condensation Speed. Mastered Combat Skills, Skystep Skill Shan Tier, Top Grade, Void Piercing Skill Vitality Skill, Flowing Shadow Sword Technique Shan Tier, Lower Grade. System Functions, Vitality Forge, System Arsenal. Items, Breath of Time Fragment, Immortal Bone Left Hand, Time Realm Entry Ticket X1. With 12,000 base combat power, combined with the Void Piercing skill, my burst combat power should reach 40,000 or even higher in a short time. But that's still not enough, Su's eyes flashed. It's time to start condensing my veins. Su sat cross-legged and, following the martial arts knowledge of this world, began to channel the vast, ocean-like reserves of vitality within his body to strike at his first vein. Possessing a Supreme Tao Foundation with 99 acupoints at the perfect level 10, the quality of his vitality was incredibly pure, making the process of refining veins more than 100 times easier than for ordinary people. Add to that the 100% refinement speed boost from Martial Heart Green, and the endless supply of vitality from the Origin breathing skill. Consuming 10,000 points of vitality, refining the first vein. Progress, 1%. 2%. The progress bar shot up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Condensing veins, unlike tempering nodes, doesn't require a great deal of time as long as there is sufficient vitality within the body, it can be done quickly. However, after successful condensation, the body needs time to stabilize and adapt before the second vein can be condensed. It took less than a minute. Ding! First vein condensed successfully. Base combat power plus 1,000 points, current base combat power, 13,200 points 20% bonus from the Extreme Realm Foundation building stage. A sense of power far greater than that felt during a node upgrade surged through his entire body. It felt as though his very essence of life had undergone a subtle elevation. The newly formed vein within him was like a crystalline conduit, connecting the 99 nodes and allowing vitality to flow more smoothly and efficiently. Is that it? That was way too easy. Su felt as if he hadn't had enough. Just as he was about to issue a command, the long-absent system notification sound rang out once more, this time with unprecedented solemnity. Ding! Detected that the host has begun refining a vein. Now issuing the second main quest, 10 veins, Ultimate Realm. Quest objective, successfully condensed the 10th vein before the martial arts exam. Quest rewards. 10,000 achievement points. Unlock access to the System S core feature, Battlefield of the Multiverse. 1 random fragment of the laws of the multiverse. Failure penalty, the hostess potential will be permanently locked, and they will be barred from attaining the supreme martial way. Su's pupils contracted slightly. The realm of the 10 veins. This is the path recognized by the system as the only way to the supreme martial arts. A flame even more intense than before blazed in Su's eyes. My path is the vast sea of stars, the myriad realms of the multiverse. I am determined to break through this realm of the 10 veins. A surge of passion raged within his chest. Normally, after successfully refining a vein, one needs to stabilize it for a period of time, but Su felt that, with the aid of the Martial Heart Green, this vein had been refined to perfection and required no stabilization at all. Why not try a second one? The moment this thought popped into his head, he could no longer hold it back. Refining a second vein requires 20,000 points of vitality, and all nodes must be at least level 2. Only 20,000? That's a drop in the bucket. Let us keep going. Consuming 20,000 vitality. Refining the second vein. Progress, 1%. Ding! The second vein has been successfully refined. Base combat power plus 2,000. Current base combat power, 15,600. Third vein. Consumed 40,000 vitality. Refinement successful. Base combat power plus 4,000. Current combat power, 20,400. Fourth vein, done. Consumed 80,000 vitality, base combat power plus 8,000, current combat power, 30,000.
Fifth vein, done.
Consumed 160,000 vitality, base combat power plus 16,000, current combat power, 49,200 points.
Sixth vein, refining in progress. Requires 500,000 vitality, vitality insufficient. Refining progress, 15%. Sure enough, just like when tempering nodes, starting from the 6th level, vitality consumption skyrocketed once again.
But Sue was already extremely satisfied. In such a short time, his base combat power had skyrocketed from 12,000 to nearly 50,000, leaping across several levels to reach the rank of a level 4 general tier warrior. Such a cultivation speed was nothing short of terrifying. It was all thanks to the extraordinary effects of the martial heart green, which allowed him to charge headlong toward the next vein without wasting time consolidating the newly formed one. On Tianming Star, those capable of comprehending the heart of martial arts at Su's age were already few and far between. But for someone like him nourished by a perfect Tao foundation, allowing his heart of martial arts to bypass the stabilization phase and break through successive levels in rapid succession was truly unheard of. If it weren't for his vitality reserves running dry, he'd even be confident he could go all out and directly condense the legendary 10 veins in one go, creating yet another unprecedented myth. Su felt the pressure. Even with the system, the massive demand for vitality remained a huge challenge. Relying solely on the 3 points per second of natural regeneration from the origin breathing skill was far from enough. Sigh, spending money feels good for a while, but spending it all the time, vitality will never be enough. Su clicked his tongue. I've got to figure out a way to make some quick cash again. Other dungeons in the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace? Hunt higher level monsters? Or maybe have a chat with that big shot when the time comes? Just as he was pondering this, an unfamiliar number lit up on the old communicator on his wrist. He raised an eyebrow slightly and chose to answer the call. A light screen unfolded, revealing the ethereal image of an elderly man clad in a dark golden robe, his hair and beard entirely white. The old man had a rosy complexion, and his eyes sparkled with an inner brilliance even through the screen. One could sense an aura as deep and vast as the ocean, far more powerful than Yang Baichuan's. Behind the old man's ethereal image, one could also make out Zhao Bingyun's face, which bore a complex expression. Young friend Su, forgive the intrusion. The old man wore a warm smile, his tone gentle, like that of an elder caring for a younger generation. I am Zhao Xiankong, the Grand Elder of the Zhao clan of Jinling. Elder Zhao. Su's expression remained impassive as he nodded toward the light screen, showing neither flattery nor nervousness or fear. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Xiankong's eyes. He had contacted Su personally, yet this young man remained so composed? Young friend, you possess extraordinary natural talent. You set a record that will go down in history at the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena. You are truly a prodigy unseen in the human race for 1,000 years, Zhao Xiankong said, getting straight to the point. You flatter me. It was just good luck, Su replied, his tone unruffled. Luck is also a part of one's strength, Zhao Xiankong smiled. Do you know, young friend, that a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be blown down by the wind? You are now in the eye of the storm. Without the protection of a powerful faction, your path ahead will inevitably be fraught with danger. So, Elder Zhao, have you come to protect me? Su raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Zhao Xiankong stroked his beard. The Zhao clan of Jinling has a 1,000-year heritage and profound resources. As long as you're willing to join us, the Zhao clan is prepared to devote all our resources to your training. Cultivation techniques, combat skills, guidance from renowned masters, even vast quantities of monster vitality, all will be at your disposal. And we'll ensure your complete safety. His words were brimming with confidence and allure, particularly when he emphasized vast quantities of monster vitality. Just then, Zhao Bingyun's voice cut in from the side, tinged with a hint of urgency. Su, our Zhao family is offering this in all sincerity. It's far better than staying in Linjiang. As long as you agree, we'll wipe the slate clean regarding what happened before. Su glanced at her but didn't respond. Zhao Xiankong continued to up the ante. I've heard you've had some friction with the Zhou family? As long as you agree, we'll make the Zhou family and even our own Zhao family bow down to you. Su looked at the light screen and suddenly smiled. The terms are indeed tempting. However, I'm used to living freely, I don't like being constrained. Besides, I prefer to rely on myself. The smile on Zhao Xinkong's face faded slightly. Young friend, one cannot stand alone. Even the strongest genius needs resources. Do you know just how vast the amount of vitality required to condense the remaining veins is? Without the backing of a faction, how will you obtain it? By hunting monsters? The poison in those vitality pills is like a sword hanging over your head. My Zhao family possesses a secret technique that can reduce the poison in vitality pills by 20%. Su nodded. Poison, huh? That does sound pretty scary. Just as Zhao Xinkong thought he was wavering, Su changed the subject. Still, I'd like to try relying on myself first. What if I manage to figure it out on my own? Zhao Bingyun couldn't help but snort derisively. Solve it? Who do you think you are? Even Lian Yuwuji, the war god, had a really tough time back then. How could you possibly do it on your own? Su shrugged. A person's got to have dreams, right? Zhao Xinkong's gaze grew slightly cold. He had humbled himself to recruit him, yet this young man was so ungrateful. It's good for a young person to have pride, but what's too rigid is easily broken. Some opportunities, once missed, will never come again. His tone took on a chill even through the communicator, an invisible pressure seemed to seep through the light screen. Su felt this pressure, yet his heart remained completely unmoved. He even found it a bit boring. I appreciate Elder Zhao's kindness, however, I have no intention of joining any faction for the time being. If there is nothing else, he made a move to end the call. Zhao Xinkong's expression darkened completely. He hadn't expected Su to be so unyielding. In that case, I hope you won't regret this, young friend. Zhao Xinkong gave Su a piercing look, and the connection was instantly cut off. As the light screen faded, the look of relief on Su's face vanished. Trouble has indeed arrived. The Zhao family is just the first. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Vitality resources are indeed a major problem. Relying solely on the natural increase from the origin breathing skill, it would take far too long to open a vein in the short term. As Su pondered, he suddenly recalled the system's newly released System Arsenal feature. It was time to investigate it. System, activate, System Arsenal. It was as if a boundless celestial hall had appeared in his mind, with countless orbs of light floating within it. Each orb represented a martial art resource from the myriad realms of the cosmos. Welcome to the System Arsenal. This is the sole repository for exchanging achievement points for martial art resources from the myriad realms of the cosmos. Current available achievement points, 1000 obtained by completing the main quest Supreme Tao Foundation. But Su scanned the labels next to the orbs, his mouth practically watering. These items were divided into several major categories: martial arts and divine abilities, divine weapons and artifacts, celestial materials and earthly treasures, bloodlines and physiques, fragments of the laws, mysterious objects and treasures. With a thought, Su first clicked on the martial arts and divine abilities category. The art of transforming into others fragment, originating from a supreme fantasy multiverse, it allows one to manifest a duplicate of oneself and traverse the multiverse. Redemption requirement, 100 million achievement points. The transformation of the stars fragment, originating from a top-tier Xianxia multiverse, it transforms the body into the starry sky and evolves the universe. Redemption requirement, 100 million achievement points. The heaven-devouring demon art forbidden edition, originating from a dark fantasy multiverse, it devours all things and plunders the primordial source. Redemption requires 80 million achievement points. Su sucked in a sharp breath. His mouth was practically watering, but the long string of zeros at the end instantly brought him back to his senses. Holy shit, starting at 10 million? System, are you trying to rob me? Su couldn't help but complain. I only have 1000 achievement points right now. He grudgingly closed the Cultivation Techniques tab and tapped on Divine Weapons. For Swords of Exterminating Immortals Replica, a set of 4 swords. When used together, they can form a simplified version of the Exterminating Immortals sword formation. Redemption requires 5 million achievement points. Hammer of the Thunder God Law artifact, originating from a certain plane within the 9 realms, it contains the Law of Thunder.
Redemption requires 3 million achievement points.
Loglove's blank version can be socketed with law-type gems.
Redemption requires 5 million achievement points. Gems must be redeemed separately. Sue. Alright, another astronomical figure.
He felt like a beggar who'd just arrived in the city, wandering through a luxury boutique. Unwilling to give up, he turned his attention to bloodline constitution. Primordial holy body, invincible physical form, overwhelming vitality at its peak, capable of challenging a great emperor.
Redemption cost 30 million achievement points. Carries the risk of bloodline disintegration. Time Demon God bloodline contains a trace of the Time Demon Goddess power. Redemption cost 40 million achievement points. Void Divine Race bloodline dramatically enhances spatial perception. Redemption requires 8 million achievement points. Sue's heart raced.
Any one of these bloodlines and constitutions was enough to forge a peerless powerhouse, but the price was equally peerless. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and began examining the ways to obtain achievement points. Information was listed on one side of the light screen.
Ways to obtain achievement points. 1. Complete main and side quests issued by the system. Rewards based on quest difficulty. 2. Achieve certain hidden achievements. Rewards granted upon first completion.
3. Defeat or slay powerful figures possessing a certain level of fortune or status across the myriad realms. Rewards assessed based on the target's strength and status. 4. Sacrifice items containing high-value rules or energy to the system.
Rewards determined by the item's value. Defeat powerful beings with destiny. Sacrifice treasures. Sue pondered.
It seems the system arsenal is encouraging me to stir up trouble across the myriad realms, he muttered to himself, a knowing smile curving his lips. Ever since he obtained this system and discovered it could mass-produce pure vitality and optimize combat skills, Sue had a vague feeling that this was by no means a creation limited to Tianming Star.
The level of rules and power it displayed far exceeded any martial arts civilization he knew of.
Now, this system arsenal and its method of acquiring achievement points directly confirmed his suspicions. The myriad heavens and realms. Those 4 words seemed to explode in his mind, unfolding a vast and majestic panorama. Tianming Star, Linjiang City, and even the so-called Human Federation in the face of these myriad heavens and realms were likely nothing more than a drop in the ocean, a remote corner tucked away in a corner of the cosmos.
I knew it. How could this world consist of nothing but Tianming Star?
An indescribable surge of excitement and anticipation welled up within him, a thirst for exploring the unknown and a longing for a broader stage. The system comes from the multiverse, and the armory connects to the multiverse. So what does my future hold? His gaze swept once more over the breathtaking treasures displayed on the light screen. Goals that had once seemed out of reach now appeared to have a clear path leading to them, the one strewn with thorns. However, looking at the primordial holy body and method of transforming others at will on the light screen, each costing tens of millions of achievement points, Sue still felt a twinge of dread. The elation he felt upon achieving the Supreme Tao Foundation had been brutally dashed by the system.
System, is there anything cheaper? Like a beginner's starter pack or something?
Sue looked at his pitiful 1,000 achievement points, the reward for completing the main quest, and felt more dejected than ever. With this purchasing power, forget about treasures. He probably couldn't even afford the covers of those divine martial arts manuals. Detected that the host possesses 1,000 achievement points, meeting the conditions for random draw.
Do you wish to spend 1,000 achievement points to perform one random item draw from the myriad realms?
Note, reward quality ranges from ordinary to chaos grade treasure.
A draw? Sue's eyes lit up. He knew this well.
Although he'd been a gaming master in his previous life, he'd been ripped off by all sorts of mini-games more times than he could count.
But what if? What if a bicycle turned into a motorcycle? Draw. I have to do this. Give me a single draw. Command confirmed. Consuming 1,000 achievement points, beginning the draw.
Instantly, countless phantom images of items appeared on the light screen, flashing frantically at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, leaving Sue dazzled. His heart leapt into his throat as the icons flickered. Finally, all the light coalesced into an incredibly intricate, transparent crystal as if formed by countless tiny spacetime runes spiraling around one another. It hovered silently, emitting a ripple that caused the surrounding space to warp ever so slightly.
Extraction complete. Obtained, Spacetime Dao I. Spacetime Dao I? Su's heart pounded wildly. The name alone made him sense a level of power beyond anything he had ever conceived. Mastery over time and space? What an unimaginably powerful ability. He couldn't wait to open the description. Spacetime Dao I contains the supreme mysteries of time and space. Warning: the tier of this item far exceeds the hostess' current understanding of the world. Forced fusion will result in the complete disintegration of both soul and body. One of the prerequisites for initial fusion, base combat power must reach 1000 stars. System notice: a higher tier combat power unit of measurement stars has been unlocked for the host. Current conversion: 1 star equals 10,000 points of standard combat power. The hostess' current standard combat power is 49,200 points, approximately equal to 4.9 stars. Current status: bound, temporarily stored in the system's core space, cannot be used. Specific abilities cannot be viewed. 1000 stars? That's 10 million combat power? Su stared at the system prompt, completely dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had been patting himself on the back for his nearly 50,000 combat power, convinced it was enough to dominate Linjiang and even shine brilliantly in the martial arts exams. But now, the system had directly presented him with a goal: he could only look up to 1000 stars. He wasn't even at 5 stars yet. 1000 stars seemed to him like a mortal gazing at the stars utterly out of reach. A sense of insignificance unlike anything he'd ever felt welled up inside him, but it was immediately followed by an even more overwhelming fighting spirit and a broader perspective. So the path of a true powerhouse has only just begun. Su took a deep breath, his gaze piercing through the system interface as if he could see the towering peak that lay in the future, one that would take him a lifetime to climb. Node: meridian condensation, bone tempering is the path ahead measured in stars? He looked at the spacetime Dao pupil crystal, which exuded an alluring aura yet was incredibly dangerous, and carefully stored it in the safest area of the system space. This was not a power he could even dream of possessing at his current stage, but it was the direction of his future, a goal he must achieve. 1000 stars spacetime Dao pupil. Su etched these two words deeply into his heart. Just wait. One day, I'll reach that realm and fuse you with my own hands. Although this draw hadn't granted him any immediately usable power, it had opened a door to the world of true masters, allowing him to clearly see his own insignificance and the infinite possibilities of his future. He temporarily closed the light screen and brought his consciousness back to reality. The road ahead is long and arduous, Su sighed, but his eyes burned with an even more intense fighting spirit. With the system arsenal as his goal, his path in martial arts had become clearer and broader. The resources of the myriad realms would all become the fuel for his growth. Still, one must take things one step at a time. Su gathered his thoughts and refocused on the present. I'll deal with the matter at hand first. Su thought of the immortal bone he'd received as a reward from the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena. I'll study this bone first. With a flick of his wrist, the immortal bone emitting a faint golden glow and feeling as smooth as jade to the touch appeared in the palm of his hand. The bone was about the length of an arm, covered in intricate, mysterious natural patterns within it. Countless miniature stars seemed to be constantly appearing and vanishing. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a heavy weight, as if it bore the weight of eons. System scan. Ding. Detected a special external rule-based weapon component. Frowny face immortal bone left arm armor fragment 130. Item description: a tiny fragment originating from the disintegrated left arm of the immortal demon god, one of the primordial gods and demons of the supreme primordial heavens. Having been tempered over eons, it contains a trace of indestructible Dao essence and boundless creative vitality. Usage: activate it using your own vitality and spiritual will, then attach it to the corresponding body part left arm to complete the initial fusion. The fusion level will slowly increase as the hostess' strength grows, vitality nurtures the fragment, and the host deepens their understanding of the immortal Dao essence. Note: more left arm fragments must be collected to unleash its full power. Estimated fusion level, 0.01%. Immortality trait passive: after fusion, the left arm gains double its base strength and power,
and its resistance to negative effects such as corrosion, aging, and curses is significantly enhanced. Vitality of creation passive. After fusion, the host's vitality regeneration rate is significantly increased. Unlocked requires fusing more fragments to activate. Warning: the fusion process will be accompanied by intense pain. The host must remain fully conscious, otherwise, there is a risk of fusion failure. Tip: the components of this rule weapon are scattered across the myriad realms of the cosmos. The host should strive to locate them. Whoa! Sue read the system description and sucked in a sharp breath. Primordial gods and demons? Immortal Tao body? That sounds absolutely insane. Especially those immortal trait and vitality of creation, they're practically indestructible, self-healing artifacts. From now on, when fighting someone, could he block a blade with his left hand and then taunt his opponent, "Haven't you eaten yet? Is that all you've got?" Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Fuse. I must fuse it. Sue made up his mind instantly. So what if it hurts a little? What hardships hadn't he, Su Wanwan, endured? Well, maybe he'd never actually gone through the agony of bone fusion before, but for the sake of getting stronger, he'd give it his all. He sat cross-legged, placed the immortal bone fragment in the palm of his left hand, took a deep breath, and channeled the vast vitality within him along with the will of his newly forged martial heart, slowly enveloping the fragment. The moment his vitality and will touched the immortal bone, an unexpected transformation occurred. The once still golden bone seemed to come to life, suddenly bursting into a dazzling, blinding light. An aura ancient, vast, and imbued with supreme majesty spread out, and Sua's left hand was instantly struck by an indescribable, excruciating pain, as if every inch of his bone were being crushed and reassembled. Holy shit! This is intense. Veins bulged on Sua's forehead, and cold sweat instantly broke out. It was as if someone were carving patterns into his bones with a chisel. He gritted his teeth and frantically channeled the origin breathing skill, as a massive surge of vitality poured into his left hand like a burst dam, sustaining the agonizing process of reshaping. He could see within himself that the metacarpal bones of his left hand were being gradually melted under the golden light, then intertwining and fusing with the fragments of the immortal bone, coalescing anew into a more complex, more resilient skeletal structure that emitted a faint golden glow. The process was slow and agonizing. He didn't know how much time had passed, but just as Sue felt he was about to pass out from the pain, the excruciating agony receded like a tide, and his left hand was filled with an unprecedented sense of fullness and strength. The fusion was complete. Sue raised his left hand and examined it closely. On the surface, it looked no different than before, still fair and slender. But he could feel that this hand now harbored explosive power. The resilience of his skin and the density of his bones had both undergone a qualitative leap. With a gentle swipe of his fingertip, the air actually emitted a faint hiss as it tore. With a thought, he tried to channel vitality. Boom! Instantly, his left hand was enveloped in a faint, almost invisible golden aura, naturally exuding an air of immovable steadfastness and invulnerability to all attacks. Awesome! Sue couldn't hide his excitement and couldn't resist testing its power. He looked around. There weren't any good targets in the chamber. His gaze finally settled on the heavy, array-enhanced alloy door. "You're it!" Sue stood up and walked to the door. Without using any combat skills or even drawing on much vitality, he simply tapped the door gently with his left hand, which was fused with the immortal bone. The motion was as gentle as a lover's caress. However, bang! A deafening roar, so deep it seemed to make the entire chamber tremble, erupted with a thunderous crash. The alloy door, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a level 4 general tier warrior, collapsed as if struck head-on by a meteorite. Centered on the spot where Sua's palm had landed, a distinct palm print instantly caved in. A dense web of cracks spread out like a spider's web, covering the entire door panel. Creak! Crash! The entire door groaned under the strain, swayed twice, and then actually broke free from its frame, falling backward and crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Sue? He looked at his left hand, then at the battered door, and blinked. Guess I went a little too hard? In the hallway outside the secret room, Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai, alerted by the commotion, appeared at the doorway in an instant, like startled rabbits. Seeing the collapsed door and Su standing inside with an innocent expression, they were both dumbfounded. Su? Are you okay? What was that noise just now? Yang Baichuan stared at the completely wrecked door, which bore a clear handprint, and his eyelid twitched violently. He knew exactly how sturdy the door was. Not even a level 5 general tier warrior could budge it. Su withdrew his left hand, slipped it into his pocket, and calmly brushed the dust off his clothes. I'm fine. I was practicing my skills just now and accidentally used a bit too much force. This door doesn't seem to be very well made. Uncle Yang, did your supplier rip you off? Yang Baichuan, Chairman Bai, they stared at the door, which had clearly been smashed by brute force, and upon hearing Su's attempt to shift the blame, they nearly choked on their breath. Fucking not well made. You're a fucking human-shaped beast, aren't you? Chairman Bai took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice steady. It's fine as long as you're okay. We'll just replace the door with a sturdier one. Inside, he was already bleeding from the heart. This custom-made secret room door wasn't cheap at all. What excuse could he possibly use to ask the higher-ups for funding? Yang Baichuan, meanwhile, looked at Su's left hand tucked in his pocket with a complex expression, his heart filled with dread. That kid, after just one trip inside, his power seems to have become even more insane? That commotion just now was definitely more than just brute strength. You keep training. We'll go handle this. Yang Baichuan grabbed Chairman Bai, who was still trying to say something, and hurriedly left the scene of the incident. Watching the two of them walk away, Su rubbed his chin, looked at his left hand, and chuckled to himself. Not bad. That was well worth it. From now on, whenever I don't like someone, I'll give them a massive punch with my left hand, guaranteed to leave a lasting impression. He felt as though he discovered a new source of enjoyment. Moreover, after fusing with the immortal bone, he could clearly sense that the shard deep within his left arm was like an activated, miniature core of an independent world. A warm and surging vitality was continuously radiating outward from the very source of the shard's core. This was precisely its engraved passive ability, vitality of creation. This flow of vitality was as if a miniature fountain of life had been opened within him, with its spring originating from within the shard. Detected activation of vitality of creation, generating independent life energy. Current additional vitality generation rate, 5 points per second. 5 points per second. Generated by the shard itself? Su's heart trembled once more. This meant he now effectively possessed two vitality engines. One was the origin breathing skill, which drew and converted energy from the external world at a rate of 3 points per second. The other was generated directly from within his body by the immortal bone fragment, at a rate of 5 points per second. His total recovery rate had reached 8 points per second. Moreover, this life energy, generated by vitality of creation, was purer in nature and closer to the source of life itself. Its nourishing effect on the body far exceeded that of ordinary vitality. Wherever it flowed, all the subtle injuries and latent fatigue left behind by rapid breakthroughs in combat were swiftly swept away. His entire body radiated a lustrous, jade-like glow brimming with vitality, propelling his condition to an unprecedented level of perfection. To contain the essence of creation within oneself and generate energy from within, and this is after fusing with only 0.01% of this fragment. As Su sensed the newly opened spring within him and the ceaseless flow of life energy, his understanding of the shard of the innate immortal demon god rose to new heights. This was not merely an increase in combat power or an optimization of his foundations, it was an evolution on the level of life itself and a gift at the level of the fundamental laws. Looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to test just how resilient the immortality trait really is. Su's gaze drifted toward the alloy pylon in the corner of the secret chamber, used for testing strength. Next time, when no one is watching. He could almost already picture it, a future enemy striking his left hand with all their might, only to have their weapon shatter and see the look of utter disbelief on their face. As night fell, Yang Baichuan arrived outside the secret chamber, his expression slightly somber. Su, the people from above have arrived. The president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association, Lord Ming, and the special envoy from the Federal Central Council, Mr. Nan Gongbo.
They wish to see you. Su perked up. Big Fish had arrived. He smoothed out his clothes, though there wasn't much to smooth, but he couldn't afford to lose his composure. I'm coming, Uncle Yang. Su stepped out. Following Yang Baichuan, he entered an elegantly and grandly decorated room where the atmosphere was solemn. President Bai of the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association stood to one side, looking respectful. In the center of the room sat two men. One of them was none other than Ming, the president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association, whose silhouette Su had seen during their communication. Now that he was present in person, his aura was even more subdued, but when those eyes turned toward him, Su still felt a slight tightening in his soul, as if he were being scanned by an invisible force. The other was a middle-aged man wearing a standard federal parliament suit, his hair combed immaculately, his expression stern. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up the bridge of his nose, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's as he scrutinized Su from head to toe with the cold detachment of someone appraising merchandise. This must be the federal special envoy, Nan Gongbo. Su, this is President Ming, and this is Special Envoy Nan Gongbo, Yang Baichuan introduced. Su bowed with neither humility nor arrogance. This junior, Su, greets President Chen and Special Envoy Nan Gongbo. Nan Gongbo spoke first, his voice icy and devoid of any pleasantries. Su, our time is limited. Let us get straight to the point. The record you set in the ancient wasteland trial ground at the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace has prompted the Federation as Supreme Council to dispatch me to question and evaluate you. Now, we need you to provide an explanation. He leaned forward slightly, exuding an intangible sense of pressure. First, how were you able to possess combat power sufficient to clear the nightmare difficulty while still in the node stage? Second, what is the secret behind your rapid rise in strength? These two questions were each more pointed than the last. Both Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai's expressions shifted slightly. Su, however, seemed oblivious to the pressure. Instead, he scratched his head with a look of confusion and explanation. Special Envoy Nangong, what exactly do I need to explain? I set the record. The reason is obviously because I'm strong. Is that so hard to understand? Nangong Bo. A faint smile flashed across Ming's eyes, but it vanished quickly. Nangong Bo furrowed his brow. Su, watch your attitude. We're discussing serious business here. Your strength defies all logic. According to our investigation, just 2 months ago, you were still an ordinary student with a combat power of only 5 points. That's right, Su said matter-of-factly, so I've been working especially hard this past month, sleeping only. I don't think I slept that much, anyway I just pushed myself to the limit. And after pushing myself like that, I ended up like this. Maybe I'm just more talented? Nonsense. Nangong Bo slammed his fist on the table. Talent? What kind of talent could take you from a combat power of 5 to this level in just 2 months? Even Lord Yu Wuji couldn't have done that back in the day. Su blinked, his expression both innocent and sincere. Then maybe, I have just a tiny bit more talent than Lord Yu Wuji? Yang Baichuan, standing in the back, almost lost it and quickly covered it up with a cough. Chairman Bai's shoulders also twitched slightly. Ming finally couldn't hold back, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Nangong Bo turned pale with indignation. He had never seen such a brazen and utterly unmanageable student. Su, don't dodge the issue. Nangong Bo suppressed his anger. We must assess whether the source of your power is stable and whether it poses a potential threat to the Federation and the human race. This is an order from the Supreme Council. Seeing the tension in the air, Ming finally spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Su, Special Envoy Nangong's words may be direct, but they're not without merit. The speed of your rise has indeed defied all expectations. We need a reason we can include in the report, one that will convince those old fools in the council. He looked at Su with a penetrating gaze. For example, did your parents leave you anything? Or did you acquire some ancient legacy from somewhere? Su's heart skipped a beat. He knew Ming was offering him a way out. He paused for a moment, then decided to reveal a bit of the truth and a bit of fiction. Chairman Chen, please understand, Su said, setting aside some of his usual cynicism. Uncle Yang has mentioned a little about my parents. Their sacrifice for the human race is my lifelong pride and motivation. As for the legacy. He paused, capturing everyone's attention. I have indeed had some serendipitous encounters. Please forgive this junior for not being able to go into specific details, but I can assure you that my power has solid foundations, comes from a pure source, shares the same origins as the human clan's martial arts, and poses absolutely no hidden risks. As for why I've improved so quickly. Su shrugged, his face once again taking on that infuriating expression. It's probably because I've refined the martial art, combined with just a tiny bit of unparalleled talent and a tiny bit of insignificant luck. The trinity of these elements produces quite remarkable results. Nangong Bo's eyelids twitched as he listened. What difference did that make? He then said helplessly, since you refuse to explain, and to rule out the possibility that you've been possessed by a monster, we'll need to conduct a basic examination on you. Without so much as asking for his consent, he pulled a precision-engineered, portable device emitting a blue glow from a silver briefcase. This is the Eye of Truth and Vitality Purity Tester Combo Unit, just developed by the Federation this month, Nangong Bo said in a tone that brooked no argument. Now, stand still and don't resist. A blue beam of light swept over Su's entire body. Base combat power, 49,200. Upon seeing this number, despite having mentally prepared themselves, Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai couldn't help but gasp. Ming's eyes also flickered slightly. Nangong Bo's expression remained unchanged, but his fingers paused briefly as he operated the device, then immediately activated the vitality detection module. A soft beam of light enveloped Su. Everyone stared at the device's screen. The numbers climbed rapidly. 80%. 85%. 90%. 95%. 99%. Finally, the needle came to a steady halt at a figure that made everyone's pupils contract in shock. Vitality purity, 100%. Silence. Deadly silence. Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai's mouths hung open. Even Ming's usually impassive face finally betrayed his unmistakable shock. Nangong Bo's hand trembled, and he nearly dropped the priceless testing device onto the floor. He jerked his head up, his gaze shooting towards Su like a bolt of lightning, his voice filled with disbelief and horror. 49,200 base combat power? How many veins have you condensed? And this 100% purity, it's simply impossible. Even vitality cultivated entirely through one's own practice might not reach such absolute purity. Su, how on earth did you do this? This completely defied all existing understanding of martial arts. Such a terrifying rate of advancement, combined with vitality that was absolutely pure and free of any pill toxicity, this simply couldn't be explained by an ordinary serendipitous encounter. Faced with Nangong Bo's almost accusatory gaze and Ming's piercing stare, Su knew he had to provide a reasonable explanation. The trace of ease on his face faded, replaced by a look that struck the perfect balance between recollection and gravity. He remained silent for a few seconds, as if weighing his words, before speaking slowly, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. Special Envoy Nangong, Chairman Chen. He raised his head, his gaze sincere. At this point, I no longer wish to keep this entirely hidden. Regarding the rapid increase in my power and the purity of my vitality, perhaps it has something to do with me personally. He paused, capturing everyone's full attention. When the devastating news reached me that my parents had perished in that beast tie 3 years ago, I suffered a massive shock and trauma. I even fell into a coma for a time. Upon waking, I vaguely sensed that something about my body had changed. He extended his hand, sensing the flow of his own vitality, and spoke in a tone that was uncertain yet firm. But nothing unusual happened over the past few years until one day, it seemed I no longer needed to rely entirely on the breathing skill. My body appeared to be able to slowly and automatically generate the purest vitality out of nothing on its own. He looked at the two elders, his gaze both pure and confused. I don't know what this is. Perhaps it's some kind of special constitution that awakened after being triggered by that trauma? My cultivation feels more like constantly guiding and accelerating this process of automatic generation. This, perhaps, is the reason for what you've observed as defying common sense. A special constitution. Automatic generation of pure vitality. This explanation struck like a bolt of lightning,
exploding in the minds of Nan Gongbo and Ming. If this were true, then everything would make sense. Why had he advanced so rapidly? Why was his vitality so pure? Why did he seem completely unaffected by alchemical toxins? It all stemmed from his unprecedented, almost defiant of heaven primordial constitution. This could no longer be described as mere genius, it was a treasure of the human race, a living miracle. The cold, scrutinizing expression on Nangong Boa's face vanished instantly, replaced by intense fervor and excitement. Ming also took a deep breath, his eyes blazing with intensity. The atmosphere in the room instantly shifted from skepticism and interrogation to utter astonishment and immense delight. Su watched the expressions on their faces and silently nodded to himself. After all, the amount of vitality that warriors on this planet can absorb from others each day is extremely limited, and with formidable enemies like monsters lurking, the Federation places immense value on prodigies. The Federation will only pour resources into talented warriors, and generally won't interfere with them. The more extraordinary his performance, the more the Federation would value him. It seemed they had accepted the concept of a sacred body that naturally generates pure vitality. Nangong Bo was the first to snap out of his extreme shock. He took a sudden step forward, his normally icy face was now flushed with excitement, and his voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. You spontaneously generated pure vitality? Su, are you sure? Do you mean your body itself is a source of pure vitality? It can continuously produce vitality energy free of any pill toxicity without relying on external monster vitality pills? This is astonishing. It completely overturns the fundamental understanding of martial arts cultivation that the human race has held for thousands of years. If this is true, Su's value will be immeasurable. He himself is essentially a mobile, inexhaustible vitality vein of the highest quality. Although Ming said nothing, the fluctuations in the aura surrounding him as deep as the ocean had clearly intensified, revealing that a storm was raging within him as well. He stared intently at Su, as if trying to see right through him from the inside out. Facing the two men's intense stares, Su's face betrayed just a hint of uncertainty and unease at being scrutinized. He nodded, then shook his head. I can't be completely certain, it's just a feeling I have. Besides, the rate at which it's generated isn't actually that fast, it's only slightly faster than the breathing skill. He tried to downplay it. Just a little? Nangong Bo immediately latched onto the key phrase and pressed further, exactly how much? You must give us a relatively accurate estimate. This is crucial. Su's face took on an expression of agony and straining to recall. While his mind raced, he would inevitably have to forge deep ties with the Federation's high command in the future. He couldn't hide this core data forever. It would be better to reveal a portion of it now, half truth, half lie, which would both demonstrate his value and allow him to keep his trump card. Besides, he wanted to take a gamble. After all, he possessed the system and didn't truly belong to this planet, and the Federation's attitude toward him now would determine his future stance toward them. As if after a difficult calculation, he spoke uncertainly, if I absolutely have to quantify it, it's roughly, possibly, maybe around 5 points per second? 5 points per second? Nangong Boa's voice shot up sharply, nearly cracking. He jerked his head toward Ming, and both their eyes were filled with disbelief, ecstasy, and shock. Su! You call this a little? Nangong Bo was so agitated he almost reached out to grab Su by the shoulders and shake him. This is a billion little bits. Do you have any idea what this means? 5 points per second, that is 432,000 points of pure vitality a day. Over 150 million points a year. That figure was enough to drive any faction mad. It meant that even if Su just lay around doing nothing, he could freeload over 100 million points of pure vitality a year. This wasn't just a spring, it was practically a never-ending river of pure vitality. Ming took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within him, but the gleam in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. There's one more crucial question. Nangong Bo, true to his reputation as a federal special envoy, was extremely meticulous in his thinking. He immediately considered another possibility, his gaze growing even more intense. Su, since your physique can automatically generate pure vitality,
Are there any limitations on your ability to absorb external vitality? For example, is there a daily absorption limit? And once absorbed, can you maintain its purity? This question cut straight to the heart of the matter. If Sue had no limit or an extremely high limit on absorbing external vitality, and could maintain its purity, he would essentially be a human vitality purifier and amplifier. His strategic value would skyrocket once again. Sue's heart skipped a beat. He knew this was a golden opportunity to further demonstrate his value and uniqueness. He adopted a thoughtful expression. I've never tried absorbing external vitality before, so I'm not entirely sure. However, I don't think there should be any particular obstacles. Good. Let us test it right here. Nangong acted decisively, immediately using his high-level privileges to connect to the Federation's internal network. He directly allocated 100,000 standard units of vitality from the strategic reserve and instantly transferred them into a portable, high-concentration vitality storage canister. Sue, absorb it. Give it your all and see where your limits lie. Nangong handed the storage canister to Sue, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Sue looked at the canister filled to the brim with vitality representing a vast amount of resources and was overjoyed inside, though his face betrayed a hint of reluctance. This much? I'll give it a try, but I'm not sure I can absorb it all. He took the canister, sat down cross-legged with a show of solemnity, and began to absorb it. Under the tense gazes of Nangong, Ming, and the others, the dense vitality in the storage tank diminished at a visible rate, surging into Sue's body like a whale drinking water. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute. 100,000 points of vitality were absorbed completely in just a few short minutes. Sue slowly opened his eyes, a hint of reluctance crossing his face. It's gone that fast? Nangong immediately activated the scanner again, bathing Sue in a beam of light. Vitality purity, 100%. The result remained the same. Despite absorbing a massive amount of external vitality, not only had the purity not dropped, nor had any energy disruption occurred. Not even the slightest trace of Dan poison residue could be detected. His body was like a bottomless pit capable of automatically generating, perfectly purifying, and storing vast amounts of external vitality. A miracle. This is nothing short of a miracle of life. Nangong muttered to himself as he stared at the scan results. He could find no other words to describe his feelings at that moment. Ming slammed his fist down on the armrest of his chair and declared with unwavering certainty, Sue, starting today, you are the Federation's top strategic asset. Your security clearance has been elevated to the highest level. Your resource allocation is unlimited. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Sue was filled with unprecedented expectation and resolve. All you need to do is keep getting stronger. The Federation will clear every obstacle out of your way. Sue felt a secret thrill inside, knowing that this confession and test had yielded results far beyond his expectations. He had successfully crafted a persona for himself as a walking super vitality purification generator, ensuring that his future access to resources would be unimpeded. Thank you, Chairman Chen and Special Envoy Nangong, for your trust. Sue said sincerely. I will strive to train hard and live up to everyone's expectations. He knew that with the Federation as his powerful backing and its vast resources, his path in martial arts would surely become much smoother. And as for the martial arts exam, perhaps he could take a few more liberties? Ming looked at Nangong. Their eyes met, and they instantly reached a tacit understanding. All the previous doubts, interrogations, and probing now seemed utterly meaningless. They were not facing a genius whose risks needed to be assessed, but a living miracle destined to be etched into the annals of human history. Nangong took a deep breath, forcing down the excitement surging within him. His demeanor underwent a complete 180-degree shift. His tone became more solemn than ever before, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible reverence. Student Sue, please forgive our previous offenses and doubts. Your situation has gone beyond the scope of standard procedures. I, Nangong, in my capacity as Special Envoy of the Federal Central Council, on behalf of the Council, formally extend to you the highest level invitation to join the core ranks of the Morning Star program. The Federation will spare no effort to provide you with all the cultivation resources you need, the finest mentors, and the most comprehensive protection. You have only one mission: to grow. To grow as quickly and safely as possible.
Ming also said in a solemn voice, Su, Linjiang City and indeed, all of Tiandu province will become your strongest support. The matter of your physical constitution will be classified as a top-secret federal matter, known only to the few of us and the highest echelons of the parliament. To the outside world, we will declare that you are a martial arts prodigy, one in a million, and a prodigy secretly nurtured by Lord Yu Wuji. Yang Baichuan and Chairman Bai listened from the sidelines, their hearts racing. They knew that from this moment on, Su's destiny would be completely transformed, and Linjiang City, thanks to Su, would enter the sights of the Federation as highest echelons. Su looked at the two high-ranking officials, whose attitudes had shifted dramatically, and felt a secret sense of satisfaction, though outwardly he maintained his well-behaved and slightly bewildered demeanor.
Thank you, Chairman Chen. Thank you, Special Envoy Nangong.
It is this junior's honor to contribute to the Federation.
However, regarding resources,
he displayed just the right amount of shyness and anticipation. Nandong Bo immediately caught on and waved his hand grandly, rest assured about the resources. The first batch of support will be in place immediately. This includes, but is not limited to, a 10 billion credit line from the Federation Bank, unrestricted access to the mission database for S-rank and lower missions, and I will personally coordinate the first wave of resource allocations within a day, allocating 10 million vitality points for your priority use.
10 million vitality points.
Even though Su had mentally prepared himself, he was still a bit dazed by that number. And this was just the first wave of resource support. It really was true, it's good to have a powerful backer.
Of course, Nangong Bo added, the specific details of subsequent resource allocations will require discussion by the Council.
But we definitely won't let you down. Now, you need to come back with me to Federation headquarters to undergo a more comprehensive evaluation and receive protection. Su naturally understood that this protection was also, to some extent, a form of quarantine.
I'm not going, Su flatly refused.
Why?
Nangong Bo frowned.
I haven't taken the martial arts exam yet, Su retorted confidently.
I'm going to be the top scorer.
Besides, Linjiang City is pretty great. That grilled meat rice place on the corner smells amazing, and I haven't had my fill yet.
Yang Baichuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Grilled meat rice? Just because of that? The corner of Nangong Bo's mouth was twitching wildly.
He felt that all his years of cultivating composure had completely crumbled in front of this kid.
Does winning first place in the martial arts exam still mean anything to you? Nangong Bo tried to reason with him.
Of course it does.
Su's eyes sparkled. The prize money is huge.
I heard the top scorer gets over 10 million Xingyuan just in cash rewards. Plus, I get to choose one Earth-tier combat skill. And I can pick any academy I want. When that happens, I'll just start a live stream. I've even thought of the name. I'm this year's martial arts exam top scorer, and I'm going to crush you all. I'm sure the tips will pour in. There are so many perks.
The crowd.
In the end, after a round of friendly yet heated negotiations, both sides reached a temporary agreement. Su would remain in Linjiang City for the time being to prepare for the martial arts exam. The Federation would dispatch a secret security detail to be stationed in Linjiang, with Ming personally overseeing operations to ensure his safety. At the same time, the Federation Council would send a team of top-tier professionals to conduct comprehensive evaluations of Su. Finally, Nangong Bo nodded with satisfaction, his gaze toward Su brimming with expectation. Su, the future hope of the human race may well rest on your shoulders. Work hard and don't let this God-given physique go to waste. The meeting concluded in an atmosphere of extreme harmony and hope. After Ming escorted the elated Nangong Bo out of the room, Yang Baichuan looked at Su with a complex expression. Finally, he let out a long sigh and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. Good lad. I knew you were no ordinary person.
I never imagined you'd be this extraordinary.
I'm afraid my little temple won't be big enough to hold a Buddha as great as you.
Su chuckled, Uncle Yang, don't say that.
Without your guidance and protection, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Linjiang City will always be my home.
As the two were speaking, Ming returned after seeing Nangong Bo off and said in a solemn tone, Su,
Do you know why the core disciples of the major factions in the Federation, despite their abundant resources, mostly choose to condense their veins at node levels 6 or 7 and rush into the vein condensation realm? Su was taken aback. This was precisely one of the questions he'd been pondering. Logically speaking, the descendants of those major factions lacked neither vitality resources nor time to grow, so why not spend several decades or even a century laying a more solid foundation? He answered honestly, "This junior does not know. Please enlighten me, Uncle Chen." Ming said slowly, "The reason lies in a special secret realm within the 10,000 phenomena heavenly palace called the Starfall realm. This secret realm opens once a year in August and only allows warriors under the age of 18 to enter. Countless opportunities await within. Rumor has it there are even treasures that lead directly to the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace's most core traditions, as well as sacred elixirs capable of completely transforming one's being. It is the land of opportunity most coveted by the younger generation of the Federation." The Starfall realm? Su's eyes lit up. A secret realm that Ming held in such high regard must be extraordinary. However, the entrance to the realm has limited capacity, and the competition inside is extremely fierce, Ming continued. After much deliberation among various factions, the Federation ultimately ruled that only those ranked in the top 300 of the annual martial arts examination may qualify to enter the Starfall realm. He looked at Su with a deep gaze. "Now, do you understand? For the prodigies of major powers who set their sights on the Starfall realm, time is their most precious asset. They must possess sufficiently powerful combat power before turning 18 to compete for a spot among the top 300. Tempering an ode to level 7 and then condensing 3 to 4 veins is the option chosen after careful consideration that maximizes combat power by age 18 and offers the best chance of securing a spot. Take Zhao Lingxiao of the Zhao family, for example. He possesses a natural constitution that grants him strong resistance to Dan poison. Not only did he refine 99 nodes to level 7 last month, but he has now also condensed 3 veins. With a combat power of over 10,000 points, he ranks among the very best of the younger generation in Tiandu province, though across the entire Federation, he is only considered pretty good." Ming's words hit Su like a bombshell. Starfall realm. Under 18 years of bone age. Top 300 in the martial arts exam. A legacy that leads straight to the source. A sacred elixir that transforms one from the core. When all these keywords came together, they instantly resolved the greatest mystery in Su's mind. No wonder those geniuses from the major powers, despite having better resources and longer lifespans, were willing to hastily condense their veins at node level 7, or at most level 8. They weren't giving up their potential, they were racing against time. Racing to secure a ticket to the Starfall realm, the gateway to a higher stage. 18 years old, that was a strict cutoff. Miss it, and there would be no second chance. And the martial exam was the final arena for screening those eligible to enter this battle for that ticket. So that's it. A sharp gleam flashed in Su's eyes as all his confusion cleared at once. That's why I must take the martial exam and I must come in first. Ming, seeing the look of sudden realization in Su's eyes, nodded with satisfaction. "I'm glad you understand. The competition within the Starfall realm is 100 times more brutal than the martial exams outside. It's a battlefield where true prodigies clash and extraordinary talents emerge. It brings together the very best combat power that all factions across the Federation can cultivate before the age of 18. Moreover, once warriors condense their veins, their ability to metabolize pill toxins is greatly enhanced. Among them are no shortage of peerless prodigies who have condensed 6 or even 7 veins. Zhao Lingxiao ranks among the top in Tiandu province, but across the entire Federation, his current strength places him only just outside the top 200, which speaks volumes." He added solemnly, "Furthermore, based on past experience, those who secure a great opportunity within the Starfall realm and emerge alive will, in the future, at the very least become high-level king-tier warriors commanding a region, and some may even ascend to become war gods, entering the Federation as Supreme Council. Lord Yu Wuji, for instance, entered the Starfall realm as the top-ranked candidate in the martial arts examination and obtained certain legacies there, which laid the foundation for his subsequent path to invincibility. Yu Wuji also fought his way out of the Starfall realm." This news sent Su's heart racing. It meant that the Starfall realm held even greater value than he had imagined. "I understand, Uncle Chen. Sue nodded solemnly. I'll give it my all in the martial exam.
I'm determined to secure a spot in the Starfall realm. His goal was no longer merely to be the top scorer in Linjiang City, nor even just the top scorer in Tiandu province. He was aiming straight for first place in the Federation martial arts exam. Only a high enough ranking would grant him a head start upon entering the Starfall realm, allowing him to access better opportunities. Yang Baichuan listened from the sidelines, his heart racing with excitement, yet he also felt immense pressure on Su's behalf. The prodigies from across the entire Federation, what a fierce battle that will be. Ming looked at the burning fighting spirit in Su's eyes and knew he'd achieved his goal. He patted Su on the shoulder. It's great that you have this ambition. Over the next few months, we'll provide you with every possible form of support. But how far you ultimately go depends on your own destiny. He paused, as if remembering something, and cautioned, however, you must be careful. You're in the spotlight right now, and since you refuse to go to headquarters, you're bound to attract even more attention. I'll personally have a word with the Zhou and Zhao clans. The real concern is the forces lurking in the shadows, those who also covet the opportunities in the Starfall realm, or perhaps secret agents of the Demon Clan who harbor hostility toward human prodigies who might view you as a target that must be eliminated. I look forward to your performance in the martial exams and the Starfall realm. But remember, only by staying alive can you have a future. Accompanied by Ming, Chairman Bai personally arranged a top-tier martial arts training room for Su, who stroked his chin with satisfaction. After binding one of the Federation's top-tier portable light brains, Su looked at the list of vast resources and permission notifications that had just appeared on the screen and let out a long sigh of relief. Done. I've successfully established my persona as someone who automatically generated the Vitality Holy Body. Next, I'll just wait for these resources to be credited tomorrow and then go all out to boost my strength. Top scorer in the martial arts exam? I've got 5 months left. It shouldn't be too much of a stretch by then. Su stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with even greater ambition. Still, I can't pass up the rewards I'm entitled to. Besides, the martial arts exam seems like a good place to test my strength and make some friends, doesn't it? The Federation's efficiency was frighteningly high before dawn the next day. Su's new neural computer was already beeping and buzzing non-stop. He opened it with sleepy eyes and wow, his account had suddenly gained a long string of zeros. After counting carefully, it was a full 10 billion star yuan. Next to it was an access code for an encrypted package, with the note, first batch of vitality resources, 10 million points. Holy crap! Looks like the Federation has a massive stockpile of vitality. Su was instantly wide awake and sprang out of bed. 10 million points of vitality. I wonder how many veins I can refine with that. Without a moment's hesitation, he used his light brain to connect to the Linjiang City Martial Arts Association's internal, dedicated transmission channel for large-scale resource transfers. A few minutes later, a silver metal box half a person's height and radiating an icy chill was delivered by a robot to his training room. Opening the box, he found 10 crystal-clear jade vials neatly stacked inside, each surging with immense energy that looked like liquid rubies. Exactly 1 million points of vitality. Origin breathing skill, let us get to work. Su rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling. Looking at the gleaming text on the system panel, Vitality Reserve, 10.325 million. Su felt invincible. System, refine my 6th vein. Current refinement progress for the 6th vein, 15%. 425,000 vitality points remain to be consumed. Confirm? Confirm. Confirm. Hurry up. 425,000 vitality consumed. Refining the 6th vein. Progress 100%. Refinement successful. Base combat power plus 32,000 points. Current base combat power, 87,600 points. 20% bonus from extreme foundation stage. A sense of power far greater than before swept through his entire body. Su felt as if his body had been expanded once again, with vitality surging through him like a roaring river. Not enough. Keep going. The 7th one. Refining the 7th vein requires 1.5 million vitality points. Confirm? Confirm. 1.5 million vitality points consumed.
7th vein refinement successful.
Base combat power plus 64,000 points, current base combat power, 164,400 points.
The 8th. Refining the 8th vein requires 5 million points of vitality. Confirm? Confirm.
5 million points of vitality consumed. The 8th vein has been successfully refined. Base combat power plus 128,000 points.
Current base combat power, 318,000 points.
The consecutive refinement of 3 veins propelled Su's base combat power past the 100,000 mark, reaching a staggering figure of nearly 320,000. This was already the level of a Tier 3 King Tier warrior, and all before the martial arts exam. Feeling the 8 veins within him surge like 8 roaring dragons, interplaying with the 99 level 10 nodes, Su declared with boundless confidence, "Ha! Right now, I feel like I could blow up an asteroid with a single punch." He glanced at his remaining 3.4 million vitality points and rubbed his chin. The 8th vein requires 5 million, the 9th will probably be over 10 million, and the 10th might even be 50 million?
This remaining vitality isn't nearly enough.
But going from a node stage prodigy to a level 3 King Tier warrior all at once, that seems a bit too mind-blowing.
Never mind.
It's not enough to condense the 9th vein anyway, so I'll save the remaining vitality as a trump card. With my current strength, I'll breeze through the martial arts exam with flying colors. Su nodded with satisfaction. The top priority right now is to go try that grilled meat rice at the corner shop. I haven't been there in ages. After training for so long, I'm starving. He gathered his things and strode out of the Martial Arts Association with a swagger. Sure enough, the moment he stepped outside, he sensed several subtle yet powerful auras locking onto him, clearly the secret escort team sent by the Federation. Su didn't pay them any mind. With his hands in his pockets, he whistled as he strolled toward the shopping district. Arriving at the small shop called Old Wang's Secret Recipe Grilled Meat Rice, Su called out with the confidence of a regular, "Mr. Wang, the usual, the Super Double Deluxe Grilled Meat Rice.
Pile on the meat. Pack the rice tight."
Mr. Wang, who was busy at the counter, looked up and, upon seeing Su, immediately broke into a broad smile. "Hey, it's little Su.
It's been ages since you've been here. I hear you're quite the celebrity in Linjiang City now. Just a moment, I'll make you the biggest portion I've got." Su found a seat and waited happily.
Before long, Boss Wang walked over carrying a huge bowl barely smaller than a wash basin filled to the brim with fragrant, glossy grilled meat and rice packed down tight. "Little Su, your Super Double Deluxe Grilled Meat Rice is ready." Su took a deep breath. The rich aroma of the grilled meat mingled with the steam rising from the rice, making him close his eyes in contentment.
Mr. Wang's cooking is still the best.
He picked up his chopsticks and began to tuck in, replenishing the energy he expended during his recent training retreat.
Just then, woo woo woo!
A piercing, shrill alarm suddenly shattered the afternoon tranquility of Linjiang City without warning. This alarm was unlike the usual drills. Each blast grew more urgent and shrill than the last, carrying a heart-stopping sense of urgency that instantly spread to every corner of the city.
Diners and small restaurants, pedestrians on the streets, everyone froze in their tracks and looked up in shock.
Immediately afterward, the citywide public address system and everyone's portable light computers simultaneously broadcast a solemn and urgent official announcement.
Emergency notice! Emergency notice!
The defensive lines at outposts 77 and 78 on the northern border are under attack by a massive beast horde. The scale has been assessed as super large. Repeat, a super large beast horde. The defensive lines are under immense pressure and urgently need reinforcements. Linjiang City is now on level 1 combat alert. All warriors with combat power of 500 points or higher, please assemble immediately at City Hall Square to proceed as a unified force to the northern border for reinforcement. Federal troops and reinforcements from neighboring cities are on their way, but the front lines are on the brink of collapse. The safety of Linjiang City hinges on this very moment. For the sake of our homeland and our loved ones, we call upon all capable individuals to step forward. The voice on the broadcast carried a barely perceptible tremor. Clearly, the situation had reached a critical juncture. Inside and outside the small shop, there was complete silence. Owner Wang, still clutching his wok, turned pale in an instant and muttered, a super large beast horde. Good heavens, half of Linjiang City's warriors died in that beast horde 3 years ago, and that was just a large one.
Su's hand, holding a pair of chopsticks, froze mid-air.
3 years ago, that sudden large-scale beast tied the original hostess' parents, whom he had never met, had sacrificed their lives in that battle to defend human territory, becoming martyrs. An inexplicable emotion, a mixture of the original hostess' lingering memories and a sense of belonging to this world, welled up in Su's heart. It wasn't fear, but a cold, murderous intent, coupled with a heavy sense of responsibility. The scenes he witnessed when Yang Baichuan took him to the border outpost flashed through his mind: shattered armor, charred earth, bloodstains that hadn't yet dried, and the weary yet resolute gazes of the soldiers. Home, Su murmured the word under his breath. Here, there was the Federation that provided him with resources, Uncle Yang and Teacher Li, who cared for him, and Mr. Wang, who treated him to grilled meat rice. This place had already become his home. Click. He gently set his chopsticks down on the edge of the bowl. His previously relaxed and contented gaze instantly turned as sharp as a knife, and an intangible aura of lethal intent faintly radiated from his body.
Mr. Wang, I've transferred the money to you.
Su stood up, his voice calm yet carrying an unquestionable force.
I'll eat this meal when I come back.
Mr. Wang looked at Su, the child he watched grow up, now the pride of Linjiang City. His lips moved, but in the end, all that came out was a hoarse reminder: little Su, be careful, be sure to come back.
I'll treat you when you do.
Su nodded, said nothing more, and turned to stride out of the small shop. The streets were already in chaos, with panic and unease etched on people's faces. But at the same time, countless figures were rushing towards City Hall Square from all directions, like streams flowing into the sea. Among them were uniformed City Defense Force soldiers, instructors and students from major martial arts schools, ordinary-looking office workers, and even quite a few students like Su. Their faces showed tension, but more than anything, a look of determination. An old veteran with a missing arm, dressed in a worn military uniform, stood at the street corner, waving a small Federation flag with his remaining arm and shouting at the top of his lungs, "Hold the line! You must hold the line! Behind us are our homes. Our children!" A young mother clutched her child tightly to her chest and cried out to her husband as retreating back as he hurried to the front lines, "Come back alive, we'll be waiting for you. Dad! Mom! Don't worry, I'm a warrior now. I can protect you, and I can protect Linjiang." A martial arts student about Su's age, his eyes red-rimmed, shouted at his parents on the holographic screen, then resolutely turned and charged toward the assembly point. Tragedy, resolve, protection, a myriad of emotions hung heavy over Linjiang City. Watching these scenes, Su was deeply moved. This was the human race, the solidarity and spirit of sacrifice that erupted in times of crisis. A super large beast horde. He touched his left hand, fused with the immortal bone, feeling the terrifying power of the 8 veins and 99 level 10 nodes surging and roaring within him. As for the original hostess parents' murderers, I'll collect a little interest today. You came to invade my homeland, so you'll all become the nourishment for my growth. System, get ready. Today, we're going to go on a killing spree. His goal was not merely to assist in the defense, but to penetrate deep into the monster horde, hunt down those powerful general-tier monsters, and use their vitality to forge even stronger veins for himself. Just as he was about to head to City Hall to board a military aircraft, 2 ghostly figures appeared silently at his side. They were 2 members of the Federal Guard tasked with protecting him, Captain Feng and his deputy. Feng's expression was grim to the extreme as he stepped in front of Su, his tone urgent and serious. "Su, the situation has changed. A super-large monster horde has been confirmed to be emitting Emperor-tier monster fluctuations. The danger level far exceeds estimates. We've just received a top-level order jointly signed by Special Envoy Nangong and Chairman Chen, instructing us to evacuate you from Linjiang City immediately and escort you to the Jiling safe zone at all costs. You are a core seat of the Federation. Nothing must happen to you." Su paused in his tracks and looked at Feng, his gaze calm yet imbued with unquestionable resolve. "Captain Chen, thank you for your concern. But I didn't grow stronger to live like a greenhouse flower in a safe place, nor to bully anyone in the future." He gazed toward the north, where a muffled, thunderous roar faintly echoed, and the sky was tinged with an ominous dark red.
I've trained relentlessly so that when the people I care about need me, I can step up, not just stand by helplessly, watching with my own eyes." His voice suddenly rose, carrying an unwavering resolve. "Right now, my homeland is being invaded by monsters, and my fellow citizens are fighting a bloody battle. Every second of delay could mean the death of innocent people. Are you asking me to leave like a deserter at a time like this?" He shook his head, his eyes burning with determination. "I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Linjiang City is where my heart lies. The people here are the ones I care about. I have to go." With that, without waiting for Feng's response, he instantly pushed the sky step skill to its limit. His figure transformed into a streak of light tearing through the air as he shot towards City Hall Square at an astonishing speed, leaving Feng and the other man standing there, their expressions shifting in disbelief. Feng stared at Su's resolute retreating figure, stomped his foot in frustration, and roared into his communicator, "Follow him. Damn it, that kid, notify headquarters. The target has refused evacuation and has headed to the front lines on his own. Request a change of orders. The escort squad requests permission to accompany him into battle." "Yes, sir." By the time Su arrived at City Hall Square, the scene was one of utter chaos and heart-wrenching despair. Cries, shouts, and the hoarse commands of officers mingled together. Countless warriors, their eyes red-rimmed, bid farewell to their families, then boarded the swaying, clearly overloaded transport vehicles without looking back. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and a tragic aura of sacrifice. An old veteran with a broken leg, sitting in a wheelchair, shouted at a young warrior, "Kid, don't disgrace me. Kill as many of those beasts as you can." A young girl clung desperately to her lover, sobbing uncontrollably, "You have to come back. I'll wait for you. Don't worry. Once I've killed all those monsters, I'll come back and marry you." The young warrior forcefully pried the girl's hands away, turned, and leaped onto the military vehicle, not daring to look back for fear that his tears would break free. Su watched all this in silence, as if a fire were burning in his chest. He didn't join the line but went straight to Zhang Tao, the head of City Hall, who was swamped with work. "Director Zhang, get me the fastest aircraft to the front lines, to the breach with the most monsters." Su's voice was icy, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. The moment Zhang Tao saw Su, the palpable murderous intent in his eyes and the unmistakable surge of immense combat power, he instantly realized just how terrifyingly powerful this young man was. "All right. Follow me." Without a word of further explanation, Zhang Tao led Su straight toward a high-speed vertical takeoff and landing attack craft that had already started its engines nearby. Once aboard the attack craft, Su looked out the porthole. The city was receding into the distance, and to the north, even from hundreds of kilometers away, Su could almost see, beneath the dark red sky, flames shooting skyward and thick smoke billowing. The muffled explosions and the faint roars of monsters sounded like the death knell of the Grim Reaper. He slowly closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. The 8 veins and 99 level 10 nodes within his body were like volcanoes on the verge of eruption, accumulating power capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. The immortal bone fused into his left hand grew slightly warm, transmitting a buzzing hum that yearned for battle. "Today, I will turn this tide of beasts into my reservoir of vitality essence. And I'll make those beasts know that invading my homeland comes at the cost of their blood." The assault craft let out a piercing screech, tearing through the smoke-filled air as it shot like an arrow toward that inferno on Earth. Before the attack craft had even fully landed, the nauseating stench of blood and the acrid smell of burning flesh had already seeped through the cracks in the hatch, mingled with deafening explosions, the frenzied roars of monsters, and the anguished screams of human warriors in their final moments. The scene outside the porthole sent a chill down even Su's spine, and he had survived the battle at Outpost 77. Was this really the same border he had known before? The sturdy outposts and defensive fortifications that had once been built into the mountainside were now reduced to rubble, with burning wreckage scattered everywhere. The earth was stained a dark red, and viscous blood pooled into streams, flowing unchecked. The mangled corpses of humans and monsters were intertwined, piled high like mountains, making it impossible to tell one from the other. In the sky, swarms of flying monsters descended like a plague of locusts, constantly diving down to snatch up warriors or corpses on the ground and tear them to pieces in an instant.
The flashes from the energy turrets had grown sparse often. No sooner had they lit up than they were shattered by the breath attacks of more powerful monsters or by the boulders they hurled. On the ground, the monsters surged forward like an endless black tide, trampling over the corpses of their own kind and humans as they furiously charged the final defensive line formed by the flesh and blood human warriors. Every monster charge was accompanied by the collapse of a section of the defensive line and the warriors' piercing screams.
Hold the line. For Linjiang. For the families behind us.
An officer, covered in blood and with shattered armor, brandished his battle-blunted sword. His voice was hoarse as a broken gong, yet he continued to command with all his might.
But the defensive line was still retreating step by step.
The warriors were already fighting in a bloodlust, their stamina and vitality depleting rapidly.
A young warrior had just hacked down a wolf-shaped monster when a claw striking from the side pierced his chest.
His eyes widened as he stared defiantly at the sky before slowly collapsing.
"Brother!"
A comrade beside him let out an anguished roar and charged forward recklessly, only to be swallowed up by the swarm of monsters. Despair spread like a plague among the remaining defenders.
Just then, whoosh!
The assault craft finally made a forced landing on a relatively undamaged patch of ground, and the hatch burst open. Sua's figure stood like a javelin at the hatch, his icy gaze sweeping across this meat grinder.
Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step forward. He unleashed the full power of his skystep skill.
His speed reached its absolute limit, and he charged directly into the densest part of the monster horde as if teleporting. He didn't even use any combat skills, he simply clenched his left fist which had fused with the immortal bone and then unleashed a single punch. There was no earth-shaking aura, only a pure, overwhelming force.
Boom!
A deep, thunderous roar. Centered on his fist, dozens of general-tier monsters each possessing tens of thousands of combat power points in the fan-shaped area ahead exploded instantly, as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. They turned into a sky full of blood mist and shredded flesh, clearing out a vast area. This sudden, utterly domineering clearance left the surrounding warriors, who had been struggling to hold their ground, momentarily stunned.
Who is that? A single punch blew up dozens of iron-armored bulls? My God!
That aura, it must be a king-tier warrior. A powerful king-tier warrior from our human race.
Reinforcements! More reinforcements have arrived.
Amidst their despair, the people saw a glimmer of hope, and a faint cheer erupted from the remaining defensive line. Su paid no heed to the exclamations behind him. He didn't even glance at the system notification showing how much vitality essence he had refined. His gaze instantly locked onto several massive figures in the distance rampaging through the breach in the defensive line, their auras far surpassing those of ordinary monsters. Those were king-tier monsters. Each one emitted energy fluctuations exceeding 300,000 combat power. One resembled a giant spider, its 8 limbs, as sharp as metal spears, effortlessly pierced through the warrior's protective vitality and alloy armor. As its mandibles opened and closed, it spewed a highly corrosive web of venom, melting even the ground in its wake. It was the king-tier monster, the abyssal demon spider, with a combat power of approximately 350,000 points. The other was an evolved form of the lava earth dragon Su had encountered before, its size magnified several times over. Dark red, destructive energy flowed from its body. Every stomp triggered a small-scale earthquake, and its breath effortlessly vaporized an entire alloy fortress. The lava earth dragon king, whose combat power had soared to a staggering 450,000 points, rivaling that of a level 4 king-tier warrior. Then there was the thunder-winged dragon circling overhead, its wings spread wide enough to block out the sun, its body wrapped in destructive thunder. Its piercing gaze swept across the battlefield, and with every dive, it claimed the lives of vast numbers of warriors. Its combat power hovered around 400,000 points. It was precisely these king-tier monsters, serving as the vanguard, that caused the human race's defensive lines to collapse so rapidly.
It's you lot.
Su's gaze turned icy as the 8 veins within him surged like 8 awakening dragons, unleashing a torrent of vast and boundless vitality. His base combat power of 265,000 points erupted in full force. Combined with the 20% bonus from his Extreme Realm Foundation Establisher status, his base combat power soared to 318,000 points. The terrifying aura of a level 3 king-tier warrior was unleashed without reservation, instantly drowning out most of the clanging and shouting on the battlefield. Against these king-tier monsters, Su certainly wouldn't use a void-piercing skill that consumed tens of thousands of vitality points. Moreover, he sensed vaguely that as his strength increased, the amount of vitality required to deal massive combat power damage with this finger technique would surely exceed that 1/10 ratio. His greatest weapons were his physical body tempered to perfection through the 99 orifices, level 10 technique, and refined with 8 veins in his left hand, fused with an immortal bone and blessed with a double strength bonus. You're first. Su's target was clear. With a single movement, the Sky Step skill allowed him to appear as if by teleportation directly above the abyssal demon spider that was slaughtering the warrior. Sensing the deadly threat, the demon spider's 8 compound eyes snapped open. Its ferocious mandibles snapped open, and a torrent of dark green venom mixed with tough spiderwebs spewed toward Su. This venom was potent enough to corrode even a king-tier warrior's protective vitality. Su didn't flinch or dodge. Clenching his left fist, he simply slammed it down with a single punch. No flashy moves, only power in its purest form. The muscles of his left arm, fused with the immortal bone, bulged slightly as a terrifying force enough to shake mountains coalesced at the tip of his fist. Boom! The instant the fist collided with the venomous web, the venom capable of corroding alloy in the tenacious web instantly evaporated and shattered like ice and snow under the sun. The fist's momentum showed no sign of slowing. Like a falling meteor, it slammed squarely into the abyssal demon spider's incredibly hard carapace. Crack! Boom! A bone-chilling sound of cracking bones and shattering armor erupted. The abyssal demon spider's head, as hard as high-grade alloy along with its 8 compound eyes filled with terror, was blown to pieces by Su's punch, which had been amplified by double the strength from his left hand. Dark green blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, and the massive, headless corpse crashed to the ground, crushing several low-tier monsters below that hadn't had time to dodge. Killed king-tier monster abyssal demon spider, refined to obtain vitality essence, 200 points. Instant kill. A single punch took down a level 3 king-tier monster. Its essence was instantly refined by the system into vitality essence. Without pausing for a moment after shattering the abyssal demon spider with a single punch, Su darted like lightning toward the Lava Earth Dragon King, who was gathering destructive energy to unleash another breath attack. Sensing a deadly threat, the Lava Earth Dragon King abandoned its attack on Ming and turned its massive head toward Su. A dark red breath of destruction surged forth like a volcanic eruption, causing space to warp slightly wherever it passed. Su's eyes flashed with intensity. This time, he unleashed his right fist. The 8 veins of vitality within him surged wildly, unleashing his full base combat power of over 380,000. A tangible, blood-red aura coalesced on the surface of his fist as he met the breath powerful enough to vaporize steel head-on. Boom! The fist aura and the breath of destruction collided violently, producing a deafening explosion. A ferocious energy shockwave radiated outward in a ring, sweeping away all low-tier monsters and debris within hundreds of meters. The standoff lasted only an instant. Su's fist aura, with overwhelming force, shattered the dark red breath and slammed violently into the Lava Earth Dragon King's jaw. Arg! The Lava Earth Dragon King let out an agonized roar as its massive body was sent flying upward by the terrifying punch. The scales on its jaw shattered, and blood spurted out like magma. Su, seizing the momentum, activated the Sky Step skill to stride through the air with a sonic boom, instantly closing in on the off-balance Lava Earth Dragon King. He clenched his left fist once more, unleashing the power of the immortal bone for a double attack bonus. Die! Another punch, as if splitting heaven and earth, slammed heavily into the Lava Earth Dragon King's relatively vulnerable throat. Put! A terrifying force containing over 600,000 combat power erupted instantly, blowing a massive bloody hole in the Lava Earth Dragon King's neck. The blow nearly snapped it in two. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. Killed king-tier monster Lava Earth Dragon King, refined to obtain 250 points of vitality essence. Su crashed to the ground like a meteor, cracking the earth beneath his feet. His icy gaze instantly locked onto the Thunderwing Dragon Phoenix in the air, which was letting out a cry of shock and rage. Third one, it's your turn. He bent his knees slightly, and the ground beneath his feet exploded with a thunderous roar. The Sky Step skill erupted at full power, propelling him skyward like a meteor in reverse, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom as he charged straight at the Thunderwing Dragon Phoenix. The Thunderwing Dragon Phoenix clearly hadn't expected Su to be so ferocious. After instantly killing 2 king-tier beasts of the same rank, he still had the energy to launch a preemptive attack against it. It let out a shrill screech and flapped its wings violently, unleashing countless bolts of destructive lightning as thick as water buckets which poured down like a torrential rain, blocking all of Su's escape routes. Petty tricks. Su snorted coldly. A faint, immortal golden glow once again shone from his left fist. Without flinching or dodging, he unleashed a punch. Where the fist's wind struck, the dense thunderbolts were forcibly cleaved open, creating a vacuum-like passage. Without slowing down, he instantly pierced through the thunder curtain and appeared directly before the Thunderwing Dragon Phoenix's massive head. Terror finally flashed in the Thunderwing Dragon Phoenix's compound eyes. It tried to flap its wings and soar away, but Su was faster. "Come down here." Su spread the fingers of his left hand like an iron claw, wielding terrifying force exceeding 600,000 combat power as he clamped down viciously on the Thunderwing Dragon Phoenix's hard beak. Then, under the stunned gazes of countless warriors below, he braced his core and swung his arm violently downward. Boom! The massive Thunderwing Dragon Pang was actually yanked out of the air by Su's sheer brute strength. It crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and the sound of shattering bones rang out like popping beans. Su followed right behind it, planting his foot on its skull and applying a slight amount of pressure. Splash! The skull shattered like a watermelon. King-tier monster Thunderwing Dragon Phoenix slain. Refined to obtain 230 points of vitality essence. In the blink of an eye, 3 powerful king-tier monsters were slain. The overwhelming power Su displayed acted like a shot of adrenaline, pumping new life into the hearts of the remaining defenders. Charge! Follow Su, the king-tier warrior. Wipe out these beasts. A general-tier warrior officer, missing an arm and covered in blood, pounded the ground with his battle axe and roared hoarsely, his remaining arm still swinging the blade to slay the surging lower-tier monsters. However, the overall situation on the battlefield had not fundamentally shifted due to Su's localized dominance. After all, this was a massive monster horde. Ugh! A piercing scream echoed from the distance. Su whipped his head around to see a level 1 human king-tier warrior being surrounded and attacked by 3 king-tier monsters of the same rank. Despite his severe injuries, he managed to slay one of them, only to have his heart pierced from behind by a ghostly shadow demon cat. In the end, he was trampled into a pulp by a Earthshaker rhinoceros. As he lay dying, he self-detonated his vein. The dazzling light obliterated the shadow demon cat, but it also illuminated the mountain of fallen comrades piled around him. Old Zhao. Another level 2 king-tier warrior's eyes bulged with fury. He was currently being overwhelmed by 5 king-tier monsters and was himself covered in wounds, making it impossible for him to come to the rescue. He could only watch helplessly as his comrade fell. Such tragedies were playing out repeatedly across the vast front lines. On the Eastern Front, a female king-tier warrior burned through her life force, using her formidable power to temporarily hold back the surging tide of beasts. But before long, she too collapsed from exhaustion, her body frozen in place like an icy monument. In the Western Canyon, 3 king-tier warriors formed a defensive formation to hold the strategic choke point. They had already repelled dozens of waves of the monster horde, and the corpses of monsters lay piled thick beneath their feet. However, 2 of them had already fallen in battle. The last one, missing an arm and a leg, used his remaining vitality to detonate all the energy bombs he carried, taking several charging king-tier monsters with him in a final act of self-sacrifice, fulfilling the oath that, as long as we stand, the position holds with his very life. Tragic. Brutal. The human race's king-tier warriors were holding back the flood of monsters inch by inch with their lives and blood. But the king-tier monsters were simply too numerous, seemingly endless, surging ceaselessly from the depths of the horde. With every king-tier warrior sacrificed, the defensive line grew weaker. Collapse seemed only a matter of time. Watching these scenes unfold, Su felt as if his chest were about to explode. He was powerful, but he couldn't cover the entire battlefield in an instant. All he could do was slay as many king-tier monsters as possible in his own sector, relieve the pressure on his comrades in other directions, and grow stronger as quickly as possible.
System: how much vitality essence do I have right now? Current vitality essence, 680 points. Current standard vitality reserve, 3.6 million points. Still a little short. Su's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he scanned the battlefield. I need 1,140 points of vitality essence to exchange for the remaining 11.4 million vitality required to refine a level 9 vein. Just then, the beast horde surged once more, and 3 king-tier monsters with ferocious auras pounced on him simultaneously from different directions. One was the mind-confusing fox, skilled in mental assaults. Another was the mystic tortoise, with astonishing defensive capabilities, and the third was the 9-headed serpent lizard, incredibly fast with poison-coated claws and fangs. Come on then. I was just worried I didn't have enough. Far from being afraid, Su actively charged forward. The skystep skill made him move as fast as lightning, and he targeted the mind-confusing fox, the greatest threat to him, first. The fox's eyes glowed with an eerie red light, and an invisible mental shockwave pierced towards Su's mind like a sharp spike. Any ordinary king-tier warrior caught off guard would inevitably have been struck down. But a faint green glow, the martial heart, flickered between Su's eyebrows as the heart of stone effect activated. The mental shockwave vanished into thin air, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. Die! Su's left hand seemed to pierce through space under the mind-confusing demon fox's horrified gaze. He crushed its skull. Vitality essence plus 190. Immediately afterward, he twisted his body to dodge the venom spewed by the 9-headed serpent lizard, then swept his right leg like a battle axe, delivering a heavy kick to the seemingly indestructible carapace of the colossal mystic turtle. Thud! A deafening, muffled roar echoed as the carapace, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a level 4 king-tier warrior, was actually dented and cracked all over by Su's single kick. The giant black tortoise let out an agonized screech, blood streaming from its mouth and nostrils. The 9 heads of the 9-headed serpent lizard lunged to bite from different angles. Su's left hand, whether a fist or his fingers, moved so fast it left after images, and every collision was accompanied by the explosion of a serpent's head. In just a few breaths, the 9-headed serpent lizard had become a headless serpent lizard, slumping lifelessly to the ground. Vitality essence plus 210. Finally, he charged once more at the severely wounded giant black tortoise. He pressed the fingers of his left hand together to form a handblade, an immortal golden light coalesced at his fingertips. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, he thrust it violently into the crack in its carapace. Put! The handblade pierced straight through, striking the core. The colossal body of the mystic turtle giant trembled violently, and its life force was instantly extinguished. Vitality essence plus 220 points. A stunning radiance burst from Su's eyes. System: consume 1,140 points of vitality essence to exchange for 11.4 million vitality, and immediately refine the 9th vein. Command confirmed. Consuming 15 million points of vitality, beginning the condensation of the 9th vein. A surge of energy far more vast and colossal than any previous vein condensation erupted within him with the force of the universe's creation. Condensing the 9th vein required not only a massive amount of vitality but also the ultimate test of both physical body and willpower. But Su's foundations were too solid. With a supreme Tao foundation of 99 orifices at level 10 perfection, coupled with the willpower of the martial heart green, the refinement of the 9th vein progressed at an astonishing speed within him. His aura began to skyrocket like a rocket. A terrifying aura of pressure, one that sent shivers down the spines of all the king-tier monsters nearby and left the human king-tier warriors struggling to hold their ground in the distance, utterly stunned, swept out like a storm, radiating from Su as its center. The 9th vein complete. Condensation successful. Base combat power plus 256,000 points. Current base combat power, 521,000 points. After a 20% bonus for an Extreme Realm Foundation Establishment Cultivator, actual base combat power, 625,200 points. A level 6 King Tier Warrior. Su slowly raised his head. Within his eyes, thunder and flames seemed to intertwine and blaze.
Feeling the terrifying power within him, power that seemed capable of shattering stars with a single punch, a cold and cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Just then, a massive, heart-stopping fluctuation like an invisible tsunami roared from the very depths of the battlefield. It was the aftershock of two forces far surpassing the king tier colliding violently. One of them was brimming with brutality, chaos, and destruction, carrying a nauseating monster aura. Its intensity far exceeded that of any king tier monster he had slain moments ago. Merely sensing a trace of it sent a warning signal from the depths of his soul. It was a true emperor tier monster. Its combat power definitely exceeded 1 million. As for the other force, Su's pupils suddenly contracted. The other force was radiant and noble, containing energy fluctuations as fiery as flames, and carrying a familiar, human-like guardian's will. It's Chairman Chen. Su realized instantly. No wonder I didn't sense his presence in Linjiang City earlier. It turns out he'd already ventured deep into the battlefield and was locked in a fierce battle with this emperor tier monster. He had previously wondered why Tiandu Province's pillar of strength hadn't appeared at the most critical defense line the very first moment. Now it seemed that Ming had gone straight to one of the sources of this massive monster tide, attempting to decapitate this emperor tier monster. This was undoubtedly the most effective but also the most dangerous approach. Su immediately focused his senses in that direction. He could see that in a stretch of sky dyed dark red and blazing white by terrifying energy, Ming was engulfed in flames as tangible as solid matter, wielding his combat skill to transform into a 100-meter-tall, fiery phantom of a war god, locked in a fierce battle with an equally colossal emperor tier monster, the Dark Dragon King, a monstrous creature resembling a ferocious demon dragon enshrouded in pitch black, destructive energy. With every collision between the flames and the dark energy, it was as if stars were clashing, unleashing devastating shockwaves that leveled the mountain ranges below and caused space itself to warp and distort. Ming's strength was beyond question. His war god tier might, boasting a combat power of 1 million, was on full display. With every thrust of his flaming spear, it seemed as though he could pierce the void itself, forcing the Dark Dragon King to roar in fury time and again. But Su keenly sensed that Ming's situation was far from optimistic. At the edge of the central battlefield, more than 10 king-tier monsters with combat power ranging from 400,000 to 700,000 were prowling like cunning hyenas, constantly searching for an opening. At times, they spewed energy blasts to disrupt the battle from a distance. At other times, they launched surprise attacks the moment Ming was locked in a fierce clash with the Demon Dragon King. Although Ming's flame avatar combat skill could block most of the attacks, his distraction inevitably left him tied up, unable to land a fatal blow on the Dark Dragon King. And that Dark Dragon King was clearly extremely intelligent, using his king-tier monsters to constantly wear down Ming's strength. You despicable beast! A cold glint flashed in Su's eyes. Ming had ventured alone into this perilous situation to protect Linjiang City and to protect him, Su. Now, seeing him trapped in a siege, how could Su stand idly by? You think you can overwhelm my human race's war god with sheer numbers? Did you ask me first? Su hesitated no longer. The immense, newly awakened power within him erupted with a thunderous roar. He pushed the sky step skill to unprecedented extremes, transforming his entire body into a golden red streak of light that tore through the sky. Ignoring the ordinary king-tier monsters along the way, he charged at an extraordinarily terrifying speed, heading straight for the very heart of the battlefield, the area where the energy storm raged most fiercely. Any low-tier monsters that attempted to block his path were shattered and obliterated by the terrifying aura naturally radiating from his body before they could even get close. His goal was to rush to Ming's aid, first clearing out those pesky hyenas, then joining forces to slay the Dark Dragon King. Chairman Chen! Hold on! Su is here! A long, piercing roar, like thunder from the heavens, rolled out, instantly drowning out the clamor of the battlefield and reaching the core of the fray with crystal clarity. Ming, who had just exchanged a brutal blow with the Dark Dragon King and suffered a graze on his arm from a surprise venomous strike from the side, heard the sound and his spirit soared. A look of surprise and astonishment flashed across his weary face. That kid, that aura, how could he have improved so quickly? Meanwhile, the Dark Demon Dragon King, along with the king-tier monsters lurking nearby, all simultaneously sensed that rapidly approaching, menacing aura. They all turned their icy gazes toward the golden red streak of light tearing through the air.
Sua's speed was extreme almost the instant the sound reached him. His figure shrouded in a golden red stream of vitality had already crashed violently into the outer perimeter of that Imperial-level battlefield. Roar! The Xianming Turtle King, a creature resembling a giant alligator turtle with combat power as high as 680,000, reacted first. It suddenly reared up on its hind legs, and its massive forepaws, covered in menacing bone spines and radiating a soul-freezing chill, slammed down toward Sua's head. Where the wind from its claws passed, the air crystallized into ice. Get out of the way! Sua's gaze was icy. He didn't even use his immortal bone left hand. The surging power that had been building up since his recent breakthrough was just begging to be unleashed. He clenched his right fist, and the immense vitality from the 9 veins within him instantly coalesced. With a simple, straight punch, he met the sky-obscuring turtle claw head-on. Boom crack! When fist and claw collided, what erupted was not a dull, thunderous roar, but the bone-chilling sound of shattering bones. The front claws of the Xianming Turtle King, which were strong enough to withstand the attacks of an ordinary level 6 king-tier warrior, shattered inch by inch the moment they made contact with Sua's fist, as if they were fragile glass. The ferocious force spread along its arm bones, causing the entire forelimb to instantly twist and explode. Aya! The Xianming Turtle King let out a blood-curdling howl as its massive body was sent tumbling backward by this unmatched force, crashing heavily onto the ground and kicking up a 100-meter cloud of dust. It appeared to be finished. Refined King-tier monster Xianming Turtle King obtained Vitality Essence, 380 points. One punch. Just one punch. He nearly instantly killed a powerful King-tier monster. This terrifying scene caused the other King-tier monsters nearby who had been preparing to launch a coordinated attack to freeze in their tracks. For the first time, their crimson eyes revealed a look of disbelief and terror. Yes! Ming, who was locked in a fierce battle with the Dark Demon Dragon King, couldn't help but shout, his voice brimming with delight and astonishment. He had originally thought that Sua's ability to hold off a few King-tier monsters was already his limit. He never imagined that after his breakthrough, this kid's strength would surge to such a staggering extent. This wasn't a level 6 King-tier warrior at all. That attack power had already touched the threshold of a war god. Having established his dominance with a single strike, Su didn't pause for a moment. The sky step skill created invisible ripples in the void as his figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing behind another speed-specialized Shadowblade Leopard King that was preparing to ambush Ming's flank. The Shadowblade Leopard King, renowned for its speed and boasting a combat power of 550,000, felt a malevolent wind sweep up behind it. Terrified beyond measure, it tried to vanish into the shadows. Too slow. Sua's icy voice sounded like the whisper of death itself. His left hand, though moving last, struck first. His fingers spread wide, appearing slow yet with unerring precision, clamped down on the Shadowblade Leopard King's neck as it tried to fade into the shadows. Snap! A crisp, decisive sound of a neck snapping. The Shadowblade Leopard King's agile body went limp in an instant, and the spark of life in its eyes went out. Refined King-tier monster Shadowblade Leopard King obtained Vitality Essence, 300 points. Next. Su charged like a tiger among sheep, actively rushing toward the King-tier monsters that had been cowed into submission. He no longer needed Ming to distract and protect him. Instead, he had become the most terrifying sweeper on this battlefield. His fighting style was simple, brutal, and efficient. Whether with fists, palms, or legs, every attack contained over 600,000, and when he used his left hand, even over 1.2 million of terrifying combat power. These King-tier monsters, powerful enough to dominate entire regions elsewhere, were as worthless as dirt and clay in his presence. They were often severely wounded or even instantly killed at the first clash. Even the essence blood of those monsters was transformed into nourishment for Su. Refined. Vitality Essence plus 320 points. Refined. Vitality Essence plus 290 points. The system notification sounds blended into a continuous stream as Vitality Essence accumulated at breakneck speed. Wherever Su passed, King-tier monsters fell like wheat being harvested. The encirclement that had been harassing and suppressing Ming was swiftly torn apart and cleared away by him with overwhelming force. With the pressure suddenly lifted, Ming's spirit soared, and he laughed heartily. "Good job, kid. Well done." The power of flame surged around him,
and he was finally able to go all out against the Dark Dragon King before him.
Dragon! Your time has come.
Blazing sun scorches the heavens. The flaming spear in Ming's hand blazed with blinding light, transforming into a fiery meteor streaking across the sky. Carrying the radiant divine might to purify all, it plunged viciously toward the Dark Dragon King's head. The Dark Dragon King, watching as Su slaughtered his minions as if cutting through vegetables, and seeing Ming unleash his full power, finally let out a roar of both shock and fury. It sensed a deadly threat. The pitch-black energy of destruction surging around it like boiling water coalesced into a massive skeletal shield in an attempt to block the attack.
Boom!
The flaming meteor collided violently with the skeletal shield, erupting in a blaze brighter than the sun. A terrifying energy storm swept across the surroundings. Taking advantage of the brief moment of stalemate, Su finished off the last king-tier monster attempting to flee, then fixed his icy gaze on the Dark Demon Dragon King's massive form.
Chairman Chen, I'm here to help you.
Rather than opting for a ranged attack, he pushed the Sky Step skill to its absolute limit. His form transformed into a slender golden thread that nearly tore through space, appearing as if by teleportation just below the Dark Dragon King's neck, a relatively vulnerable spot exposed as the dragon focused all its strength on blocking Ming. Immortal Bone's left hand, the light receded as all his power converged on a single point. A terrifying attack exceeding 1.2 million combat power was unleashed with a single, unadorned punch.
The target, the Dragon's inverse scale.
That punch was fast,
accurate,
ruthless. It surpassed the speed of sound and outpaced thought. The Dark Dragon King sensed a deathly aura rising from below, more concentrated and deadly than Ming's flaming spear. It tried to dodge, but, held in check by Ming's all-out strike, its movement was half a beat too slow.
Thud! Like a red-hot blade plunging into congealed fat.
Su's fist slammed with pinpoint precision into the dark scales, which glowed with a sinister sheen. Power condensed to its absolute limit erupted instantly, obliterating everything from within. The Dark Dragon King's massive body stiffened abruptly, and the defense formed by Ming's skeleton shield crumbled instantly. Its eyes, filled with savagery and disbelief, dilated rapidly as it let out a half-scream that cut off abruptly. Ming's flaming spear followed through, completely piercing its skull.
Boom!
Emperor-tier monster, the Dark Demon Dragon King, has fallen. Its massive corpse plummeted from the sky like a mountain, crashing onto the ground with a dull, thunderous roar.
A momentary deathly silence fell over the battlefield.
Both the surviving human warriors and the monsters, now thrown into chaos without their emperor's command, were struck speechless by this shocking spectacle. Refined, the Emperor-tier monster Dark Dragon King obtained 1,300 points of vitality essence. Su slowly withdrew his blood-soaked left hand and exchanged a glance with Ming, who was descending from the sky. Ming looked at Su with an incredibly complex expression, a mix of relief and awe, which finally dissolved into a long sigh and a heartfelt smile. Excellent.
Truly, Su.
Our human race has a worthy successor. Long live Su, the king-tier warrior.
Long live Chairman Chen.
The surviving human warriors erupted in earth-shaking cheers. The joy of having survived the ordeal and the exhilaration of victory brought tears to their eyes.
The collapsed defensive line seemed to glimpse hope for reconstruction.
However, the gravity on Su and Ming's faces did not waver in the slightest. Ming even jerked his head up, staring in horror toward the depths from which the beast tide was surging. There, 3 Imperial-tier auras more terrifying than the Dark Dragon King, brimming with savagery and deathly stillness, erupted suddenly like dormant volcanoes.
Trouble. Ming's expression changed drastically. There are more.
And 3 of them. As if to confirm his words, the darkness was torn apart like a curtain, and 3 figures so colossal as to inspire despair slowly revealed their hideous forms in full. One was the skeleton Emperor Dragon, its entire body composed of pale bones, with ghostly blue soul flames burning in its eye sockets, a wingspan that obscured the sky, and exuding a thick aura of death. Another was the 9-headed Calamity Snake, its body oozing murky venom that corroded the earth and extinguished all life wherever it passed, with 9 ferocious serpent heads. The last was the primordial Elephant Emperor, shaped like a mountain with skin as rough as rock. Every step it took caused the earth to tremble and mountains to shake, exuding a primal, savage aura.
The auras of these three Emperor-tier monsters were each on par with that of the Dark Magic Dragon King. In fact, the Skeleton Emperor Dragon's aura was even approaching 2 million combat power. Their crimson eyes swept mercilessly across the battlefield, finally settling on Su and Ming, who had just slain the Dark Magic Dragon King. Behind these three Emperor-tier monsters, a dark, surging tide of King-tier monsters poured forth, numbering in the tens of thousands. Their crimson eyes held nothing but pure bloodlust, and the terrifying demonic energy they radiated instantly plunged the human faction, which had just glimpsed a glimmer of hope, into an even deeper abyss of despair. Roar! The Skeleton Emperor Dragon let out a soul-piercing screech. With a flap of its bony wings, the thousands of King-tier monsters behind it, like a torrent of destruction that had received its final command, launched a full-scale assault on the teetering human defensive line with a ferocity 10 times greater and a madness 100 times more intense than before. Despair. Utter despair engulfed everyone. Yet, in the midst of this utter despair, the fighting spirit and indomitable will ingrained in the human race's very bones were ignited to the fullest. A human King-tier warrior, both legs severed and leaning against the shattered ramparts, mustered his last ounce of strength to drive his battle spear into the ground. He roared hoarsely, "Our homeland lies behind us. I will not retreat a single step. Charge!" He detonated the last high-explosive energy block in his embrace, transforming into a dazzling burst of light that wiped out dozens of King-tier monsters around him. The blood we shed now is to nourish the future of the human race. The bones we stand upon are to prop up the sky for our descendants. Even in death, we will never let these vile beasts devour a single shred of our dignity. A female King-tier warrior, half her body already corroded by venom, still stood with her spine straight. Burning her last reserves of bone and vein, she transformed into a flesh and blood great wall stretching dozens of meters across. Though instantly torn apart by the King-tier monsters' attacks, she briefly halted the advance of the monster horde. "Even if we die, we'll die standing. Die standing. For the human race. Let us fight them to the death." The roars, rising one after another, coalesced into an unyielding torrent. The remaining human warriors, whether King-tier, General-tier, or even those whose vitality had been completely depleted, all had bloodshot eyes as they unleashed the final radiance of their lives. They used their bodies as barriers, stained the earth red with their blood, and delayed the monsters' advance by blowing themselves up. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a veritable hell on earth. Every minute, every second, warriors fell heroically, severed limbs and internal organs flew in all directions, and blood soaked the ground, turning it into a dark red quagmire. Su and Ming's eyes bulged with fury. "Kill!" Su roared, pushing the Sky Step skill to its absolute limit. His left hand, wielding the immortal bone, swung wildly, every strike claiming the lives of one or even several King-tier monsters. He was like a tireless killing machine, charging left and right through the tide of beasts, trying to relieve the pressure on the defensive line that he had long since ignored the system's prompts for refining vitality essence. His mind was consumed by a single thought: kill one more. Kill yet another. Ming was even more relentless, unleashing the full might of his million combat power war god without reservation. His fiery combat skill transformed into a towering sea of fire, reducing entire swaths of King-tier monsters to ashes. He had to hold off the brunt of the attack from those three Emperor-tier monsters. But there were too many enemies. And they were too powerful. The Skeleton Emperor Dragon spewed a grey breath of death from afar wherever it passed, whether warrior or monster. Flesh and blood instantly withered, souls were ripped away, and became part of the vengeful spirits swirling around it. The nine-headed calamity snake's 9 heads simultaneously spewed venom, acid, and corrosive energy of different attributes, covering vast areas and leaving people with no way to defend against it. The primordial Elephant Emperor, meanwhile, was like a moving mountain. Every charge sent shockwaves through the human ranks, causing heavy casualties. Though Su was valiant, facing the combined assault of several King-tier monsters with over 700,000 combat power coupled with the long-range interference from Emperor-tier monsters, he began to sustain injuries, and his vitality was rapidly depleting. After withstanding the aftershocks of the primordial Elephant Emperor's trampling and repelling 3 upper King-tier monsters, Su, just as his old strength had been exhausted and his new strength had yet to surge, was locked onto by the Skeleton Emperor Dragon's soul flame, which had been biding its time.
It opened its massive bony jaws, and a gray beam condensed to its utmost, radiating an aura of absolute stillness and destruction seemed to traverse space, appearing instantly before Su's chest. The power of death contained in this strike far exceeded any attack Su had ever endured. He had no way to dodge it. Su! Watch out! Ming, who had been keeping a watchful eye on Su throughout the battle, saw this and his pupils suddenly contracted. Without a moment's hesitation, this veteran war god who had safeguarded Tiandu province for decades erupted with the final, most brilliant radiance of his life. He abandoned his defense against the venom spewed by the nine-headed calamity snake. His figure moved as if teleporting, forcibly forcing its way through space to stand between Su and that beam of death. Boom! The beam of death slammed squarely into the flame shield Ming had summoned with all his might. The shield held for only an instant before shattering with a thunderous crash. The residual force of the beam pierced viciously into Ming's chest. At the same moment, the nine-headed calamity snake's venom rained down, corroding his war goddess body. Chairman! Su watched helplessly as Ming used his own body to block this fatal blow for him, as the blazing flames rapidly dimmed under the dead, gray glow and the corrosive venom, and as Ming's chest was pierced and his body corroded he let out a heart-wrenching roar. Ming staggered slightly, glancing back at Su. The look in his eyes no longer held his usual majesty. All that remained was an endless sense of entrustment, contentment, and a hint of relief. He opened his mouth, blood gushing ceaselessly from his lips and, mustering his last ounce of strength, spoke in a faint yet clear voice that reached Su's ears. "The future of the human race I entrusted to you. Hurry, go." Before his words had even faded, the last embers of flame around him died out, and his towering form, like a star that had burned itself out, fell lifelessly from the sky. Ming, president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association and war god of the human race, had fallen in battle. He had gone to his death with noble resolve to safeguard the homeland behind him and protect the future hopes of the human race. No! Su's eyes instantly turned blood red as boundless rage, grief, and a murderous intent capable of destroying everything erupted within his chest like a volcano. He watched Ming's falling body, watched his human kin continuing to fall all around him, and gazed at the three monsters radiating a terrifying imperial-level aura. An unprecedented power, mingled with extreme grief and rage, surged and raged within him. He wouldn't leave, he would kill. He would slaughter every last one of these beasts. He would avenge Chairman Chen. He would avenge all the fallen humans. Boundless rage and murderous intent raged and roared within him like molten lava. His bloodshot eyes were fixed intently on the skeleton emperor dragon that had delivered the fatal blow, as well as the other two emperor-tier monsters. Beasts! I'll make you pay with your lives. Su had completely lost his mind. He no longer cared about energy depletion or holding back. The sky step skill unleashed unprecedented speed. His entire body transformed into a meteor ablaze with blood-red flames, ignoring all the king-tier monsters closing in around him as he charged straight toward the skeleton emperor dragon. Roar! The skeleton emperor dragon's soul fire flared. It clearly hadn't expected this human to dare charge at it after losing his protection. Its bony wings flapped, and countless pallid bone spears rained down on Su like a storm, each imbued with a deadly power capable of piercing mountains and corroding souls. Shatter! Su roared. The immortal bone in his left hand blazed with light, and with double the power, he unleashed a punch. The ferocious fist aura formed a shockwave visible to the naked eye, shattering and obliterating every incoming bone spear. Without slowing down, he closed the distance in an instant. Die! 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 Su looked like a madman, alternately using his left fist, palm, and fingers to unleash his full 620,000 combat power to the utmost. Combined with the immortal bone's terrifying boost, he furiously pounded the skeleton emperor dragon's massive skeleton. Boom! 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 The explosive sounds, as dense as a drumbeat, rang out ceaselessly. Bones shattered, and soul flames flickered. The skeleton emperor dragon let out a furious, enraged screech. Under Su's furious, frenzied assault, its seemingly indestructible bones actually began to crack over a vast area. Seeing this, the other two emperor-tier monsters immediately rushed to its aid. The nine-headed calamity snake spewed a torrent of venom, while the primordial elephant emperor raised its massive foot and stomped down like a pillar of heaven. Yet Su seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. His skystep skill was executed with flawless precision at the very last moment. He dodged the venom and the stomp, his form clinging to the skeleton emperor dragon like a cancerous growth, relentlessly pouring all his attacks onto it. He was fighting a battle of trading injuries for injuries, risking his life for his life. After withstanding several impacts from the energy aftershocks, his internal organs were shaken, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for his body having undergone repeated tempering and the nourishment of the immortal bonus vitality, his body would have already fallen apart by now. But he paid no heed. There was only one thought in his mind: to tear this skeletal frame apart. To avenge Chairman Chen. He had to seize the slightest opening to unleash an attack powerful enough to threaten or even slay an Emperor-tier monster. Void-piercing skill. The thought flashed through Su's mind in an instant. Only this vitality skill, which exacted a massive toll but possessed terrifying power, could possibly create a miracle in this desperate situation. The intense drain on his vitality and his injuries caused Su's mind, in the midst of utter madness, to flash with a moment of clarity. He knew that no matter how frenzied his conventional attacks might be, it would be nearly impossible to completely destroy this skeleton emperor dragon in such a short time under the interference of the other two emperor-tier monsters. I must create an opening. An opening that allows the void-piercing skill to strike its core soul flame. Su's eyes turned blood red. His assault showed no sign of letting up, yet his mind was racing frantically. Just then, the skeleton emperor dragon, frustrated to the extreme by Su's relentless, storm-like close-quarters combat, suddenly let out a soul-shaking, spine-chilling roar. The eerily blue soul flame within its skull suddenly burst into a blinding glow, and immense death energy surged toward its massive maw at an unprecedented speed. It was thoroughly enraged and prepared to disregard the coordination of the other two emperors, forcibly unleashing its primordial breath to utterly annihilate this pesky insect. Now is the time. To channel this powerful breath, the soul fire defense surrounding its head inevitably experienced an instantaneous, extremely subtle weakening and momentary pause. With all its power focused on the attack, a gap naturally appeared in its defense. And this fleeting opening was precisely seized by Su, who had been intently monitoring the fluctuations of its soul fire the entire time. Now is the time. Die! Su roared with fury, holding nothing back as he ruthlessly unleashed the void-piercing skill he'd been secretly brewing all along. A massive surge of vitality rushed toward his left index and middle fingers at an unprecedented speed. 500,000. 1 million. 2 million. Su's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulged at his temples, and he recklessly squeezed every last bit of vitality from his body. Not enough. Still not enough. Pour it in. He roared inwardly, pushing his vitality to an unprecedented 3 million points. This was the absolute limit his physical body and meridians could withstand. One more point, and he would likely destroy himself before even harming his enemy. As such a terrifying amount of vitality was instantly drawn out, the meridians throughout his entire left arm wailed under the unbearable strain. His skin instantly became covered in fine beads of blood, and his face turned as pale as paper, as if most of his life force had been drained away by that single finger. And as 3 million points of vitality surged into his fingertip, a speck of utter darkness quietly emerged. That darkness was not nothingness, but a phenomenon formed when energy was condensed to its absolute limit, so intense that it devoured even light. A wave of destruction, one that warped space and made souls tremble, exploded outward from the tip of his finger. Roar! The skeleton emperor dragon, the nine-headed calamity snake, and the primordial elephant emperor, all charging toward him simultaneously, sensed this lethal threat. Their momentum faltered involuntarily, and for the first time, a look of grave concern flashed across their crimson, beastly eyes. The destructive power contained within that finger strike sent shivers down their spines. Su let out a furious roar, pouring all his grief and power into that single finger. He thrust his finger forward with all his might. Whoosh! A strand of black energy, so fine it was almost imperceptible, silently tore through space. As if ignoring the barrier of distance, it instantly appeared before the skeleton emperor dragon's massive head, which was ablaze with soul fire. The speed was too fast. So fast it defied comprehension. The skeleton Emperor Dragon only had time to gather its immense death energy in front of its head, forming a thick, gray bone shield. However, put! A soft sound, like a hot knife cutting through solidified fat. That bone shield, imbued with the skeleton Emperor Dragon's formidable power of death, was as fragile as paper in the face of that black finger strike refined to its absolute limit and was instantly pierced through. The finger strike continued unabated, striking with pinpoint precision the very center of its head, the core of fatally blue soulfire. Boom! It was as if an explosion had occurred at the very level of the soul. The skeleton Emperor Dragon's soul flame, the very embodiment of its life and power, twisted violently, swelled, and then exploded with a thunderous roar the moment it was struck by the finger strike, which packed nearly 3 million combat power. Terrifying destructive energy was unleashed from within, instantly engulfing its massive skeletal frame. Crackle! Boom! The skeleton Emperor Dragon's indestructible pale skeleton shattered inch by inch in that instant, turning into a shower of bone dust that drifted away. Even its soul's fluctuations, filled with shock, rage, and resentment, were obliterated within the core of the explosion. Refined the Emperor tier monster skeleton Emperor Dragon obtained 1,950 points of vitality essence. One strike. Instant kill. The void-piercing skill, containing terrifying destructive power of nearly 3 million combat power, had completely obliterated a quasi-Emperor tier monster. A momentary deathly silence fell over the entire battlefield. Whether it was the frenzied attacking monsters or the human warriors fighting in a bloodbath, all were stunned by this earth-shattering single-finger strike. However, Su, the one who had unleashed this world-shaking blow, was in an extremely dire state. Consuming 3 million points of vitality in a single instant to concentrate it into the fingers of his left hand had caused excruciating, tearing pain to radiate throughout his entire left arm. It felt as if his meridians were about to snap inch by inch. His entire left arm went limp and hung down, temporarily numb. The backlash from the void-piercing skill was utterly terrifying. Had his left hand not previously been fused with that immortal bone, making it far more resilient than that of a warrior of the same rank, it was likely that after this single strike, his entire left arm would have been rendered useless. Roar! The remaining 9-headed Calamity Snake and Primordial Elephant Emperor snapped out of their shock, letting out roars of utter fury. This human had actually killed their comrade right before their very eyes. Unforgivable. The two Emperor tier monsters cast aside all hesitation and charged toward the visibly weakened Su with a ferocious, all-crushing fury. The 9-headed Calamity Snake's 9 heads whirled wildly, unleashing a torrent of venom, acid, and corrosive energy that descended like a sky-spanning net. The Primordial Elephant Emperor, meanwhile, was like a moving mountain. Every step shook the earth and mountains, and its massive trunk lashed out like a divine whip, striking viciously at the human warrior who dared to intercept it. Su was in a weakened state at that moment. His left hand, which could unleash double combat power, was temporarily unusable. Relying solely on his right hand and the Skystep skill, it was simply impossible for him to fend off two enraged Emperor tier monsters at the same time. Just then, a squad of King tier warriors appeared. It was Feng, an 8th tier King tier warrior tasked by the Federation to protect Su, along with the 12 King tier warrior squad members behind him. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Feng delivered news that sent a chill down everyone's spine. "I've just received a message. The southern border fortress is also under simultaneous attack by a tide of Emperor tier beasts. Most of our human race's war gods are stationed on the martial arts Great Wall in the eastern frontier, and the rest are currently deep within the dungeon realms of the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace, seeking breakthroughs. They simply cannot be spared. Others are securing several critical secret realms within human territory that must not fall under enemy control. They're highly unlikely to come here. We won't be getting any reinforcements here. We are truly fighting this battle alone. The only ones we can rely on are ourselves." His words were like a bitter winter wind, dispelling the last shred of hope from everyone's hearts, yet simultaneously igniting the most resolute determination to fight to the death. Feng led his squad to charge toward Su. He did not roar. Instead, amid the earth-shaking battle cries, he cast a deep, lingering glance at the prodigy he had been ordered to protect. Time seemed to stand still for an instant. He spoke in a deep voice, quiet yet crystal clear, "Su, stay alive. The future of the human race needs you." The next moment, he turned resolutely, raised his battle axe high, and let out the final battle cry of his life, comrades, follow me, charge. 12 figures followed close behind, without a moment's hesitation.
Protect him. Hold them off. Buy that human prodigy time to recover.
The remaining human king-tier warriors and warriors also let out desperate battle cries.
Though they didn't know Su, he was their only hope at that moment.
With that earth-shattering finger strike, he had proven he was capable of threatening, even slaying an emperor-tier monster. On the battlefield, Feng let out a long, piercing howl to the heavens, his entire being vitality, veins, and bones completely surging and boiling. He merged with those 12 equally resolute figures, transforming into the most blazing, most colossal pillar of energy. Like a second sun rising over the blood-soaked battlefield, they charged headlong and without hesitation toward the primordial elephant emperor, who was accelerating his charge.
Boom! A deafening roar drowned out everything.
A devastating energy storm erupted right before the primordial elephant emperor, instantly engulfing its mountain-like, colossal body. A shockwave powerful enough to level hills slammed violently against the primordial elephant emperor's incredibly resilient, primal hide, causing its unstoppable charge to falter abruptly as it let out an agonized roar mingled with rage. Its rock-hard hide was blasted black and cracked, and dark golden blood oozed from the fissures like magma. Though this desperate combined attack failed to fatally wound it, it successfully halted its advance.
After the roar of the self-destruction, the area seemed to fall into a brief vacuum.
The primordial elephant emperor shook its dazed head and let out a deafening roar, while the surging tide of beasts behind it faltered in terror at this sudden, life-forcing explosion. The light ignited by Team Foam with their very lives not only briefly halted the beast horde's fiercest assault but also struck the heart of every survivor like a heavy hammer.
As humans, kill.
Several king-tier warriors charged forward once more without hesitation, using their bodies to form a final barrier in an attempt to halt the emperor-tier monster's advance.
Boom! Bang! Ah!
The light of self-destruction flared up again, and the warriors' agonized screams filled the air. They were willing to sacrifice their own lives to buy Su even a single extra breath to catch his breath. Seeing Feng's squad's self-sacrificing charge and his comrades falling one after another sacrificing their flesh and blood to buy him a moment's respite, Su's eyes welled up with tears. He frantically channeled the origin breathing skill, while the system instantly converted the 1,200 points of vitality essence he had just acquired into vitality, infusing it into his parched veins. The excruciating pain in his left arm eased slightly under the nourishment of the surging vitality, but it was clear he wouldn't be able to use the void-piercing skill again anytime soon. Meanwhile, the two emperor-tier monsters had already breached the fragile defensive line built with their comrades' lives, and their attacks were right before his eyes.
A desperate situation.
A truly desperate situation. Su gritted his teeth, channeling his remaining strength into his left arm. The glow of the immortal bone flared once more as he prepared for a final, desperate strike.
Just at this critical moment. Hum!
A majestic, awe-inspiring sword chirp as if emanating from the nine heavens suddenly resounded across the entire battlefield. A majestic sword energy, as dazzling as the Milky Way and spanning the sky, descended from the distant horizon like divine retribution. Its target was the nine-headed calamity snake charging at the very forefront. The resplendent righteousness and supreme sharpness contained within that sword energy made both emperor-tier monsters sense a deadly threat. Whoosh! As the sword energy swept past, one of the nine-headed calamity snake's heads which had been spewing venom was severed on the spot. Dark green venomous blood gushed out like a waterfall. Who's there? The primordial elephant emperor, overcome with shock and rage, came to an abrupt halt and looked warily toward the source of the sword energy.
Su also jerked his head up.
On the distant horizon, a figure shrouded in a hazy glow with an aura as deep as the ocean and combat power far surpassing that of Chairman Ming was stepping through the void, advancing step by step. In his hand, an ancient-looking long sword emitted a razor-sharp blade aura so intense it made the heavens and earth pale in comparison. At last, a top-tier human powerhouse had arrived. That majestic sword energy spanning the sky, along with the terrifying aura that followed, instantly altered the situation on the battlefield. The nine-headed calamity snake, having had one of its heads severed, let out an agonized and furious hiss. Its remaining 8 heads thrashed wildly, fixing their gaze intently on the figure approaching through the void. The primordial elephant emperor also halted his charge. His mountain-like body crouched slightly as he let out a low, thunderous warning growl, filled with apprehension. The newcomer wore a plain blue robe and appeared to be no more than middle-aged, yet his eyes seemed to contain endless ages, profound and piercing. The ancient, simple long sword in his hand trembled slightly, emitting a clear, resonant chime, causing the surrounding space to ripple with subtle waves. Sword Venerable. A surviving human king-tier warrior recognized the arrival, his voice trembling with excitement. It's the Sword Venerable who presides over the Tomb of 10,000 Swords. He has actually emerged from seclusion. The Sword Venerable, a long-renowned war god-level powerhouse among the human race, possessed unfathomable combat power and was particularly skilled in the sword arts of slaughter. He had long guarded a crucial secret realm of the human race and would not easily make an appearance unless it concerned matters of the race's very survival. The Sword Venerable's gaze swept across the battlefield below, where corpses littered the ground and rivers of blood flowed. His eyes lingered briefly on the spot where Ming had fallen, a flicker of deep sorrow and icy killing intent passing through them. His gaze finally settled on Su, who stood pale-faced with his left arm hanging limply at his side. He nodded slightly and said in a clear, resonant voice, "Young friend, please rest and recover first. Leave these two vile beasts to me." Before his words had even faded, he made a light sweep with the long sword in his hand. Clang! A silver sword aura more concentrated and brilliant than before swept through the air like a reversed Milky Way, instantly splitting into two streams that struck toward the nine-headed calamity snake and the primordial elephant emperor. Though the sword aura appeared slow, it was in fact incredibly fast, imbued with a supreme sword intent capable of severing the laws of the universe and obliterating all things. The nine-headed calamity snake's remaining 8 heads simultaneously spewed torrents of energy of different attributes, attempting to block the attack. The primordial elephant emperor roared, condensing a thick, earth-yellow energy shield around his body, like armor forged from the earth itself. However, whoosh! Whoosh! Wherever the sword aura passed, the torrents of energy were sliced open as easily as tearing silk. Even that thick, earth-yellow shield, faced with such unmatched sharpness, held out for only an instant before being torn apart. Splatter! Roar! 2 more heads of the nine-headed calamity snake were severed at the base, spewing venomous blood. A massive gash, deep enough to expose bone, was sliced through the primordial elephant emperor's incredibly resilient hide, and dark golden blood flowed down like a stream. With just 2 casual swings of his sword, he had severely wounded 2 emperor-tier monsters. The Sword Venerable's power was evident. The 2 emperor-tier monsters were both shocked and enraged, but above all, they were filled with fear. They realized that this human before them was even more dangerous than that human youth they had faced earlier. They let out roars of resentment and actually retreated. Their massive bodies began to slowly retreat into the depths of the monster horde, simultaneously driving countless surrounding king-tier monsters forward like a tidal wave, attempting to block the Sword Venerable's path and buy themselves time to escape. The Sword Venerable furrowed his brow slightly. Though he was powerful, it was no easy task to hold back 2 emperor-tier monsters both desperate to flee amidst the obstruction of countless monsters. He swung his long sword, unleashing a series of fierce sword auras that, like the scythe of death, mowed down the surging king-tier monsters, yet his vision was obstructed by the layer upon layer of the monster tide. Su watched all this unfold, his thoughts racing. Naturally, he wanted to eliminate these 2 emperor-tier monsters to eliminate future threats, and he also coveted the vast amount of vitality essence they could provide. But he was also well aware of his current condition. His left arm was in excruciating pain, and his vitality was severely depleted. Forcing another use of the void-piercing skill carried extreme risk, and with the Sword Venerable already having intervened, his primary objective was to ensure the beast horde was repelled and the situation stabilized. I must not act impulsively. Su forced himself to suppress the urge to pursue immediately, his gaze sweeping over the chaotic battlefield below. The Sword Venerable's 2 earth-shattering sword strikes not only severely wounded the 2 emperor-tier monsters, but the fierce sword intent and terrifying energy that radiated from them also instantly killed and tore apart countless king-tier and general-tier monsters within a radius of several li. At that moment, the area seemed to have become a no-go zone for life, yet it was also littered with the corpses of countless high-tier monsters. Their essence and blood energy had not yet fully dissipated. Instead, it permeated the air, forming a dense field of vitality energy. For ordinary warriors, this chaotic vitality energy imbued with the monster's frenzied will was poison. Even the slightest misstep in absorbing it could lead to spiritual backlash, but for Su, who possessed the Vitality Forge system, this was practically a treasure delivered right to his doorstep.
System.
Activate the Vitality Forge at full capacity. Absorb and refine all unclaimed monster vitality energy on the battlefield, prioritizing the remnants of king-tier monsters. Su immediately issued the command in his mind.
Command confirmed. Vitality Forge operating at full capacity.
Detecting large amounts of free-floating vitality energy.
Beginning absorption.
Refined vitality from king-tier monster remains.
Gained plus 15 vitality essence.
Refined vitality from king-tier monster remains.
Gained plus 22 vitality essence.
Refining vitality from general tier monster remains, plus 3 vitality essence.
System notifications began flooding the screen.
Although the essence provided by a single monster was far less than what he gained from slaying it himself, the sheer volume was overwhelming. In the area cleared by the Sword Venerable's 2 strikes, there were no fewer than 100 king-tier monster corpses, and general-tier monsters numbered in the thousands. The Vitality Forge was like an invisible black hole, frantically devouring the residual vitality on the battlefield, purifying it and converting it into pure vitality essence. Su could feel the numbers on the system panel jumping at a speed visible to the naked eye. At that moment, Sword Venerable's piercing gaze cut through the layered tide of beasts, settling on the backs of the 2 Emperor-tier monsters rapidly receding into the distance, and then extending further into the deeper darkness in the direction of their flight. There, he clearly sensed at least 3 or 4 Emperor-tier auras no less formidable than the 2 before him, and perhaps even more elusive and powerful lurking like boulders, coldly watching this side.
They're certainly decisive.
Very well, Sword Venerable snorted coldly in his heart, instantly weighing the pros and cons. Forcing his way through the beast tide to give chase was not impossible, but it would likely trap him in a siege or even prematurely trigger an all-out conflict with the other Imperial-level beings lurking in the darkness. The risk was far too great. His top priority at this moment was to stabilize the defensive line and ensure the safety of Su and the remaining human forces. Having made up his mind, he abandoned any attempt to break through the monster tide to pursue the 2 fleeing Imperial beasts. Instead, he spread his sword light outward, transforming it into a dense and majestic sword barrier. This allowed him to more efficiently eliminate the remaining monsters on the battlefield as well as those being used as sacrificial pawns to block his path, thereby relieving pressure on the human warriors and completely cutting off any possibility of the enemy launching a counterattack. Meanwhile, Su seized this precious moment to catch his breath. While channeling his cultivation techniques to heal his injuries and restore his vitality, he also pushed the system to its limits to absorb and refine the energy.
Success!
Once the last trace of valuable residual vitality from the battlefield had been absorbed and refined, the vitality essence count on Su's system panel had reached 12,200 points. This figure had already firmly surpassed the 100 million points of vitality required to condense the 10th vein. Feeling the energy surging within him and seeing that exhilarating number on his system panel, Su let out a long sigh of relief. With this vast reserve of resources, breaking through to the 10th vein was now a foregone conclusion.
Ding! Hostess vitality has exceeded 100 million points. Do you wish to begin refining the 10th vein immediately? Note, the 10th vein is a limit vein. The refinement process will trigger celestial and terrestrial energy phenomena and carries a very small chance of awakening vein-specific abilities. Please choose your location carefully. By now, the beast horde had completely retreated, vanishing into the darkness in the distance, leaving behind only a battlefield ravaged by destruction and a lingering stench of blood. Sword Venerable swept his sleeve to dispel the residual energy waves, then flickered into Su's presence. He glanced at Su and keenly sensed that Su's aura was now much more stable and robust than it had been moments ago. Although his left arm was still somewhat stiff, it was no longer a major concern, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This young man's ability to recover was truly astonishing. "I'm glad to see you're unharmed, young friend," Sword Venerable said with a slight nod. "We shouldn't linger here. Though the beast tide has temporarily receded, there may be unforeseen dangers lurking in the depths.
Follow me as we withdraw. You need to fully heal your injuries and assimilate what you've gained from this experience.
Su nodded.
He, too, sensed that from the darkness at the source of the beast tide, an even more powerful gaze seemed to be sweeping across the battlefield, a gaze filled with scrutiny and indifference. However, he suppressed the urge to retreat into seclusion immediately, and his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction where Chairman Ming had fallen. "Senior, please wait a moment," Su said in a low voice, tinged with a weight he couldn't quite shake. "Chairman Chen fell to save me. I must bring him back to the headquarters of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association." A flicker of approval and shared grief passed through Sword Venerable's eyes as he nodded.
"It is only right. I shall accompany you."
The two flickered through the air and soon arrived at the spot where Ming had fallen. However, the scene before them caused Su's pupils to contract sharply, and an uncontrollable surge of rage instantly welled up within him. Beside Ming's body, two young men dressed in lavish, spotless robes were crouching. Their brocaded robes and jade sashes stood in stark contrast to the blood-soaked, desolate battlefield around them. They carried not a trace of having endured a bloody battle. Clearly, they had rushed in from the safety of the rear only after the beast tide had subsided. At that moment, the two were frantically rummaging through Chairman Chen's body, their faces a mixture of tension, greed, and excitement. One of them held a gem-encrusted dagger, attempting to pry the priceless red sun crystal from Ming's chest plate, while the other had already half slipped off the simple storage ring from Ming's finger.
"Hurry up! This old guy's covered in good stuff. Stop blabbering, just grab it and get out of here. This place is cursed."
They urged each other in hushed tones, showing not the slightest respect for the hero's remains at their feet.
"What are you doing?"
Su's furious shout rang out like a clap of thunder. The two young men in fine clothes were startled and whipped their heads around. When they saw that the newcomers were a young man in tattered clothes with a subdued aura and an ordinary-looking old man, the panic on their faces was quickly replaced by anger and arrogance.
"Who are you, Hicks? How dare you meddle in this young master's business?" The young man holding the dagger stood up and waved his hand impatiently. "Get lost.
You're not allowed to touch anything here." He clearly mistook Su for a wandering warrior looking to cash in on the situation. The other man also stood up, brushed imaginary dust off his fine clothes, and said haughtily, "Kid, open your dog eyes and take a good look. We're direct descendants of the Li and Zhao families of Jinling. If you know what's good for you, get out of here fast, don't go looking for trouble." They didn't know Su at all, nor had they witnessed his earlier battle.
Judging solely by his clothes and age, they assumed he was a nobody, and, relying on their family backgrounds, they were incredibly arrogant.
Su looked at their smug faces, then glanced at Chairman Ming's lifeless body, and laughed bitterly in his rage. "The Li and Zhao families? Very well indeed. The hero's body isn't even cold yet, and you vermin can't wait to come and feast on it?" With undisguised murderous intent, Su strode forward step by step. The two young men were intimidated by Su's gaze and the killing intent radiating from him, instinctively taking a step back, but their words remained defiant. What do you think you're doing? If you dare lay a finger on us, the Li Zhao family will never let you off the hook."
"What am I doing?"
Su's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell.
"I'm sending you to apologize to Chairman Chen."
Before his words had even finished, Su's figure vanished like a ghostly apparition, only to reappear before the two men in the very next instant. His left hand infused with the immortal bone sliced through the air with a piercing screech as he struck left and right, as if swatting flies.
Boom! Boom!
Two muffled thuds. The two young men in fine robes didn't even have a chance to react. The faint protective light surrounding them shattered instantly, and their skulls, as fragile as earthenware pots, were smashed to pieces by the palms imbued with terrifying power. A spray of red and white splattered outward. The headless corpses wobbled briefly before crashing heavily to the ground. Su didn't even glance at the two filthy corpses. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the surging killing intent. He slowly knelt on one knee beside Ming's body, carefully slipping the partially slipped-off storage ring back onto his finger, then gently pressing the loosened crimson sun crystal back into its original position in the heartguard mirror. His movements were gentle yet solemn. Then, he removed his tattered outer robe, gently draped it over Ming's body, and slowly lifted him into his arms. This veteran war god, who had safeguarded Tiandu province for decades, still felt heavy as if bearing the hopes and aspirations of countless people.
Chairman Chen, let us go home,
Su said in a low voice, his tone slightly choked with emotion. Holding Ming's body, he and the sword venerable transformed into streaks of light and silently departed toward Jinling City. 2 streaks of light streaked across the sky, landing on the square in front of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association headquarters. Su, holding Ming's body draped in robes, appeared alongside the sword venerable. News of their return had long since spread, and by now, a vast crowd had gathered in the square. Surviving warriors, government officials, citizens who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, and Chairman Ming's longtime subordinates. Upon seeing the towering figure in Su's arms covered by a robe and now lifeless, the once bustling square instantly fell into dead silence. Immediately afterward, stifled sobs and uncontrollable cries of grief spread like a tidal wave.
Chairman Chen. How could this happen?
Many warriors, especially members of the Martial Arts Association, now had tears welling in their eyes. Some even knelt on the spot, weeping bitterly. Ming was not only the stabilizing force of Tiandu province but also a mentor and role model in the eyes of many warriors. His sacrifice was a heavy blow to everyone. Lord Li of Tiandu province and President Jin, vice president of the Tiandu Province Martial Arts Association, hurried forward to meet them, both their faces etched with profound grief and disbelief. Young friend Su, venerable sword, this, President Jin's voice choked with emotion as he gazed at that familiar figure, tears streaming down his aged face. Su carefully placed Ming's remains into President Jin's hands, his voice hoarse and heavy. President Chen was ambushed by an emperor-tier monster while trying to save me and defend the front line. He fought valiantly until his final breath. He made no mention of the sordid affairs involving those 2 scions of prominent families. At this moment, the most important thing was to let the hero rest in peace and ensure the world remembered his sacrifice. Sword Venerable added in a solemn voice from the side, fellow Taoist Chen shed every last drop of his blood for the human race and died a heroic martyr's death. His funeral rites must be conducted with the highest honors and announced throughout the entire Federation to comfort his spirit and inspire future generations. Lord Li nodded firmly, wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and said solemnly, "Rest assured, both of you, we will certainly see this through. Chairman Chen is a hero of our Tiandu province, and indeed a hero of the entire human race." Soon, Ming's remains were reverently laid to rest in a makeshift memorial hall set up in the Martial Arts Association's main hall, surrounded by an abundance of pure white flowers.
A massive Federation flag draped over his body. The news spread like wildfire, rapidly reaching every corner of Tiandu province and beyond.
Countless condolence messages poured in like snowflakes. Major factions, renowned martial artists, and even the federal central government sent their heartfelt tributes. The memorial hall was open to the public, and a long, unending line of mourners formed to pay their respects. Among them were white-haired veterans, young warriors who had benefited from Ming's guidance, and, most of all, ordinary citizens who came of their own accord to lay flowers, bow deeply, and express their respect and grief for this guardian.
Su did not immediately retreat into seclusion.
Instead, he changed into a clean black outfit and, just like any ordinary mourner, stood silently in a corner of the memorial hall. As he gazed at the figure lying peacefully amidst the flowers, the scene of Ming shielding him from a fatal blow kept replaying in his mind, and he recalled Ming's final words of advice. Members of the Zhao family had also arrived. The elder leading them looked somewhat uneasy after offering the memorial gifts. He hurriedly left, clearly already aware of the fate that had befallen their good-for-nothing young relative, yet in this situation, they dared not say a word. Su watched their performance coldly, his heart unmoved. He knew that some were genuinely grieving, some were merely going through the motions, and others were secretly plotting something in their hearts.
But none of that mattered at the moment.
He stood there for an entire day and night, like a silent sentinel. Sword Venerable had not left either. He sat in a quiet room outside the memorial hall, both to guard Su and to bid farewell to his old friend. The next day, a solemn and grand memorial service was held in the central square of Jinling City, with the entire city sounding their horns in mourning. Chairman Jin, choking back tears, reminisced about Chairman Ming's life, while countless citizens gathered spontaneously, their cries of grief shaking the heavens. When Ming's ashes were placed in the highest spot of the hero's cemetery, Su faced the brand new tombstone and bowed deeply 3 times.
"Chairman Chen, rest in peace. I will continue on the path you did not finish." As long as I, Su, still draw breath, I will never allow monsters and those vermin to trample upon the human race you protected. He made this vow in his heart. Su stood before Ming-S's grave for a long time, until the setting sun stretched his shadow out long and thin. He slowly straightened up, but the pent-up frustration in his chest remained difficult to dispel. Sword Venerable appeared silently at his side and said calmly, "Are you still bitter?" "Yes." Su made no denial, his voice low. "If only I'd been stronger, Chairman Shen Lun-Ti have had to block that blow for me." "Foolish." Sword Venerable's tone was calm, yet tinged with the world weariness of one who had seen it all. "Ming didn't save just you. He saved the future hope of the human race, the belief he dedicated his entire life to protecting. If you dwell on this, that would be the true betrayal." Su's body trembled slightly, and his clenched fists slowly relaxed. Just then, a young girl's voice, choked with grief and anger, rang out from behind them. "Are you Su?" Su and Sword Venerable turned to see a frail young girl standing there, dressed in plain white mourning clothes, her eyes red-rimmed. She was about 15 or 16 years old, with a faint resemblance to Ming in her features. At that moment, she was staring intently at Su, her small fists clenched so tightly her knuckles had turned white, her body trembling slightly with emotion. A staff member from the Martial Arts Association standing nearby hurriedly explained in a low voice, "Lord Su, Venerable Sword, this is Chairman Chen's own granddaughter, Miss Chen Xiaoyu. The chairman's son and daughter-in-law sacrificed their lives for the Federation many years ago. She is his only remaining blood relative." Chen Xiaoyu paid no attention to anyone else. She walked step by step toward Su, tilting her head back. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she stubbornly held them back. "My grandfather, in the end, did he feel any pain?" Her voice was choked with sobs, yet remarkably clear. That question pierced Su's heart like a needle, striking him unexpectedly in his most vulnerable spot. It was as if he could see Chairman Ming's final glance back at him once more, the entrustment and sense of release in that gaze. Su was silent for a moment, then, with the utmost solemnity, slowly shook his head. Chairman Chen left with a smile. "He protected everything he wanted to protect, including me, and including the Federation." Chen Xiaoyu could no longer hold back her tears. They rolled down her cheeks in big, heavy drops. But she wiped her face forcefully and, her voice thick with a nasal tone, stubbornly asked, "Everyone says Grandpa left to save you, that's why he left. Isn't that right?" "Yes." Su admitted candidly, looking at her with a clear and resolute gaze. "Chairman Chen did it to save me, but also to repel the Emperor tier monster for the countless people behind us, and for this land beneath our feet. He was a hero, a true hero. I'm sorry I didn't gain enough strength sooner." "I don't want to hear I'm sorry." Chen Xiaoyu suddenly interrupted him, her voice rising with the sharpness and grief characteristic of a young girl. "Grandpa promised me he'd see me get into the martial arts university and teach me even more powerful combat skills. He didn't keep his word." Unable to hold back any longer, she crouched down, buried her face in her arms, and burst into tears, her frail shoulders shaking violently. Her sobs echoed through the silent cemetery, filled with helplessness and the despair of losing a loved one. Su watched her, a pang of sadness in his heart. He didn't offer any empty words of comfort, but simply stood silently by her side, like a quiet guardian. Sword Venerable sighed softly and turned his head away. After quite a while, Chen Xiaoyu's sobs gradually subsided. She stood up, her eyes red and swollen, and pulled from her bosom a simple, antique-looking silver ring bearing the Federation's emblem, the very storage ring that Su had personally placed on Ming's finger on the battlefield in the northern frontier. Clutching the ring tightly, as if holding onto the last remnant of her grandfather's warmth, she walked up to Su and said hoarsely, "This is Grandpa's storage ring. The Federation will be here soon to retrieve it. But before that happens, I'll take care of what's inside." As she spoke, she focused her mind, and a strange crystal about the size of a fingernail, with what looked like swirling nebulae inside, appeared in the palm of her hand. She pressed the crystal into Su's hand, her fingertips turning slightly white from the force. "Grandpa got this the year of his martial arts exam. He said there might be a great secret hidden inside, but he never managed to fully unlock it." Chen Xiaoyu sniffed, trying to make her voice sound a little louder. "He also once said that if he were gone, I should give it to someone he could trust." She looked up at Su through tear-blurred eyes,
I don't know if you're that person. But Grandpa trusted you, so I'll trust you this once. If you dare to let Grandpa down, even if I become a ghost, I'll never let you off the hook. After saying this, as if she exhausted all her strength, she gave Sue a deep, lingering look. Her gaze was incredibly complex, filled with sadness, resentment, and, above all, a heart-wrenching loneliness. Finally, clutching the storage ring tightly, she turned and ran off without looking back, her white figure appearing exceptionally lonely in the setting sun. Sue gripped the crystal ring in his hand, still retaining the girl's body heat yet feeling slightly cool to the touch, and felt its weight was unbearably heavy. Sword Venerable, standing nearby, spoke slowly, explaining, "The Federation grants every officially certified war god-level powerhouse the right to use a specially crafted storage ring both as an honor and to facilitate mission execution. When a war god falls, the ring is reclaimed by the Federation, but the personal items within belong to their descendants. This crystal must have been fellow Chen's private possession." Su gazed in the direction where Chen Xiaoyu had vanished, then looked down at the black crystal in his hand, which seemed to contain a sea of stars, and finally turned his gaze toward Chairman Ming's tombstone, bowing deeply. "Chairman Chen, may you rest in peace. The human race you protected, the granddaughter you cared for as long as I, Sue, still draw breath, I will never let them suffer any injustice. I will walk the path you did not finish, until the moment I can truly shoulder the weight of this world." His voice was not loud, yet it sounded like a solemn oath, drifting on the evening breeze over the hero's final resting place. Sword Venerable watched the flame reignite in Sue's eyes, a flame more resolute than ever before, and nodded slightly. This young man's character is now fully formed. After bidding farewell to Sword Venerable, Su returned to Linjiang City, but he did not immediately go back to his training room at the Martial Arts Association. Chairman Ming's sacrifice, Chen Xiaoyu's sorrowful gaze, Chen Feng and his 12 team members, and the countless warriors who had fallen on the northern frontier battlefield. All of this weighed on his heart like a massive boulder, leaving him with a sense of heaviness he had never felt before. Although he had already sworn an oath before Chairman Chen's gravestone, even the excitement of being on the verge of condensing his 10th meridian was temporarily overshadowed by this heaviness. He needed some time to compose himself. He walked absent-mindedly, and when he came to his senses, he found himself standing at the entrance of that familiar little shop, Old Wang's Secret Recipe grilled meat rice. The enticing aroma of grilled meat still wafted from inside, and owner Wang was busy at work, sweat pouring down his back as he wielded his wok. Seeing Su standing at the door, he paused for a moment, then broke into a simple smile. Wiping the sweat from his brow with the towel draped around his neck, he called out, "Little Su? Come on in and sit down. Is the fight over? I'm glad you're okay, I'm glad you're okay." Su silently walked into the shop and sat down at his usual spot by the window. There were a few scattered diners in the shop, and at that moment, they all stopped what they were doing in unison. Their gazes focused on Su, their eyes filled with indescribable awe and heartfelt gratitude. News of the brutal battle on the northern border had long since swept through the entire city of Linjiang like a storm, carried by the returning surviving warriors. Everyone already knew that this seemingly ordinary young man before them was the very one who had turned the tide on the battlefield, slaying king-tier monsters one after another and even taking down an emperor-tier monster. He was the legend who had saved countless lives and protected this city. Seeing him now with a somber expression, his brow etched with inescapable fatigue and heaviness, everyone tacitly remained quiet, silently watching him. No one dared to approach and disturb him. Mr. Wang quickly brought over a super deluxe grilled meat rice bowl piled so high it was nearly overflowing, set it down in front of Su, and sat down across from him. He asked with concern, "What's wrong, kid? You look terrible. Didn't we win the battle? I heard you performed a great service, you even took down an emperor-tier monster. Now everyone in Linjiang knows your name." Su picked up his chopsticks and took a couple of bites of the fragrant grilled meat rice. What had once tasted incredibly delicious now left him feeling somewhat unappetized. He put down his chopsticks, sighed, and said in a somewhat subdued voice, "Uncle Wan, we won, but the cost was too high." He gazed at the bustling crowd outside the window and said softly, "Many people selflessly gave their lives to save me. Even Chairman Ming died in battle trying to save me." The smile on Mr. Wang's face froze. He was silent for a moment, then let out a heavy sigh. "Chairman Chen was a good man and a true guardian of our Tiandu province. It's such a terrible loss."
he turned to Sue. So, are you blaming yourself, kid? Sue didn't deny it, clenching his fists. If I'd been just a little stronger, maybe. Nonsense. Mr. Wang suddenly cut him off. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a kind of clarity unique to ordinary folk. Do you think, just because you can slay an emperor-tier monster, you've become some kind of god that you have to shoulder everything and can't afford even the slightest slip-up? Sue was taken aback and looked at Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang picked up the teapot on the table, poured Sue a cup of water, and softened his tone. Little Sue, Uncle Wang here is a rough and tumble guy. I don't understand all that high and mighty warrior philosophy about flying through the skies and traversing the earth. But I do know this, a person should only take on as much as they can handle. Those warriors in Chairman Chen chose to save you because they thought you were worth it. They believed that you, as a person, were worth saving more than their own lives so you could go on to do greater things and protect more people. He pointed out the window. Look at all these people out there, the diners, the neighbors. Why are we able to sit here peacefully, eating and going about our business? Isn't it precisely because of people like Chairman Chen, like you, and all those warriors who made the ultimate sacrifice, standing on the front lines for us? Sacrifice, it's heartbreaking. Uncle Wang, I know. Mr. Wang's voice was a little hoarse. During that monster horde 3 years ago, my younger brother didn't make it back either. But what good does it do to just feel heartbroken? None at all. Those of us who are still alive have to channel the strength of those who left and protect what they wanted to protect even better. That's the real way it should be. Chairman Chen entrusted his hopes to you. He didn't want to see you slumping here, wallowing in self-blame and regret. He wants you to stand tall, carry his strength with you, and keep moving forward. Go higher, go farther. Make sure those damned monsters never dare to attack again. Mr. Wang's simple, even somewhat rough words struck Sue's heart like a sledgehammer. Yes, wallowing in self-blame and grief wouldn't change a single fact. Chairman Chen didn't sacrifice himself just to let Sue wallow in self-pity. What Sue possessed was the system and limitless potential. What he needed to do was channel his grief and anger into strength, become stronger as quickly as possible, strong enough to protect everything and ensure such a sacrifice would never happen again. Once he realized this, Sue felt as if a massive boulder had been lifted from his chest. A sparkle returned to his eyes. He picked up his chopsticks and began shoveling rice into his mouth in big mouthfuls, mumbling, Uncle Wang, you're right. This rice, it really is delicious. Watching Sue wolf down his food, Mr. Wang broke into a pleased smile. That's the spirit. You need to eat your fill to have the strength to work. If you want more, I'll give you some. After devouring the grilled meat rice like a whirlwind, Sue felt his whole body brimming with energy. He said solemnly to Mr. Wang, Uncle Wang, thank you. I understand now. Mr. Wang waved his hand dismissively. No need to thank me, just come by and support my business more often in the future. Now go get back to work. Sue nodded vigorously, turned away from the small shop, and walked with determined strides toward the Martial Arts Association. It was time to condense his 10th vein. He would use even greater power to fulfill his promises to President Chen, to those fallen warriors, to Qin Xiaoyu, and to everyone on this land. Back in the Martial Arts Association's top-tier training room, Sue locked the door tightly and even had Yang Baichuan assign extra guards to stand watch outside, under the pretext of preventing the commotion from a breakthrough from scaring the kids. Yang Baichuan watched Sue, whose eyes still held a trace of gravity, but whose entire being had reignited with fighting spirit as he rubbed his hands together in anticipation and his lips twitched slightly. You little rascal, you sure bounce back quickly. What kind of trouble are you planning to stir up this time? I'm warning you, if you tear this training room apart again, the repair costs will be deducted from your future resource allocation. Sue flashed a long absent smile, revealing a row of white teeth. Don't worry, Uncle Yang. I'll try my best to keep it under control this time. I'll aim to shatter just a few floor tiles. I absolutely won't tear the place down. Yang Baichuan, he felt that his brief moment of relief might have come too soon. This brat was still just as much of a handful as ever. After sending Yang Baichuan on his way, Sue sat down cross-legged, took a deep breath, and his expression turned focused. He brought up the system panel and looked at the gleaming 12,200 points of vitality essence, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. System, exchange 100 million points of vitality. Prepare to condense the 10th vein. Command confirmed. 10,000 points of vitality essence consumed to exchange for 100 million points of vitality. Current vitality reserve, 100,520,000 points. Looking at that long string of numbers, Sue felt like a nouveau riche. Let us begin. 10th vein, open up. With a single thought, the vast ocean of vitality within him was instantly stirred, surging like 9 roaring dragons as they charged toward that final, most mysterious, and most challenging acupoint. 10th vein being refined. Progress, 1%. 2%. Unlike the smooth refinement of the previous veins, the process for the 10th vein was exceptionally slow and arduous. Every 1% of progress required a terrifying amount of vitality and was accompanied by violent energy tremors, as if a new world were being carved out within his body. Outside the cultivation chamber, the sky suddenly changed color. The originally clear night sky suddenly gathered into a colossal vortex of energy, where multicolored auroras intertwined with deep, rumbling thunder. The terrifying aura sent shivers down the spines of every warrior in Linjiang City. This kid, Yang Baichuan, stood outside the training room, gazing up at this celestial phenomenon and feeling the overwhelming pressure that made even his soul tremble. His face was etched with shock and disbelief. What realm is he breaking through, exactly? Inside the training room, Sue was enveloped in dense vitality energy. Mysterious patterns emerged on the surface of his skin, and his bones crackled with a popping sound. He kept his mind focused, guiding the torrent of energy as it crashed against the final barrier. Progress 98%. 99%. 100%. Boom! A deafening roar, as if the universe were being created anew, exploded within Sue's body. The 10th vein had been forcefully opened. 10th vein successfully refined. Base combat power plus 512,000 points. The very moment the 10th vein took complete form, the 99 level 10 nodes within Sue's body, together with the 10 veins piercing through heaven and earth, seemed to form a flawless model of the universe, generating an unprecedented, ultimate resonance. Boom! A force far more profound and fundamental than a mere increase in combat power surged forth from the depths of his life's essence like a primordial torrent bursting through an open gate. This was the gift bestowed by the very essence of life itself after shattering the limits. Every bone in his body emitted a crisp sound like jade chimes clinking together. His blood surged like a roaring river. Every cell rejoiced, undergoing its final sublimation and metamorphosis. Congratulations, host, on breaking through the shackles of life and achieving the 10 meridians ultimate realm. The source of life has been sublimated, and your base combat power has undergone an ultimate transformation. Current value, 1,500,000 points. 1,500,000 combat power. After a 20% bonus for those at the Peak Realm Foundation stage, actual base combat power, 1.8 million points. The Origin breathing skill draws energy from the heavens and earth, with a significantly increased efficiency in converting vitality. Current effect, automatically gains 10 points of pure vitality per second. The Heart of Martial Arts screen has been nourished by the 10 Meridians Peak Realm and upgraded to the Heart of Martial Arts Blue. Heart of Martial Arts Blue greatly enhances mental resistance, increases control over one's own strength by 150% and insight by 150% after a vein is condensed. The next one can be condensed immediately without the need for stabilization, greatly improves bone tempering efficiency. Ding! Successfully awakened the vein divine ability. Reflection of the multiverse incomplete. Reflection of the heavens incomplete, manifests a blurry, ethereal image of the heavens behind the user. Within the image's coverage area, the hostess all attributes strength, speed, defense, vitality recovery, insight, etc. are temporarily boosted by 100%, and it exerts an extremely powerful mental deterrent on enemies. Duration and resource consumption depend on the image's density and coverage area. It's done! Not only did he successfully break through to the War God realm and upgrade his martial heart once more, but he also awakened a powerful vein divine ability. He slowly stood up, the blood crusts on his body rustling as they fell away, revealing skin beneath that was as flawless as a lapis lazuli gem yet contained explosive power. His previously listless aura vanished completely, replaced by a terrifying,
ocean-deep pressure like a primordial beast awakening. The injury on his left arm had already healed completely under the surging vitality unleashed during the breakthrough. He gently clenched his left fist, feeling the power surging and roaring within him like a vast sea of stars. An unprecedented sense of might filled his heart. 1,800,000 points of combat power. This was the true power of a war god. With a mere flicker of his thoughts, a hazy, ethereal image emerged behind him as if countless stars were being born and dying, and worlds were rising and falling. Though it was extremely faint and its range extended only a few dozen meters around him, the moment this image appeared, he felt his strength, speed, and perception enhanced in every way. This was indeed the divine ability reflection of the heavens. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the second main quest, 10 Meridians, Ultimate Realm. Quest evaluation, perfect. All rewards will be issued in full. Rewards being distributed. Reward 1, plus 10,000 achievement points. Reward 2, unlocked access to the System S-Core feature, Battlefield of the Multiverse. Reward 3, 1 random multiverse world law fragment. Law fragment, originating from an unknown high-tier multiverse world, it contains a trace of the most primordial law energy. Upon absorption, it can drastically increase affinity and comprehension of the corresponding law, and there is a chance to grasp basic applications related to that law. General tip: the host has now qualified to begin exploring the myriad realms of the multiverse. Please make good use of your existing resources to quickly enhance your strength and prepare for entry into the multiverse battlefield. At the same time, an option labeled Multiverse Battlefield, radiating a dark golden glow, lit up on the system interface. Through this option, Sua's perception seemed to be instantly heightened, piercing through the barriers of the cultivation chamber to see, in a hazy vision, the ethereal silhouette of a vast battlefield filled with endless slaughter and an ancient aura. Countless powerful auras collided and annihilated one another within it. Even that fleeting glimpse left him deeply shaken. The battlefield of the multiverse, fragments of the laws. Sua's eyes burned with intensity as he gazed into the void. It seems that after the martial examination, my stage will truly no longer be limited to this Tianming star. It was as if he could already see a dazzling path leading to the pinnacle of the multiverse slowly unfolding beneath his feet. Just then, the communicator in the training room began to ring urgently. It was Yang Baichuan. Outside the training room, Yang Baichuan's voice carried uncontrollable excitement and a slight tremor. "You little rascal! Get out here! Emergency communications from Federation headquarters are about to blow this old man's communicator to pieces." Su reigned in the surging aura surrounding him, and the illusory images of the myriad heavens behind him quietly dissipated. He pushed open the door to the cultivation chamber, his face still bearing a hint of that haughty era remnant of his recent breakthrough that he hadn't quite managed to suppress yet, and grinned. "Uncle Yang, come on, it's just a minor breakthrough. Basic stuff, no big deal." Yang Baichuan looked at the aura emanating from Su as deep as the ocean, enough to make even MS heart skip a beat, and sensed the lingering energy in the air that hadn't yet fully subsided. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. "A minor breakthrough? You call that minor? Just now, every citizen in Linjiang City witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon of your cultivation. Hurry up and come with me to answer the call." It's a direct line from Special Envoy Nangong Bo. Upon arriving at the communications room, Nangong Bo's holographic image appeared on the light screen. "Su." Nangong Bo spoke first, his face bearing an unprecedented gravity and a hint of fervor. "According to data from Linjiang City's energy monitoring station, it has been confirmed that you have successfully condensed your 10th vein, shattering the limits of the human race and entering the 10-vein Supreme Realm. By a joint resolution of the Federation's Supreme Council and the War Gods, you are hereby officially granted the title of Federation War God." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beam of golden light pierced the void, landing before Su. It was a dark gold badge of simple, ancient design, engraved with an intertwined pattern of stars and a fist seal, emitting faint energy fluctuations. At the same time, a storage ring more ornate in design and with an internal space clearly several times larger than Ming's slowly materialized. "This is your War God insignia and especially crafted storage ring, both bound to your life force and soul fluctuations." Nangong Bo's tone carried a hint of envy. Inside the ring is a basic resource package the Federation grants to newly appointed war gods, including 100 million star yuan, 100,000 contribution points, and some items you might find useful. Su accepted the badge and ring, swept his spiritual sense through the ring, and immediately broke into a broad smile. 100 million star yuan was a mere trifle, but the 100,000 contribution points were hard currency enough to trade for quite a few valuable items. More importantly, there were even a few vials labeled experimental high-concentration pure vitality potion inside. Although they were a drop in the bucket for him, he appreciated the gesture.
"Thank you, Federation, thank you, Special Envoy Nangong," Su said with a grin, bowing slightly. Nangong Bo gave a few more instructions regarding the war goddess' duties and authority before cutting off the communication.
Yang Baichuan let out a long sigh, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and watched as Su fiddled with the war god badge.
He couldn't help but ask, "How does it feel? A Federation war god? You're a real big shot now, kid."
Su casually pinned the badge to his chest and pursed his lips.
"How does it feel?" "Well, it feels like a huge responsibility, and I'm even poorer now." "Huh?" Yang Baichuan was taken aback.
Su sighed, his face a picture of wretchedness.
"Uncle Yang, you have no idea with my constitution, I automatically generate a bit too much vitality every second."
"But just think about it took me 100 million vitality just to condense my 10th meridian.
And I still have to temper my bones, right?"
"I heard that tempering a single basic bone starts at 100,000 vitality, and then I have to advance them to higher levels. There are 206 bones in my body. How much will that cost? I'd say it'll be well over 2 billion.
At my current rate of automatic generation, it'll take me until the end of time. The resources the Federation gives me aren't even enough to scratch the surface."
Yang Baichuan's mouth twitched as he listened, and he couldn't help but want to slap this pretentious bastard to death.
A little over 100 million points of vitality a year, and you call that poor?
Other king-tier warriors work themselves to the bone hunting monsters and refining them into monster pills. Even absorbing hundreds of thousands of points of pure vitality a year is considered a miracle.
Get lost. Stop whining to me about how poor you are." Yang Baichuan snapped irritably.
"Go think about those ordinary warriors who rely on breathing skills and can only increase their vitality by a fraction of a point a day." Yang Baichuan's words stung Su like a needle, instantly triggering a flood of repressed memories in his mind. The battlefield in the northern frontier. Chairman Ming's resolute glance over his shoulder as he used his own body to shield Su from the skeleton Emperor Dragon's deadly breath. That final gaze mingled with entrustment and resignation. Captain Feng and his 12 team members, facing the primordial elephant emperor, had unhesitatingly reversed their vitality bones, transforming into the most dazzling yet tragic pillars of energy. The desperate, hoarse cry of charge, as they sacrificed their lives to buy him a moment to catch his breath. And those warriors whose names he didn't even know swept away time and again like rocks in a tidal wave of beasts, yet time and again building a defensive line with their very flesh and blood, just to buy him this hope, one more second. Were their sacrifices merely so that he, Su, could sit here alone, calculating whether the annual vitality was 100 million or 200 million, haggling over personal gains and losses, and then looking out only for himself? An indescribable sense of heaviness and responsibility erupted within his chest like a volcano, searing his soul. His life, Su's life, had been bought with the lives of countless others. The system he possessed was a tremendous stroke of luck, but this luck could also be used to help those who deserved it. Su's consciousness sank back into his body once more. He tried to channel a thread of pure vitality from within, intending to draw it out, condense it into a vitality pill, or transfer it directly to someone else. However, the moment that vitality left his body, a certain primordial quality within it quickly dissipated, rendering it no different from the vitality cultivated by an ordinary warrior. Though it remained pure, it lost the ability to be freely absorbed and refined. "It doesn't work after all," Su stroked his chin. "The vitality and vitality essence produced by the system seem to be bound to the source of my soul, so I can't directly grant others the same ability to absorb and refine them without side effects. This is a problem." He thought of those warriors who, during the node stage, were unable to refine their foundations to great depths due to a lack of resources or the plague of elixir toxins. Even if they metabolized the elixir toxins after condensing a vein and strengthened their ability to absorb others' vitality, the foundation they laid during the node stage still determined their upper limit. It seems that simply providing vitality resources is a poor strategy, it's a lazy approach. A look of realization flashed in Su's eyes. I must solve this problem at its root, I must find a way. A way that allows them to break free from these shackles during the node phase, relying on their own efforts or at least on more readily available resources. Thinking of the 10,000 achievement points he had just earned, and recalling the monsters on Tianming Star which were hundreds of times more powerful than human, Su formed a preliminary idea. System, activate, system arsenal. Search criteria, suitable for humans in low-level worlds, can be cultivated starting from the lower ranks, does not rely on elixirs, preferably a cultivation method that combines hunting monsters with unlocking one's own potential. Price range, 1,000–3,000 achievement points. The light screen flashed rapidly as countless names of cultivation techniques from the myriad realms swept across it, finally settling on a few options. Su's gaze was instantly drawn to one of them. Martial Soul Awakening Technique, originating from a low martial world where martial souls serve as the core source of power. It allows eligible humans, typically those aged 12 or older with stable mental states, to awaken their martial souls ahead of schedule. Martial souls take various forms. They can be objects, beasts, elements, or even concepts representing the hostess' potential and essence. Features: awakening comes first, nurturing follows. In the early stages of awakening, the martial soul possesses no direct offensive power, but it can rapidly grow and transform by absorbing the primordial demon spirits of slain monsters. With each level of growth, the martial soul nourishes its host, comprehensively strengthening both soul and body. Once the martial soul reaches a certain stage of development, it can manifest to aid in battle, significantly enhancing the hostess' overall capabilities. Value: 2,000 achievement points. Warning: absorbing demon spirits carries the risk of mental shock. The host must possess unwavering willpower. The quality and growth potential of the martial soul are closely tied to the hostess' own potential and acquired efforts. Awaken first, then nourish. You can grow stronger simply by hunting monsters. Su's eyes flashed with an unprecedented intensity. This is practically another path tailor-made for Tianmingsheng, for those warriors trapped by resource shortages and the toxicity of elixirs. Tianmingsheng's existing martial path begins with refining the physical body, opening nodes, condensing veins, and tempering bones until the body is strong enough and vitality is filled to the brim. At which point the martial soul naturally coalesces in the sea of consciousness. This martial soul functions more like a powerful combat tool and energy core. In contrast, the martial soul awakening technique first ignites the martial soul, which embodies one's unique traits, and then uses it as a catalyst. By hunting monsters and absorbing demon spirits, a pure, primordial spiritual energy, it drives the synergistic evolution of both soul and body. This is equivalent to installing a highly scalable cheat core right at the very beginning of one's martial arts journey. Although the martial soul is fragile at the outset and lacks direct offensive power, it offers a distinct path to growth particularly suited for warriors from humble backgrounds who possess unwavering willpower and decent mental strength. Moreover, hunting monsters leads to greater strength. Thinking of the sheer number of monsters on Tianming Star, Su immediately issued a command to the system. Exchange. 2,000 achievement points consumed. The martial soul awakening technique has been successfully exchanged. A stream of profound knowledge flowed into Su's mind. He instantly mastered the secret techniques for guiding others to awaken their martial souls, as well as the auxiliary methods for helping them absorb demonic spirits. With the technique in hand, Su had no intention of promoting it to the general public, as he still needed to confirm its suitability for the humans of Tianming Star. Without a moment's delay, Su immediately established a high-security communication link with Federation Special Envoy Nan Gongbo. On the light screen, Nan Gongbo's virtual image appeared, his expression tinged with fatigue. Su War God? Congratulations on your promotion. What urgent matter brings you here at this hour? Su's expression was solemn as he got straight to the point. Envoy Nangong, based on my own cultivation insights and inspiration from my special constitution, I have conceived and refined a brand new system aimed at fundamentally optimizing the foundational abilities of human warriors and opening a new path in martial arts with low barriers to entry and high potential. I have named it the martial soul awakening method. He clearly and systematically explained core concepts such as prematurely awakening one's own martial soul, growing by hunting monsters and absorbing demon spirits, nourishing both soul and body, and breaking free from reliance on elixirs. At first, Nan Gong Bo was somewhat distracted, but the more he listened, the more grave his expression became, and he unconsciously sat up straighter. As a high-ranking official of the Federation, he knew all too well what this theory would mean if it proved viable. It was nothing short of revolutionary. War God Su, are you certain this theory is feasible? Nangong Bo's voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. The theory is sound, it only awaits practical application. Su's tone was unwavering. I request authorization from the Federation to establish a martial soul awakening development experimental class of no more than 50 people within Linjiang City. This class will be dedicated to verifying and refining the martial soul awakening method. I require absolute autonomy and the corresponding resource support. Nangong Bo took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within his heart. I understand. This is a matter of great importance. I must immediately submit an urgent report to the Supreme Council. Please send me the detailed proposal, and I will do everything in my power to push this forward. In just half a day, Nangong Bo arrived in Linjiang City. Looking at Su with a solemn expression, he said, War God Su, in light of the grand vision you've presented for the Martial Soul Awakening Act, and the immense potential of your special constitution, the Federation's Supreme Council, following urgent deliberations, has decided to grant you a second round of resource allocation, one of unprecedented scale. First, the Federation will unconditionally grant you access to the vast majority of non-top secret research materials from the Federation Advanced Martial Arts Research Institute, including cutting-edge papers and data on node structures, vitality purification, and mental energy guidance and refinement. Second, you are granted special authorization to use the 7th Biological Laboratory located on the outskirts of Linjiang City and originally intended for research on king-tier monsters along with its supporting equipment and personnel, for your related research. Third, 100 billion star yuan from the Special Talent Development Fund, along with 100,000 contribution points, will be allocated to you for your sole discretion to use in initial exploratory work. Fourth, and most importantly, Nangong Bo emphasized, the Federation authorizes you, in your capacity as a specially appointed instructor, to independently recruit and form a Martial Soul Awakening Development experimental class of no more than 50 members within Linjiang City. The Federation will provide all trainees with basic cultivation resources during the experimental period and pledges not to interfere with any of your teaching or experimental methods, provided they do not pose a threat to Federation security. As Su listened to these generous terms one by one, he was deeply moved. The Federation's generosity on this occasion was nothing short of extraordinary. It was almost as if they were giving him an independent small group and unlimited trust. Of course, Nangong Bo changed the subject. The council also has one requirement. Before the martial arts exam begins, you must submit a feasibility report to the Federation detailing your teaching methods and preliminary results. This will determine the level of subsequent resource allocation. Su took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. I understand. Please convey to the council that Su will not betray their trust. The communication ended. Su looked at Yang Baichuan, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Uncle Yang, did you hear that? A lab. Funding. And an experimental class. Yang Baichuan looked at him with a complex expression. Kid, this is a hot potato. If you succeed, you'll be a hero to the human race, your name immortalized in history. If you fail, wasting vast resources will be the least of it. If something goes wrong, or if it's proven ineffective, you, this newly crowned war god, will likely face immense pressure and criticism. Su grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, but his gaze remained razor sharp. Pressure? Criticism? Do you think I, Su, am afraid of that? As for the experimental class, a hint of mischief flashed in Su's eyes. Let us recruit the first batch of students from Linjiang No. 1 High School and the surrounding martial arts schools. As for the criteria, they don't necessarily need exceptional talent, but they must have a tenacious spirit, preferably those from poor families, or those who hit a bottleneck in their node tempering but still refuse to give up. Su thought of the original hostess experiences, and of those warriors struggling at the bottom. I'm going to show those people that even if they start from a low point, as long as they use the right methods plus just a little bit of luck and my modest help, they can definitely defy fate and change their destiny. Su's Martial Soul Awakening Experimental Development Class program has officially launched. At the same time, news of the formation of the Martial Soul Awakening Experimental Development Class spread like wildfire throughout Linjiang City. Endorsed by the Federation and led by Su, the newly crowned war god who emerged from the recent massive beast tide, this innovative experimental class aims to break down the barriers of innate talent. As soon as the news broke, the entire city of Linjiang and even Tiandu province was sent into a frenzy. Countless young people, harboring dreams yet uncertain of their future, were electrified, and long lines formed at the registration points. The preliminary selection site was packed with people. Yang Baichuan and Li conducted a rigorous screening process according to Su's standards. They did not focus on current node levels, but rather on the sparkle in their eyes, how they handled pressure, and the resilience demonstrated in their past experiences. A few days later, the 500 young men and women who had passed the preliminary auditions arrived at the massive training ground outside the 7th Biological Laboratory on the outskirts of the city, their hearts filled with both excitement and trepidation. Su stood on a high platform, his gaze sweeping over the young, eager faces below. The fact that you're standing here proves that none of you are content with mediocrity. His voice wasn't too loud, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. But let me tell you this, my experimental class is no paradise. Here, you may endure unprecedented suffering and you may even die. A faint murmur rippled through the crowd. I'll say this one last time, once you become members of the experimental class, you're on your own life or death. Now, those who are afraid may leave. Su's tone was icy. After a brief silence, no one stepped forward to leave. Everyone's gaze grew even more resolute. Very good, Su nodded. Then, let the final assessment begin, the path of self-reflection. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, countless mystical runes lit up the training ground, forming a long, shimmering passageway. He had set this up temporarily using equipment from the Federation laboratories. It was designed to greatly amplify the fear, exhaustion, and hesitation within the participants' hearts. Step onto this path and walk to the end. If you can't hold on, crush the distress talisman in your hand. But once you crush it, it means you've given up. The youths exchanged glances, then resolutely stepped onto the path of self-reflection. In an instant, all manner of illusions sprang forth. There were whispers from inner demons, waves of exhaustion, and the materialization of fear. One after another, people turned pale and retreated, crushing their distress talismans. Su watched quietly from the high platform, focusing on several figures who, despite the immense pressure, still had fierce determination in their eyes as they pressed forward step by step. Among them was a boy named Taizhu, his body a mass of bulging muscles and his gaze as stubborn as a bull's. No matter how the illusions tried to intimidate him, he simply plowed ahead, muttering under his breath, "I'm going to get stronger, to protect my little sister." Another boy, Shihai, had a calm expression and a steady gait, like a rock in a raging current, his eyes always clear. There was also a girl named Lin Xiaoyu. Though her face was pale and her body trembled, she bit her lip tightly even as she staggered. She refused to retreat. Finally, when the light faded, only 47 people remained, their bodies soaked through with sweat, yet their eyes shining brightly as they stood at the end of the passageway. They were the first cohort of the experimental class. Su walked up to them, looking at those 47 faces exhausted yet brimming with fighting spirit. Congratulations! You have passed my assessment. Starting today, you are members of the Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental Class. Here, I will impart to you a path unlike any before, the Martial Soul Awakening method. This path may be arduous, it may be dangerous, but it gives you a chance to transcend your limits and take control of your own destiny. As he looked at the group of youths before him, on the verge of awakening their martial souls, he seemed to glimpse another possible future for the human race. 47 trainees successfully passed the path of self-reflection assessment and officially became the first cohort of the Martial Soul Awakening Development Experimental Class. Without a moment's rest, Su led them directly to a meditation chamber deep within the laboratory, a space entirely constructed of alloy and lined with monitoring arrays. Sit cross-legged, calm your minds, and focus your will on the sea of consciousness at the center of your brow. Su's voice was calm yet possessed a strange penetrating quality as it echoed through the silent chamber. Next, I will guide you to awaken the power slumbering deep within your souls, your martial souls. The trainees did as instructed, feeling both nervous and excited. They could sense a gentle yet vast power enveloping the entire meditation chamber. Su walked among the trainees, a faint silver glow swirling around his fingertips as he touched each trainee's brow in turn. Hum. As he moved, strange energy fluctuations began to appear within the meditation chamber. Taiju's body shook violently. Above his head, the ethereal image of a solid, heavy hammer glinting with a cold metallic sheen suddenly materialized. Power ripples could even be faintly seen rippling across the hammerhead. It perfectly matched his resolute and formidable demeanor. Above Shirhaya's head, the ethereal image of a thick shield with rock-like patterns quietly coalesced, exuding an aura as steady as a mountain and as immovable as a peak. Behind Lin Xiaoyu, the ethereal image of a lush, vibrant green vine snaked out, its tendrils swayed gently, seemingly exceptionally sensitive to the surrounding wood attribute energy. The martial souls of the other trainees also awoke one after another. There was the agile phantom of a wind leopard, stirring the air currents. There was the phantom of a red sparrow burning with a faint flame, bringing a hint of warmth. There was the seemingly ordinary phantom of a book, yet it made its hostess gaze clearer. One trainee even awakened a phantom of a blurry mist, possessing qualities of concealment and transformation. 47 people, 47 completely different martial souls. Although they were all still in their initial phantom stage, so faint they could barely interfere with reality, their very appearance represented a revolutionary possibility. Can you feel it? This is your martial soul, the embodiment of your potential. Su's voice rang out. They are very weak right now and need food to grow. And their food is the primordial demon spirits that dissipate when those monsters in the wilderness zone die. Over the next few days, Su personally led these 47 trainees into Wilderness Zone E17 on the outskirts of Linjiang City. A trainee who had awakened the fanged wild boar martial soul engaged an iron skin warthog head-on. The moment he killed it, he immediately activated the technique Su had taught him. A barely perceptible wisp of earth-yellow spirit essence was absorbed by his martial soul. The wild boar's phantom seemed to solidify slightly, feeding back a faint sense of power that made his next charge even more ferocious. A trainee who had awakened the sharp-eyed eagle martial soul was tasked with scouting from high ground. His vision seemed to have been slightly enhanced, allowing him to spot hidden monsters more easily. Lin Xiaoyu's green vine martial soul, though incapable of direct attack, possessed an extremely keen perception of the surrounding plant life, issuing early warnings on several occasions about dangers emerging from underground or within the grass. The trainees began spontaneously forming small squads, with different martial souls coordinating their efforts. Defensive martial souls took the front line, offensive ones provided flanking fire, and support-type martial souls offered reconnaissance or subtle buffs. Their hunting efficiency was noticeably higher than when operating alone. More importantly, with every successful absorption of a demon spirit, the growth of their martial souls was clearly visible and immediately benefited their hosts. This might manifest as a slight strengthening of the physical body, a slight enhancement in perception of a certain element, or greater mental focus. This immediate, visible feedback on their growth greatly ignited the trainees' enthusiasm and fighting spirit. The news simply couldn't be contained. The experimental class trainees' performance art-like combat style in the wilderness zone, along with their bizarre and unprecedented martial soul illusions, were soon witnessed by other adventuring warriors and rapidly spread through optical computers. Shocking! Mysterious powers emerge in Su War Goddess experimental class. Strange illusions appear above trainees' heads. Is it a new combat skill effect or some unknown legacy? Unraveling the mystery of martial soul awakening. Get stronger just by hunting monsters? A new cultivation system that seems to overcome the plague of Dan poison. Public opinion exploded instantly. The entire Federation martial arts world was shaken to its core. Major clans, martial arts schools, universities, and research institutions all turned their attention to the small laboratory in Linjiang City. Skepticism, curiosity, greed, fear, a myriad of emotions intertwined. One day later, the atmosphere inside the laboratory was oppressive. Standing before Su were 39 trainees, their faces pale, their eyes filled with terror and lingering fear. Just moments before, they had been basking in the joy of their martial soul's rapid growth, but now, 8 spots in their original group of 47 were permanently vacant. While absorbing the demonic spirit of a powerful monster, 8 trainees had been unable to withstand the strain. The frenzied will lingering within the demonic spirit assaulted their minds, causing their consciousness to collapse instantly. They were gone. Su closed their eyes with his own hands, his heart heavy. He hadn't expected absorbing demon spirits to be so dangerous. The martial soul awakening technique demanded far too much willpower. Although the growth of the martial soul benefits the physical body, the risk is still too great. We cannot promote this practice indiscriminately until we understand the limits of human endurance against the impact of demon spirits. He made up his mind. Blindly promoting it before fully understanding all the intricacies would be tantamount to endangering people. He fell silent for a moment, then picked up his communicator and contacted Yang Baichuan. Uncle Yang, Su said in a subdued voice, 8 trainees didn't make it while absorbing demon spirits. On behalf of myself and the lab, please send 3 million in compensation to each of their families. Yang Baichuan paused in surprise. Kid, this isn't your fault. The Federation's compensation standards. I know, Su interrupted him, but they chose this path because they trusted me. Their sacrifice serves as a reminder of the risks involved. Their families shouldn't be shortchanged. Alright, I'll take care of it, Yang Baichuan agreed solemnly. After hanging up, Su looked at the remaining trainees. Their faces still bore traces of fear, but their eyes were even more determined. You've all seen it, Su said. Standing here is a matter of both luck and your own resilience. Don't waste this life. Absorbing demon spirits means battling the residual will of monsters. If you're not strong enough, you'll die. Starting today, everyone must strictly absorb demon spirits according to their own martial soul growth level. Absorbing spirits beyond your level is strictly prohibited. The trainees nodded vigorously. This bloody lesson had made them truly understand just how dangerous this path was. I'm giving you one last chance to choose. Those who choose to withdraw may turn and leave the lab now. I'll erase your memories of this part of martial soul awakening, and you'll return to your former lives. Your journey ends here. There's no shame in that. Those who choose to stay are voluntarily embarking on this thorny path. You take full responsibility for your lives and deaths, and there will be no turning back. I'll count to 3. Make your choice. 1. Silence fell over the room, broken only by heavy breathing. Some instinctively clenched their fists, others swallowed hard. 2. Taiju's gaze was fierce as he stepped forward, making his stance clear through his actions. Shuhai followed almost immediately, his expression unwavering. 3. Time's up. 39 people, not a single one backed out. Su looked at each of their resolute faces and nodded slowly. Good. Since you've chosen, there's no turning back. Let us go. I'll lead you on a hunt for monsters. Ding. Detected 3 warriors whose loyalty to the host has reached the die-hard level. The mental link is firmly established. System, Special Module, Descent of the Martial God, Unlocking. Descent of the God of War Core Functions. 1. Faith Point Collection. Each disciple whose loyalty to the host reaches the die-hard loyalty level will automatically provide the host with 1 faith point daily. Current die-hard loyal disciples, 3. Daily automatic faith points earned, 3. 2. God of War Avatar. When the host accumulates 1 million faith points, the summoning permission for a Tier 1 God of War Avatar will be unlocked. 3. Unlocked upon reaching 100 million faith points. Su's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained impassive. His consciousness immediately delved into his mind. System, what's going on? What is a martial god avatar? The Descent of the Martial God is a special module automatically unlocked by the main system based on the host's behavior patterns of spreading martial arts and cultivating powerful warriors. Devotee signifies absolute trust, adoration, and devotion. Their mental power is pure and powerful, capable of being converted into a special form of faith points energy. A martial god avatar is a special incarnation formed by fusing a trace of the host's primordial will and soul fragments with a vast amount of faith points as its framework. Consuming 1 million faith points summons a Tier 1 martial god avatar, combat power remains constant at treasury stage, 9th heaven duration, 1 minute cooldown, 3 days.
Su processed this massive influx of information, his eyes flashing with intensity. Is the system really this considerate? He had originally trained these students out of a sense of duty and as an experiment, but he never expected that the system would actually have such a hidden feature. Cultivating truly loyal disciples not only provides a steady daily supply of faith points, this new form of energy, but ultimately allows him to manifest such a game-breaking martial god avatar. Treasury stage, 9th heaven. Though he didn't know exactly what level that represented, 1 minute would be more than enough for him to slaughter his way through the monster empire on the Star of Heaven. 7 in, 8 out? Who could stop him? All the effort he put in, the 2,000 achievement points invested, the mental and emotional energy expended, all seemed incredibly worthwhile at this moment. The payoff far exceeded his expectations. A profound smile curved Su's lips, and as his gaze swept once more over the 39 trainees before him, his mindset had already shifted. They were no longer merely test subjects or fledglings in need of protection, they were the precious cornerstones upon which he would one day forge his martial god avatar. 2 days later, Su sat cross-legged in his private cultivation chamber deep within the 7th biological laboratory, his vitality burning like a furnace all around him. He looked inward and could see deep within the bones of his left arm, the metacarpal bone fused with the immortal bone fragment was emitting a faint golden glow, standing in stark contrast to the other basic bones. System, bring up my martial arts panel. Host, Su. Foundation establishment at the peak, 10 meridians at the peak, current basic bone tempering progress, 5,206 pieces. Base combat power, 2 million points. Actual base combat power, 2.4 million points. 20% bonus for those at the peak of foundation establishment. Current vitality reserve, 5.88 million vitality essence, 2,200 points. Martial Heart Blue, significantly enhances mental resistance, increases strength control and insight by 150%, greatly boosts bone tempering efficiency. Vain Divine Ability, reflection of the heavens imperfect, manifests the illusory image of the heavens, temporarily boosting all attributes within range by 100% and generating a powerful mental deterrent. Immortal Bone, the left arm gains double the base strength and power bonuses, with significantly enhanced resistance to negative effects, automatically gains 5 points of pure vitality per second. Origin Breathing Skill Supreme Tier, automatically gains 10 points of pure vitality per second. Mastered Combat Skills, Sky Step Skill Mystic Tier, top grade. Void Piercing Skill Vitality Skill Flowing Shadow Sword Technique Mystic Tier, lower grade. System features. Vitality Forge, converts vitality into vitality essence, current conversion rate, 1:10,000. System Arsenal, use achievement points to exchange for resources from the myriad realms of the cosmos. Current achievement points, 2,000. Battlefield of the myriad realms, access granted. Inventory, fragments of the Law Time Realm entry ticket, unknown nebula crystal, special storage ring, Federation War God badge. Currently tempering, right index finger bone. Tempering progress, 1%. Estimated completion time, 3 hours. Vitality consumption, 100,000 points per bone. 3 hours per bone, consuming 100,000 vitality, Su muttered to himself. That's really efficient. An ordinary warrior would need a whole day to temper a single bone, but with the boost from the Martial Heart Blue, I've cut it down to 2 hours. Theoretically, I could temper 8 pieces a day, but I can't exactly stay up all night just to temper bones, can I? And then there's this vitality consumption. Thankfully, my Origin Breathing skill now regenerates vitality at a rate of 10 points per second, plus the 5 points per second from the Immortal Bone. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have enough to cover the cost of bone tempering. He felt his vitality seep, bit by bit, slowly yet steadily, into the tiny finger bone, bringing a subtle tingling sensation and a feeling of strengthening. The process was so slow it was almost boring. Fortunately, my mental strength is strong enough now, and my control over the Heart of Martial Arts Blue is precise enough that I can multitask. I can let the system run the bone tempering on autopilot while handling matters for the experimental class. No need to choose between the two. Otherwise, just sitting here doing nothing would literally drive me crazy. With that thought, he focused his mind, and dozens of small light screens appeared before him,
displaying in real time the vital signs, vitality fluctuations, and martial soul progression of the 39 trainees currently undergoing combat training in Wilderness Zone E17. That kid Taiju's martial soul is almost breaking through to the second stage? He is hunting a claw cat with 200 combat power? Not bad, he is ruthless. Sure, Hai is still as steady as ever, specifically targeting high defense targets. His martial soul's density is the highest among everyone. This squad's coordination is interesting. 3 of them actually surrounded a rock golem with 250 combat power? They're pretty bold. Su kept an eye on the trainee's movements while refining his basic bone. Just then, the war god exclusive optical computer on his wrist vibrated. It was an encrypted message from Nangong Bo. Su lazily answered the call, and Nangong Bo's face, serious yet tinged with a hint of fatigue, appeared on the holographic screen. War God Su, the Council's high-ranking officials have finished reviewing the preliminary practical report you submitted on martial soul awakening. Oh? That was quite efficient. What's the conclusion? Su asked, glancing inward at the progress of his finger bone tempering. 2%. Nangong Bo took a deep breath, his expression complex. The conclusion is it's nothing short of revolutionary, but it's also highly controversial. He paused for a moment before continuing. Supporters believe this cultivation method fundamentally overturns the existing cultivation system as sole reliance on vitality. To grow, one must fight monsters, and it will cultivate true combat warriors with limitless potential. And the opponents? Su raised an eyebrow, not the least bit surprised. The opponents argue that the mortality rate is far too high. Since these are all individuals you've carefully selected for their strong will, they'll all die from the spiritual shock of the demon spirits, and the subsequent monster hunts carry immense risks as well. They believe this amounts to building strength by sacrificing lives, which goes against the Federation's people-centered principle. Furthermore, the growth of a martial soul requires constant monster hunting. Might this escalate the war between the Federation and the monsters? They also question the origin of this training manual and whether you can fully control the risks it might pose. The senators also suggested that you might hand this manual over to the Federation so that the Senate can send people to study it personally. Su snorted derisively, building strength with human lives? What a joke! Without the martial soul awakening technique, those students with average talent and scarce resources might spend their entire lives achieving nothing more than condensing 2 veins. Now, at least, they've been given a chance to fight with everything they've got. Can an eagle that soars through the skies be raised in a greenhouse? His tone carried a confident assertiveness. Special Envoy Nangong, please convey this to those old men in the parliament. My experimental class, led by Su, is not a charity, it's a crucible for forging sharp blades. If you're afraid of death, don't come. Also, this is the first time I've learned that there are actually people within the Federation Council who fear a monster invasion. Although the number of monsters on Tianming Star is 100 times greater than ours, and they regard the human race as their prey, it was our human ancestors who built the Great Wall of martial arts with their very lives. Now, those counselors holed up in the central holy city are actually afraid of escalating the war with the monsters. It's simply laughable. Between us and the monsters, there is only hatred. There is absolutely no possibility of peaceful coexistence. As for the origin of the cultivation technique and my ability to control it, Su's gaze hardened, and a terrifying aura of authority even through the communicator made Nangong Bo's heart skip a beat. I know what I'm doing, they needn't worry about it. As for whether to hand over the cultivation technique, I have my own plans. Overwhelmed by Su's imposing presence, Nangong Bo fell silent for a moment before offering a wry smile. I knew you'd take this stance. All right, the council has ultimately decided to adopt a cautious observation stance toward your experimental class program. You won't be expanding its scale for now, but you're permitted to continue moving forward with it. At the same time, we hope you'll submit a quantitative report as soon as possible on the students' combat power improvements, particularly their performance in the martial arts exams, as this will directly influence future decisions. Also, the Federation military is very interested in this cultivation technique of yours. Perhaps you could have a talk with them. Su just chuckled and hung up the phone, though this call only served to further solidify some of his thoughts. After ending the call, Su glanced at the progress of the finger bone tempering, 3%. Su, who had previously thought the tempering efficiency was decent, now felt it was still too slow. He had just turned his attention back to the trainee monitoring screen when his brow suddenly furrowed. On one of the screens, the vital signs suddenly became extremely faint, and a highest level danger alert sounded.
HM? Is there danger? Su's spiritual sense spread out instantly, sweeping across area E17 like an invisible radar. The next second, his expression darkened.
It's not a monster, it's man-made energy interference and jamming.
Someone is targeting my trainees.
He snorted coldly, and his figure vanished from the training room in an instant.
E17 Wilderness Zone, inside an abandoned factory.
The squad led by Taiju and Shurhai had just finished hunting a shadow cat, and one team member was guiding a monster spirit. Suddenly, several specially designed paralyzing beams shot out from the shadows, striking 3 team members with pinpoint accuracy. The 3 collapsed to the ground without a sound. 5 masked figures in black quickly appeared, pairing up to drag away the unconscious trainees with well-rehearsed precision. The leader, whose aura was the strongest, looked at Taiju and Shurhai with a mocking expression and said in a hoarse voice, "Targets confirmed.
Take them away." "What do you think you're doing?" Taiju roared.
"Come with us, or we'll break your legs and drag you away," the leader of the men in black said coldly, signaling his men to speed up. Just then, Yang Baichuan burst into the factory like a whirlwind, knocking back the men in black approaching the trainees with a single punch and stepping in front of Taiju and Shurhai.
His face was ashen. "You dare to kidnap people in Linjiang? Who are you working for?"
Upon seeing Yang Baichuan, the leader's eyes narrowed. He knew the plan had changed. He gave a hand signal, and the 5 men in black immediately stopped dragging the trainees, instead forming a fan-shaped formation as they slowly closed in on Yang Baichuan.
"Yang Baichuan, you're blocking our way," the leader said coldly.
"Killing you and then taking these kids away is no different." Yang Baichuan sensed that the 5 men, especially the leader, possessed an aura no weaker than his own. His heart sank, but he still refused to back down.
The battle erupted instantly.
The 5 black-clad men at the Meridian Condensation Realm joined forces to surround him. Yang Baichuan, fighting alone, was no match for them. He was soon wounded, his vitality depleting rapidly, yet he held his ground tenaciously.
Just as Yang Baichuan was about to be struck by a fatal blow, a terrifying, soul-chilling aura crashed down.
All the black-clad men froze instantly, the blood draining from their faces.
"Touch my men, do you want your entire clan wiped out?" A defiant voice, like thunder from the heavens, boomed through the abandoned factory.
Immediately afterward, the pale purple energy shield shattered inch by inch with a crack, as if it were fragile glass.
A figure appeared before Yang Baichuan like a ghost.
Facing the attacks of 5 Meridian Condensation level warriors, he simply raised his right hand.
That hand pale, slender, and seemingly harmless.
Yet with a gentle push forward.
Bzzz.
An invisible force, as vast as the ocean, erupted with a thunderous roar. Faced with this power, the attacks of the 5 men in black melted away instantly, like ice and snow under the sun, vanishing into nothingness. Along with their bodies, as if struck head-on by a high-speed starship, the 5 figures were flung backward at a speed even faster than their approach, slamming violently into the factory's concrete wall. The sound of snapping bones rang out like popping beans. The 5 collapsed to the ground, their masks shattered, revealing faces frozen in utter horror. They were all severely injured and had lost all ability to fight. Su slowly withdrew his right hand, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Without even glancing at the 5 men in black, Su turned to look at the stunned Taiju and Shurhai, furrowing his brow.
"Are you okay?"
Taiju snapped out of his daze, his voice trembling with excitement.
I'm fine. Instructor, you're so powerful."
Yang Baichuan also let out a heavy sigh of relief, his gaze toward Su filled with awe. Su nodded, his gaze sweeping over the unconscious team members on the ground, his eyes growing even colder.
He walked up to the leader of the men in black and looked down at him from above. "A member of the Zhao family?" Su's voice was devoid of any emotion.
The man in black coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror, but he clenched his jaw and remained silent.
"One tea talk?" A cruel curve formed at the corner of Su's mouth. "No problem. I have plenty of ways to find out. He extended the index finger of his right hand, which radiated an aura that made the soul tremble, and slowly pointed it at the man's brow. Perfect. I'll use you to test the hardness of my tempered finger bone. And while I'm at it, I'll search your soul. The man in black's pupils suddenly contracted, and he let out a desperate scream. No. Su's fingertip hadn't actually touched the man's brow, but that strand of vitality infused with war god level spiritual pressure had already pierced the man's sea of consciousness like an invisible needle. Ah! The man in black let out a piercing, inhuman scream. His body convulsed violently, his eyes rolled back, and fragments of his memories surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, forced uncontrollably into Su's mind. A moment later, Su withdrew his finger, his gaze as cold as a 10,000-year-old frozen pond. The Zhao family of Jinling Zhao Xiankong. Good, very good, you actually dare to covet the cultivation techniques I've given my students, he muttered under his breath, his murderous intent almost tangible. Did you think hiding behind the scenes and sending a few small fry would be enough to test my limits? He cast a glance at the leader of the black-clad men on the ground, now a shambles, his mind completely shattered, and ordered the commander of the Linjiang City Defense Force Patrol, who had just arrived, take these useless fools back and cripple them. Break them open and solidify the entire chain of evidence. Then, invite them back to Jinling alive and personally deliver them along with their confessions to the gates of the Zhao family estate. The commander sensed the chill in Su's words, his whole body stiffened, and he immediately bowed and replied, Yes, Su War God. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Su nodded and paid no further attention to these minor figures. He turned to look at Taizhu and Shihai, as well as the other 3 team members he had just revived with vitality, who were still somewhat weak. How do you feel? Su asked, his tone returning to calm. Taizhu clenched his fists, feeling the martial soul within him, which had unexpectedly advanced to the second stage due to the life or death crisis, and exclaimed excitedly, Instructor, I've broken through, second-tier martial soul. I feel twice as powerful as I did with my first-tier martial soul. I have at least 400 combat power now. Though the other 3 team members were still shaken, their eyes were filled with the resolve of those who had narrowly escaped death. This encounter, though dangerous, had given them a vivid understanding of the cruelty of the martial arts and Su's unfathomable power, making their thirst for strength burn even more intensely. Ding! 3 new disciples detected. Current number of disciples, 6, daily faith points increased by 6. Very good, Su nodded with satisfaction. Remember how you felt today. The path of martial arts is never smooth. Enemies won't show you mercy just because you're weak. The only things you can rely on are your own fists and your martial souls. With a wave of his hand, a gentle yet immense surge of vitality enveloped the 5 of them. Go back and rest first. Digest what you've gained from this experience. The battles ahead will be even more interesting. After sending the trainees back to the lab base to tend to their injuries, Su didn't immediately go to settle the score with the Zhao family. A slap in the face must sting, revenge must be thorough. But he had more important matters to attend to right now. He returned to his cultivation chamber, where he continued to leave the system running to temper the pieces of bone while connecting to his light brain and dialing Nangong Bo directly. On the light screen, Nangong Bo saw Su's calm yet murderous gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. War God Su, what has happened now? Nothing major, Su said flatly, as if commenting on the nice weather. Just a few rats sent by the Zhao family of Jinling nearly bit one of my trainees a moment ago. I took care of them on the spot. Nangong Bo's eyelid twitched. The Zhao family? How dare they? Of course they dare. Su cut him off. Because I've been too kind up until now. Special Envoy Nangong, please convey this to the Zhao family, or rather, tell Zhao Xiankong directly. Su leaned forward slightly. Through the light screen, the terrifying aura of the war god seemed to pierce through space. First, immediately hand over all members of the Zhao family involved in this attack and send them to the northern frontier to atone for their crimes. Second, the Zhao family must compensate my students for emotional distress, nutritional expenses, and lost wages totaling 10 billion star yuan, plus 100,000 Federation contribution points. Third, Zhao Xiankong himself must kneel and kowtow to me and my students to apologize. These 3 demands must be met within 24 hours. If the deadline is exceeded, or if even one of these demands is not met. A hint of contempt curled at the corner of Su's mouth. I wouldn't mind making a personal trip to Jilin myself to tear down the Zhao family's ancestral hall and help them clean house. Nangong Bo sucked in a sharp breath. These demands were tantamount to shitting on the Zhao family's head and then demanding they hand him the tissue. Especially the third condition, forcing the Zhao family's grand elder to kneel and apologize, was more humiliating than killing Zhao Xinkong himself. If the Zhao family agreed, they would lose all face in Jilin, in Tiandu province, and even among the Federation's upper echelons. Su. This a bit too extreme? One of the Zhao family's ancestors was even honored as a federal war god. They have deep-rooted influence, and their connections within the Federation are intricate and far-reaching. Nangong Bo tried to reason with him. Extreme? Su sneered. Why didn't you think it was extreme when they laid a hand on my people? Special Envoy Nangong, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm informing you, and the Federal Council behind you. His tone was unwavering. This is how I, Su, conduct myself. If someone shows me an inch of respect, I'll return a foot. If someone offends me, I'll repay them 100-fold. Since the Zhao family has chosen to be my enemy, they must be prepared to pay the price. As for the Federation's rules? A flash of contempt crossed Su's eyes. My fist is the rule. With that, he cut off the communication immediately, leaving Nangong Bo no chance to persuade him further. Nangong Bo stared at the fading screen, his expression shifting erratically. Finally, he let out a long sigh and promptly reported Su's exact words and attitude to his superiors, word for word. He knew that Tiandu province and indeed, the entire Federation was about to be rocked by a massive upheaval. Su couldn't care less how shaken the Federation's high command would be. After issuing his ultimatum, he carried on with his multitasking as if nothing had happened. Once this finger bone is fully refined, the next one, let us go with the tip of my right ring finger. Sigh, one after another, it's really tedious. Fortunately, things are going smoothly with the experimental class. Watching these kids make rapid progress is actually quite rewarding. Once the Zhao family matter is settled, I'll have to take a trip to the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace's dungeon world. Relying solely on automatic vitality recovery won't be nearly enough to upgrade my basic bone to a spirit bone later on. While keeping an eye on the bone tempering progress, he observed the trainees' recovery and training via the light screen. Far from being intimidated by the attack, the remaining 39 trainees were like polished jade. Their eyes were sharper than ever, and they trained with even greater determination. On that very day, nearly all of them elevated their martial souls to the second tier, and the nourishment returned to their physical bodies caused their combat power to skyrocket. Taiju was even capable of hunting monsters with a combat power of around 500 on his own. Although the process remained perilous, the gleam in his eyes grew ever brighter. Su watched all this and nodded with satisfaction. Now this was starting to look more like his Su class. The 24-hour deadline arrived in the blink of an eye. The Zhao family of Jinling had not responded in the slightest. They had neither handed over the culprit nor offered compensation, let alone an apology. Clearly, the Zhao family had chosen to stand their ground to the very end. Perhaps they believed Su wouldn't dare to actually launch an attack on Jinling. Perhaps they were waiting for mediation from the Federation's higher-ups, or perhaps they had other cards to play. Inside the cultivation chamber, Su slowly opened his eyes, a cold gleam flashing in his gaze. Time's up. He stood up. The vitality surging around him trembled slightly, and a crisp resonance emanated from the tip of the bone in his right ring finger, the one he had just finished tempering. Right ring finger tip tempering successful. Base combat power plus 10,000 points. Actual base combat power, 2.472 million points. Perfect. I'll use the Zhao family to test whether these newly tempered finger bones are tough enough. He took a single step forward, and his figure vanished from the training chamber. The next moment, high above Linjiang City, a streak of golden red light tore through the clouds, hurtling toward Jilin City at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of sound. Su, enraged, has arrived in Jilin in person. All the factions across Tiandu province turned their gaze toward that ancient city of 1,000 years. A storm of fury was about to descend. The golden red streak of light that was Su, like a meteor tearing through the sky, made no attempt to conceal its terrifying aura of 2.472 million points as it descended relentlessly upon the skies of Jinling City. Instantly, the entire city of Jinling was enveloped by this tangible pressure. Every warrior in Jinling trembled with fear, as if the end of the world had arrived. The city's defense system blared a piercing alarm, yet no one dared to raise their energy shields who would dare to stand in the way of a federal war god who had clearly arrived with sky-high fury. Zhao Xiankong, come out! Su's voice boomed like rolling thunder, echoing throughout Jinling City. Every word carried a colossal spiritual pressure, crashing down with full force toward the direction of the Zhao family mansion. Deep within the Zhao family estate, in a simple, ancient meditation chamber, an elderly man with a gaunt face but eyes as sharp as an eagle has suddenly opened his eyes. A surge of energy erupted from his body. It was none other than the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Qiankuan, whose combat power reached a staggering 1.5 million points. His expression darkened to the extreme. That upstart actually dares to come, and how is it possible for his aura to be this strong? He had originally assumed that even if Su possessed extraordinary talent and had just ascended to the rank of war god, his combat power would be no more than 1.2 to 1.3 million points at most. With his own formidable foundation of 1.5 million combat power and the array techniques he had learned from the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace dungeon world, he believed it would be enough to make the other party back down or even capture him and force him to reveal the secrets of the martial soul awakening technique. That was the true reason the Zhao family had gone to such great lengths to send men to capture the experimental class students. They coveted the core legacy, one capable of altering the clan's destiny that those students might possess. But now, sensing Su's terrifying aura, which far exceeded his expectations, Zhao Qiankuan felt a sense of foreboding for the first time. Activate the 10,000 trees supporting the heavens formation. All Zhao clan members, form the greenwood battle formation to meet the enemy. Zhao Qiankuan's aged voice instantly echoed throughout the entire Zhao clan estate. In an instant, the Zhao clan estate burst into brilliant light. Countless massive, green energy trees rose from the ground, intertwining to form a gigantic green light barrier spanning several li in all directions. Runes swirled across the barrier, radiating a resilient and formidable aura. At the same time, hundreds of the Zhao clan's elite young disciples, led by their respective commanders, linked their vitality to form a battle formation. Their auras intertwined, fatally merging with the 10,000 trees supporting the heavens grand formation, causing their momentum to surge dramatically. This was the true source of the Zhao clan's confidence. Su hovered in midair, coldly observing the Zhao clan below as they stood ready for battle, a hint of disdain curling the corners of his mouth. A turtle shell and a bunch of nobodies? Is this the confidence that lets you dare to lay a hand on my people? He didn't even use his left hand, which possessed the double strength bonus of the immortal bone. He merely raised his right hand, which had just been tempered with 56 bone fragments, slowly. Spreading his fingers slightly, he pressed gently toward the seemingly impregnable 10,000 trees supporting the heavens formation below. Boom! A terrifying force, formless yet containing 2,470,000 points of base combat power, crashed down like the sky itself collapsing. The sky-supporting array, composed of countless giant green energy trees, let out a bone-chilling groan the moment it came into contact with this force. Light flashed violently, and the runes flickered erratically. It held out for less than 3 seconds. Crack! Boom! Like shattering glass, the 10,000 trees supporting the heavens formation spanning several li along with the greenwood battle formation below, composed of hundreds of the Zhao family's elite young disciples, collapsed with a thunderous crash under Su's casual press of a finger. Under the backlash of the energy, the Zhao family disciples forming the array fell in droves like moonwheat, blood spurting wildly. At least half of the warriors lost their lives instantly. Silence. A deathly silence. All the representatives of the various factions who witnessed the scene via remote observation were so horrified they lost their voices. One strike. A single, casual strike had destroyed the Zhao clan's ancestral protective formation, which they had spent hundreds of years cultivating, and the battle formation formed by hundreds of their elite members. What kind of terrifying power was this? Could this really be the work of someone who had only been promoted to war god a few months ago? Put. Inside the meditation chamber, Zhao Qiankuan was struck by the formation's backlash.
He violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale in an instant, the horror in his eyes impossible to conceal. Impossible. His combat power must exceed 2 million. The intelligence is wrong. A major mistake. Just as his mind was reeling, Sua's voice rang out again, like that of the Grim Reaper. Zhao Clan's war god? You come out here too. Before his words had even finished, Su moved, executing the sky step skill to its fullest extent, appearing above the Zhao family mansion as if by teleportation. Aiming at the area of the meditation chamber where Zhao Qianquan was located, he clenched his left fist, a fist fused with an immortal bone and tempered with several finger bones, and with a simple, direct motion, slammed it down. As the fist struck out, wind and thunder roared. Space warped. You insolent upstart. Greenwood Eternal Life Fist. Zhao Qianquan, both shocked and enraged, roared as he soared skyward. His withered body erupted with dazzling green light as he met the attack with a punch of his own. The fist's intent was vast, carrying an aura of endless vitality. It was none other than the Zhao family's most treasured lower-grade Earth-rank combat skill. He was confident that even if his opponent's combat power might be slightly higher than his own, relying on a lower-grade Earth-rank combat skill honed over a century in his deep foundations, he might still stand a chance. However, boom! The deafening crash of their fists colliding was like two stars smashing into each other. The seemingly vast and majestic intent of the evergreenwood fist was as fragile as paper in the face of Sua's power, pure to the extreme and brutally overwhelming, and was instantly torn to shreds. Crack! A bone-chilling sound of cracking bones rang out. Zhao Qianquan let out a piercing scream. His right arm from his fist to his shoulder blade snapped and twisted inch by inch like rotten wood the moment it made contact with Sua's left fist. The terrifying force of the punch pierced through his body, furiously tearing apart his internal organs and meridians. His entire body, like a torn sack, was violently hurled through the air by that single punch. With a boom, what remained of his body, now only half intact, smashed straight through a side hall below, embedding itself deep into the ground and sending a cloud of dust billowing into the sky. One punch. Just one punch. Zhao Qianquan, the Zhao family's patriarch with a base combat power of 1.5 million points, was dead. Su hovered in midair, slowly withdrawing his left fist as his indifferent gaze swept over the Zhao family estate, now deathly silent and resembling a scene from the apocalypse. Who else is there? No one dared to answer. All the surviving members of the Zhao family stared at that figure, who resembled a demon god, their eyes filled with nothing but boundless fear and despair. Sua's gaze finally settled on Zhao Qianquan, who lay limp before the main hall, his face ashen. It seems you didn't choose any of the 3 paths I offered you. He took a single step as if compressing the distance and instantly appeared before Zhao Qianquan. Zhao Qianquan watched Su approach like the Grim Reaper. His pants instantly became soaked, and he screamed in terror, "No! Su! Su war god! Spare my life! I'll pay! The Zhao family will pay! 100 billion! 100,000 contribution points! I'll give you everything! I apologize! I'll kneel publicly and kowtow to you!" Too late, Sua's voice was utterly emotionless. "I gave you a chance." He extended his right hand, which clamped down on Zhao Qianquan's throat like an iron vice, lifting his entire body off the ground. "You coveted my cultivation technique, laid a hand on my people, and still refused to repent. You must be prepared to be uprooted." Crack! With a sharp snap, Zhao Qianquan's neck snapped. The light in his eyes dimmed instantly, and the Grand Elder of the Zhao clan of Jinling met his end. Su casually tossed Zhao Qianquan's corpse onto the ground, as if discarding a piece of trash. He surveyed his surroundings, his voice echoing throughout all of Jinling. The Zhao family of Jinling has attempted to seize the Federation's war god legacy and attack the Federation's key talent development program. The evidence of their crimes is irrefutable. Effective today, the Zhao family of Jinling is expelled from the Federation. All assets are to be confiscated and used to provide compensation for soldiers who sacrificed their lives in the northern frontier and to support grassroots warriors. If anyone objects, feel free to come find me, Su. As his voice faded, the entire city fell silent. Su exchanged a few words with Vice President Jean of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, who had rushed to the scene, then made no further stop. His figure transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the sky. Left behind was the Zhao family completely crushed, with its key figures either dead or injured, and destined to be struck from the ranks of the Federation's top clans. In the most direct and domineering manner, Su had proclaimed his rise to the entire Federation and made it clear that he was not to be crossed. One outburst from Su, and the Zhao family was struck from the rolls. Ding! Number of disciples has increased significantly. Current number of disciples, 39. Daily faith points earned, 39. Su's thunderous eradication of the Zhao family and the slaying of war god Zhao Qianquan sent shockwaves through the Federation's upper echelons. Hundreds of war gods are the cornerstone of the human race, as standing on this celestial star each one is invaluable. Ming's death in battle to save Su, though heartbreaking, was a heroic sacrifice, the glory of a warrior. Zhao Qianquan, however, was slain by Su's own hand, a situation of an entirely different nature. This was practically a slap in the face to the Federation. Although Su presented irrefutable evidence that the Zhao family had coveted the martial arts manual and attacked the experimental class, and although the Zhao family truly deserved their fate, the fall of a war god still caused many long-serving Federation counselors to feel a sting and unease. The power Su had displayed, coupled with his unpredictable style of operation beyond their control, instilled fear in some politicians accustomed to weighing the pros and cons. A few days later, in certain anonymous corners in specific circles of the Federation's virtual network, carefully curated inside information and rational analyses began to circulate quietly. The headlines were sensational. Hero or Butcher? A detailed account of the blood-soaked legacy of the newly emerged war god Su. Was it worth annihilating a provincial martial arts clan and slaying a federal war god for the sake of a few civilian trainees? Out of control power? On the importance of necessary restraints on super geniuses. Exposé: Su's cultivation technique is extremely bizarre and may be linked to certain taboos. Perhaps the Zhao family had merely discovered something. These rumors skirt the crucial issues, making no mention of the Zhao family's crimes. Instead, they go out of their way to emphasize Su's brutality and uncontrollability, even subtly suggesting that the source of his power lies in something sinister. Like venomous snakes, they lie in wait, quietly sowing doubt and division among the uninformed public and some lower and middle-ranking warriors. The masterminds behind this are several Federal Assembly members who style themselves as moderates and traditionalists. They are wary of Su's potential and even more fearful of his ability to disrupt the existing power structure. Daring not to openly confront this rising war god at the height of his power, they attempt to use these underhanded tactics to undermine Su's reputation, laying the groundwork for public opinion in preparation for possible future sanctions or co-optation. Lingjiang City, 7th Biological Laboratory. Su had just finished a round of bone tempering progress, 63-206. While watching the remaining 33 students in his experimental class practice combat techniques against holographic monster projections in the simulation training arena, he listened as Yang Baichuan anxiously reported on the rumors circulating online. "Kid, these bastards are starting to play dirty." Yang Baichuan's mustache bristled with anger. "They're twisting the truth. Their intentions are despicable. Do you want me to reach out to some old buddies and launch a public relations counterattack?" Su watched the trainees on the projection screen as their hunting skills grew increasingly adept and their martial flame steadily intensified. His face showed no sign of anger. Instead, he smiled. "Uncle Yang, why get angry at a few rats hiding in the sewers and squeaking?" he said calmly. "These are the only petty tricks they dare to pull. A counterattack? That would be giving them too much credit. Are we just going to let them sling mud at us?" "No matter how much mud they sling, it won't wet a true giant." Su's gaze grew deep. "They think they can use public opinion to hold me hostage? Ridiculous. My power, my path, why should I explain them to ants?" He paused, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "However, they did remind me of one thing." "What?" "I've actually been a bit idle lately." Su stroked his chin. "There are still 5 months until the Federation martial exams. Tempering my bone is a slow process, and the experimental class is basically on track.
It's time to pay a visit to the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace.
He had long been intrigued by the main hall of the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace, as well as the dungeon worlds beyond those light gates. Previously, his strength hadn't been sufficient, but now, as a war god level powerhouse in urgent need of vast amounts of vitality to temper his bones, the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace was undoubtedly the best place to go.
You're going to the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace? Yang Baichuan was taken aback.
It's not a bad idea to lie low for a while, let those clowns put on their own little show.
With your current strength, you should be perfectly safe in the dungeon worlds. Lie low? Su chuckled softly and shook his head. Uncle Yang, you're wrong. I'm not going to lie low.
He stood up, his aura subdued yet seemingly imbued with a terrifying power capable of tearing apart the starry sky.
I'm here to tell them.
The clamor of ants can never halt the stride of a dragon. And I, Su, have no time to play their political games. My goal lies beyond the stars, above the heavens. Just then, his war god exclusive optical computer sounded a top priority communication request from Nan Gongbo.
Upon connecting, Nan Gongbo's expression on the screen was more somber than ever before, even tinged with a hint of barely perceptible awe.
Su, war god, Nan Gongbo's voice was unusually grave. News of the Zhao family affair has already spread throughout the Federation's upper echelons.
Su leaned back in his chair, his expression impassive. So? Are they planning to send me a commendation banner, or are they preparing to dispatch a few more senators for a friendly sparring match with me?
Nan Gongbo was momentarily at a loss for words, then offered a wry smile. No one dares to test you lightly anymore. The power and decisiveness you've demonstrated have exceeded many people's expectations and control. He paused, then lowered his voice to reveal a crucial piece of information. I've just received top-secret intelligence from the central holy city.
In 7 days, Lord Yu Wuji will end his seclusion and officially emerge. Su's eyes flickered slightly.
Yu Wuji, a legend among the human race, the Federation's pillar of stability, and, to his knowledge, the strongest figure currently operating in the open.
His emergence would inevitably trigger a shift in the entire Federation's power dynamics.
Nan Gongbo continued, on the day Lord Yu emerges from seclusion, the Federation's Supreme Council will immediately convene an emergency session.
And one of the key agenda items will be you, Su War God.
According to the intelligence I've received, the Council will likely summon you to the central holy city under the pretext of hearing your report and discussing the future of the human race to attend a hearing attended by all Council members and several war gods.
A hearing?
Su snorted derisively.
That's quite a lofty-sounding name. Is this a trial, or a coup?
Formally, it's to hear your explanation of the Zhao family incident, as well as your account of the martial soul awakening and the experimental class project.
Nan Gongbo's tone grew somber. But in reality, those council members led by Robert Li and Zhou Wenchang will certainly seize this opportunity to launch an attack. In front of Magistrate Yu and all the high-ranking officials, they'll question your danger level, the origin of your martial arts techniques, and may even propose measures to restrict or monitor you. Would they dare?
Su's gaze turned cold. They might not have dared before, but now you've slain Zhao Qianquan, wiped out the Zhao family, and displayed power that is simply too staggering. Even some centrist council members have begun to harbor doubts and fears because of this. On top of that, with Magistrate Yu emerging from seclusion, they may believe they've found someone capable of keeping you in check, so they've grown bolder, Nan Gongbo analyzed.
This hearing is very likely a trap.
Su fell silent for a moment, far from showing concern. A hint of amusement flashed across his face.
The central holy city? A hearing? Meeting Yu Wuji? That sounds interesting, but I'll definitely be there to bring you all a little gift.
He looked at Nan Gongbo's ethereal image, his tone commanding. Tell him to wait patiently for me.
Su. Nan Gongbo was somewhat anxious. You must be cautious.
That's the center of federal power. The rules there are different from those in Linjiang.
And Lord Yu he.
Perfect, Su interrupted him, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. I'm also eager to meet Yu Wuji, the strongest fighter on Tianming Star, face to face. And while I'm at it, I'll make sure those scheming old fools in the council see exactly where I stand.
He stood up, an invisible aura seeming to coalesce around him.
How I, Sue, walk my path is entirely up to me. Anyone who tries to shackle me will have to ask my fists first if they'll agree.
7 days from now, right? I'll be there on time. With that, Sue ended the call.
He looked out the window, his gaze seeming to pierce through space, settling on the distant and mysterious central holy city.
A hearing? A banquet of treachery?
In his view, this might be a stage that would allow him to see the Federation's top-tier power dynamics more clearly and even test the true weight of the so-called human legend. After ending the call, Sue didn't head straight to the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace. Instead, he returned to the deep cultivation chamber of the 7th Biological Laboratory in Linjiang City and immediately immersed his mind in the system interface within his mind. The dark gold battlefield of the multiverse option, like a lighthouse in the cosmic abyss, exuded a fatal allure to him. Battlefield of the multiverse, it sounds like the perfect place to quickly acquire resources and engage in life and death battles. Sue's eyes burned with intensity as the 10 meridians within him surged and his vitality roared. With my current combat power of over 2.4 million, even if I can't dominate the battlefield, I should at least be able to hold my own, right? System, open the portal to the battlefield of the multiverse. Brimming with confidence and a hint of anticipation, he issued the command. Buzz. The expected spacetime portal did not open. Instead, a warning box flickering violently with blood-red flames burning along its edges filled his entire field of consciousness. Highest alert. Host detected attempting to connect to a high-risk dimension battlefield of the heavens. Comprehensive assessment, hostess lifeform tier, antibody tempering realm, not yet perfected. Energy quality, impure not yet purified by source power. Rule resistance, none unable to withstand the onslaught of the battlefield's basic rules. Calculating survival probability. Result, 0%. Conclusion, entry will result in annihilation. Forced connection termination. Host is advised to abandon unrealistic fantasies, keep both feet on the ground, and solidify your foundations. Sue froze, the excitement on his face vanishing in an instant. Ant? Heterogeneous? Non? He almost thought he misheard it, a wave of frustration welling up inside him. System, are you making a mistake? I'm at the peak of the 10 Meridians realm, with a base combat power of 2,556,000 points. My left hand can burst past 5 million at full power. On Tianming Star, I'm a Federation certified war god. You're telling me I don't even have the qualifications to go in and take a look? That I'll die the moment I step inside? He couldn't accept this assessment. It completely devalued all his efforts over the past 2 months. The hostess perception is limited to the pond that is Tianming Star. The system's voice was cold and indifferent, carrying a sense of detachment as if looking down upon the mortal world. Do you know that your so-called war god, on the true path of cultivation across the myriad heavens, is nothing more than a toddler who has just learned to walk? Do you know what marks the beginning of cultivation? What is the foundation of immortality? To correct the hostess' narrow understanding, the system's core database, the 10 realms of martial arts cultivation, is now unlocked. These 10 realms are the cornerstones of the martial path that spans the myriad heavens in pursuit of transcendence. May the host take heed. You are currently traversing the first realm of the martial path, the body tempering realm. According to the method you practice, this realm is divided into 4 stages: opening the orifices, condensing the meridians, tempering the bones, and nurturing the soul. You have completed the first 2 steps. Your progress is satisfactory. You are now in the 3rd step, the bone tempering phase. Once your bones have been tempered to their utmost limit, you may enter the final step, the soul cultivation phase, to condense your primordial martial soul. What happens after I condense my martial soul? Sue pressed. At that point, the 4 elements node, vein, bone, and martial soul will resonate together, causing your life essence to undergo a metamorphosis and condense into your very own martial arts battle body. Depending on the strength of your foundation, the battle body will be classified into different tiers: mundane, spirit, earth, heaven, holy, and divine. The higher the tier, the greater the potential, and the higher the ceiling for your future achievements. Only by successfully condensing the martial path battle body can one be considered to have fully attained the body forging realm and qualify to advance to the next realm.
The next realm? Su's mind was completely captivated. The second realm is called Source Awakening.
It involves using the martial soul within your body to channel the power of the boundless starry sea, transforming your vitality into a higher dimensional energy source power. At this point, one's life form undergoes a quantum leap, enabling the physical body to traverse the starry skies, break free from the gravitational bonds of celestial bodies, and experience a dramatic increase in lifespan. After Source Awakening, one must use Source Power as a key to unlock the corresponding divine treasuries within the body and enter the third realm, the treasury stage. With each divine treasury unlocked, you awaken a primal power, whether the might to shatter stars or the divine will to envelop the world, marking the beginning of unearthing your own foundation of immortality.
The fourth realm is the celestial phenomena realm.
Your inner divine treasuries resonate with the outer universe, and your source power channels vast amounts of cosmic energy from the outside world, forming celestial phenomena unique to you. At that point, the space around you becomes a realm governed by laws that may transform into an eternal thunder prison or a realm of absolute zero, and the power of heaven and earth will all be at your command. Therefore, host, see clearly the path before you. The power you take pride in is merely the beginning of forging a supreme foundation. Temper your bones, condense your primordial martial soul, and forge the martial path battle body that will determine how far you can go in the future. The battlefields of the heavens are still too far off for you. Su took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a mix of shock and enlightenment. It turned out that what he had thought was the pinnacle was merely the starting point of this path to the heavens. Martial path battle body Source Awakening divine treasury, he murmured, a surge of unprecedented motivation coursing through his entire body. That lingering sense of resentment and frustration in his heart seemed to be doused by icy water, replaced by an indescribable sense of awe and an even more intense longing. So the path of martial arts was this vast. So what he had been pursuing was merely the starting point of immortality and transcendence. Body forging, Source Awakening, divine treasury, celestial phenomena, law weaving, world, sovereign, supreme, eternal, transcendence. Su murmured to himself. The name of each realm seemed to contain boundless mystery and power. A lifespan of 500, 1,000, 3,000, 10,000, until one lives as long as the heavens and earth, and even transcends them. Just a short while ago, he had been troubled by the intrigues within the Federation and had taken pride in the so-called title of War God. Looking back now, how laughable and insignificant it all seemed.
System, I understand.
Su took a deep breath, his gaze cleared, and his resolve grew even stronger than before. I've been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. As for the battlefield of the multiverse, I truly have no business going there right now. Recognizing one's shortcomings leads to courage. Well done. The system's tone seemed to soften slightly. Host, your top priority right now is to complete the body tempering realm. After bone tempering, you must enter the soul nurturing stage as soon as possible. The soul is the foundation of life, and divine consciousness is the key to exploring the laws of the universe. Since I can't enter the battlefield of the multiverse, I'll head to the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace instead and explore the dungeon worlds beyond those light gates. Besides, I still haven't used the teleportation permission to the main hall of the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace I obtained earlier. A flash of light, and Su's figure vanished from the cultivation chamber. Another flash of light, and Su found himself standing on the vast, boundless teleportation plaza of the 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace. The place was still bustling with people. It seemed the aftermath of the beast tide had subsided. Huge light gates shimmered with varying hues, and warriors shuttled back and forth ceaselessly, searching for dungeons suited to them. I'll go take a look at the main hall of the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena. Who knows, I might find an opportunity to accelerate my bone tempering or unlock the soul nurturing realm, Su thought to himself as he took out the ancient-looking token. He clenched the token, preparing to activate its permissions. Just as the token was activated and emitted a faint glow. Buzz! An indescribably deep, muffled roar not heard through his ears, but exploding directly within the depths of his soul. The entire 10,000 Phenomena Heavenly Palace shook violently, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand and shaken violently. All the flickering light gates instantly dimmed and went dark.
The ground of the plaza cracked, and the stone pillars supporting the dome emitted a teeth-chattering sound as they snapped. What's happening? Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. An enemy attack? Impossible. This is the place with the most war gods in our federation who would dare come here? No one who had made it this far was a weakling. They instantly realized this could not be explained by a conventional enemy attack. Panic erupted among the crowd like a plague. The square, which had been orderly just a moment ago, instantly descended into chaos. Some tried to rush toward the emergency exits, only to find that all the teleportation arrays had failed. Others looked around in a panic, and still others were so terrified by this sudden turn of events that they collapsed to the ground. Su jerked his hand back and looked up abruptly. His pupils contracted sharply. Beyond the dome of the 10,000 phenomena celestial palace, reinforced by countless runes and theoretically indestructible where the endless void should have been, an indescribable, pure darkness was now enveloping and compressing everything. It was not darkness, it was an absolute realm formed by a presence so immense it obscured all light and perception. Immediately afterward, that darkness moved. 5 dark gold claws, resembling divine pillars propping up the heavens and coiled with the power of destruction, slowly with an indifference capable of crushing stars, pierced through the barriers of the palace of 10,000 phenomena and reached in. Crack! Boom! The sturdy barriers shattered as if made of paper. Violent void turbulence surged in instantly, tearing the dozens of warriors near the edge who hadn't had time to react directly into their most basic particles, without even a chance to scream. Emperor? Imperial might. It's an emperor-class monster. A seasoned war god, who had seen it all, let out a blood-curdling scream, his voice filled with disbelief and bone-chilling terror. How did it find its way here? The coordinates of the Palace of 10,000 Phenomena are our Federation's highest-level secret. An air of despair spread throughout the area. The General Tier and King Tier warriors, who were usually high and mighty, were now no different from ordinary mortals in the face of this terror beyond comprehension. Some tried to rush toward the emergency teleportation arrays that were still operational, only to find the space had been completely sealed off. Others desperately summoned protective vitality, but under the pervasive imperial might, they were like flickering candles in the wind, collapsing in an instant. Form a formation. Protect the younger generation, roared a war god affiliated with the military, attempting to organize an effective resistance. Several powerful auras shot skyward without hesitation. They were the human race's war gods, the Guardians. Sky-splitting slash. 9-layered blazing sunstrike. 10,000 li of ice. A variety of powerful combat skills, fueled by a death-defying resolve, crashed into the giant claw as it slowly descended. Any single one of these attacks would be enough to unleash a catastrophe in the outside world, enough to slay an Emperor-tier monster. However, when they struck the dark gold giant claw, they failed to even make it pause for an instant. The dark gold giant claw merely trembled slightly. Puff! 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 The several war gods, along with their attacks, vanished without a trace in an instant, as if they had been wiped away. Absolute domination. Not even a shred of resistance was possible. Su stood among the crowd, feeling as if his heart were being squeezed by a giant hand. He looked at the unfamiliar faces around him, etched with fear and despair. His newly tempered bone creaked, but he clenched his teeth tightly, racking his brain for a way to respond. Just then, a powerful aura appeared above the chaotic square, anchoring the chaos like a divine pillar. Yu Wu Ji. He wore a simple blue robe, his expression serene, his gaze as deep as the starry sky. His appearance brought a slight sense of calm to the panicked crowd below. Everyone, evacuate. Quickly. Yu Wuji's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears, and then his full attention shifted to the massive dark gold claw. He slowly raised his hand, his body radiating boundless light of life. Behind him, illusory images of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers materialized, eventually coalescing into a divine will imbued with an aura of destruction. Subdue. He uttered a single word as the divine will spun slowly, charging toward the massive dark gold claw with unyielding resolve. This was his path and the final, most powerful light he had kindled for the human race. Everyone held their breath, pinning their last hope on this moment. Then, under the gaze of countless onlookers,
The massive dark gold claw merely flicked its fingers with the utmost nonchalance at the divine will which contained Yu Wujia's entire lifetime of cultivation. Ding! A ringing sound so crisp it broke the heart. The divine will came to a halt, then, like shattered glass, cracked inch by inch, dissipating into a sky full of specks of light. Yu Wujia's figure, amidst those specks of light, also grew transparent and eventually vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. As if he had never existed. Lord, Lord, you, someone murmured, their voice hollow, their faith collapsing in an instant. Even the mightiest guardian god had fallen so easily. Lord Yu is dead. It's over, it's all over. Crushing cries of despair rang out. Some collapsed to the ground, others buried their faces in their hands and wept bitterly. Just then, the monstrous voice echoed in the minds of all the warriors. Submit, or die. Pledge your loyalty. This is your only chance to survive. As the strongest among the human race also fell, the mindset of some began to shift. I'm willing to submit. A young warrior suddenly dropped to his knees, tears and snot streaming down his face. Don't kill me. I'll swear allegiance. Me too. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Once the first one knelt, a second, then a third followed in the blink of an eye. The square was filled with kneeling figures. Faced with overwhelming power and the threat of death, not everyone could maintain their integrity. Su looked at those begging for mercy on the ground, then glanced toward the spot where Yu Wuji had vanished, recalling Chairman Ming's entrustment. He felt his bones creaking under the crushing pressure, his very soul trembling. The fear of death was so real. But when he saw those kneeling figures, an inexplicable rage actually overwhelmed his fear. He clenched his teeth tightly, braced against the oppressive pressure that threatened to crush him, took a sudden step forward, straightened his spine, and shouted loudly. Stand up, all of you. We, the backbone of the human race, would rather stand and be shattered than live on our knees. Listen well, you monstrous beasts across from us, even if we bleed to the last drop today, don't ever expect us to bow our heads. Ha! The monster high above seemed to have discovered an amusing toy. A strange little insect. Your life structure is quite intriguing. How can such a frail shell harbor such potential? A terrifying aura of pressure, far surpassing anything before, was directed solely at Su. The space around him froze instantly, his knees creaked with a bone-chilling sound, and his soul screamed frantically, urging him to kneel and submit to this absolute power. Reveal your secret, the thought commanded directly, or release your soul's defenses and offer your mark of loyalty. Submission is your only path to survival. The surrounding warriors watched in horror as Su was singled out. Some felt sympathy, some were numb, and in the depths of others' eyes, a hint of complexity flashed. Su felt every inch of his flesh and every bone wailing in agony, as if being crushed. The shadow of death had never been so vivid. He could even see the flame of his soul flickering and on the verge of extinction under that overwhelming pressure. A way out? Submission? Those two words were like sparks, falling into the sea of oil within his heart, a sea already ablaze with countless sacrifices, the despair before his eyes, and a raging inferno of fury. He jerked his head up, his facial muscles contorted by the extreme pressure, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, yet those eyes shone as brightly as a ferocious beast striking back in its death throes. Summoning every ounce of strength, he fought against the overwhelming pressure that threatened to suffocate him, forcing his reply out through gritted teeth, one word at a time. My own secret. He took a sharp breath and let out a hoarse roar, is hard bone. You want me to kneel? His eyes turned bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on those blood-red, star-like pupils deep in the void. Fine. Once I'm dead, do with me as you please. As for submission? A mad, savage grin twisted his face. As for my knees, Su, in this lifetime, I'll only kneel before my parents and my mentor, and before the righteous spirit of heaven and earth. You're just a fucking monster. What are you even worth? Do you even deserve it? Let us see if your claws are tougher or my bones are tougher. He wasted no more words, gathering all his will, all his resentment, and all his rage, and channeling them into his left arm, the one fused with the immortal bone. He swung it fiercely at the source of destruction. This was his final answer to fate. The entity deep within the starry sky fell silent. The next moment, the scene shifted. Su found himself standing in a stone hall. Inside, there was nothing but an ordinary meditation cushion and a hazy scroll hanging on the stone wall. Just as Su was puzzled, a mechanical voice coming from nowhere echoed clearly throughout the hall. "Congratulations, trialist. You have passed the 10,000 phenomena mind refining array assessment." Su jerked his head up, his gaze sweeping sharply around the room as every muscle in his body tensed instantly. The voice continued calmly. "Everything you just experienced was an illusion created to test the trialist's character, will, and fortitude in an utterly hopeless situation." "What?" Su blurted out, his face showing disbelief for the first time. The scenes from moments ago had been so real that he genuinely thought he was about to die. But Su immediately smiled. "So that means there was no monster invasion, and all those people are still alive?" "Naturally. That's a relief." He let out a long sigh, his tense shoulders finally relaxing. "For a moment there, I really thought we were all going to die." The mechanical voice continued, "The 10,000 phenomena mind refining array pierces directly to one's true nature. All that is experienced arises from the mind. You previously earned the qualification to enter this place, and you were able to hold fast to your true nature in the face of dire straits, remaining unyielding even in the face of breaking. You have passed the trial. Congratulations! You have officially become a probationary disciple of the 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Sect." 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Sect? A probationary disciple? Upon hearing the words 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Sect, Su's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask, 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Sect? What is its relationship to this 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Palace? The mechanical voice seemed to have anticipated this question and calmly explained, "The 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Palace you see is not a true physical entity. It is one of the millions of projections and avatars of our sect's most precious treasure, the 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Palace itself. And I am the spirit that maintains the operation of this projection of the 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Palace. You may call me the Palace Spirit. The 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Palace has countless projections scattered throughout the celestial seas and roaming the myriad realms. On one hand, this is to leave behind various foundational martial arts legacies for the human race in this starry sky and to spread martial arts throughout the cosmos. On the other hand, it is to search for and evaluate disciples like you, who possess extremely high potential, on behalf of our sect." Upon hearing this, Su was deeply shaken. He had always believed that the mysterious palace of 10,000 phenomena, that enigmatic, opportunity-rich place held in such high esteem by the Federation, was a fixed, immensely powerful secret realm or ancient ruin. He never imagined it was merely a projection of a supreme treasure? And that there were tens of thousands of such projections scattered throughout the cosmos? Just how incredible must the true form of the 10,000 phenomena heavenly palace be? And just how terrifying and colossal must the 10,000 phenomena heavenly sect be, to possess such a divine artifact? No wonder he could only become a probationary disciple after all. His current cultivation level was merely at the half-step body tempering realm. As Su pondered this, a flash of light filled the stone hall. Out of thin air, an ancient jade token bearing the characters provisional appeared on the meditation cushion before him, along with 3 vials of liquid radiating a jade-like luster. The vials were engraved with the ancient character for temper. "This is the top-grade bone tempering elixir specially provided by the 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Sect for body tempering realm probationary disciples. It will help you accelerate the tempering of your bones," a mechanical voice explained. "The stone hall you are in is exclusively for the 10,000 Phenomena Celestial Sect's probationary disciples. This meditation cushion helps calm the mind and accelerate energy absorption. The scroll on the wall is the first volume of the sect's core legacy, the 10,000 Phenomena Divine and Demonic Prison Ceiling Diagram, a visualization diagram. Visualizing it nourishes the soul and greatly benefits soul cultivation. Furthermore, in the future, you can use your provisional disciple token to teleport to this stone hall at any time, or to any location on this planet that you have previously visited." Su finally realized that both the provisional disciple token and this humble stone hall were truly priceless treasures. Su sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion in the stone hall, his gaze filled with a mix of curiosity and reverence as he looked at the first volume of the 10,000 Phenomena, Gods and Demons Subduing the Underworld. The scroll on the wall said to contain supreme teachings. The divine and demonic realm, subduing the prison. Just the name alone exudes overwhelming power.
I wonder what kind of earth-shattering scenes of gods and demons it depicts. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and slowly immersed his consciousness into the scroll, preparing to withstand the onslaught of vast information. However, the vast, roaring spectacle of gods and demons he had imagined did not materialize. Before his eyes, or rather, within his consciousness, there was nothing but a void of darkness. And at the very center of that darkness, suspended in mid-air, was a curved hair? That hair looked utterly unremarkable, dusty gray, even slightly withered, with a natural curve to it. It hung there all alone, as if it had existed in that very spot since the dawn of the universe. Sue? He was dumbfounded, his mind a blank. The 10,000 phenomena of gods and demons? The prison of the underworld? Is that it? Just a single hair? This was a world of difference from the apocalyptic vision of gods and demons he had imagined. Just as he was puzzling over this, boom! An indescribable, terrifying aura, as if stemming from the very source of life, weighed down on him like the entire universe, crushing his soul with brutal force through the image of that hair. It wasn't a shockwave of energy, but an absolute crushing of one realm over another. It was like an ant facing the vast sky, or a single drop of water encountering the boundless ocean. Put! Sue didn't even have time to react. He simply felt as if his soul had been seized by an invisible giant hand and then violently crushed. Intense pain instantly overwhelmed his mind. His vision went black, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. His entire body felt as if all strength had been drained from him. He was jolted out of his meditative state, fell heavily backward, and collapsed onto the meditation cushion, gasping for breath. It took just 1 second. He had looked at that single hair for only 1 second. He hadn't even had time to make out its exact shape, and yet he had nearly been obliterated. Sue's face was as white as paper. Sweat instantly soaked his entire body. His heart pounded wildly, and his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. What on earth was that? His voice was hoarse, trembling with lingering fear. A single hair. Just the image of a single hair nearly shattered my soul? This divine demon subduing the underworld scroll, and this is only the first volume. Just what level of legacy is this? He no longer dared to underestimate it in the slightest. The gaze he cast upon the scroll was filled with an unprecedented gravity and awe. If even a single hair is this terrifying, if I could truly succeed in visualizing it, to what heights would my soul be elevated? However, from now on, every time he contemplated it, he must be extremely cautious, and the duration must never be too long. Composing himself, he turned his attention back to the 3 vials of bone-tempering elixir. I'll try this first. He opened a vial of bone-tempering elixir. Sensing the gentle yet immense energy within, he decided it should be fine and tilted his head back to drink it. The jade-colored liquid flowed down his throat, feeling like a warm current at first. But in the next instant, that warm current suddenly turned ferocious. Like a river bursting its banks, or countless red-hot steel needles, it frantically pierced every one of his 206 bones. Whoa! Sue sucked in a sharp breath, his whole body trembling violently. He felt as if every bone in his body had been thrown into a furnace, about to be torn apart and melted by this overwhelming energy. Damn it, I was too reckless. They didn't explain it clearly when they gave me this reward. This thing's energy is way too overwhelming. Just as he felt his bones were about to give way and his body was on the verge of falling apart, a gentle, life-giving warmth surged from the spot on his left arm where the immortal bone had fused, swiftly circulating throughout his body. This life-giving force repaired the microscopic cracks caused by the violent energy while simultaneously channeling most of the energy to prioritize tempering the bones that had not yet been tempered. The process was still agonizing, but with the support and guidance of the immortal bone, it finally stabilized. After an unknown amount of time, the violent tide of energy finally subsided. Sue exhaled a long, hot breath of stale air. His entire body was soaked in sweat. He looked inward and couldn't help but freeze in astonishment. Inside his body, the remaining 206 bones which had previously lagged behind in progress were now all radiating a lustrous glow, having reached the perfect level of basic bone. It actually consumed less than 1/10 of this bottle of bone-tempering elixir? Sue felt a mix of emotions.
On one hand, he felt a lingering sense of dread. Had it not been for the immortal bone acting as a safety net, he might have faced a truly dire situation this time. On the other hand, he was overjoyed. The effects of this bottle of bone-tempering elixir were simply beyond belief. Not only had it allowed him to complete the tempering of all his basic bones in one go, but a vast amount of residual energy remained within his body. Once a warrior has tempered all their bones into basic bones, their entire skeletal system is considered a unified whole. But this is only the beginning. Depending on the number of veins condensed, there are 4 major levels of bone to temper: yellow grade 7 veins, Shin grade 8 veins, earth grade 9 veins, and heaven grade 10 veins. However, unlike the basic bone, which required refining one bone at a time, once he began pursuing yellow grade bone, the entire skeletal system would be refined simultaneously. The process was irreversible, and with each level up, the pain he would endure would be several times greater than before. The energy required would also skyrocket. Just a few times the pain? Compared to the despair I felt in that illusory realm, what's this? Without hesitation, he focused his mind and channeled all the remaining bone-tempering elixir energy within his body with full force. Boom! The energy instantly went berserk, like a volcano erupting inside him. His entire skeleton felt as if it were being crushed and reorganized simultaneously, and the excruciating pain far exceeded anything he had ever experienced. Ugh! Su groaned, blood seeping from his skin as his body shook violently, but he gritted his teeth and held on with all his might. Temper! He focused all his willpower, channeling the raging energy to strike his bones. The martial hard blue allowed him to precisely control the flow of energy, while the life force of the immortal bone continuously repaired the damage. Time passed amid the agony. Finally. Hum! A resonance echoed from every bone in his body as the violent energy fully integrated. The excruciating pain vanished, replaced by a powerful sense of strength surging through his entire body. He looked inward at himself. His bones radiated a lustrous sheen as smooth as jade, their surfaces adorned with subtle, mystical patterns. Yellow grade bone. It was complete. Ding! Detected that the host has refined all bones in the body to yellow grade. Now issuing the third main quest, heaven grade bone. Quest requirement: before the martial arts examination, refine all bones in the body to heaven grade bone. Quest reward: 50,000 achievement points. Mysterious reward X1. Failure penalty: the hostess' potential will be permanently locked, and they will be barred from attaining the supreme martial way. Current base combat power: 7 million with a 20% bonus for an Extreme Realm Foundation Establishment Cultivator. Actual base combat power: 8.4 million. Su suddenly opened his eyes wide, a sharp gleam in his gaze that seemed almost tangible, sending ripples through the air in the stone hall. He slowly clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power within him, power that seemed capable of shattering stars with a single punch, and couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Su felt the qualitative transformation brought about by the yellow grade bone within him, his heart surging with heroic fervor. But he was not satisfied, for the remaining energy of the bone-tempering elixir within him was still immense, and the system panel showed a reserve of 10 million vitality and 2,200 points of vitality essence. I've reached the yellow rank, but a little over half of this bone-tempering elixir energy remains in my body. I currently have 10 million vitality and 2,200 points of vitality essence, plus I still have 2 bottles of bone-tempering elixir left. A flicker of madness crossed his eyes. After the foundation and yellow ranks comes the mystic rank. Several times the pain? A skyrocketing energy demand? I've got more than enough to spare. First, I'll thoroughly refine and absorb this residual energy to see just how far I can push it. As the energy trickled in, his bones emitted a faint hum, and the refinement progress advanced slowly yet steadily. Su carefully sensed every change within his body, as if the most precise instrument were taking measurements. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when the very last trace of residual energy was completely refined, he clearly saw that threshold. The residual energy has been fully refined, accounting for approximately 17.2% of the total energy required to break through to the Shin level bone. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed another brand new bottle of bone-tempering elixir and tilted his head back to down it in one gulp. Cool, surging energy exploded instantly, rapidly fusing with the 17.2% foundation, and the energy gauge began to skyrocket.
57.2%.
A single bottle of bone-tempering elixir had directly filled 40% of the progress. Without pausing, he immediately grabbed the last bottle of bone-tempering elixir and downed it in one gulp. The torrent of energy grew even more turbulent, charging madly toward perfection.
97.2%.
The second bottle of bone-tempering elixir filled another 40% of the progress bar. At that moment, energy surged within him. He was just 2.8% away from perfection.
Just one final push.
Su's mind raced, his computational power firing on all cylinders. On the system panel, vitality essence instantly dropped by 400 points. At the same time, he unhesitatingly tapped into and burned through his stored 10 million points of vitality reserves. A colossal total of nearly 14 million points of vitality was precisely channeled into the critical energy torrent that had already reached 97.2%.
100%. Energy perfection.
The final transformation toward a mystic-level bone had begun.
Rumble. The commotion this time far exceeded anything before.
If breaking through to the yellow level was like a volcanic eruption, then breaking through to the mystic level was as if an entire star system were collapsing and being reborn within his body. The pain instantly increased by more than tenfold. It was an extreme agony, as if his very soul were being forged in an eternal furnace. Every inch of his bones crumbled amid agonizing screams, only to be reorganized into an even more profound form, sustained by colossal energy and immortal vitality. Su's body twisted violently, his skin cracked inch by inch, and blood gushed forth like a spring. In an instant, he became a blood-soaked hulk, able to emit nothing but bestial grunts from the depths of his throat. His consciousness drifted in and out of an endless ocean of agony, nearly lost forever. It was only thanks to the martial heart blue clinging desperately to the last shred of clarity in his mind, and the immortal vitality radiating from the immortal bone in his left arm like the toughest of ropes, that his flickering flame of life was held aloft just as it was about to collapse.
Time seemed to stand still.
He had no idea how long had passed, perhaps a mere instant, or perhaps an eternity. When the soul-shattering agony receded like a tide, Su felt as if every bone in his body had been ripped out. He collapsed to the ground, unable to move even a single finger. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest proved he was still alive. He lay sprawled on the ground like a pile of soft mud, and it was not until much later that his consciousness returned. With great effort, he turned his inner gaze inward. He saw that his entire skeleton had undergone another transformation. It now glowed with a faint, dark golden hue, and the natural patterns on the bones had become more intricate and profound, as if they contained some cosmic law.
Mystic grade bone. It was complete. Ding. Detected that the host has refined their entire skeleton to mystic grade.
Base combat power plus 6 million points. Current base combat power, 13 million points. After a 20% bonus for a Foundation Establishment Cultivator at the peak realm, actual base combat power, 15.6 million points. Su felt the power within him, like that of a slumbering ancient beast.
Though his body remained weak, his eyes blazed with an unprecedented intensity. Xian grade bone. 15.6 million combat power. Ha, the Federation Council? A hearing? The first war god, Yu Wuji? I wonder if my combat power will scare you all when the time comes.
I wonder if Yu Wuji, who has been adventuring in dungeon worlds all this time, has reached 10 million combat power.
What is the Federation's honorific title for a warrior with over 10 million combat power? War Emperor, perhaps? Let us see who on this morning star dares to mess with me, Su the War Emperor, from now on.
Su sat up cross-legged and began channeling the origin breathing skill with all his might, absorbing the dense energy within the stone hall to restore his severely depleted body.
I've only got 1,800 vitality essences left, and I barely reached the Shin grade bone. Just how vast a quantity of resources will the Earth grade and Heaven grade levels require? Su felt a chill run down his spine, but excitement and anticipation outweighed it. If resources are insufficient, then I'll go and seize them, go and fight for them.
This dungeon world of the 10,000 phenomena heavenly palace, along with the countless unknown realms of the cosmos, these are my hunting grounds. Since he could return to this place at any time in the future, Su took a moment to adjust to his surging power.
With a mere thought, he used his provisional disciple token to teleport back to the cultivation room in the 7th Biological Laboratory in Linjiang City.
No sooner had he materialized than Yang Baichuan burst in, his face etched with unprecedented anxiety and rage, before Su even had a chance to check his optical computer.
You little brat! You're finally back. Something terrible has happened. Su furrowed his brow and suppressed his aura. What's going on, Uncle Yang? Have the monsters invaded again? This makes me even angrier than a monster invasion. Yang Baichuan's beard quivered with rage. Those old bastards Robert Li and Zhou Wenchang took advantage of the fact that Lord Yu hasn't emerged from the dungeon world yet to launch a preemptive attack. They banded together with over a dozen council members and initiated an emergency impeachment against Yu on charges of endangering federal security, cultivation techniques of unknown origin, and the indiscriminate killing of federal war gods. Oh? Su's eyes turned cold. And then?
They invoked emergency powers, bypassed standard procedures, and directly dispatched the federal law enforcement squad.
Leading the team is Robert Li's right-hand man, second-tier war god Johan. They already arrived in Linjiang and are on their way to the lab. They claim they're coming to invite you to the central holy city to cooperate with the investigation, but in reality, they intend to forcibly detain you. Yang Baichuan exclaimed anxiously, they're trying to convict you before you even meet Lord Yu. Think of a way out. Why don't you hide in the Wanxiang Heavenly Palace for now?
Upon hearing this, Su not only showed no sign of panic but actually flashed a contemptuous smile.
Hide? Why should I hide? He patted Yang Baichuan on the shoulder, his tone calm yet laced with a chilling, heart-stopping coldness. Uncle Yang, don't worry. They're just a few flies, perfect for testing just how hard the bone I've tempered really is.
Just then, a series of arrogant shouts and the sound of clashing energy came from outside the lab.
Federal law enforcement is conducting an operation. All unauthorized personnel, get out of the way. Where is Su? Come out immediately for questioning. Otherwise, you'll be charged with treason. The door to the training room was violently kicked open.
A tall, stern-faced middle-aged man in a federal law enforcement uniform, accompanied by a squad of formidable-looking officers, barged in rudely. The man leading the group was none other than Zhou Han, a war god with 2.1 million combat power. He swept the room with a haughty gaze, which finally settled on Su.
You're Su? Zhou Han tilted his chin slightly upward, his tone clearly commanding.
By urgent order of the Federation's Supreme Council, you're coming with us.
You'd better not resist, or else.
Before he could finish, Su leisurely interrupted him, a hint of amusement in his voice. Or else what?
Zhou Han's eyes hardened, and the overwhelming aura of a level 2 war god erupted from his body, attempting to crush Su. Or else, I have the authority to execute you on the spot.
This aura of pressure made even Yang Baichuan feel his breath catch, but Su remained as unfazed as if a gentle breeze had brushed past him. Not even the hem of his robe stirred.
Su picked at his ear, as if he'd heard a joke. Execute me on the spot? With you? I didn't see you anywhere during the monster invasion, yet here you are now, acting all high and mighty. Zhou Han was enraged by Su's attitude and sneered coldly, it seems you've refused the kind offer and are now asking for trouble. Move out, arrest him. 2 law enforcement officers behind him immediately stepped forward, holding specially designed energy shackles, ready to slip them onto Su's wrists. Su didn't even glance at the 2 men. He simply fixed his calm gaze on Zhou Han and spoke in a detached tone, I'll count to 3. Take your men and get the hell out of my lab. Zhou Han, furious to the point of laughter, snapped, arrogant. I'll. 1. Su began counting. You're asking for death.
Zhou Han roared, his vitality surging through his body as he prepared to strike personally.
2.
Su remained standing where he was, even finding time to flash a smile at Yang Baichuan.
3. The moment he reached 3, Su moved.
With the simplest of gestures, he raised the palm of his hand, which had just been tempered into a Xian-grade bone, and gently pressed downward toward Zhou Han and all the law enforcement officers he had brought with him. It was as if he were merely brushing dust off his clothes. A terrifying force, formless and intangible, yet as heavy as the entire sky collapsing, came crashing down. The savage grin on Zhou Han's face froze instantly, replaced by boundless horror and fear. He felt as if an entire planet had crashed down on him. Thud. 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 Including Johann, all the law enforcement officers who had stormed into the training room didn't even have time to utter a sound before they were struck as if by an invisible giant hammer. Their knees buckled, and they all fell to their knees in unison. The hard, special alloy floor was shattered by their knees, leaving spiderweb-like cracks. They struggled desperately, trying to mobilize their vitality, only to discover that the space around them seemed to have solidified. They couldn't even move a single finger. That terrifying aura of dominance was as tangible as solid matter, pinning them firmly to the ground so they couldn't even lift their heads. Johann knelt on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes filled with disbelief, terror, and humiliation. He was, after all, a second-tier war god of the Federation. His combat power was as high as 2.1 million. How could he not even block a casual press from his opponent? How could Sua's strength possibly be this overwhelming? Su slowly walked up to him, looking down at him from above. Now, do you know how to get out of here? Johann's lips trembled under the terrifying aura of dominance. He couldn't utter a single word. Su coldly swept his gaze over all the law enforcement officers kneeling on the ground. But since I've already intervened, you'll have to leave behind a memento. So, each of you, sever one of your own arms. Their faces turned deathly pale, yet no one dared to resist. Johann was the first to grit his teeth. He formed his right hand into a blade and slashed viciously at his left shoulder. With a crack, his left arm fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow suit. Blood instantly stained the ground red, and severed arms lay scattered everywhere. Su furrowed his brow slightly. Clean up your mess. Don't dirty my place. Johann's face was as pale as paper. Fighting back excruciating pain, he used his remaining right hand to tremblingly pick up his severed arm. The other law enforcement officers followed suit, bending over one by one to clean up the mess in a pitiful state under Sua's intimidating presence. Go back and tell those old dogs that if they make any more trouble, I'll go to the central holy city and chop off their dog heads. Now, get out of here. As soon as Su finished speaking, Johann and the others felt as if they'd been granted a pardon. Clutching their severed limbs, they scrambled and crawled out of the lab, not daring to look back. After speaking, he turned and smiled at the stunned Yang Baichuan. Uncle Yang, look, the problem as solved. Yang Baichuan swallowed hard. Solved? You call that a solution? You left them with one arm missing. And you told them to take that kind of message back. Su shrugged indifferently. What else could I do? Invite them for tea? Uncle Yang, with some people, you have to hit them hard enough to hurt them and scare them before they learn to think before they speak. Yang Baichuan stared at Su, who seemed as calm as a summer breeze, and after a long pause, managed to squeeze out a single sentence. You little rascal, just how strong are you now? Su grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Not that strong. Just a tiny bit stronger than I used to be. The news that the Federation law enforcement team had suffered a crushing defeat at Linjiang and that even Johann, the war god, had lost an arm spread like wildfire through the Federation's upper echelons. In the virtual conference room, there was dead silence. Congressman Robert Lee's face was ashen as he stared intently at the report on the projection screen detailing Sua's casual suppression of Johann and his associates. Congressman Zhou Wenchang, meanwhile, looked so gloomy you could have squeezed water out of him. To suppress Johann, a war god, so easily, how is that possible? Exclaimed a senator from their faction in disbelief. How long has it been since he was promoted to war god? Zhao Qianquan's 1.5 million combat power was no match for him, and now he can effortlessly suppress a second-tier war god. That rate of improvement defies all logic. Besides that martial soul awakening technique, he must have an even more secret legacy. Robert Lee gritted his teeth. We must bring him under control before he fully matures and before Yu Wuji emerges from seclusion. Otherwise, there will be no place left for us in the council. No one has ever dared to threaten us like this. Control him? How? Another council member asked bitterly. Even the elite enforcement squad led by Johann couldn't land a single blow against him.
Are you suggesting that we old fools should step in personally? Or that we mobilize a legion to hunt down a war god who has served the human race and just repelled a massive beast horde? What would the people think? What would the other war gods think? Silence fell once more over the conference room.
With his overwhelming power, Su had dealt them a resounding slap in the face, making their conspiracy seem utterly ridiculous and powerless.
Linjiang City, 7th Biological Laboratory. With 10% Xian grade bone, my vitality circulation rate has skyrocketed, and the efficiency of the origin breathing skill has also increased to 20 vitality points per second.
But relying solely on automatic recovery, it would take far too long to refine this Xian grade bone into Earth grade. With a thought, the spacetime Dao pupil, crystal containing a mysterious nebula appeared in his hand. Previously, he had been unable to fuse it due to insufficient combat power. Now, his base combat power had reached 15.6 million points. According to the System S-star conversion rate, where 1 star is roughly equal to 10,000 combat power, he was now at 1,560 stars, far exceeding the 1,000 star baseline requirement.
It's time to study you.
Su probed the crystal with his divine sense. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind. Preliminary fusion conditions for the spacetime Dao pupil updated.
1. Base combat power must reach 1,000 stars. Met. 2. Soul power level must reach level 10. Not met. Hostess current soul power level, level 5. Soul power level 10? Su frowned.
He had previously condensed his martial Dao heart, his soul power had increased slightly.
He since endured countless battles and even survived the illusion of life and death, yet his soul power was still only at level 5. It seemed he would have to go to the Stone Hall for provisional disciples at the 10,000 Phenomena Celestial sect and use the 10,000 Phenomena Divine Demon Prison ceiling diagram to temper his soul power. He also recalled another item, the Fragment of the Law, he obtained as a reward for refining the 10-vein system. He cautiously directed a wisp of his soul power toward the law fragment within the system space. With just a fleeting touch, a torrent of indescribable law information seeming to contain the ultimate truths of heaven and earth, yet wild and chaotic, surged toward him, causing Su's spiritual sense to tremble violently, as if his head were about to explode. Su hurriedly severed the connection, still shaken by the experience. No way. This thing is on too high a level. With my current cultivation level and soul power, I can't even get close enough to observe it, let alone comprehend it.
Forcing contact would likely result in the immediate annihilation of my soul.
Su's expression grew grave.
It seems the most urgent task is to increase my soul power.
Without enough soul power, I'm like standing before a treasure mountain but unable to enter.
Without further hesitation, he immediately used his provisional disciple token to teleport back to that simple yet mysterious stone hall. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion, Su took a deep breath and fixed his determined gaze on Volume 1 of the Divine Demon sealing the prison of all phenomena hanging on the wall. Armed with the experience from last time, he was even more cautious this time, slowly immersing his mind and spirit without daring to be the slightest bit reckless.
Boom!
Even though he was prepared, the colossal will and boundless information carried by that single curved hair once again crashed down upon him like the collapse of the universe. Su felt as though his soul were being pierced by billions of steel needles, then tossed into a raging ocean of cosmic laws to be torn apart. He clung desperately to his composure. His martial heart blue emitted a steady glow, helping him maintain his state of visualization as he strained to capture the faint traces of primordial energy emanating from the hair in the painting, energy capable of nourishing and tempering his soul. This time, he held on, 2 seconds.
1 second longer than last time.
He abruptly snapped out of his meditative state, his face pale, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, and a wave of weakness washing over his soul.
2 seconds, it's still too short, Su gasped. But it worked.
I can feel my soul power growing and becoming more refined, albeit slightly, under that extreme pressure. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. He closed his eyes to rest, and once the sense of weakness in his soul had eased slightly, he turned his gaze back to the visualization diagram.
One more time.
And so, Su began his self-torturous soul power tempering. Time and again he visualized, time and again he snapped out of the trance just as his soul was on the verge of shattering. Relying on the restorative effects of the meditation cushion, he painstakingly increased his soul power. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He closed his eyes to regulate his breath, and once the sensation of soul exhaustion had eased slightly, he prepared to plunge back into that torturous visualization. Half a day later, Su collapsed onto the meditation cushion, his eyes rolled back like a dead fish. The exhaustion of his soul left him dazed for a long while before he came to his senses. Pushing through like this is still too inefficient. Su rubbed his pallid face and let his consciousness sink into his mind. System, bring up the system arsenal. Filter for cultivation techniques that aid in soul recovery or cultivation, priced at 8,000 achievement points or less. The light screen flickered as countless entries flashed by, finally settling on a few. Su's gaze swept over them, and he zeroed in on a technique titled Yunshinju. Yunshinju Beginner S Edition, one of the top 100 foundational soul cultivation techniques across all realms, offering gentle nourishment and rapid restoration of soul power, while significantly accelerating the rate of soul power cultivation. Redemption requires 8,000 achievement points. That's the one. Su selected it for redemption without hesitation. 8,000 achievement points consumed. The Art of Nurturing the Spirit Beginner S Edition successfully redeemed. A cool, gentle stream of information flowed into Su's consciousness, and he instantly mastered the techniques for practicing this cultivation method. Brilliant! Su's eyes lit up. This art of nurturing the spirit not only accelerates soul power recovery but can also be actively practiced at all times, gradually increasing the soul power ceiling. It truly lives up to its reputation as one of the top 100 soul cultivation techniques in the multiverse. Although this is only the Beginner S Edition, it's all Su can afford right now. He immediately began practicing the Yunshinju. A cool aura spread throughout his sea of consciousness, like sweet spring water nourishing parched land. The soul fatigue and weakness caused by his previous visualization quickly faded, and his spirit was instantly revitalized. Once his condition had returned to its peak, Su turned his gaze back to the 10,000 phenomena divine demon prison ceiling diagram and visualized that single hair. Boom! A colossal wave of willpower crashed down upon him, but this time, Su felt as though his soul had gained an extra layer of resilient protection. The Yunshinju spontaneously activated within his sea of consciousness, helping him better withstand that terrifying surge of information. He held out for a full 3 seconds. Only then was he forced to withdraw. The moment he withdrew, he immediately channeled the art of nurturing the spirit with all his might. The exhaustion in his soul receded like a tide, and his soul power recovered more than 3 times faster than before. It works! Su's spirits soared. And so, he began an even more efficient yet even more frenzied cycle, visualizing the diagram of the 10,000 phenomena, divine and demonic prison to temper his soul power to the limit, activating the art of nurturing the spirit for rapid recovery, visualizing again. Time flew by in these repeated cycles. He didn't know how long had passed, perhaps a day, or perhaps several days. It was as if something had suddenly burst open within Su's sea of consciousness. His soul perception instantly became much clearer, its range noticeably expanded, and his control over his own power grew far more precise. The pressure emanating from the visualization diagram also seemed to ease slightly. Ding! Hostess soul power breakthrough detected. Current soul power level, level 6. Level 6. A sharp gleam flashed in Su's eyes as he felt a sense of fulfillment emanating from his soul. As expected, having a cultivation technique to guide you really makes all the difference. He did not pause. Su immersed himself in the cycle of visualization and recovery, completely oblivious to the passage of time. Each time his consciousness was crushed by the overwhelming will of that hair, only to bury organized it under the nourishment of the Yunshinju, his soul felt as though it were steel forged 1,000 times over, becoming denser and more resilient. Finally, after enduring countless trials that pushed him to the very limits. Boom! It was as if a thunderclap had exploded within his sea of consciousness. A sense of sudden clarity surged through his entire body. His soul's perception expanded rapidly in all directions like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire stone hall and even faintly penetrating the stone walls to perceive some vague auras from the outside world, specifically the Heavenly Palace Plaza. His thoughts raced far faster than ever before, and his control over the colossal 15.6 million combat power of vitality and the shin grade bone within his body had reached an unprecedented level of precision. Although the pressure exerted by the Mao and the visualization diagram remained heavy, it no longer felt unbearable to him. Ding! Host S soul power breakthrough detected. Current soul power level, level 8. Level 8. Su snapped his eyes open. The divine light in his eyes was subdued, yet his gaze grew even more profound. He exhaled a long breath, his face unable to hide his joy. 3 levels in such a short time. The combination of the 10,000 phenomena divine demon prison diagram and the divine essence cultivation technique truly yields extraordinary results. He felt the power and fulfillment radiating from his soul, and his heart soared with excitement. Just then, a thought crossed his mind. Through his provisional disciple token, he sensed that someone outside was anxiously searching for him and was Yang Baichuan. Su gathered his focus and halted his cultivation. Enhancing soul power was not something that could be achieved overnight. While the leap from level 8 to level 10 might seem like only 2 levels, the accumulation required would likely far exceed what it had been before. Next, he would have to find a way to raise his bone level first. With a flash, he teleported back to the cultivation room in the Linjiang City laboratory via his token. The moment he appeared, Yang Baichuan, who had been waiting there, pacing anxiously, immediately rushed up to him. "My little master. You're finally here. The dedicated spacecraft sent by Federation headquarters has been parked at Linjiang Airport for half a day already. I hear the hearing has already begun. Robert Lee and his crew have forced the entire council to sit around waiting for you for ages. They're so furious they could blow the roof off." Su remained calm, even taking the time to leisurely adjust his sleeve. "What's the rush? Let them wait. If they can't wait, they can just adjourn the session." Seeing how unmoved he was and sensing the increasingly profound and inscrutable aura emanating from him, Yang Baichuan couldn't help but press further. Have you made another breakthrough?" He was, of course, referring to Su's power. After all, the outward signs of Su's soul power growth were hardly noticeable. Su smiled but didn't answer directly. Instead, he patted his stomach. "Uncle Yang, no rush, no rush. Come on, let me treat you to some grilled meat rice first. You'll need a full stomach to have the energy to argue with those old foxes." With that, he led the way out, striding leisurely. Yang Baichuan watched his back and, for a fleeting moment, it was as if he were seeing a peerless divine weapon about to be drawn from its sheath, its sharp edge gleaming, one that was about to unleash a tidal wave of upheaval at the very heart of the Federation's power. "That kid," he muttered under his breath, then hurried to catch up. Central Holy City, the Federal Supreme Council Hearing Hall. The soaring dome exuded solemnity and grandeur. In the circular seating area, hundreds of federal councilors sat upright and stiff, the air thick with uncontrollable restlessness and anger. They had been sitting here doing nothing for an entire half-day. Observers from major factions and media representatives had also long since grown impatient, their whispers echoing through the hall like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the solitary seat in the center of the chamber. In the presiding seat, Senator Robert Lee's face was ashen, his fingers turning slightly white from the force with which he gripped the gavel. Beside him, Representative Zhou Wenchang's expression was as still as water, his gaze so menacing it could freeze a person to death. They had intended to use this meticulously planned hearing to, in full view of the public and with the backing of the legislature and public opinion, thoroughly crush Su, this uncontrollable factor, and, in the name of the greater good of the human race, force him to reveal the specific cultivation methods of the martial soul awakening technique and the secret behind his rapid advancement. But look at the result. The protagonist was nowhere to be seen, leaving this group of bigwigs sitting here like fools for half a day. It was nothing short of rubbing their faces in the dirt. Suddenly, as if sensing something, all eyes in the room instantly turned toward the entrance. The doors slowly swung open, and a figure, silhouetted against the light, walked in at a leisurely pace. Su was dressed in a simple black training outfit, his hands tucked into his pockets, and he even had a blade of grass which he pulled from who knows where tucked between his teeth. His stride was as leisurely as if he were strolling through his own backyard. He walked to the seat in the center of the hall but didn't sit down immediately. Instead, he scanned the solemn assembly. Not seeing the person he'd come to see, he suddenly grinned. Whoa, so many people, you honorable counselors must have a lot of free time on your hands. You don't have to fight monsters on the front lines, nor do you need to figure out how to strengthen the human race, yet you've all come here just to gawk at me.
Do I have flowers growing on my face, or is the word invincible written all over it?
Someone in the public gallery couldn't help but chuckle, only to be immediately silenced by the glares of those around them, though suppressed giggles still rippled through the corners of the hall.
Robert Lee's expression darkened, and he banged the gavel forcefully. Silence. Sue, watch your attitude.
This is the hearing room of the Federal Supreme Council, not a place for you to run amok.
Attitude? Sue picked at his ear and said nonchalantly, my attitude depends on whether the person sitting across from me is a human or a dog. When I'm facing a human, I naturally speak like a human, but when I'm facing a barking dog, am I supposed to reason with it?
You. Zhou Wenchang turned pale with rage as he pointed at Sue.
Arrogant. Lawless. Law? Heaven?
Sue snorted derisively, finally pulling out a chair and sitting down with great swagger, crossing his legs.
As far as I, Sue, am concerned, my fist is the law, and my will is heaven. Don't like it? Suck it up.
Robert Lee suppressed his rage and decided to proceed according to plan. Sue, I am now questioning you.
First, regarding your unauthorized killing of the Federation's war god, Zhao Qiankuan, and the annihilation of the Zhao family, what is your explanation? Do you admit that this was a flagrant violation of Federation law? Explanation?
Sue looked as if he'd heard the biggest joke in the world. The Zhao family sent people to kidnap my students with the intent of seizing my martial arts lineage. The evidence is irrefutable. According to Article 7 of the Federation's wartime emergency regulations, anyone who endangers the Federation's strategic talent or core successors is deemed a traitor and may be summarily executed on the spot.
I haven't even held you accountable for the Senate's dereliction of duty and condoning treason, yet you're the ones questioning me first? He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife as it swept over Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang. Or is it that behind the Zhao family, there are certain shadowy old dogs backing them up, which is why they dare to act so brazenly? You're making baseless accusations.
Zhou Wenchang sprang to his feet.
Did I call you out by name? Why are you so quick to take it personally?
Sue leaned back lazily in his chair.
Councilman Zhou, are you feeling guilty? Second.
Robert Lee quickly changed the subject, unwilling to get bogged down in the Zhao family issue any longer. The martial soul awakening technique you teach has an unknown origin, an extremely high mortality rate during cultivation, and has been accused of being black magic. Have you used federal resources to conduct inhumane live subject experiments?
Black magic? Sue sneered. A few deaths make it black magic? Then what about the soldiers who die in battle every day on the front lines? Do you armchair generals, sitting in your air-conditioned offices, even know that the path of the warrior is, by its very nature, a defiance of heaven, a struggle against fate? His voice suddenly rose, carrying a fierce, unyielding intensity. My martial soul awakening method has given those children whom you've labeled good-for-nothings, who are plagued by alchemical toxins, and whose martial arts paths were nearly cut off, a chance to fight for their lives. They're willing to risk their lives for a future. And you, besides spouting empty rhetoric and slapping labels on people here, what else can you do? His gaze swept across the gallery as his voice echoed throughout the hall. I, Sue, am putting this on the record today. The martial soul awakening method is in my hands. It may be cruel, but it forges true warriors. Not some good-for-nothings who hide in their comfort zones and do nothing but spout empty words. As for its origin? Sue stood up, no longer concealing his aura. A terrifying pressure vast as a sea of stars and heavy as an ancient divine mountain swept through the entire hearing hall like a storm. Hum. The alloy walls of the chamber groaned under the strain, and the energy lights flickered violently. All the council members, including Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang, felt as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on their chests. They struggled to breathe, their faces turning deathly pale. The gazes that had previously been scrutinizing or hostile were instantly replaced by boundless fear and awe. What kind of power is this? A veteran war god council member cried out in shock. He felt as insignificant as an ant in the face of this power. Sue hovered 3 feet above the ground, a dark golden radiance swirling around him, the overwhelming might of a mystic great bone radiating without restraint.
He looked down upon the council members trembling like quails below, his voice like thunder from the heavens, reverberating deep within each of their souls.
The source of my cultivation technique? Do you even deserve to know? My power, Su's power, comes from countless life and death battles. From the sacrifices and entrustments of my fellow countrymen. From this old man's unyielding backbone. You want to know why I've advanced so rapidly? I'll tell you.
He suddenly slammed a fist into the air above the hearing chamber. He didn't use any combat skills, just raw, unadulterated power at its purest.
Boom!
The hearing room's specially designed dome, designed to withstand attacks from Emperor-tier monsters, crumbled like paper, blown open by a massive hole dozens of meters in diameter. Daylight from outside, mixed with shards of energy runes, poured in. Such was the terrifying might of a single punch.
Su withdrew his fist and stood beneath the gaping hole, the sunlight casting him in a divine glow. He swept a cold gaze across the room. Now, is there anyone left who doubts my strength or my cultivation techniques?
The room fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop.
Robert Lee and Zhou Wenchang slumped in their chairs, their faces ashen, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. All their schemes and conspiracies had turned into a laughable farce in the face of Su's absolute power.
Just then, a timid voice came from the corner, a reporter from a small media outlet, holding a voice recorder. His voice trembled but was filled with immense excitement. Su War God.
May I ask what your thoughts are on this hearing?
Su glanced at him, suddenly shedding all his intimidating aura and reverting to his usual laid-back demeanor as he brushed imaginary dust off his clothes.
My thoughts? The venue is nice, though the dome isn't very sturdy.
I suggest you ask the Zhao family. Oh, sorry, the Zhao family is gone, so just ask the Zhou family to cover the repair costs.
They've got plenty of money anyway.
He paused for a moment, then flashed a toothy grin at the reporter. Also, tell everyone in the Federation for me. Why should I, Su, have to explain my actions to the likes of you? This little pond called Tianming Star is too small to hold a true dragon. My goal is the stars and the vast sea, the myriad realms of the cosmos.
As for you lot.
His gaze swept once more over the pale-faced council members, and he casually added, watch carefully, learn well, and don't come bothering me again, otherwise, I won't mind helping the Federation Council bring in some fresh blood. With that, he paid no further attention to the stunned crowd. In a flash, he vanished through the hole in the dome, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette in a hall filled with chaos and shock. It was a long time before a massive uproar erupted in the hearing chamber. And Su's final words, broadcast across the entire Federation via the live stream, became a new motto in the hearts of countless young warriors. I, Su, need not explain my actions to the likes of you. After Su punched a hole through the dome of the Federal Parliament's hearing hall, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos and shock, he strolled back to Linjiang City with ease. This was nothing more than a minor incident, like casually swatting a few buzzing flies. However, the storm this single punch unleashed among the Federation's leadership far exceeded anyone's imagination. In the virtual conference room, Robert Lee's face was ashen as he stared at the massive hole in the Parliament's dome on the screen. His fingers were trembling. Zhou Wenchang's face was ashen. Su's final remark, submit the expenses to the Zhou family, and the implicit threat hung over him like a sharp knife.